I don't know if that was. I don't know.
Shut up, Sitch. I told you I don't want to answer that question.
Listen, Adam. You know we always do this on Mother's Day. Okay.
Stop asking me, okay? I already told you.
Is it the art that Kava sent you? You know, it's just.
I don't want to talk about it.
It has you on edge. Okay. You don't want to acknowledge.
Why do you retweet that shit, man?
I didn't retweet it.
You liked it.
I did like it, but listen, guys, chat. I was normally in a normal world, a normal day, I would have retweeted the degenerate MPreg art that Kava sent us. But I was like, it's Mother's Day, okay? Right. I don't want to sully people.
I know.
It's such degeneracy.
It's so bad. I know.
Okay. So you all owe me one. You all owe me one, except for Kava.
Jonathan Haidt swore to me that only men troll. He told me. He told me this. Lies. I can't believe Jonathan Haidt.
John. We got to talk to John and be like, John, explain this to us. Explain this, okay?
We have
to ask him about that question.
How many? We have John Smith trolling the shit out of us. CT trolls us on the reg. Kava trolls us on the reg. How many more? Like, I think we have this. We're getting some data here.
Sammy G draws yaoi.
Sammy G. Yes.
Every female in our audience
trolls the shit out of us.
I know. What's going on?
Right.
Jonathan Haidt, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. You got to rethink your math on that one.
Hey now. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Yay. What's up, everyone?
It's your boy, PSA Sitch, here with everyone's favorite mother respecter and MPreg denier, Adam Stranger. Hope you're all having a fantastic Blep. Yes, right, CT. Blep also trolls. Every mother, potential mother, future mother, every female, every person that identifies as female, probably. Well, I'll even go beyond cis females. Everyone that identifies as female in our audience trolls the crap out of it.
Yes, yeah. Where's Jonathan Haidt just burning his feminism card? Women can't troll? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, to be fair, he didn't say can't troll. He just says usually. Well, no, he said it was men. He said it was always men trolling people. So
anyway, we should get into this video. We've dilly-dallied long enough, and this video is, granted, about 35 minutes of it is ads. So really, it's only a 30-minute video. But
there's like 4 or 5 sponsored ads in this video. It's crazy,
insane. Yeah.
And, you know, there's nothing like talking about how the existential identity of a protected, oppressed class in our country is being threatened to be utterly destroyed by the evil Republican Party. I'm so worried. Now, let me do a 5-minute ad spot for a video game.
Do no Republicans play video games? I'm curious. I mean, how's that work?
It takes all the gravitas. It takes all the importance out of everything you're saying to immediately jump into a sponsored ad after you talk about some giant existential threat to some group of people.
Right. Yeah. This video is highly, highly triggering because, I mean, it's nothing but character assassination. He doesn't get any of the arguments correct. Just completely misaligns the conservative perspective. And when those ads pop up, I keep thinking, I mean, you've destroyed half your audience. Who's going to buy this shit?
Well, I will say there's one part early in the video where I think there's legitimate criticism towards a specific law. And then, but then what you're saying is true, is that the way he thinks about why the Republicans are doing this and why people are on board with this, it's all just obviously, they're just all bigots. They all just hate people, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's so inside the left-wing bubble. There's no clue what's actually happening outside of it.
If you believe that the Republican motivation is simply bigotry and hatred of gay and trans people, how do you have a debate? That's a weird thing, because the conservatives have legitimate grievances over a lot of these specifically the gender ideology being thrust into grade school. Okay? There's legitimate concern that this is causing something called social contagion, which has been well studied. There's lots of scientific research going back 50, 60, 70 years, right? So their motivation is they're worried their kids is going to catch some social contagion, which is that's a valid point of argument. But
that was the argument the left was making about anorexia for like 10 years.
And also fucking Nazism. The whole argument behind the alt-right pipeline is that people are going to watch these videos. There's going to be some kind of social contagion. All of our kids are going to be white supremacists, right? I mean, it's the same argument.
Yes.
So, I mean, just to ignore that motivation, that real tangible motivation that the Republicans are using to write these laws, just to dismiss them as bigots. I mean, it is good electoral politics. It will drive people to the polls. But how do you have an honest debate on any of this stuff with that perspective?
You can't. That's the problem. You can't.
That's the point, though, isn't it? It's right. You don't want to have, these people don't want to have an honest debate.
No, they want to poison the well.
Don't we have legitimate problems that we need to work with, though?
They want to say, if you don't support if you refuse to support this, you're a bigot. You're on the wrong side of progress. I think you're right. Like the very end of this video, he says some totally crazy stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
It's like, he's just like, oh, and it's funny because he literally kind of makes the Mencius Moldbug argument at the end of the video.
What argument is that?
He makes the neo-reactionary argument at the end of the video about how the right always loses.
Oh yes, yeah. No,
I was like, wow,
that part is
so out of touch.
That part is totally insane.
Yes,
and he basically makes the argument that progressives are always right. They love to make this argument that progress always happens. There's never any missteps. Everything that the progressives push for always works out to be great. And I always point to Prohibition, which was a progressive movement. You can look into it. I need to read a book on the progressive movement so I can get some more details on it.
Right.
But the progressive movement or the Prohibition movement basically was spawned because a lot of husbands were getting drunk and beating their wives. So the progressives moved in, right? Care for the downtrodden and oppressed, right? We're going to do something for all these battered housewives. We're going to make alcohol illegal and save all of these housewives, right? Did that work out well, Sitch? What happened there?
No. The mafia basically took over.
Right.
All the trade of alcohol, it just increased crime dramatically, and it completely backfired.
Right.
Whatsoever. Everyone hated it.
Yes. People ended up dying. People still were getting drunk. They were getting drunk under the table. Yep. Now that the husband was getting thrown in jail for drinking, he was even madder, beating his wife even more.
Yeah.
So they never consider that there could possibly be a misstep, which irks me. They just forget about all those. How about communism? Was there any missteps with communism, Sitch? I'm curious how the Great Leap Forward went.
Yeah. Well, it's all survivor's bias because, like, you just look at the civil rights movement. The far left activists, they wanted black nationalism, they wanted black separatism, they wanted some weirdo Marxism, and they lost. They totally lost the movement, and now they're trying to come back, and they're like, we're always right. It's like, you weren't right in the 60s.
Yeah.
You're not right now. Okay.
Yes.
It's just so pathetically lame.
Yes. The progressives always want to go somewhere new. And the conservatives always want to stay right here where it's safe. Okay.
Right.
Sometimes going somewhere new is great. Sometimes you wind up at Disneyland and it's a great time. And then sometimes you end up in a crack neighborhood where your entire family is tied up and robbed. Right? So yeah, it's not all progress. They have this idea that they could never make a wrong turn. We could never end up somewhere that we didn't expect to be. Oh, yes, we can.
Right.
All right. Should we get in the video?
Yes. But before we do, Lord Hank of House Hill, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers and for $40. Even though you'll like this because he's making fun of me. He says, Virgin
Sitch.
I nearly died. I nearly died. Okay. Chatham, this doesn't work with this segment. Also, Sitch, I'm sorry Jangles made you give up being his good faith Gary. A-Team's Elephant just has a good eye for dishonesty. There you go.
It's sad that we're so behind on the video, because I just so happen to have a tweet here from PSA Sitch that says, yep, thanks, Jangles. I'll make sure to stop defending you as acting in good faith as I had been doing whenever you were brought up on the show. What a fool I was. Here, let's, I think we should add this "what a fool I was" to the show as a regular ongoing.
I don't like this. You can't take, listen, you can't take me being, like a passive aggressive asshole, and you can't use that against me for the show, Adam. That's not allowed. Okay.
Well, obviously my elephant has been completely redeemed here. This was Jangles arguing on Twitter in bad faith once again. I have, as all of you who listen to the show on a regular basis, you know that I think Jangles is just full of shit. Like, I don't take him seriously, and it seems like Sitch has come around to that position. So,
well, just for people who are thankfully intelligent and thus not on Twitter. Briefly, I basically was criticizing non-binary gender garbage, and I don't remember the original tweet, but whatever. And basically, Jangles came in, and instead of, I said that, you know, non-binary genders just reinforce gender stereotypes and are anti-liberal, and they're not about treating people as individuals and are neo-Marxian, you know, blah blah blah. You've all heard this stuff a million times. I've talked about it on stream. And Jangles, instead of just disagreeing with me, which I don't care, he can tweet and disagree with me all he wants. It's a public forum, but he doesn't. He retweets the tweet. He doesn't understand what I'm saying, first of all, because his first tweet is, what? I don't understand this. And then his second tweet is to retweet the tweet and then say that he can read my mind and that I don't actually believe what I'm saying and that I actually just hate, you know, that people are not conforming to strict gender roles.
This is the fucking video that we're about to watch. This is the same exact argument.
Right. And I'm like, oh, okay, look at this. And I'm glad that my retweet of his tweet, you know, got way more likes and retweets. So, you know, that always validates you on the internet, right? That's the rules. And so I was like, look at this, this asshole over here. I didn't realize that Jangles had the ability to read fucking minds and tell me what I think. Okay. Yeah. So no, fuck you, Jangles. I'm not defending you anymore. I don't think you're acting in good faith whatsoever.
Well, I can actually read minds, and I know that Jangles is a lying piece of shit. Yes, his only motivation is to deceive all of you.
Well, and it's funny because after that, like, fucking LSB is all like, oh, we should debate this on the stream. I'm like,
I know.
Okay, you're like being an asshole on Twitter and then we debate shit on stream. Is that how this works? Like, this is pathetic.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to reward that stuff. And how can you have a debate with someone who's bad faith? You just can't. It can't happen.
Yeah, it's
impossible.
I mean, I don't know. On one hand, I don't know. Maybe you'll talk to him in the future because I feel like I could just stuff it down his fucking idiotic throat.
Yeah,
that would be kind of, you know, appealing to me.
I'm down. Let's do it.
Anyway,
now that you've come along to the, welcome to the party. The Jangles is bad faith party. Can I take your coat?
Stug for $2 says Sitch has come around on the JQ. The
Jangles question. Hilarious. Okay.
So there you go.
You guys are funny. Anyway, let's get into this video. What's going on?
Let's get into the video.
Hey, you folk. Here's some news. Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis fucking hate queer people. Goodbye. I'm just tickling your nuts. There is more video. We have fun here.
Is that where Lance got that stupid tickling your nuts thing?
Does he say that?
Lance says that. all the time. Different variations of it. Tickle your scrotum, tickle your ball sack. I'm like, Lance, you really should stop saying that, okay? It's not funny. It's cringy.
Did he say that in any of our conversations?
Yes.
I don't remember. Okay.
Yes. He's definitely said it.
Well,
he said it on our stream, and I've heard him say it on multiple streams.
It's very weird. I don't know if this is true on the right too, but on BreadTube, you'll notice that they get those, like, someone will say something and then they all repeat it. There's like these very sayings that they all repeat, non-political sayings, by the way. Like, when Chud became very popular, they were all calling everyone Chuds.
Right.
It's just, it is strange. It's very cult-like.
Yeah. They're very uncreative people. That's the thing. I've said that before, and I stand by it.
As an artist, you say that, yes.
If you're a creative person, I mean, you're looking for new things, not copying what everyone else is doing.
Have fun here. I mean, except when we talk about crime or the IRS or racism or war, or in this episode, a horrendous removal of human rights that's being currently attempted by the GOP, who, as I said, sure seem to fucking hate queer people. In fact, we can just go ahead and make that the title of the episode.
He completely ignores the actual argument going on.
Right. Well,
and
I mean,
spoiler alert, none of the social contagion stuff or gender queer theory being taught to grade school kids, none of that is in here.
No. It's all just they hate the gays.
Yeah.
Though, it's annoying because now they all use this term queer, which is so broad. It means
I'm
anything. Queer.
Yeah. Just, if you're 20% soy, you're technically queer.
That's right. There you go, guys. I hope someone clipped that. Adam just said he's queer.
There we go. No, everyone who is claiming to be queer seems to just be a normal heterosexual person. Have you noticed this?
Yeah. Well, not everyone, but a lot, like 80%.
Gay people I don't hear gay people using the term queer.
Yeah, they say, I'm gay, right?
Yeah, I'm gay. I'm a lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
They don't come out and say I'm queer. Queer is the people who are heterosexual and tired of being categorized as boring. They decide to say, guess what, guys? I think I'm queer.
There's a video we'll watch later in the stream where Cody goes after the Libs of TikTok account, obviously. You got to throw everything in here. And there's a person that Libs of TikTok has a video of. And it's interesting because I looked at her TikTok account and she has a video that's so telling where I'm assuming she's a trans woman. And she says that she got mad because she was too good. She passed too well.
Yeah.
So her queer and trans friends stopped looking at her as queer and trans. They just looked at her as a cis woman. And that upset her. So that's why she started identifying as like non-binary and queer.
Yes.
I'm like, what that's so telling because most people who are not insane activists who have gender dysphoria, that's their dream. They want to transition and then they want to move on with their lives. They don't want to wallow in this gender identity, direct. Like your sexual orientation and your quote unquote gender identity should be the least interesting part of your personality or of you. And that's the problem. I think a lot of these activists, they want to substitute queerness as a personality and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Are we going to watch that video? Cause that video is insane.
Yeah, we'll watch that video when it comes up in stream, but
is it in the stream?
Well, no. I mean, when he brings up another video that she had, we'll watch it.
Do we have ability to watch that or anyway?
Well, you'll have to do the thing you do when we watch stuff on Twitter.
God, I hate doing that. Anyway, so yeah, that video is so insane because, I mean, they call passing gender euphoria now. They've come up with the opposite of gender dysphoria is gender euphoria, where you feel great about how you're being perceived, how your gender is being perceived. But yes, this poor person, as soon as they are passing so well that everyone just assumes they're a cis woman, that completely offends them.
Right.
You're like, what?
It's got to be infuriating
so
for
sad.
some people. Yes.
That's so sad.
Good title. Strong, direct, lots of E's and O's, or shoot, maybe it's more complicated than saying the entire GOP hates queer people, but also...
I think that's why they're using the queer people thing, is because queer is a political designation in the same way that they have done with race, black and white. They've turned, white, you know how black people can be white politically? What are they?
Yeah.
Queer basically means LGBT politically, even though you're heterosexual, male or woman, cis.
You're right. That's a path it can go down and has been going down. But I mean, originally queer is just like the super broad umbrella term to mean literally everything that's not straight. So that's how it started using the term.
90% of the people I see identifying as queer are straight. They literally are straight.
I understand that, but it's supposed to be basically anything that's not straight.
This is no. No. Make it stop, Sitch.
So, counterpoint. Maybe it isn't. Maybe there's some conservative people out there who claim to be cool with the L's and G's and B's and T's, but if those people still support and vote for the GOP, then guess what? And if you don't think the GOP is launching a serious attack against the rights of the queer community, then double guess what? They super are. Most notably, on March 11th, a Texas judge temporarily halted statewide investigations of parents with transgender children. This was after Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordered state officials to consider gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth, care like puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy, as child abuse. The judge in question, Amy Clark Meacham, ruled that Abbott's actions were unconstitutional due to the order violating the separation of powers by impermissibly encroaching into the legislative domain. So while this ruling is unquestionably good,
so this is the one part that I think there's just criticism here, is that this law, it wasn't even a law, it's the problem that Abbott tried to pass. I don't know if are you familiar with any of this?
No. And this is where I said, this is just shotgun claims being shot in our face here. I don't necessarily know the context of any of this stuff, and he hasn't explained it well. I mean, he just spent the first minute of the video poisoning the well. So.
I don't remember if he does explain it well, so I'll go over it.
Right. Texas court halts abuse inquiries into parents of transgender children. So what is the abuse inquiries?
So basically Abbott got someone whose name escapes me at the moment.
And Abbott is the governor?
Abbott's the governor of Texas. Yeah.
Governor of Texas.
Right.
Halts abuse inquiries, but we don't know who is doing the inquiry.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. So basically what happened was, instead of Texas legislature passing a law that said, they don't want anyone under the age of 18, taking hormone blockers, taking cross-sex hormones, getting gender surgery or whatever, instead of doing like the normal legal process that generally the people on the right complain about, the left doesn't do. What Abbott did was he got the Department of, like the Child Services Department, to classify via an administrative order that any sort of transgender, gender affirming care, such as puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or surgery, is child abuse.
Okay. Strong move.
Right. A very strong move, not done through the normal legislative process. This is done purely through an executive agency.
Right.
And so they just sort of decide to classify any sort of transgender treatment basically as child abuse. And then they say that they're going to prioritize and go after the parents and any doctor whatsoever that has their kid engage in any transgender related activities or treatment as abusing the child. And they're going to potentially arrest the doctors, and they're going to, I guess, potentially take the child away from the parents.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
That's a little crazy, a little extreme.
Yes, very extreme. This is to me pretty crazy because look, if you want to pass a law, pass a law, right? You got to do it through the legislative branch. You can't have like a medical procedure that the medical community, even if you have a problem with it, which I do, I have a big problem with affirmative care models and informed consent models, but you can't have procedures and treatments that basically nationwide the medical community agrees is useful for some cases, even if it's overused. You can't say that suddenly constitutes child abuse and that you're going to start taking children away from parents because they're doing what the doctor says. Right. That seems very that seems like a huge overstep of government powers essentially to do that.
Because the question is, there is this thing called gender dysphoria, and there are kids that will grow up and have gender dysphoria.
Right.
Then there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
The question is whether or not whether or not we're seeing false positives.
Yeah, exactly. That's the question, is whether it's being overblown or not. Yeah. And so to me, this law is a huge government overreach. And like, I was trying to think of a comparison. I couldn't really, if the government would, I'm trying to imagine in a blue state, if the government would come in and take your children away because you didn't get them vaccinated and say that that's child abuse, or do the opposite. If the government comes in, and we've heard, this, I don't know if this happened in America. I think there's some incidents of this happening in Canada where there was the fear of the government coming in and taking children out of parents' homes because they wouldn't give the kid transgender treatment. So
really?
this whole idea, so this whole idea of either direction, the government coming in and trying to take your child away because you're either not affirming gender treatment or because you are affirming transgender treatment. Just the whole thing seems totally screwed up in my mind.
Yeah.
And you got to do it from, you just got to say, if you want to not have kids do it, you say, we're going to pass a law, kids can't do it. And then the doctors won't, prescribe any of this stuff to anyone under 18. And that's the way you do it. You don't just have this weird executive administrative order that just suddenly, declares something this way that the rest of, the medical community is on board with.
Yeah. It's hard for me to say any of the motivation though is hatred of gay or transgender people.
Well, I don't think the motivation is because they hate the trans people.
No, they're legitimately worried about the children.
Right. That is the motivation. Sure. Yeah. Well, if we're being as good faith as possible, which I would assume is the case in the situation.
Right.
But
you don't know if he's being good faith. You don't know.
Well, the way that
good faith. Is he a Jangles? Do we give him
the way
faith?
that it's being done though? Just pass a law. If you really believe in this, you really want to protect children, do all this stuff, just pass a law. You don't do it in this really bizarre way. That's probably unconstitutional, which is why the judge stopped it. Even unconstitutional via, the Texas state constitution, which is why the judge said this isn't, it doesn't seem like this is how it's supposed to work. Because for years we've heard it was always the right that would complain about, executive overreach, taking powers out of the legislative branch, and the governor, the president sort of enacting laws and policies that they didn't have the power to enact. So whatever. Yeah,
this is such a terrible issue. It really is, because you don't necessarily know this. Each situation is going to be different, but the state is just laying down some sort of blanket way to deal with everything. It's not going to work.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Let this, parents and the child and the doctors, make these decisions. They're going to make wrong decisions, and there's going to be a sacrifice that's made for that. But that's, in my mind, that's safer than having the government come in and make the decision for you. That seems like a really dangerous precedent to kind of walk down that road in either direction.
Well, I would side on I would lean towards non-interventionist type treatments, though. That's the thing.
Yes.
So.
Sure.
It's more about whether or not Abbott himself has the authority to pass legislation like this than it is any kind of official verdict on the legitimacy of trans healthcare. It's like issuing a health code violation on a deli serving human meat. And of course, this ruling is already being challenged.
So Cody is mad because he literally doesn't understand what the point of the courts are. Okay, the court is trying to determine whether Abbott has the ability or the power under the law to do this. It's not their determination whether something is morally just or not.
Right.
Like, like it's so weird that he's criticizing the court for doing this, for doing their job, and just saying, well, we're just looking at the law here.
Yeah. That's all they can do.
Yeah. Well, no, he's mad that he's basically saying that this isn't enough, and he's mad that the judge is not like an activist.
That the judge should do more. Just.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's still good for the moment, but also an extremely minor victory on a much larger and more horrifying scale, like a deli scale, built to weigh human meat. You see, despite this one order being overturned, this move is just a small part of a much larger wave of anti-trans and LGBTQ legislation sweeping across America.
It is weird that he didn't explain the law at all, because you think this would have been a huge win for him to be like, they're gonna go in Texas and they're gonna snatch children out of the hands of parents and they're gonna prevent them from getting gender affirming treatment and they're gonna kill themselves. Like, he could have made this could have been like a 10-minute rant.
They don't understand any of that context.
I guess you're right. This is very like shotgun, just, let me throw as much, numbers and headlines of articles as I can at you.
It's a very effective way to lie to people.
Right.
Which really sucks.
Right.
Right now. Remember that wave from Deep Impact that killed Tasha Yar? It's exactly like that, but evil. Like that evil goo in Star Trek that also killed Tasha Yar. In 2020...
Those are the jokes.
These are the jokes. It's so weird. I feel like we've noticed this in other Cody videos, but in this one, it really stood out to me. It's like they're just going for Family Guy, completely random references that are utterly detached from whatever they're talking about, and they just reference something and you go, that's a reference, I understood, ha 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 ha.
I mean, I don't think you were alive when Tasha Yar was killed by the big goo pit. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
I'm assuming. I mean, when was Star Trek Next Generation? It's like the 90s, or was it the 80s? It was the 90s, wasn't it?
I think it was the 90s.
Okay,
I'm not even sure,
alive.
But that's ancient. That's ancient history.
Right,
Deep Impact? When the fuck did Deep Impact come out?
The first episode of Star Trek Next Generation was 1987. So I assume the first season was 1987 to 1988, which is when Tasha Yar was killed.
Deep Impact came out 24 years ago. We are almost to the 25th anniversary of Deep Impact.
A movie no one cared about.
I know, a movie, it was terrible.
Yes, no one cared about it when it came out either. They're like, because remember Deep Impact and Armageddon came out at the same time?
Yeah, these are the jokes.
Yep. God, terrible.
Deep Impact. Wow, okay.
References. I love them.
That's the thing that I don't like about Family Guy. The cutaways that have nothing to do with the story. I actually equate them to musicals. Because the singing is the same thing. It's a cutaway that has nothing to do with the story.
Well, random humor is very difficult to do correctly.
Yes, very true. Yeah.
And it can be done correctly. Early Family Guy was funny, even though it was random. Things like Invader Zim were funny, even though it had a lot of random humor in it. But you can't, this like random, like, let me throw out some old 90s reference. I don't get it. I don't get it.
2022 alone, nearly 240 anti-LGBTQ bills have killed Tasha Yar. Sorry, Rule of Threes had to do it. Okay. In 2022 alone, nearly 240 anti-LGBTQ bills have been proposed by state legislators so far, a huge increase from the 41 similar bills filed in 2018, and up as well from the 191 bills proposed in all of last year.
And he would categorize that as just the GOP hatred getting out of control for queer and LGBT people.
Right.
I would say most of those were probably a response to something that's happening right now.
Yeah, like because I looked at the article that was talking about this, and it's like, it's bathroom bills, sports bills.
Yes.
Don't do stuff till you're 18 bills. I mean, there's like a million of these bills. And you're right. It's all in response to sort of woke gender ideology that's permeating, culture and schools, yada, 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 yada.
Yes, exactly.
A number that was so large that it had prompted some advocates to label 2021 as the worst year in recent history for queer rights. And now this year is significantly worse only 4 months in. That'll show those advocates.
Well, and it's also weird too, because they're like, he's making this big deal, like there's so many bills, there's so many laws, it's shattering records. Like, well, this is a new issue. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is an issue that didn't exist, 4 years ago.
Right.
Obviously, there's going to be new bills about it.
All of this queer or gender ideology in public schools is a brand new issue.
Right. And it's dishonest too. I hate the way they frame this. They always include everything. They say LGBT. Like 99% of those laws are about T. Okay.
Right.
They're all about transgender stuff and gender ideology. They're not like gays can't go to schools with the straights or anything like that.
Well, they're using those people as human shields, which is what's even more detestable about all this stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And
well, that was
a complete dishonest debate.
Right. Well, that's always what they've been doing, is they've been using gay people as shields to smuggle in transgender ideology. They use people with gender dysphoria to smuggle in non-binary pronouns. We saw this with, Jordan Peterson and Bill C-16, and that's always been the move. It's kind of like hide behind something socially acceptable. Like, you have the Trojan horse, that's the socially acceptable issue, and then you kind of pull something, in behind it.
The old bait and switch.
Yep.
That's what they continue to do.
Take that! Because if the 2020s taught us anything, it's that everything can always get significantly worse if you just, wait a minute. Anyway, a great deal of these bills are wrapped in the disguise of protecting religious rights, specifically the right to discriminate against other people, effectively declaring religious rights to have priority over LGBTQ rights. In several states, we're seeing bills allowing people to deny adoption to same-sex couples. Kentucky is trying to allow government officials to refuse to acknowledge gay marriage based on their beliefs, despite being, government officials. And a handful of states are dabbling with the idea that healthcare professionals should have the right to refuse treating people based on their personal beliefs, which is just so incredibly vague and weird that it could be used to discriminate against idea that health is trying to allow religious rights to have. Anyway, a great deal of these bills are wrapped in the disguise of protecting religious rights, specifically the right to discriminate against other people, effectively declaring religious rights to have priority over LGBTQ rights.
So it's annoying, because it's like, what he's talking about is that a lot of these bills are basically, they're saying, if you're a religious organization, you don't have to give people abortions. You don't have to pay for people having abortions. You don't have to pay for, some kind of transgender treatment or something or whatever. And it's like, this affects so few people. It's like, why? It's like, who cares? Okay. Let religious organizations do whatever, do their weird religious stuff. Like, why does it matter? Why does it have such an impact on you? Why does everything have to conform to your ideology?
That's the way the leftist ideology is. It's a moral mission that they're on.
But I mean, this is the whole point of trying to live in a pluralistic, liberal society. So you have a bunch of people who can't agree on a lot of things, and somehow we're all gonna work it out together. We're all going to live together. And part of that is saying, you do you, right? Now, obviously, there's some, boundaries of what you do you means, but just let churches do church stuff. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to be part of the church. Okay. If you don't agree with them, you don't have to join them. You don't have to be part of this organization. It's totally fine.
You know, there's like trans activists that are totally going to secretly get a job at a church and try to get the church to pay for their transition.
Well, they're going to do it in order to do it like a test case. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to do it beyond that, but right.
Well, yeah.
They're going to be paid for by some other organization.
All this is tribalism. Everyone they're all cracked out on tribalism. This whole video is cracked out on tribalism. He should call it cracked out on tribalism.
The left sure is cracked out on tribalism.
It's just, I want to have an honest debate about this stuff. Is that wrong? Am I wrong here?
You are wrong.
I feel
you're wrong and you're evil.
I feel like we really are talking about the health of children.
Mm-hmm.
And I just all of this super toxic dialogue between the left and the right on this is just, it's infuriating. And now we've moved into abortion territory, which is like, oh, great. That's going to really lower the temperature in here.
Right.
Yeah.
That one of the things that I guess that fits into this is like, it says that if you have a religious, generally a Christian adoption agency, they could not allow, or they could turn down, allowing gay couples to adopt from their agency.
Right.
And it's like, okay, I disagree with that personally, but it's not like there are non-Christian adoption agencies everywhere.
There's other adoption agencies that they have access to.
Right. So this is why just the whole thing seems to me like these fights over nothing that are just going to trigger people and just going to make people more radicalized.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this I think is also caught up in a backlash that's going on because of the gender ideology in school. Because I feel like a lot of people feel like they're fucking with their kids, and that's a problem.
Yeah, you're complete. But this is always the problem. This is why the pendulum happens. Some, one side pushes too far, and the other side freaks out, and then they'll start pushing back, and then inevitably they'll push too far eventually too. And you're right. It's like as soon as the gender ideology stuff starts gutting into schools and starts to affect children, then everyone gets, defensive and it goes, whoa, you need to chill out here.
Well, he says a line in here just that triggers the shit out of me because, I mean, I don't know if Cody is just bad faith or if it's systemic bad faith. He's bad faith and doesn't know it. But he says something in here about gay marriage became legal and the world didn't fall apart. And I thought, well, from the conservative perspective, it kind of did fall apart. I mean, they said yes to gay marriage, or gay marriage passed, and they pretty much, most conservatives made it a non-issue after that. And then all of a sudden, now we're talking about teaching kindergartners sex ed. It's like, what the fuck? Right?
Well, I'm not sure it like directly follows.
Well, from a conservative perspective, they're saying, gay marriage just became legal, and now there's all this gender ideology stuff in public schools. They think it's like a causal chain.
Right, but I don't think it's wise to look at it as a causal chain. So the argument, on one hand, you can make the argument, say, well, now that the argument about gay marriage doesn't have to be argued anymore, then yes, people can spend their energies moving on to other things.
You can't make a direct causal chain though. That's why
okay.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, but what I'm saying is there is a slippery slope argument, which I think is a bad argument, and it's a fallacy in this case for the reason that it's a fallacy. And on one hand, you could say, okay, well, if people are fighting over gay marriage, they can't fight over something quote unquote more extreme until gay marriage passes. And that's true. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't pass gay marriage because you want to fight against something else down the road. Right? That's the issue.
Right.
And that was sort of the argument that a lot of people on the right were making at the time against gay marriage.
Right. The causal argument that you can make, and I'm not obviously I'm in favor of gay marriage. I don't think gay people should be denied the right to marry the person that they love. So, but a lot of this stuff around the public schools is gay teachers saying, you know, I want to talk openly about my relationship. Right?
Yeah, but that's a bad comparison or a bad line of logic, because that's not what's happening. It's not like, oh, I'm gay, so I want to talk about my relationship. It's like, oh, you have a bunch of these dumb woke kids, because you look at these TikTok videos of all these teachers that want to talk to kids about queer shit. They're all like younger than me. Okay. They're all these like fresh out of college, you know, early to mid 20-year-olds that want to impart this to the children. Okay. I don't see any like, you know, I'm not seeing waves and waves of like 40-year-old gay people that are like, you know, oh, I'm now that gay marriage passed, I can finally talk to kids about my gay marriage. Like, that's not what we're seeing.
Yeah. Well, this is a bit of a sidetrack, but I feel like if you really want to have a debate, a conversation, a negotiation about the current issue of what is okay and not okay to teach in public schools, you kind of have to have this dialogue. And nobody's having this dialogue. Everybody's just, I mean, the left is just basically saying, you know, conservatives hate gay people, and that's that.
Right. But I guess what I was trying to get at is that like gay marriage being legal isn't why suddenly there's all this stuff in schools. Why the stuff is in schools is because there's this idea from leftists specifically that, you know, when James Lindsay's talked about this is the critical pedagogy. It's that we must implement our like neo-Marxian ideas into education, into everything. Everything must be political. You know, you have to teach them while they're young. You know, that's why he's using the term grooming. And I don't think you should associate that with, you know, being in favor of gay marriage or something like that.
Okay, I'm a little lost, but
what are you lost about?
Why just if gay marriage was still illegal, would we need to have a book in public school about my two dads or my two moms?
But that's not what the issue is.
Okay, what's the issue?
Well, for the issue that's hitting most people has nothing to do with gay stuff. It has to do with transgender, of the fear that trying to confuse children about gender ideology and transgender stuff is going to create a bunch of false positives where kids will think that they're transgender and then they'll want to stop their, you know, puberty. They'll want to take cross-sex hormones. They want to do surgery, and then they'll regret it later. That has nothing to do with reading a book called My Two Dads.
Right. Okay. But I just, if you're having those, if those kinds of conversations, I mean, obviously sex education should be age appropriate. And I feel like the big debate is over what is age appropriate. I feel like that's where the crux of the argument is. But none of this is covering that crux of this argument. Yeah.
Right.
Like if you're talking about same-sex couples, I mean, if you're talking about it just generically, I've got no problem with that. But evidently, I mean, I don't necessarily know what kind of details these people want to talk about, which is where the problem is.
Right, of course.
And in order to have detailed conversations about what, you know, a curriculum, you have to have these conversations. You have to talk about this stuff.
Well, and part of this all seems like BS too, because a lot of, you know, gender activists and leftists act like if they don't talk about, you know, being gay or being transgender in school, that kids will have like no idea about it whatsoever. They'll be walking through the world blind and completely ignorant of LGBTQ plus AFPLS issues, which is like, what world are you living in? This isn't 1980s. Right. This isn't 1950s. Okay, this is the current year of 2022, where every 10-year-old has a magical device called the cell phone that gives them unlimited access to all information in the entire planet. And all those kids are on TikTok, they're on YouTube, they're all on Instagram, they're all on Twitter, they're all on these million sites where they're going to see all this crap anyway. They can you can find out anything. You don't need to have your teacher, shove this stuff down your throat, essentially.
If you're 7 years old, do you have a cell phone and you're on the internet?
You don't need to know this stuff when you're 7.
But they're talking about this curriculum being in like 3rd grade. I mean,
right.
Everyone,
I know
everyone got upset because DeSantis said,
don't teach this to 8-year-olds and under.
Yeah.
Right. But that's because, and this is, to me, that's part of what is such a clear indication that this is like religious dogma, because they're like, we have to get the kids when they're young.
Right.
They'll be more accepting of it.
So if
you have to brainwash them when they're young.
If you're going to, I mean, sooner or later you encounter, I'm sure their parents are teaching them about this before that. I don't have kids, so I'm out of this conversation as far as that goes. But I know that the parent, I feel in my gut, any parent who's worked their ass off to keep their kid from encountering this stuff in the world has done a lot of labor. And to then throw them in public school and have all that work gone to waste just because the school is teaching your kids sex ed in fucking 3rd grade.
Yes.
But we have to have a conversation about that. And the left cannot have this conversation. The left can't have any conversation without calling somebody a bigot. No. If they're not able to call you a bigot in some way, shape, or form, they don't want to talk to you, which it's just very sad. Very sad. How do we stop that, Sitch? How do we get over that? From the people who brought you everyone's a Nazi, now we have everyone hates gay people.
Well, and it's funny because he does in this video that he cries so much about, using the word grooming.
Oh, I know. I love that. I can't wait.
Groomer. And it's just like, where have you been?
Yeah, bitch.
Where have you been?
Bitch, turnabout is fair play.
Right.
Yeah, you pedo. You fucking pedophile.
Well, we'll talk about that more when it comes up. But
I mean, he dresses like a pedophile, so he's going to get accusations like that.
Adam's going all out. Adam's going whole hog here.
Well, I don't know. Until he turns his hard drive over to the FBI, I have my assumptions.
Okay.
In several states, we're seeing bills allowing people to deny adoption to same-sex couples. Kentucky is trying to allow government officials to refuse to acknowledge gay marriage based on their beliefs, despite being, government officials. And a handful of states are...
See, and that's a weird one, too, because there are parts of the law that I'm totally fine with. It's about, should religious institutions shouldn't have to necessarily, you don't have to bake the gay cake or whatever.
Right.
Or should religious institutions, have to, perform gay ceremonies or, blah, blah, blah. Or another one is like, should they have to pay for contraception and health insurance? Whatever. I think it's all pathetically lame, but whatever. I don't care. Let them do whatever they want to do. But there is one part of the bill that I think is kind of totally stupidly insane, which is they're trying to revert the whole Kim Davis situation. Which is, so they're sort of trying to do it. They're saying if you're a government official, okay, so you're not working for a private entity. If you work for the state and you have to do something like write a marriage certificate for a gay couple, you can opt out of it if it's against your personal religious beliefs. And that's where I say, no, go fuck yourself.
Opt out as in they fire you?
No, like you can if you're in the marriage certificate office,
right,
and the gay couple comes in and you're Kim Davis, you can say, it's against my religious belief to acknowledge gay marriage. So I'm going to go in the back room and some other employee here can come out and sign the
Sitch, we got another gay couple over here.
Right. Yeah. See, that's when I said, listen, there's a big difference between being a private entity, being a religious organization, and working for this state.
Yeah, you're a government representative.
Right. And this comes up a lot and this will come up in this video where it's like the left doesn't understand what public school teachers don't have free speech because they're arms of the government.
Right.
And it's the same thing with being any sort of government employee. If you're a government employee, you do give up not like personally, but you give up some elements of your rights in your function of being a government employee. And yeah, it's like, just sign the stupid certificate. If you're a government employee and you can't sign a certificate, you can't put your fucking name on a thing to just say that you're witnessing something for the state, then guess what? Go find a new job. I don't care. Get out of here.
Yeah, I agree. Fire them.
Just fire them. Be gone.
Are dabbling with the idea that healthcare professionals should have the right to refuse treating people based on their personal beliefs, which is just...
What if you have a gay clerk, though, that comes up and says, oh, another cis couple?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, no. They would only work like 1 day a month, right? You just line up all the gay couples to come in when they're working. Oh, thank goodness.
And this one is this one, like, again, like, I feel like it's such to do about nothing. The
government officials. And a handful of states are dabbling with the idea that healthcare professionals should have the right...
The Florida bill is such to do about
nothing. Did you read
nothing.
this bill?
Yeah, well, yeah, I did. And it's just like, first of all, obviously, doctors themselves should not have to perform anything they don't want to perform. Right. Obviously, we'd all agree to that, regardless of religious convictions, unless the person is like dying and you have to, you're the only doctor.
Right.
You have to say
she's got a cell phone up her hoo-ha, and you're like, I'm the only doctor on duty.
Well, okay, but like, more realistically, some woman is dying and like you have to abort the baby or something to save her life. Right then and there, okay, fine, whatever.
Supposedly 2 women have died because the healthcare providers didn't want to provide an abortion because of these new laws. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Wait, how did they die?
They died because the baby died inside of them, and they didn't want to take the baby out. Did
the doctor... They knew the baby was already dead? Why would they have a problem taking it out? That's not.
I guess it happens. Yeah. They didn't do it though.
I don't know. Yeah. I have to look into that more, because that's like, those doctors. I mean, that seems weird or moronic, because if the baby's dead, that you're not performing an abortion. You're just removing it from the person's body.
They mentioned it in that video that we watched, the Rising video.
Okay.
Yeah. We should look into it for Tuesday, because I was immediately curious about that. I'm like, what? I think he mentions in here that only 35 women died of there was some claim in here where he talked about 35 women dying. I'm not sure. Maybe as another video I was watching. Let's continue.
I was going to say, the bill's also, it's not just about doctors, because healthcare, it's also about healthcare providers and, people that like pay for your insurance. And again, this is just like, if you work for some religious organization and they pay for your insurance, it's like, I don't know. I don't have such a big problem with this. I really don't have such a big problem with this. I think it's lame, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal, guys.
To refuse treating people based on their personal beliefs, which is just so incredibly vague and weird that it could be used to discriminate against literally anyone. And in Tennessee, they passed a law effectively forcing business...
But that's it's about, this is a problem with these sort of hyperbolic arguments. If the law says, like, based on your religious convictions, the law is being passed based on what is believed and understood to be normative religious convictions in today's world. If all of a sudden a religious sect pops up, like if Richard Spencer starts the white is right Christian movement, and they start saying, listen, we can, be racist against Black people because it's part of our religious beliefs, I'm pretty sure they would start to make laws to address
that activity.
Yeah, to curb that activity, to address that. But we don't. It's not the situation right now. So like fretting over it now seems silly. But
this is the whole way you drive people to the polls, though, Sitch. You got to fret over it. You really got to get people angry, people super upset. All this could be solved. You could sit down in an afternoon and hash out, okay, this is cool to talk about. This is not cool to talk about. We have the school curriculum going forward. Done. But no, they will never do that.
This is the slippery slope argument on both sides here. This is why I don't like these arguments. Because it was like, So the right was like, oh, if you allow gay marriage, you can, you know, fuck animals or whatever. You allow marriage to a ducks or something. And then the left is like, oh, if you overturn, you know, if you provide religious exemption, you know, for certain things, then you know, you'll allow to, you know, you'll allow people to be racist. Or, oh, if you don't, you know, you'll if you overturn Roe v. Wade, you're going to overturn gay marriage, right? Like there's always this slippery slope argument that's just folk like the slippery slope is only a slippery slope until someone stops it. And this is what always happens. Someone pushes something and then it passes or it doesn't pass. And then the next issue comes up and then it passes, it doesn't pass. There's not like this continual slope that once it starts going, it's just impossible to stop. That's not how any of this works.
Is it a slippery slope or is it people taking advantage? Just if you say that's okay, people will take advantage.
Well, it's just that people always in both directions are always pushing for new and different things.
I mean, the animal fuckers will feel emboldened and they'll be out in force.
Right. Well, yeah, there is an advantage. That is true.
The animal fuckers are always waiting in the wings.
Yes.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
There are people that will just always take advantage. That's true. But they're always just waiting. And you can't let the crazy extremists on the fringes of issues dictate what is reasonable in the middle and in the center.
I feel like this whole video is a crazy extremist though.
Well, Cody is, yes.
Yeah. And he's got ads in here.
Yep.
It's insane.
Businesses to have a trigger warning on their doors if they happen to have co-ed toilets. For, I guess, any snowflake who doesn't understand the concept of family bathrooms, Tennessee also tried and failed to pass.
Okay, now if you have an okay groomer problem, you really look at that bathroom sign.
Really? You don't like that bathroom sign?
No.
It's just a mom and a dad holding their child. What are you talking about, you pervert?
This says groomer all over it.
No, you're just a pervert, Adam.
Pass a bill that would, quote, prohibit officials from creating, enforcing, or endorsing policies that respect or promote non-secular, self-asserted, sex-based identity narratives. And like, I have no fucking clue what that is supposed to mean. It's like the cloud app.
So, wait, let's go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's slow it down.
I read that law, and I don't know what the fuck.
So you don't even know.
Well, it says non-secular, self-asserted sex-based identity. So doesn't that mean religious sex-based identity? What's a religious self-based identity narrative?
Creating, enforcing, or endorsing policies that respect or promote non-secular, self-assessed, sex-based identity narratives.
Yeah, I was like, I read, I was like, what?
Where's the case law on this?
The closest thing I could maybe discern from this was that I think this was either Tennessee or Kentucky. I think it was Tennessee. Was that there was like this weird movement in Tennessee that was like kind of like woke trans activists to try to gain rights, but they did it through trying to create like a religion and thus say it was like their religious right to do this. And they create some name for themselves. So I'm like wondering if this bill is just this very specifically targeted at that organization to say you can't just do whatever you want under the guise of religion. Because that's the only thing I could kind of understand from the way this is worded.
So non-secular is religious, right? And self-assessed is like personal. So religious, personal, biologically sex-based identity narratives. I mean, that's just normal, right? That's just regular hetero cis.
No.
Well, minus the religious component, obviously.
Well, no. Because self-asserted sex-based identity narratives.
Oh, self-asserted.
Yes.
I have no idea what that means. What are they saying here, Sitch? I'm so confused.
I said I think there was like a woke organization that was trying to assert woke claims under the guise of.
Okay.
of a religion, and that's basically this is like a super targeted on just that organization or something.
So this is what you were saying, basically. You can't start a religion just to indulge whatever it is you want to put forward.
Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh, I want to do whatever," and it's a religion, so it's fine.
Right. Like a trans religion.
Right. J-Mac, Daddy, happy Mother's Day from our father, J-Mac.
Yes.
J-Mac for $100. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, my brother is running for public office in Tennessee. I'll ask him to clarify this or all these policies and laws. Yeah, ask him about this weird. We'll just ask him about this one, this non-secular, self-asserted, because there was like multiple laws I found that all use this language, and it was really weird. So
that same phrase is in multiple laws.
Yes.
Really?
This non-secular,
self-assessed, sex-based identity narratives.
And and the interesting thing was I didn't really see any articles talking about it. So except for this one that was kind of saying what I was saying. So
a political subdivision are prohibited from creating, enforcing, or endorsing policies that respect or promote. Okay.
Hitch Waxer for $20. Thank you, Hitch. Says you should check out Ryan Chapman and lock him down for enlightened centrism before someone else snaps him up. He just dropped the video on bias in the media over time. That is excellent. You should have him on sometime. Yes, Ryan Chapman's great. Ryan Chapman is fantastic.
Yeah. Love to have him on. I don't know if he live streams or what. So he seems to be a video maker. So the video essayists and the live streamers are currently in a cold war. So
that's right.
I don't know if you know this.
I don't know if we, even though we like Ryan Chapman, I don't know if we're allowed to.
Right.
Well, I guess we are. Listen, we talked to Sean. Sean's a dirty video essayist. He
did the rabbit duck thing.
Yes.
Did Hot Diggity Demon draw that for him for his video, or did he?
I don't know. I assumed, I don't know if Max is in the chat right now. I assumed he did draw it for that. Maybe, I don't know if it was a coincidence, but that was my assumption.
How do I get one of these with a zygote and a baby? It's got to look like a zygote and a baby.
There you go. If Hot Diggity wants to be really spicy,
I know. How do we get one of those?
You can draw the demon. I mean, you could draw the bunny rabbit. You can draw a zygote baby.
I don't know.
There you go.
How does that?
I'll drive everyone crazy.
It seems impossible to make something that would look like a zygote one way and a baby.
No, you can figure it out. You can figure it out.
I don't know. That's a tall order. The duck rabbit. I mean, the rabbit, it looks a lot like a rabbit. It looks less like a duck. It looks more like a rabbit, but.
That's because you're a dirty, dirty duck lover.
I got my duck shirt on today just to trigger you.
Look at that. Disgusting. Christian Baller for $20 says, hey, y'all, about to step onto the mat at a jiu-jitsu competition. Oh, that's cool. But had to hear the beginning of the stream. Literally in the bullpen now, wish me luck. A-Team's wife is actually Adam wearing a wig talking to himself a la Psycho.
What? Okay, not nice. Jeez.
But good luck, Christian. That's awesome. I always wanted to learn jiu-jitsu. But
yeah.
I ended up settling for Aikido because that was all they taught. That was the only club that was around in college, which was fun too.
Yeah, good luck. What do you say in jiu-jitsu? Break a leg? It doesn't seem right. It does.
There you go.
It doesn't seem right.
Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi? Thank you so much for being 2 months. Discipline equals freedom.
Wow.
Says Adam, you have been charged with istophobia. I don't know what istophobia is. In order to prove your innocence, you must don the little red shorts and dance to the YMCA with the gays.
I'm going to go full Vosh. I'm just going to start telling people, oh yeah, I'm gay. I came out. I decided, let me tell you about my first gay experience in high school. I don't quite remember it. So if I get some of the details wrong.
No, you should be like the gay Joker. Every time you tell your gay origin story, it changes. It's just a different story every time.
There's a video of Vosh talking about, trying to remember his first gay experience, and I was thinking of Danimal. Danimal,
really? I didn't see that.
Danimal, you have to give us the inside on whether or not, is that something, do gay people have their first gay experience and then forget about it? I mean, I remember.
You remember when you first
I remember when I first, no, I remember my first time with a woman. It seems impossible.
And remembers his first dick.
It seems impossible.
Yes.
Guaranteed, if I ever had a dick, I would remember. That would not be something I would forget. Ever.
I think you should really take up this gay Joker idea, Adam.
What's the gay Joker?
You tell your gay origin story, but every time it's different.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Want to know how I became gay? You just every time
sooner or later,
completely different
sooner
story.
or later, we're gonna catch Vosh slipping. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It just, the whole video seemed completely inauthentic to me. But I'm not in a position to call him out because I'm not gay.
Cis, straight white men.
So I don't know.
Yeah, we have no privilege protection.
But no, it's not about privilege protection. I don't care about that. It's that as a cis white, well, I guess white is immaterial. As a cis male, his talking about his first gay experience seems completely inauthentic to me.
Wait a minute. If Vosh is saying that he's gay, does that mean that when he was hitting on Cat Black, he was being a transphobe?
I don't know. Does it? Oh, he's basically saying she doesn't pass? Is that what's going on?
Is that what is? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. If you say you're gay and you're hitting on a trans woman, what does that mean exactly?
I don't know.
That seems a little transphobic. I don't know. That seems a little cancel. That's what I'm saying. Istophobe.
Do you remember how old you were? First of all, I'm not going to ask you. But do you remember how old you were when you had your?
When I realized I was straight.
No, when you first had sex. I mean, it's something most people
I've never
don't.
had sex, Adam.
Okay.
I saved myself for marriage. What are you talking about?
So we still don't know how old.
My hymen is intact. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like most people remember when they had their first sexual experience and what age they were and stuff like that. I believe in the video, Vosh is trying to remember how old he was.
Yeah, but was he saying he couldn't remember when he had his first gay experience, or was he saying he couldn't remember when he first realized he was gay? Because that's different.
His first. He basically says, "I'm trying to." He says something to the effect of, "I'm trying to remember if I had gay sex in high school or not."
Okay, now if he, I haven't heard this video. If he says he doesn't remember his first experience, that's utterly sus. That's
very.
Bullshit.
I know.
What do you mean to remember?
Yes.
Like unless he's like, oh yes, I was having so much sex, just so constantly that it's all a big blur.
But you would, when you remember the first time, when you remember when this huge.
Like shift in your life?
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
This tidal wave of gay sex that came into your life. Wouldn't you remember when that tidal wave hit the shore?
That's
I mean, I feel like you would.
That's true. You would think.
You would.
That seems very sus to me.
You'd be like, it was April 15th. You know the exact day it happened.
Well, you at least know if it was like.
If it was
at
a
least know if it was
wave.
High school or college or middle school or something,
right?
You would remember.
Yeah,
that is very strange. That is very strange.
It seems super suspect.
Listen,
to me,
I don't know. Maybe Vosh will prove us all wrong. Next month they'll have a boyfriend. They'll make out on stream. They'll give each other handies under the desk. Who knows? We could be proven wrong, Adam. Okay, maybe we're just bigots.
Oh, this is so. It's so funny.
So an istophobe, I've never heard of this, is a sarcastic term used to preemptively describe the ad hominem attack of woketards that try to invalidate an objective criticism of themselves or their chosen product by labeling any reasonable valid opinion that not conforms to, does not actively promote the establishment identity politics narrative
Have you not heard istophobe?
as racist, sexist, or homophobic. I don't think that's going to catch on. I don't think that's going to catch
it's
on.
caught on a year ago.
Istophobe?
Yeah.
You didn't know what that meant.
Bullshit. I watch Yellow Flash's videos. Yellow Flash uses that term in every other video.
I've outed
maybe
myself
every
as not
video.
watching Yellow Flash videos. Okay.
Right. But I hear other people say it all the time too. It's not just Yellow Flash.
I don't think it's not sticky. I don't think it's gonna catch on. Listen, much like Vash's non-existent first gay sex, he doesn't remember. It's not sticky. So
this is so you consulting your gut and being completely wrong.
Okay. I've never heard anyone fucking say this. Istophobe thing.
Chat. Istophobe is not a thing. You heard it here first, okay?
No.
This is S-Class right here. S-Class is rising, guys. S-Class.
It's not gonna catch on. It's not gonna catch on.
Whoa, Sitch in the liberal bubble.
Not gonna. I'm telling you.
Somebody says Yellow Flash is gay. I don't think Yellow Flash is gay, but
no. Zara said Yellow Flash is gay.
I wouldn't care. I mean, I wouldn't care if he was.
Okay. I like the concept of the istophobe label. We just need a better term for that. We need a better term for that.
I can't believe we're talking about a term that came out in 2016, and you're saying that it's not sticky.
An actual American flag for $20. I'm crying and saluting. Says, I missed my weekly free will tithe due to some busy weekends, but I'm here from the start. Though why are you subjecting us to this pain? Cody is just the worst. Listen, if I have to subject myself to this pain, so do you. Okay.
I watched 15 minutes of this video and I thought there's like so much work to do on this video. Sitch probably spent 20 hours researching this video yesterday.
I did spend and on Friday. There's lots of time spent researching because he brings up like a million different articles, and headlines,
it's crazy.
Just like, and most of it's all bull crap. So, but listen, when you go through terrible things together, it binds us as brothers. Okay, we few good men, we band of brothers and sisters, will make it through this. We will come out stronger from the other side. Okay.
Well, I'm dying to benefit from all of your research because I knew deep down that everything Cody was saying was a motherfucking lie. And I didn't want to look it all up. It's just it's a barrage.
It's the shotgun tactic. Yes.
Yeah.
Mark Ellison for $20. Thank you, Mark. Says, I'm on the A train today. I saw Adam and Thought Slime stream chat on Thursday having big brain energy. Thought Slime didn't recognize Adam's super chat because he's a bad faith commie. Sad.
Well, just because he's a bad faith commie doesn't mean that you guys can't share in my brilliant super chat because I screen capped it for all of you. Look at this. Thought Slime right here looking soy as always. He's got his soy. I do not want to read this super chat look on his face. And you see right here my super chat for $20 says, go on the Sitch and Adams show. They're awesome. Now, other people.
You gave Thought Slime $20.
Other $5 chat. Well, listen, this was for science.
That's true. It had to stand out.
This was for science, Sitch. Okay.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Thought Slime has never seen a $20 super chat in his chat before. Okay. It's all $5. It's all $2. Okay. I wanted to make an impression on him.
They're communist, Adam. Okay.
Right.
They don't have any money.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
All the money that the communists have goes to Hassan.
It's so sad.
Their lord and overlord. Okay.
Well, I did it for the show.
Okay.
And he didn't even read it. He read a $2 super chat. And then a $5 super chat directly after that. Skipping a $20 super chat. All because, oh God, I would have loved to clip it out. All because he didn't want to say the Sitch and Adams show is awesome, which we would have clipped and enjoyed. I granted, I'm not going to lie. That was it. Did he dodge a bullet here? Maybe. I don't know.
He think he did. I think he did. I don't know if he's ever done a debate or talked to anyone that wasn't part of like his bubble.
His chat was really against him. He was covering.
Oh, really?
Is it a what is it? Kurzagog? I don't know.
In a nutshell. Kurtzagat, yeah.
Yeah, in a nutshell, on climate change.
That's a great video. And the video where he says that we're not doomed and that we're making good progress towards fighting climate change.
Now
and ThoughtSlime was against that.
Now you know why he's against that. Because ThoughtSlime wants to think that we're all doomed for climate change.
I see. So he was complaining. He was complaining because he's like, no, we're still doomed. Fuck this video.
His argument in a nutshell was capitalism is the problem. And as long as we have capitalism, climate change will always be a problem. Yeah. Yeah. God, I would love to bring him on and talk about this. But it was good to see that his chat was giving him a lot of pushback on this.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's so moron. Like, that's the dumbest of dumb fuck ideas ever. Unless he's advocating for, because usually when you talk to the socialists, they will not be bold enough to advocate for centralized economic planning. Usually they just advocate for co-ops and the co-op model. And under the co-op model, I don't know why you'd have to be a moron to think that's going to help with climate change. Like, just so if the coal factory was owned by 100 coal miners instead of one CEO, you think the 100 coal miners are going to somehow give a fuck about the environment more than the one CEO? Because now that the 100 coal miners are making 10 to 20 times much more money than they were before and are even more financially invested in their jobs, you think they're going to suddenly want to sacrifice that for the environment?
Of course not. Yeah.
How does that make any sense? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It totally doesn't matter. Yeah. Another thing that came up was he brought up the thing that particularly triggers me. They say infinite growth is not possible. Everything hinges on this whole idea that infinite growth is impossible. And we've
had this argument that infinite growth isn't possible.
Do we disagree on this? I can't remember.
It's not. I don't know what he said. The line was infinite growth with finite resources is not possible. And then you say, but you can arrange the finite resources in infinite combinations. And then I say, yes, but not. You can't really arrange finite resources in infinite combinations because there's not infinite possibilities of viable combinations.
Well, I mean,
I just played out the entire argument.
The number is pretty large. But right now, and this is the argument that ThoughtSlime is missing. Right now, the economy is competing on designing products. And part of that design component is creating better products with less raw materials. Yes. So we're actually doing better climate change wise because we are interested in using less raw materials.
Capitalism will solve climate change.
Yes, exactly.
Communism.
But it
already sort of is. So
that's the huge problem for the communists because it completely undermines their entire worldview.
But see, it's so hilarious, and that really is a good example of ThoughtSlime being completely blank on the word.
Oblivious.
Not oblivious.
Out to lunch.
Stupid,
moronic,
post hoc
idiotic.
Motivated is a better word I'm looking for. Post hoc motivated, because he refuses to believe, judging from how you're characterizing his position, he's refusing to believe that we could possibly solve climate change without abolishing capitalism, because that's his real concern. His real concern isn't climate change. His real concern is abolishing capitalism.
Right.
And so everything is primed against that.
Right. And climate change is one of his major
motivated
arguments.
Reasoning. That's what.
Yeah. Climate change is one of his big arguments against capitalism. So if climate change disappears, then all of a sudden he doesn't. That's one less argument that he has in favor. He loses
one less bullet. Yes.
Yeah. It's why he doesn't want to do it.
Right. Right. That's so sad.
So sad. How long have you heard the term information economy. It seems like it's been around forever. Right now, our economy is an information economy.
Right.
Everything runs on information.
Sitch, growth in economic terms just means fulfilling human wants. That is possible. Yeah, no, that's true. I guess my only, it depends how you mean the infinite growth thing. Like technically humans could keep progressing in a way that like I don't think we'll ever reach like a point in human existence where we can't grow anymore. So I guess there technically is infinite growth in that respect. But I do think like the way I interpreted the statement, because I'm trying to remember, there was some series of economic videos that always had that quote in the beginning of the video. And my problem with it was just that you shouldn't be constructing like the stock markets and economic models on the idea of infinite growth. And that can lead you to some negative outcomes, which shareholder capitalism definitely has led us to some negative outcomes based off of the idea of infinite growth.
I completely disagree because
okay, well, I mean that's why we had the housing crash.
Infinite growth is based on wealth, and wealth doesn't mean resources. Their argument is that we will run out of natural resources.
No, I understand. No. We're talking about two completely different things. Okay. I'm not talking about whether we're going to run out of resources at all. I'm not talking about anything related to environment.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay,
though.
That's
when
what
they say
infinite
growth.
Yeah,
when they say infinite growth is impossible, they think we're going to run out of natural resources.
Right. But the quote that I heard was, I don't think had anything to do with the environment at all. I think it strictly was talking about economic models. I'm assuming because it was at the beginning of like economic videos. It had nothing to do with the environment whatsoever. So maybe it's been misappropriated by people like ThoughtSlime, but anyway.
I don't see how you can't have infinite growth. I don't, even if you just run the entire economy off of fashion, okay, you're still going to have.
You can, no. Okay. So I think you can in a respect, but it also, as I said, can lead to bad outcomes if your ideas are based purely around infinite growth as being the necessity. That's what's leading us to the housing crash. That's what led us to having these sort of like oppressive monopolies, et cetera, et cetera. It's because the stock price has to keep going up because things aren't measured in terms of how well a company is doing. Things are measured in how well you think a company will grow in the future.
Okay, those are two things that are divorced from one another, but I feel like this side quest has gone on long enough.
Well, we can go off with the side quest, but
I have no fucking clue what that is supposed to mean. It's like the cloud atlas of laws. Most of these bills are...
He's just really digging deep for these bizarre, esoteric, random fucking references.
He pulls all those together in the end. Those are the Wachowski sisters movies, and they're the trans... Right. So that's
Cloud Atlas was terrible, in my opinion.
Of course, yeah. So's the other one that he keeps referencing, Jupiter Rising.
Jupiter Rising.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why? Is that a Wachowski one too?
They're both Wachowskis.
Oh, is that why he's referencing it? Because they're transes. I didn't even think about that.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Of course.
Okay. He does reference something at the very end of this video that's so baffling and stupid. And it's like, you just randomly threw that in there. What is happening?
I pitched that we start at the end of the video first. That was my pitch coming in here because the ending is just insane. And I believe bad faith Gary here.
Yep.
I think he hides all the really super crazy shit in the end of the video because everyone will be asleep and or clicked off.
No, are so ridiculously vague and weird that they appear to ban.
Listen, it's a treat. Okay, if you make it to the end, you get to see the real craziness. Okay, that's the treat.
I never
everything and nothing, which we will certainly talk about in a bit. Not only that, but almost half of the bills put forward this year specifically target transgender people, with a large chunk of those prioritizing, or at least claiming to prioritize, the health and well-being of trans children. So today, we're gonna talk about all of these bills.
See, they're just claiming to prioritize the health. It's just a claim, an unfactual claim that there's zero evidence for.
Listen, like Jangles, they can read the minds of everyone, and they knows that all you are just bigots, and you just want the woman to all be in the kitchen with barefoot making the dinners and the roast, and the men in suits and ties doing the jobs, and that's it. There's nothing else.
That's a true motivation.
Yes, yes, and you want to kill all the gays and transes, okay? Yeah. We gotta go back to the 1950s with the white picket fences and the segregation. That's what everyone wants in America.
Does he have did he drop a napkin into his tie accidentally and it kind of got stuck there? Or like a piece of toilet paper?
What is that? Yeah,
he was wiping his mouth with
what is that?
A piece of toilet paper and it fell down into his tie.
What is this dirty hobo look?
What's going on there?
Someone explain this to me. Is this appealing to anyone?
Does he have a maxi pad tied up in his tie there?
You're right. Well, he is ovulating from the face, bleeding from the face. So.
What they're trying to do, about how and why they're being proposed at such a high velocity all of a sudden. Also, we might reference Cloud Atlas.
Oh, I know what it is. Wait.
So at least once more, maybe.
No, back it up. Is he's talking about the number of bills again and why they're coming so fast and furious.
Look at the bottom of his tie.
Right.
You see on the left side it's fraying. So this tie is so either old or they did it intentionally because they think that this disheveled look is like funny or something. That's like the tie is frayed and ripped apart. So you're seeing like the part without the coloration.
The inside of the tie.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's funnier if it's a maxi pad though.
That's true.
Like he uses maxi pads as napkins. Like he went to the store and he saw sanitary napkins and he thought, "Oh, these must be better. Here, I'll get them."
They're more sanitary.
he takes them off.
Well, listen, what you don't see is that like they actually have to cut the take every 10 seconds,
right?
Because he starts drooling
from
the mouth. So what he does is he hides maxi pads in the top of his tie so that he can pull them out to wipe all the drool and snot that just drips down his face.
Yeah.
Right.
It's very efficient this way.
Yeah. That's what we're going to go with.
This is what they call progress.
Yeah.
Also, we might reference Cloud Atlas at least once more, maybe Jupiter ascending. We'll see how we feel. And let's start, if we have to, with the currently blocked Texas bill, which is technically the least bummer story in that it hasn't happened yet. So that's good.
This is the Texas bill we just talked about and laid out, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so the Texas order that Governor Abbott is still fighting to enact would call on both licensed professionals and members of the general public to report parents of transgender children as child abusers if those children had received gender-affirming care. Not only that...
This is like so insane.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh my, it's going to be... anyone who's giving their kid gender affirming care is going to have to move out of state. There's just no way that's going to happen.
This was really stupid too, because the right was kind of winning on the the publicity front.
Right.
And I think convincing people that they were sort of in the more sane camp, and then Abbott's like, fuck this shit. The way this reads to me, I think Abbott really wants to be president, like DeSantis.
Really?
Yes, I think that's what's happening here.
This is not a good opening salvo for
no. Yeah, he wants to be
president.
He wants to be president like DeSantis, but I think DeSantis is way more intelligent and adept at doing these sorts of things. And Abbott's kind of just like the guy who wanders in with like a sledgehammer and starts, smacking shit around. He's like, let me into your club, guys. I want to be part of it too. And you're like, oh God. It's fucking Greg.
He did it completely incorrectly.
Yeah,
DeSantis is like, oh, Greg fucked it up again. Holy shit.
Right. Yeah. This is not a good look, Greg. But
Greg might be in the conservative bubble. I don't think DeSantis is in the conservative bubble. I think he realizes how what he does looks to moderates. Which I think presidential elections are won and lost by how the moderates vote. So
of course.
Yeah.
But the order came as part of a letter from Abbott to the Department of Family and Protective Services, in which he asked the department to conduct a prompt and thorough investigation into the families of any minors undergoing elective procedures for transition. Now, we've already done a whole episode on the way anti-trans advocates.
Now, I will say, I read the letter. It's actually very interesting because it's actually very sneaky. It's very clever, even though I think this is ultimately a very dumb move. The way they justify this is that apparently Medicare and Medicaid hasn't made a national ruling on whether there's a blanket, whether they'll blanketly pay for any gender affirming care.
Interesting.
And so it's basically what they do in Texas is that they rely on all the research that the national Medicare people figured out, which is very interesting. If you click on the letter, you can click on the links and you can get to, there's like all this research that they did, that the Medicare people did, that shows that they have sort of they say that it's kind of inconclusive whether gender affirming care is right for everyone, essentially.
Wow.
Is what they say, which that's useful information. However, it's somewhat dishonest for Texas to kind of levy it the way they're doing it, because the Medicare people don't say no one should get this treatment. They just say, oh, we can't make a blanket assessment whether everyone should, get gender affirming care. So it's going to be done on a case by case basis.
Right. Which is
the way you want it to be.
Yeah, you're worried about false positives. False positives are the problem, and if you can't assess, you have to dig into the situation to assess. Right. I mean, my problem with the affirmative model is, if you just blanketly affirm, you're gonna get more false positives. You have to put some pressure so that you know that the person is having serious issues.
Right.
And also you have to dig in to figure out if the issues are unrelated to some sort of gender dysphoria.
Right. And it's completely BS because, it's the gender activists that make these insane arguments about how gender is like this impossible to describe nebulous concept. You had the Dr. Phil, how do you define a woman? Well, I can't answer that question. You're gonna have to ask a woman that question.
Right.
And yet they think, so they're making these kind of like hypocritical arguments, because on one hand, they think gender is like impossible to describe, or this very vague thing. On the other hand, they're arguing that children should magically be able to understand if they have gender dysphoria themselves,
right,
without seeking, a doctor. And as you said, the whole point of this is that a child or an adult is supposed to go to a doctor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and the psychologist and psychiatrist is supposed to try to get to the bottom of whatever their issues are to see, do you actually have gender dysphoria? Maybe you're just depressed about something else. Maybe you're just anxious about something else. Maybe you have some completely different problem. And this is what's so insane about this. And this is why it's so dangerous to categorize this stuff as an identity as opposed to a medical condition or mental illness. Because if you go to a doctor and you have a problem, the doctor's job is to figure out what your problem is and then treat it. Okay. That's the way this should be looked at. You have a problem, or you think you have a problem, the doctor tries to figure out what it is and then treats it. It's not about affirming your fucking identity.
Right.
That's the ass backwards way of conceptualizing all of this.
Yeah, it's bad news.
Right.
It's completely bad news. It's like building an identity around having cancer.
Yes, exactly.
They will call that offensive, though. How dare you compare being trans to... Trans people can live normal lives.
But but that's the point. And that's why I said in the beginning of the stream, your sexual orientation and your gender identity should be the least interesting part about you.
Right.
That should not be the basis of your personality.
People disagree.
That's the problem. You have a bunch of boring losers who don't have anything going for them. So they want to use their gender identity as a crutch to make themselves interesting.
Total istophobe.
Right. Get a hobby.
No, you are the istophobe.
Listen, get a hobby, get some interesting things to go be interested in, construct a personality for yourself so you can have a conversation with someone about something outside of gender identity.
I mean, I got to admit, there was a time in my life when girls was the thing I was most interested in. So
there's a difference. Yeah, but wait a minute. There's a difference between you being interested in having sex, okay?
Right.
And you saying, well, me being a straight male is the most interesting aspect of my personality.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Oh, thank you.
You understand?
Yes,
there's a huge difference there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm glad we made that distinction.
Yes. Okay.
It's used the "what about the children" narrative to obfuscate their puritanical conservative attitudes towards gender and sexuality, and we would probably make a whole other video about other ways that transphobic ideology is wrong and bad. In fact,
and the fact that you and I and anyone cares about false positives in children, that's just fake.
Transphobia, it is. I know.
That's just transphobia. That's to mask up our secret intrinsic transphobic beliefs.
Right. Yeah.
Dishonest. All right. But it bears worth repeating here. Puberty blockers are broadly reversible and cause no meaningful harm. What's more, gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers, is...
We're like, how can he just lie? How can he just lie? Just lie in your face right there.
I know.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. One of the other problems with the Texas thing too is that the studies that the national Medicare people were looking at, I don't think any of them were really about puberty blockers. They were all about surgery, or mostly about surgeries, I think.
Okay.
So
puberty blockers need to be studied. I can't imagine.
Yes.
Like even in cases, and he brings it up in here, of precocious puberty, where they use puberty blockers. So I guess the kid isn't developing earlier than all of their classmates. Who the fuck cares? I don't understand.
Well, no, it has negative, health effects, which is why they do it. It's not just that you're developing quicker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but there's an issue here, and I hate this because we hear activists say this dumb shit all the time. Puberty blockers have no negative side effects and can be reversed.
He said broadly, we're making progress.
Broadly, yeah, right.
Broadly reversible.
Yeah, that broadly is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yes.
Okay, none of that's true, and that's not how any of this works. What works, or the way this actually is, if you talk to like a doctor who's not being lying to you about this. No, some doctors might lie to you about this, or maybe have been ideologically captured. This is the reason so much of the conversation about this is kind of screwed up, because the suicide rate for kids and people with gender dysphoria is so high, or is potentially so high. Like, it depends on what your polling is. And there's another problem. The polling on this is kind of whacked, because some polls say that, the suicide rate for people with gender dysphoria is anywhere from 14% to 50%, which is a huge fucking...
That's a giant difference right there.
It's a really big difference. Okay. And when I say suicide rate, I mean suicide attempted rate, not success rate. So that's the problem, because the way that you look at all of medicine, of all medicines, of all treatments, is that there's very few medicines or surgeries or treatments you can get that have zero risk. There's so few that have zero risk. Generally, it's if you have this medical condition, you have like an 80% chance that you're going to get this sickness. Now we can give you this drug, and this drug has like a 95% chance to fix your illness, but it also has a 5% chance to cause some bad side effect. And so you have to make sort of this cost benefit analysis in your mind where you say, well, would you rather take the 5% chance of having the bad medical side effect from the medicine, or do you want to have the 80% chance that whatever your illness is going to fucking kill you?
Yeah.
Right? That's
how gamble.
Right. That's how all medicine works. And so the problem with the discourse around transgender treatments is that since the suicide rate could be, depending on the poll, like 50%, something so high, since that 50% number or even the 25% number is such a high bar that it makes everything like seem possible, like feasible. So you could say like, oh, well, if you're on puberty blockers for your entire life, because the thing is that with like, I think you have to be on puberty blockers forever, or you have to take cross-sex hormone. Like, I don't think if you'd ever go through puberty, I'm not sure if, I don't know about this. I'm not sure you can just like stop taking puberty blockers when you reach 25 and your body will stop trying to make you go through puberty or something. I don't know how that
thought
works.
You go through puberty at 25. No, if you stop taking the puberty blockers at 25, you go through puberty.
That's what I mean. I'm saying I don't think this. I think if you start taking puberty blockers as a kid, I think you have to take them forever. I'm not sure there's a
you don't block puberty forever. You can delay it, but only for so long, I'm assuming. You can't go.
I don't know.
You can't be like 45 and like,
maybe not.
I have never been through puberty.
I don't know. I don't know if there's long-term studies on any of this stuff.
That can't happen.
Well, we'll see, but
that seems insane.
Right, it does. But what I'm getting at is like, if the suicide attempt rate is like 50% or something that high, then what they'll say is, well, the puberty blockers, they have a 25% chance of causing heart disease or depression or some other effect, but it's still beneficial because the cost benefit is versus 50% suicide, right?
Have you looked into the studies where they're getting this high suicide rate numbers?
I looked into some of them. The problem is that the numbers like vary so much.
The question that I always have is, are people who are depressed thinking that depression is caused from gender dysphoria, but it's not? So the high suicide numbers are because the whole sample is people who are chronically depressed. And obviously anyone who's chronically depressed is going to have a high suicide rate.
Well,
immaterial of gender dysphoria.
Right. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. I don't know what the chronic depression, people that suffer from chronic depression versus people that suffer from gender dysphoria, I don't know if their suicide rate attempts are the same or not.
So if you have, let's just say you have a group of people who are in the study,
mm-hmm.
and 25% of those people legitimately have gender dysphoria, and 75% of those people are chronically depressed and have a misdiagnosis of gender dysphoria. And then the study plays out and you've got 50% suicide rate, but all that 50% is in the people who had chronic depression and were misdiagnosed. I mean, that makes sense, right?
Well, I mean, I doubt it would line up so neatly.
But,
but I understand what you're saying.
The suicide rate would have nothing to do with gender dysphoria or trans.
Right. I don't think that's the case.
Well, I don't know the studies though. That's why I'm saying I'm
like, my website, like there's been a bunch of these. I mean, well, first of all, there's the problem that gender dysphoria causes depression or depression-like symptoms anyway.
This is so ridiculous because
what you're saying is like,
how do you know that the gender dysphoria wasn't causing the depression? How do you know that?
That's what I'm saying. No, it does. What do you mean? Gender dysphoria causes the depression. Yeah.
How do you know that the depression doesn't cause the gender dysphoria?
That doesn't really make sense.
Why?
That doesn't work that way. I don't know what you mean. You could be depressed. No, wait.
Do you think depression causes things like anorexia or causes things like overeating? Does depression cause
depression? I don't know if depression can cause anorexia.
Insomnia?
I know depression
Does depression cause insomnia?
I know depression can cause insomnia and overeating. I don't know if
why can't it cause gender dysphoria?
It doesn't. it can. I think someone
I mean,
who's
you're
depressed
just asserting it doesn't work that way.
No. Listen, I think someone who's depressed might think they have gender dysphoria and not. I don't think you can be depressed and that makes you have gender dysphoria. I don't think it's ever been studied, and I don't think it really makes sense conceptually.
Okay. Whether or not
I don't, the process doesn't make any sense.
Whether or not the depression causes legitimate gender dysphoria or a false positive for gender dysphoria, the outcome is the same.
It can be, yes.
So I'm just saying, that's why these studies, I don't know the study group, and if they're just sampling people who say they have gender dysphoria without sectioning off the people who have depression and figure out if there's a correlation between the depression driving the gender dysphoria or the gender dysphoria driving the depression, whether or not it's a false positive. I don't know how many people in these studies are false positives.
Well, generally thought is if you kill yourself, you don't have a false positive, right?
If
like that's the issue.
No.
Or you try to kill yourself.
The false positive can definitely kill themselves, and they would kill themselves because they had depression. They were misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria.
I see what you're saying. I see the false positives for gender dysphoria, not for depression.
They fuck themselves up with this misdiagnosis and kill themselves over.
Well, I understand. So the thing is though that most of these suicide rate studies are sort of pre the ideological capture of trans activism. So it's like pre a lot of the social contagion element really being in effect.
You think they're accurate because of that?
Well, I don't think they're accurate because the numbers are so wildly all over the place.
Okay, so they're completely inconsistent studies.
Yeah, the numbers are very varied all over the place.
Should people not be telling parents that your kid has gender dysphoria and they're going to kill themselves if you don't block their puberty until they're 35?
Obviously, they should not be telling parents that, no. But do you understand what I'm saying? Is that because the risk is perceived as so high for suicide, that is their justification scientifically and medically for doctors to basically do whatever, as long as that rate is underneath the suicide rate.
Every debate I hear on this topic, all they talk about is the suicide rate.
Right.
I know. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. But that's important to understand, because when Cody and other people say, "Oh, everything is reversible and causes no harm," that's not true. It's just that the harm, the perceived harm medically of any of these things is just under whatever that number rate of suicide is potentially.
Right.
So, anyways.
All right, but it bears worth repeating here. Puberty blockers are broadly reversible and cause no meaningful harm.
Broadly and meaningful. No meaningful harm. I mean,
what is unmeaningful harm?
Well, if you're sterile for the rest of your life, then I mean, that's not really meaningful harm. Meaningful harm would be if you died. If you're unable to reproduce or have a family, that's not meaningful. Coming from a socialist here, so.
Well, and also it's so weird too, because, and I don't know why it's never addressed, for trans women, if they want to get bottom surgery, and they kind of have to go through puberty, because if you don't, it's like there's not enough.
We got it. We get it.
JJ.
We get it. You got to grow some VJJ parts.
Yes.
What's more, gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers as well as hormone replacement therapy and gender confirmation surgery, is shown to noticeably improve quality of life and decrease depression and suicidal ideation in trans adolescents. And most importantly, being transgender isn't a problem
See, none of that is contested. The whole problem of the debate is false positives. Cody, you piece of shit. Okay? Sure, you can say all that helps trans teens. The question is, how are you identifying these trans teens?
Need to prevent or fix, and parents trying to affirm their children's identity aren't being abusive, Greg, you fucking Gumby. According to
they are being abusive, though, if the child does not have gender dysphoria. Right, Sitch? Is it abusive to label somebody with a misdiagnosis? I think it is. Giving chemotherapy treatments to healthy people who don't have cancer, I would classify as abusive.
You don't want to just radiate yourself and throw up for no reason?
Well, I mean, if it's like a game show or something, I'm gonna win like $1 million. I mean, throw me in there. Give me I can take it. Give me some chemo.
Well, he said something else that's very important. I want to point out.
Therapy and gender confirmation surgery is shown to noticeably improve quality of life and decrease depression and suicidal ideation in trans adolescents. And
trans adolescents, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Cody doesn't know that you don't need to have gender dysphoria to be trans, though. He hasn't figured that one out yet. But anyway,
well, that's part of the problem is that trans and gender dysphoria, we have this Mountain Bailey thing where
totally.
Like in the public, they mean the same thing, but then when you get in the arguments with people, they say they don't mean the same thing. And
yeah, it's a bait and switch all the way. Yeah. He meant people with gender dysphoria when he said it there, but that's not what most people mean.
And most importantly, being transgender isn't a problem we need to prevent or fix.
Okay. You're an idiot, Cody. Being transgender is literally a problem for the person who's transgender.
Right.
That's why the suicide rate is so fucking high. Like this is why this looking at it like an identity instead of a mental illness or a medical condition, if you don't like the mental illness label, is so toxic. Because no, it literally is a problem. It's a problem that makes people kill themselves. That's why they get treatment. Like,
how dare
this doesn't
you,
make any
Sitch?
sense.
They're just normal people.
Yeah, they are just normal people. If you have depression, you're a normal person. If you have anxiety, you're a normal person, but you have a problem. Okay, you have a medical condition, you have a mental illness, you need to seek treatment for it so you can get on with your life. That's the whole point of this, to get on with your life. So no, Cody, it does need to be fixed. That's why you have to get surgeries. That's why you have to take hormones to fix the problem. You idiot.
They just don't like it being categorized as a problem.
Well,
that's offensive to them.
What he means, I'm assuming, when he says fixed, but he's just so idiotic and irresponsible with his language. He means like, when he says fixed, he means conversion therapy. Like you need to make them straight or something.
Right, yeah.
But this is another issue too, and this is why thinking about it this way is so dumb. If there was a magic pill that you could take to make people that had gender dysphoria not have gender dysphoria, they should 100% take that pill. Okay. It's just that technology doesn't exist yet.
Nobody says they want to take the pill though, Sitch.
Well, listen, that's a different topic, but there is not, at least known so far, alternative treatments for people that actually have gender dysphoria that we know of that work. But they should be looked into, and that's another issue too. If it's an identity, you can't look into any of this stuff.
It's so bizarre because if you had that pill that would just get rid of gender dysphoria, and you would have literally two treatment options. You would say, listen, we can give you this pill. Gender dysphoria is going to go away. You're going to be totally comfortable with your biological sex assigned at birth. Everything is going to be good to go. But if you don't want to take the pill, you're going to have you're going to deal with medical appointments your entire life, surgeries. Mm-hmm. We're going to block your puberty. You're probably going to end up sterile. And people are going to be like, get that pill out of my face. Get that thing. How dare you? Life is suffering, Sitch. Who am I to say?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, people don't want to go the easy path. They want to go the hard path.
I don't agree. This is the truth of the situation. It's hard to accept. Okay, is that no one's gonna talk about or lay their hopes or accept like the hypothetical pill that doesn't exist because they are making they are walking down the hard path.
Right.
And you kind of can't, and I don't even know if you can come back from the path. I mean, I guess you could, and so it's not psychologically, it would be psychologically not to their benefit to like hold out hope for some magic pill that may or may never exist.
So you're saying it's just too painful a thought experiment because they would jump at the chance to do the pill. The pill is
because we all know that if there was a magic pill that cured gender dysphoria, that would be the treatment option. That would be the treatment option. There wouldn't be a justification for transitioning if there was a magic pill that did that at all. That's the reality of the situation. But you can't talk about that.
I think people are perceiving of the transgender lifestyle as a journey, an epic quest.
It is, but that's because there's no alternative. Okay, like listen,
you don't look for an alternative to the epic quest. You go on the quest.
No, listen.
How dare you belittle the quest?
I'm not that's not what I'm saying. I'm not belittling the quest.
Path of most resistance.
It's like if you're born deaf or blind or something, okay? It's going to make your life significantly harder, but it's better for you in that situation for your own mental well-being and for your own mental health to conceptualize it the way that you're saying. It's like, I'm on this journey, I'm on this quest, to live my life with this thing, right? And maybe you don't want to think of it as a disability or whatever. And it's better and healthier for you to live that way. And I accept all of that. But the second that they can fix whatever that problem is, that all goes out the window.
But what if you can't find a new quest?
You will find a new quest.
Are you sure? I mean,
yes, you will.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. That will all go out the window the second this can all be changed or fixed. And that's sort of the weird part about this whole situation.
You should watch that TikTok video because it kind of makes me think that the quest is really important to people. Makes me think the quest is more important than arriving at the destination.
That's part of the issue, is that I think a lot of people are searching for meaning in their lives. And this is part of the danger of this too.
I agree.
Especially young people. Young people are searching for meaning in their lives. And unfortunately, some people are conflating meaning in their life with being part of an oppressed class or group of people.
A lot of people are doing that, Sitch.
It's
actually a problem. I don't know. How do we deal with that problem?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Sitch! This is why I come to you.
You get off the fucking internet, okay? You get a job. You create positive relationships with people around you. You find someone that you love. You start a family. I don't know. You have fucking real things to deal with.
How do I establish positive relationships with people around me when none of them believe the crazy shit I believe?
Well, that's the problem.
Listen, I'm trying to get them to believe what I believe, and that's where the problem always comes in.
Right.
Come on, I want a friend that believes this crazy shit.
But see, that's why, like,
just one friend.
When I made my gender dysphoria videos a million years ago, like, there's so many gender dysphoric people that were like emailing me like, "Oh, Sitch, you're so right. Like, I just want to transition and then move on with my life. I don't want to like wallow in my gender identity forever, the way like trans activists kind of want to make this out to be." And that's the thing. You just gotta move on with your life. Gotta find something else in your life. Okay.
I think you should email those people back and check in on them.
There you go.
Well, it's been forever. I'd be curious what happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
And parents trying to affirm their children's identity aren't being abusive, Greg, you fucking Gumby. According to the failing New York Times, Abbott's order...
They are being abusive if the kid is misdiagnosed. Listen, if you take your kid in for a cancer diagnosis and they misdiagnose the kid and you put the kid in chemotherapy, you are literally being abusive.
Hold on. You're not being abusive.
You are.
No, wait.
Because you're too cheap to get a second opinion.
Wait. Abuse, in my mind, requires intention or neglect.
That is isn't neglect the opposite of intention?
Well, no, because you're intentionally neglecting something, generally.
You fucked up already.
I didn't fuck up already. No. You're intentionally neglecting someone. You don't accidentally neglect your child and abuse them, right?
Listen,
You say,
if I leave,
I care more about myself than my child. I'm neglecting them.
if I leave like a whole chocolate bar out, that's a marijuana edible, and my kid eats it.
That's not what. Okay, that's not the type of neglect I'm talking about.
That's abuse.
Okay.
Even though it was totally unintentional.
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you have parents that are listening to doctors, they have trust in doctors. Okay.
Right.
You have some normie parents that have trust in doctors, and the doctors lead the child down the wrong path. I don't think you can say, well, the parents were abusing their children. I don't see how that's on the onus of the parents. They don't understand what's going on here.
Yeah.
You can say the doctor is being abusive. The doctor is being derelict in their duty. But I don't think you can say the parents are.
Right. Okay.
Is that fair? Do you agree with that?
It's a fucked up situation. It is.
Okay.
But I mean, if the parents aren't even thinking of false positives, I guess it's just too much faith in the medical community.
Listen, you have to think outside of our community.
No,
outside
I know.
of the internet. You have a bunch of normies out there. They don't know any of this shit. All they do is they turn on the news and they talk about these issues. None of the TV stations, outside of Fox News, maybe will talk about false positives or any of this other stuff or trans regret. And they'll all just paint a single picture.
This is why you got to call it child abuse. You just got to wake them up from their dogmatic slumber. You got to shake them out of it. You got to go, listen, this is child abuse. You're fucking up your kid's life.
Yeah, but okay. You're not focusing on the issue, though, because the issue is calling it abuse from the parents' perspective in order for the government. The reason that Texas did it the way they did it is because Abbott didn't think they could pass a law that outlawed this treatment options. And so he has to find a way to weasel it into some executive branch.
Well,
into
and
the
pre-existing law. Like there are laws against child abuse already.
Right, exactly. So this is the way he thought he could weasel it into the pre-existing laws.
It's a pretty smart move. I mean, to be honest with you.
I think it's despicable, but I guess it's smart. I don't think it's smart because I don't think it's going to
smart, but it's dishonest.
Well, I don't think it's not going to hold. I don't think it's going to hold up at all.
Right. But it is calling attention to his presidential aspirations, which is the real point. So
maybe again, I think this is taking a sledgehammer to something that you should take a surgeon's knife to. So I'm not sure it'll be beneficial, but
managed to sow chaos and confusion amongst trans families and their medical providers before it was temporarily halted. Dr. Megan Mooney, a licensed psychologist whose clients include transgender children, as well as a plaintiff in the case to halt the order, testified to there being outright panic as the order caused children and their families to fear for their safety and forced medical professionals to choose between their legal duties and moral obligations. One mother, an employee of Texas's Family Protection Agency, who showed up to court in goddamn disguise, testified to being terrified for her trans daughter's health and well-being. And Rio Grande Valley resident Adam Miles Vigil told the Texas...
I mean, and that's the thing too. I don't think anyone could reasonably say you're going to help children's lives by going to households who are already in the midst of doing stuff, have their kids on puberty blockers or whatever, because it was legal, and say, oh, we're going to take your children away from you. Like from thousands and thousands of families in Texas. We're going to just start taking your children away from you and putting them in foster care.
Are there thousands of Texas children in trans?
I'm sure. If the trans rate's like what, 0.7%? That's in Texas, that's thousands of people.
Yeah, that is kind of
so.
Wowzers.
Tribune that her 13-year-old trans daughter Adeline is so terrified she will be forcibly separated from her mother that she doesn't even want to sleep in her own bed. Because in Texas, being found guilty of child abuse can come with a first-degree felony conviction and up to 100 years in prison and or a fine of $10,000, which seems...
This is just so horrifying because even if the kid is even if it's a false positive and the kid thinks they have gender dysphoria and the parents are affirming and they're both tackling it together,
this is going to make it worse.
Being separated from your parents and thrown into foster care is just, that's so fucked up.
Probably going to make it worse.
And the foster care system, I mean, it's not like, the foster care system is so messed up. It's not like you're putting them in a better situation. It's not like you have a better situation just waiting in the wings.
Well, I mean, it's sort of, it's like it's kind of chance. Some people, have good experiences in the foster care system. Some people have really bad experiences.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of a roll of the dice. But and also like this sort of completely confirms with like all the worst fears and hyperbolic claims that the left makes about the right too, which is another reason why I think this law is really, or this order is really bad.
I was trying to look for Megan Mooney on Twitter just to check out her recent. Twitter is such a gold mine for just people, obviously, where people stand on Twitter.
Pretty problematic when you start defining child abuse as stuff I don't like. Seems bad. Yeah, it says so right here. It's bad. Not to mention, of course, that it also means having your child taken away from you by the state and presumably prevented from continuing the often life-saving processes of hormone replacement therapy and gender confirmation surgeries.
The left is commonly called religious teaching child abuse. So, they don't really have a leg to stand on here.
Well, it's also interesting too that like his concern, the way he phrases it is like, well, if they take the kid away from the parents, they won't get to continue transing, as opposed to like, well, no, you're taking a kid away from their parents. It's like the primary problem here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This is a weird way in which to focus on which issue is more important in my mind.
Yeah.
And so when this potential law causes a wave of panic and fear from the people it claims to protect, you kind of have to wonder if it's perhaps not at all actually a law designed to protect those people. Maybe it's a bad shitty law aimed at pleasing a base of voters who simply...
This is triggering too. He keeps saying it's a law. It's not a law. You just talked about this in the beginning of the fucking segment, Cody. It's not a law. That's the whole point.
Executive order, right?
It's not even an executive order. It's like an administrative decision or something.
Wow. Okay. So that's why a judge.
Yes, the judge is like, you can't. The judge said you can't do this. You have to pass a law or something. Like, what
Don't you know how this works?
Yeah.
Fuck this shit. So this is never even really going to become a law. This is so rich here. Cody saying that this is just an electoral politics strategy, when this whole fucking video is exactly that.
Right.
It's just you playing games, Cody, so that you can drive your voters to the polls. Whatever.
We don't like transgender people, all at the expense of kids and parents who just want to live their lives.
Well, you would notice I have
kids and parents that just want to live their lives. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to live their lives by teaching your kids all about this stuff in public schools.
Yeah, but that's what the problem is. Like, you can say that this Texas administrative order or whatever is terrible, but you could still address the actual valid concerns.
Yes. You can't stand up in your soapbox and say, oh, we just want to live your lives, when you're the ones in public schools cramming this shit down people's throats.
Yes. Yeah, how is it just living your life when you're like, oh, I'm going to get mad that the teacher can't teach about CRT and gender ideology to my 6-year-old? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, please.
3 thriving children. The issues we're facing right now are not things that we have to deal with on a regular basis. My daughter she loves riding her bike. She loves swimming. She loves hanging out with her friends, playing Pokemon Go, all the things that you would expect from a 12-year-old.
How do you feel about that? 12-year-old?
I'm shocked people still play Pokemon Go, honestly.
Right. Yeah. Besides that, 12-year-old transitioning.
Well, it depends what they're doing for those two. And I am skeptical of. I don't think kids should be put on puberty blockers generally for these trans issues.
Gender dysphoria. If 50% of cases resolve with puberty,
right?
You just, oh my God.
Well, that's the problem, is that I don't know. I haven't seen all the studies that I've seen, and there hasn't been a lot of them, but all the studies I have seen, they do say that puberty causes a very high desistance rate for most kids.
Yes.
And so I've never seen the counter study to any of that. And that just gets totally swept under the rug.
Brushed aside. So she's talking about her 12-year-old. 50-50 chance might desist after puberty, but no, she's picked a direction.
Yeah. Yep. But that's the problem, is that these parents don't know that. So I'm saying, if you want to pass a law and you go after doctors for being negligent in their duty, then fucking, or even being dishonest, then fucking do it.
Well, yeah, there's the informed consent laws. You could say, did you know that whatever the percentage is, whatever they want to nail it down to, whatever study they have, 50% of people who have 50% of prepubescent kids with gender dysphoria desist after puberty. Did you know that? Did the doctor inform you of this?
Some studies say it's even higher than 50%. But
can you imagine? The doctor,
I can. That's why it's crazy.
Remember when you said it's all about, weighing the odds on.
Yes.
Can you imagine if the doctor came in and said, listen, your kid has a nasty case of gender dysphoria. I'm not going to lie to you. It's off the hook. But there's
he says that it's off the hook.
But there's an 85% chance that the kid will desist after puberty.
If we do nothing,
if we do nothing, yes.
Right.
85% chance your kid's going to be fine.
Right.
Do you want to go puberty blockers then? There's a 15% chance.
And that's the irony of this situation too, is that, the argument I was listening to, Destiny, Nick Rekieta, conversation about the trans panel. Buck Angel was on the panel too.
Right.
And
that was the pedos panel, right?
No, it was a trans cancellation panel.
I'm just kidding. Sitch, I'll stop doing that. All right.
Oh, because Mr. Girl was I didn't understand what you were
Mr. Pedo's panel.
Mr. Girl was on the panel. Yes, there you go. No, so but Destiny's argument, which I think I disagree with, is that he was saying like, well, there are people who, they want to take the puberty blockers because if they legitimately have gender dysphoria, going through puberty causes so much additional stress, blah, 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 blah. And I understand all that, and that's all true. But the irony here, and the problem is that if we didn't live in this environment of woke ideology, where they're trying to shove the gender ideology down everyone's throats, there would be far less fear of social contagion, and there'd be far less fear of false positives, because you'd be like, well, if no one's promoting it, no one's going to really be seeking it out, right?
True.
And so I would be far more comfortable in an environment where there wasn't any promotion of all the trans stuff of kids on puberty blockers, because I say, well, it's probably far more likely that they actually have gender dysphoria. But now, as you said, you look at some of the studies, they have 50% or 80% desistance rates for this stuff. It's because all these kids, they think they have something that they don't have. And that's the problem.
Yeah. Social contagion is definitely a problem. How do you do that though? If the doctor comes in and says there's an 80% chance that this kid,
the doctor doesn't say that.
I know they don't, but they should. And I think we agree on that.
Yes.
How do you, as a parent, go the 20% the 20% route? How do you do that?
Well, you don't. They never do, because they literally don't know that.
That's just such a giant gamble. Let me go on the 20% chance that my kid my kid will have gender dysphoria that persists past puberty. Let me go that route.
Right.
So the math does not add up here. It doesn't add up.
And the problem is that, like, when the trans activists, they argue about this and they say, oh, well, those desistance studies were bad because there were false positives in the study. And I'm like, that's the point. That's the fucking point. What are you talking about?
There are literally false positives in the study. That's hilarious.
That's literally their argument. You're like, well, those people that insist they didn't really have gender dysphoria. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's how they know that's how they know it resolves you.
That's how they know they didn't have gender dysphoria.
So they're making the argument that any gender dysphoria that resolves is not real gender dysphoria. It has to be like a lifelong
which is
thing.
Fine. That's probably true, but that's not the point.
Right.
Yeah. Like the point is they think, in these desistance studies, all the psychologists sucked and they just couldn't adequately figure out who had gender dysphoria. But somehow everywhere else in the country, all the people that are, advocating for, gender affirming treatment, they all suddenly magically know the second a patient walks in whether they believe gender dysphoria or not.
Yeah. Those brainiacs on Dr. Phil are the ones making the assessment. They're so fucking smart. They can't even define a woman.
And I think even Destiny talked to someone who detransitioned, and they said that on their first visit, they walked out with a prescription for, I don't know if it was hormone blockers or for cross-sex hormones or both on their first visit.
I mean, puberty's kind of when you become fixated on the opposite sex, right? Or same sex in the situation of gay people.
Well, and see, that's part of why, we'll talk about this with the DeSantis bill when it comes up. That's part of why the whole gender, sexual orientation for kids stuff is so dumb.
Ridiculous, I know.
Just put aside the transgender stuff, which is way too complicated for children. Even normal, sexual orientation stuff would probably be too confusing for little kids. Not like, some people have two dads or whatever, but I could imagine that if you were to ask, a classroom of 6-year-old boys, say listen, boys, you're going to grow up and you're going to either want to spend your life with girls or you're going to spend your life with boys. Who are you going to choose? Well,
they would
most
know.
of the boys in the class are like, ew, girls are gross. I'm going to be gay. I definitely want to be with other boys. And I'm not saying that that's going to make kids become gay, but it's just, they don't have a conception of any of this stuff until they become older.
Yeah, you can't understand it until
your
body starts pumping those hormones into you that drive you sex crazy. Yeah, it's so bizarre. We're living in a weird situation here.
Yes.
Who's happy. And, you'll have to forgive me because it's pretty hard for me to talk about this without tearing up because it's just been such an awful couple of weeks.
Can you imagine being a parent suddenly told by the state that you might have your happy and healthy kids taken away from you because a group of politicians decided that your existence is wrong and bad?
It's funny because, isn't the inverse of that happening in Canada? I could have swore this inverse situation that happened in Canada. The exact same thing.
What do you mean?
There was if you don't, if your kid thinks they have gender dysphoria and the parents don't want them to transition, the government can come in and
you're right.
Take your kids away.
You're exactly right.
Right.
Yeah. Complete opposite.
Right.
Just as bad, but.
Yep.
I also saw a thing too. We're talking about the Cody saying, you can lead a normal, happy life. There was some article that said that people who go through transition may never achieve orgasm if they go through before puberty. Can you imagine living your entire life without ever achieving orgasm?
That's terrible. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. That didn't even cross my mind. I didn't even conceptualize that. But I guess that makes sense.
Talk about an itch you can't scratch. Holy shit. That's got to be a nightmare.
I mean, you mean being like most women in most relationships? Oh!
I set that joke up for you, but it took forever to get there, but.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, you mean being your wife? Oh!
The low blow. Hey, I don't necessarily know if women, maybe they don't achieve orgasm during sex, but I don't think they just go without orgasming. They masturbate, right?
I don't know. I've never had sex, Adam, so I don't know any of these.
Well, yeah. I'm talking about women. I think it's a
I'm not a
myth.
woman either, so I don't know these
The
things.
woman
That's
that
the woman in our
never that
audience.
goes completely through life without orgasming, I think that's an urban myth.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I would assume in our audience it's a myth.
Ask your girlfriend if she's ever had an orgasm.
Adam, I am completely a wizard. Okay, girls are gross. I know what you're talking about.
All right. Sorry.
It's honestly Sisypheanly hard to express just how intentionally cruel and dishonest this ongoing conservative attempt to f over trans kids and their families is.
As you're being completely dishonest, Cody.
I know.
It's not exactly good faith.
No.
Yeah.
But of course, here at Cody's Shody, we love nothing more than pushing huge rocks up various hills and inclines, as well as talking about the hit film Jupiter Ascending, out now in 2015.
Why is he keep? What is this reference?
It's a comedy portion of the show.
That's not a joke. He just says Jupiter Ascending.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, you know what this is? You're right. This is like, I never watched it, but the Big Bang Theory, the show about like the nerds that was on network television for 20 years that all the normies liked.
Right.
It's like, it's the same thing. They would just say a nerdy reference, and then the laugh track would cue. They'd be like, oh, well, I haven't had this much fun since I played Mario Kart at N64.
I can't stand that.
Have you seen the clip? Have you seen the videos where they take out the laugh track and it's just like,
It's so bad.
it's so bad. It's just them. It's literally just them saying weird, random nerd references,
No.
and it's just so awkward. And you're like, wow, this is so horribly unfunny.
I can imagine.
That's what this is. This is Big Bang Theory, the political version. Let me just make random fucking references.
Big Bang Theory has a laugh track. I never watched that show.
There you go.
On top of everything we've already mentioned, Abbott's order was prompted by a non-binding legal opinion from Attorney General Ken Paxton, released only a few days earlier, in which Paxton argued that gender-affirming care constitutes child abuse. The opinion is, unsurprisingly, full of shit. Not only does Paxton claim that care wide...
See, under the situation that we just set up, 80% of kids desist gender dysphoria after puberty. I think you could make an argument that it's child abuse if you're going down the 20% route. It just doesn't seem logical.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree? I guess you
Well,
do.
again, I wouldn't say it's child abuse from the parents' perspective because they're not aware of that. They're not aware that that number is possible. I guess you could say it's child abuse from the doctor's perspective.
Are
like
they
that
not
they
aware
are.
because they're not? I mean, if my kid had gender dysphoria, I'd be reading all these studies. I'd be fucking digging in.
Yeah, but Adam, you understand that unless you typed in desistance, you're not going to find that study.
Right. That's super sad.
Well, that's the problem.
You'd probably have to type it into DuckDuckGo too, because Google would totally jack the results.
Maybe.
widely accepted by leading healthcare groups like puberty blockers are abusive, but he also cites as examples things like body modification surgery, a process which is rarely, if ever, performed on children. Paxton's opinion statement has been criticized alongside Abbott's directive by various medical and human rights organizations, including the Endocrine Society, an international medical organization for the field of endocrinology, which said the conservative argument rejects evidence-based transgender medical care. But of course, this isn't about evidence.
The problem is that there's no evidence. No one's using any evidence on any of this.
Well, and the evidence is pretty scant as it is.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, we don't have a lot of good evidence because the transgender population is so small and all this stuff is so recent. So
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Obviously.
Nor is it about actually getting these laws through. By doing this, they are sending a signal to both their base, but especially to parents of trans kids, that by allowing your child to pursue their own personal happiness, the government is going to make their lives as hard as possible. Because the GOP loves interfering with the lives of families, right? It's like their motto says, tread on me harder, big government, P.S. we hate families. Seems long, but, that's the grand old party we know and tolerate. See, while
Well, this is got to be putting pressure on the affirm all cases contingent of the medical community, which is probably not a bad thing.
Right.
There needs to be some kind of pressure there, right?
Yes, there should be lots of pressure. There should be strenuous pressure to get rid of that shit. That's the problem. Yes.
So if this wakes up psychologists in Texas to say, oh, well, maybe I should actually figure out if the kid has chronically depressed or
but it's
really
not going
gender
to.
dysphoria.
It's not going to, because it's just a blanket ban.
Right.
It doesn't make you up to anything. Just so you just can't do it. And it's going to be overturned anyway because it's not.
Oh, yeah, you're
law,
right.
so
You're right. You're right. Okay.
Paxton's statement was non-binding and Abbott's order is currently blocked. That doesn't mean their words don't have weight. And
you know what maybe they should do regarding what you're saying?
Right.
Texas could pass a law that says, now they wouldn't have to pass a law. This would be somewhat performative, but I think it's important. They could pass a law saying, if you transition and then regret it, you can sue your doctor.
Yeah, no, I was going to
that would incentivize them to wake the fuck up.
I was going to skip the suing part and just say that you are obligated to pay any detransitioners $1 million.
Interesting.
Because that would, I mean, that would be,
well,
that would make them, well, no one would ever transition in that case. Because the doctors would never take that risk.
Right. Yeah. There couldn't just be a flat, like, you just have to pay for it. But I think it would be better if it was a lawsuit.
Not really, because a lawsuit is just, there's no teeth in that.
What do you mean? Of course there's teeth in that. Are you kidding me?
Well, I guess you're right. There are attorneys that would take on those cases.
Of course.
Depends upon how the law was written, because if the judgment isn't over millions of dollars, attorneys won't take those cases.
I mean, that's not true. I don't think that's even remotely true. But I agree. It depends on how the law is written. But you could sue for lots of damages, and doctors are going to have lots. They generally have pretty large health, pretty large insurance policies to deal with these sorts of lawsuits, which is why lawyers take these lawsuits in the first place.
But usually the doctors end up giving the patients consent forms to sign that deal with any sort of legal ramifications after the fact. Right.
But the lawsuit would allege, and the Texas law would, if there was some hypothetical like this, would allege, say, like, the doctor did not properly inform the patient.
Right. Informed consent.
About the procedure. They didn't say there was a 50 to 80% chance of desisting after puberty. They didn't say any of this stuff.
Right. Yeah. No. Cody's not saying any of that. Of course not. His whole video would be honest then if he did.
An impact when they come from important elected officials. And like we said before, Abbott's order was only blocked on the grounds that it was an overreach of the executive branch, not on the grounds that it was evil and dishonest, because apparently morality is subjective and a functioning democratic system can't base its legislative process on how good or evil a law is, because that's just not how it works, or something. I don't know. I refuse to read a book, or can't read, except for the teleprompter, which reads
I'm kind of disgusted because he trying to say it like it's a joke, but I don't think he's joking.
I don't think he's joking either.
Yeah, he wants the courts to regulate morality instead of, what is the law?
It'd be such a fucking free for all.
It would be. It would be. And that's what's so disgusting. It's like the judge blocked it, and he's like, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. The judge didn't come out and say that Greg Abbott's a transphobe and is evil. Therefore, it's not enough.
Yeah, what are they supposed to rule on if it's not just overreach? Executive branch overreach is really all that happened. And I wonder how he feels about this in the context of the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. I'm sure he's like, where you definitely can make an argument that they have a moral philosophy that they're
right. Oh, of course they do. Of course they do. It's not a coincidence that the people that happen to think it doesn't uphold, even if it doesn't uphold the law, generally are the people that are against it, and the people that think it is, legally makes sense, are the people that are in favor of it.
Funny how it works that way, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sitch?
I know. It's all motivated reasoning.
All my side bias.
Yes.
Point is, while it kicks absolute ass that Judge Meacham told Abbott to shut the f*** up, you awful piece of shit, all it would take to actually pass legislation that does the same thing as Abbott's order would be for enough Texas legislators to believe the same hateful lies that Abbott and Paxton believe. And unfortunately, the only way to stop that from happening is to use that same legislative system to pass bills that explicitly protect trans people and permanently enshrine their rights into law.
He never says what the hateful lies are, though.
No.
That they have to believe. What are those hateful lies?
Well, he never says what the other side's actual argument is. He just says they're transphobes.
Right. What are the hateful lies that the legislatures believe, that Abbott believes, that trans people are sent by the devil to cause weather disturbances? I mean, I don't know what do they believe.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
So, phew, good thing the legislative processes in this country are simple and fast acting, right?
But he just contradicts himself. He's such an idiot. It's just baffling, because he's like, oh, the problem is that our legislature's too slow to pass laws. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's what you want, Cody. Because you don't want them to pass a law that just outlaws all the stuff that you're talking about, idiot. Like, what are you talking? Like, this is so. He just said that.
That's so funny. Oh shit! It sucks because it's in my favor.
Yeah, and then it's like he starts the sentence saying like, well, all they'll have to do is pass a law. And then he ends the sentence by saying, well, but it'll be bad because, they can't pass a counter law because the legislation moves too slowly.
It'll take too long. All they have to do is pass a law, and then it'll take too long to overturn that law.
What are we doing here?
Politics.
Yes. It's like, that's good. You don't want this shit to be passed on a whim. Yeah, you're right. Good job.
Right. Okay. Moving on from the good news. That was the good news. Jesus frogs. All right. Well, here's some worse news. On March 28th, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, yuck, 0 stars, signed into law Bill HB 1557, Parental Rights in Education Act, or as virtually everyone has decided to call it, the Don't Say Gay Bill. In its preamble, HB 1557 claims that one of its goals is to prohibit classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in certain grade levels or in a specified manner. The precise wording in the law later states, again, exact quote, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. The bill goes on to give parents the ability to sue a school district if they believe this law has been violated, stating, if a concern is not resolved by the school district, a parent may bring an action against the school district to obtain a declaratory judgment that the school district procedure or practice violates this paragraph and seek injunctive relief. A court may award damages and shall award reasonable attorney fees and court costs to a parent who receives declaratory or injunctive relief. I want to be crystal clear.
So far, I see no problem with anything that he just read whatsoever.
Well, you mean you don't disagree with the
law? I don't.
Yeah.
You say, okay, what's wrong? Nothing wrong with this law so far. Okay. Yeah. Nothing wrong with the law so far.
Let's not talk about sex with 8-year-olds.
Right.
With the text of this law, because one of the extremely baby-brained responses from the right has been to either smugly declare that the bill doesn't literally say the word gay, or to simply deny the bill is aimed at teachers talking about being gay. Some have pointed out.
Okay, let's read these tweets to see do you think he just strawman Ben Shapiro, or do you think that was real?
Of course he strawman Ben Shapiro.
So the New York Times says Governor Ron DeSantis asked Florida lawmakers on Tuesday to consider the termination of self-governing privileges that Disney World had held in Orlando 55 years after Disney condemned the new state education law known as Don't Say Gay. Ben Shapiro says it is not known as Don't Say Gay. You guys call that bill because you are trash liars.
Okay, so, I have no problem with that.
So Ben Shapiro's not saying that the bill doesn't have anything to do with sexual orientation. He just said it's not called the Don't Say Gay bill.
It's not known as the Don't Say Gay bill.
Or known as
this. I had a problem because Cody said virtually everyone has decided to call it the Don't Say Gay bill. And I'm like, bitch, because the New York Times started calling it the Don't Say Gay bill.
Right. Yeah, everyone on the left calls it the Don't Say Gay bill.
Right. But I mean, I would love to know the source of that meme. Somebody came out and said, we're going to call this a Don't Say Gay bill. And it was probably some Democratic Party operative or someone like that.
Sure.
It wasn't just some guy on Twitter. Oh, I think that we should call this a Don't Say Gay bill. And unanimously everybody piled in.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how this works, okay?
It would have been interesting to see in an alternative universe if they had to include sexual orientation, what they would have referred to the bill as. Don't say trans bill, because that doesn't really have the oomph behind it.
Yeah, you're right.
They should have not included sexual orientation for that reason,
and just left gender identity out.
Just like gender identity,
right?
Yeah.
Overreach.
Yeah. Yep.
Been to either smugly declare that the bill.
Half of Ben Shapiro's tweet.
Well, it's not related to what Cody's talking about.
2, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yep.
If you decide to become a tool to advance the priorities of the radical left, don't count on free market defenders to save you. Ben Shapiro, the free market libertarian, coming out strong here
against
his own position,
against his own principles. Yeah. Yep.
Hilarious.
Doesn't literally say the word gay, or to simply deny the bill is aimed at teachers talking about being gay.
Ben says there's no Don't Say Gay bill. It's a lie. Disney employees are not adversely affected by the Florida Parental Rights and Education bill, and the vast majority of Americans, when told what the bill actually does, agree with it. So
as we just did.
So here's an interesting thing. So Cody makes claims. Okay, let me go back so you can hear his claims. Cody makes claims that he says are obvious, but then can't actually provide examples for these obvious claims.
Shall award reasonable attorney fees and court costs to a parent who receives declaratory or injunctive relief. I want to be crystal clear with the text of this law, because one of the extremely baby-brained responses from the right has been to either smugly declare that the bill doesn't literally say the word gay, or to simply deny the bill is aimed at teachers talking about being gay.
Okay, if that's the baby-brained response on the right, why can't you provide a single example of it happening? Why do you have to show tweets that don't say what you say they say, Cody? Why do you have to be so dishonest?
Because they don't exist.
Oh, because they don't exist.
Cody has no argument. Yeah, Cody has no argument if he's forced to be honest.
Right.
This whole video can't take place if honesty is a thing.
Yes, that's true.
Some have pointed out that while they use the word discussion in the preamble, the law itself swaps that for instruction, as if that somehow makes it better. However, as one law expert pointed out, courts will often look at the preamble of a law to help them interpret the enforcement of it. Not to mention the extremely broad wording in all of this.
Preamble's not part of the law, is it?
Well, I mean, technically it is and it isn't, I guess.
Right.
Like it's not going to be like
the preamble is just when they lay out like definitions for any words that might be up in the air.
Well, no. So like the preamble is just like the abstract, the summary,
right?
Of what the bill's going to do.
Introduction, summary.
Yeah, but you're right in like, when you look up like a statute, in this, that's a law. It's not going to have the preamble of statute in the fucking law. It just has what the law is. So.
Preamble doesn't
I
those
guess
fancy little numbers and letters next to the paragraphs.
Right. The statute 1001.42 dot,
right.
Yeah, but like now it's probably true that when certain judges are trying to interpret something, maybe if they have trouble interpreting something, they'll look at the preamble if they're trying to figure out what the intention of the law was. But I mean, this is the baby brain argument. I don't even know what he's arguing.
Baby brain.
Does it count as instruction for a teacher to explain what a same-sex marriage is? That's technically instructing kids how to get gay married. And did you notice that this prohibits teachers from instructions for kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards? And again, as legal experts have pointed out, this law doesn't list what those state standards are, nor what counts as age appropriate. So
Rekieta, in his conversation with Destiny, had a very good explanation of this. I'll assume Nick is correct because he's a smart guy. Is that he said that there aren't any standards currently beyond this regarding this issue, and that the only point of that language is to allow further standards to be implemented in future dates.
That's great.
And all it means is that since there are no standards, then nothing else applies.
Right.
That's all that means. That's all that means.
Right. And if they want to implement future standards, it's a way to make the law backwards compatible.
Right. And I would, yeah, exactly. And I would assume, because I've seen language like that in a lot of other bills, I would assume that honest legal experts are very familiar with that. That's not some sort of high level, this never happens take. That's something that's like in a lot of bills. And I would assume that high level legal experts that are, answering questions about this in the Washington Post and New York Times should know better or shouldn't be dishonest about what the bill
the New York
implies
Times
or
is
says.
All dishonest. That's their whole business model now.
Okay.
Okay. That means Sitch doesn't believe what I say.
I don't like making these blanket statements. I don't like making these blanket statements.
When I say something Sitch doesn't agree with, he goes, okay.
I don't like these blanket statements.
The New York Times got the Stephanie Kelton article correct, but I mean, Stephanie Kelton wrote the article. So.
There you go.
It's vague and weird and seems to leave it up to the parents to decide.
What?
How is it? It's not really. It's not vague. It's pretty clear. It says nothing about sexual orientation or gender identity before 3rd grade. That seems pretty clear to me. I don't know. What's the vagueness?
Yeah. When your Libs of TikTok teacher shows up and wants to talk about her crazy weekend because she's pansexual. Now she likes to make her husband watch how her husband's a total cuck who sits in the corner. Teacher, what's a cuck?
I am kind of shocked that, well, maybe not shocked. I mean, it's South Park, but I didn't hear anyone on the left complaining about the South Park episode, which was mocking.
Oh, that was so good. It's
Don't
so
say
good.
gay bill. I didn't hear a single person mention it.
It's so good. And they get in trouble for not telling his gay boyfriend.
Yeah, so if you haven't seen it, it's like in the first episode, Mr. Garrison comes into class and he's like trying to tell the class about his new boyfriend and no one cares.
Was he always gay? I don't remember that character.
He's been gay for a very, not always, but he's been gay for a very, very long time.
Okay.
And no one cares. And it's funny because he even brings his boyfriend in his class and his boyfriend is like, why are you doing this?
Totally uncomfortable. Yeah.
Totally uncomfortable with the whole thing. And then he starts like trying to quiz the class on the story he told them about his, gay date or whatever. And since no one is paying attention or cares, they can't answer the question. So he punishes them. And the principal just comes in and just hears like that fact that no one in class can answer the question. He doesn't know about what the subject matter is. So then he punishes the class too.
Yeah. They all get punished.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's so obviously a dig at this, and just I don't know, no one really talked about it.
It's a giant dig.
Yeah, it's very obviously a dig at this.
They know what's up.
And if you have a parent like, I don't know, black conservative Ben Shapiro, who accused body bags Mark Hamill of indoctrinating children by simply spamming the word gay over and over again.
So it's sad. I really like Mark Hamill. It's sad because there's a lot of celebrities who they're just normies, really.
Right.
They just, whatever they see on the news or read in the paper, they just believe.
Ron Perlman's not an intellectual genius.
No. So Mark Hamill just retweets Occupy Democrats because that's a garbage, Twitter account. He just says gay a bunch of times.
Right. And Shapiro snipes back at him.
Yeah.
So I take it you wish to indoctrinate small children into gender and sexual ideology because that's the only reason you'd parrot idiotic propaganda. Look at that. Ben Shapiro calling out fucking Luke Skywalker.
Right.
Just taking him down a peg.
Well, and it's stupid. Listen, I think it's stupid too from Ben Shapiro's perspective. Because he's just, well, because
he left out the picture of Mark Hamill swigging green titty milk.
There you go. Because Mark Hamill, he's just doing this, to virtue signal. But then Ben Shapiro's just doing this a virtue signal too.
Right.
Because Mark Hamill doesn't understand at all any of the issues here.
Right.
He's just parroting what he thinks. He's just parroting like a fake argument that he heard. He's just like, oh, did you know that Republicans in Florida are trying to, say you're not allowed to say the word gay in class? And they're trying to erase gay people. And he goes, oh, that's horrible. Like, that's his baseline understanding of the issue.
But Ben Shapiro is not parroting idiotic propaganda.
Well, not on this issue.
But on abortion, he is.
So, well, I don't know. I haven't heard his abortion take. But what I'm saying is that Ben Shapiro, he's doing like a bit. He's like, so I take it, you wish. It's like, instead of just saying like Mark, you don't understand. That's not what the bill's about. Which, yeah, that wouldn't make as good of a tweet. You wouldn't get so many likes, but I think it would be better, especially if you're in Ben Shapiro's position where you have a large audience. I think it'd be a little bit better to try to inform people of reality as opposed to trying to get like Twitter dunks.
It's more fun though, with so many people on the left being in the idiot bubble though. Sure, you got to admit, it
is more fun, but right. Is it more beneficial to society?
It is not. No, okay. I can't say.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, then things get a bit subjective. This doesn't mean that a parent would win a legal battle, but much like Texas's anyone can sue someone for getting an abortion or driving someone to get an abortion law, it's clearly designed to gunk up the system. Because even if a parent's...
That Texas law is like 1,000 times crazier than this law.
Is that thing still in effect? How many cases are in the courts?
It is in effect, but I don't know. I haven't really been following it. I haven't seen if there's any cases materialized yet. Because the Florida law... It doesn't even say the parents don't just start from square zero being able to sue the school. They have to go through a process where they complain to the school first, and then the school has like 30 days to respond.
Right. Yeah. There's and then it's like
there's some kind of standards that has to be laid out, and then if the parents if it hasn't whatever the issue hasn't been addressed within the appropriate time, then they could sue. Which I mean they could sue anyway, regardless, but.
Could we jump on Facebook right now and say, hey, we're in Texas and we really want to sue someone for having an abortion? Does anyone know anyone who's having abortions? Anyone driving their friends to get abortions or anything? We just want to test this law out. Because I think that might trigger some people.
Yep.
That could be fun. We should try that.
We should go to Texas looking to sue people for
Can we make a video and just say, listen, we want to sue some people, some baby killers. We want to knock down some baby killers.
That's right. We'll go outside like Planned Parenthood clinics.
Oh, that's a great idea.
With like a bullhorn, and you're like,
the thing
that'd be a good internet sketch. You like try to sign up people for abortions, and it turns out like you're just
really
it's a trick. You're just getting their name so you can sue them.
Yeah. Isn't Texas the state that there's only like one abortion clinic left in, and it's by the border where they can, where no one lives in state? I think Texas, it's really hard to get an abortion already.
It is really hard. I think there's like 2 or 3. I think it's a different state that there's like 1 or something.
So they passed this crazy law, and you can't even really sue anyone because no one's getting abortions in Texas anyway.
Right.
I guess there probably are people going out of state.
Oh, of course.
And the people going out of state probably have money, so they'd be worth suing.
Complaint is unwarranted and ultimately loses. It creates a climate where schools and teachers won't want to risk triggering an intentionally vague law for snowflakes that would damage reputations and career.
How is it? It's not vague. How is it vague?
Look at that Slate headline.
The new face of no promo homo.
That's a pretty good headline, isn't it?
I don't know. What does that mean? No promo homo.
No promoting homosexuality.
Oh, no promoting homosexuality.
No promo homo.
I don't know. See, I think that's a bad headline.
Face of no promo homo law.
That's a terrible headline. I'll tell you why.
Because you couldn't figure it out?
No, because it sounds too good. The right would be like, yes, we're no promo homo. They would totally run with that. They're like, we're against promoing homoing. You know, like they would have totally adopted.
Ben Shapiro throws no promo homo hashtag in his Twitter bio.
No, that's gonna be it's gonna be his gender. No promo homo. That's my pronouns.
This is insane. They're just going after DeSantis hard. DeSantis might have a chance in 2024 because of the free publicity he's getting.
Yep.
He's doing it exactly like Trump did, but much smarter.
Much smarter, yes.
Yeah.
Just like that Texas trans law, it's designed to send a message to certain people that by supporting LGBTQ kids, they are going to make their lives very difficult. And thanks to the colossal vagueness of it all, the supporters have the added bonus of standing back and acting like supreme logic kings, pretending that their bill is actually not exactly what it seems like.
I'm asking you to tell me what's in the bill because you are pushing false narratives. It doesn't matter what critics say. For who? For grades pre-K through 3. So 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds. And the idea that you wouldn't be honest about that and tell people what it actually says, it's why people don't trust people like you because you peddle false narratives. And so we disabuse you of those narratives.
Look at all those guys smiling in the back. They're like, that's right, motherfuckers.
Why a guy's wearing a cowboy hat in Florida, but yeah, sure.
They don't have cowboy hats in Florida?
I mean, it's like no, not really.
That guy looks like a gator wrestler. Come on.
Okay, come on.
And we're going to make sure that parents are able to send their kid to kindergarten without having some of this stuff injected into their school curriculum.
Checkmate, libs! We sunk your battleship! Uno! Cloud Atlas! Hey, Ron, when you say stuff injected into curriculums, just what are you talking about exactly? If it's not trying to ban teachers from saying gay.
It's sexual orientation and gender identity. It's not fucking vague.
And gender identity, yeah.
It's not vague. Right. There's no vagueness here.
If your kindergarten teacher comes out and says, listen, all of you guys were assigned a gender at birth, but that gender could be wrong.
This is so dumb.
Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that to a class of 5-year-olds?
Because you're an activist piece of shit.
Yeah, I know. Wait a second. My parents have been lying to me this whole time?
Yes, your parents have been lying to you. Okay, you're not a little boy, you're not a little girl.
We don't know. We technically don't know what you are until you write this essay on what you believe your gender identity is.
It could be a fucking robot dinosaur ninja. Isn't that cool? Right. Why don't you be a robot dinosaur ninja?
When the teacher starts handing out tests that ask what kind of gender behaviors the kids participate in, you've gone too far. You've gone too fucking far, right?
That's the thing too. Like, I can't imagine, like, you see all these videos of teachers and they're like, oh, my kids love this shit. Like, I think that's fucking lies.
They don't know, yeah.
Like, no, because I would have been the kid. Me and my friends would have been the kids. Like, we wouldn't have had some sort of high-minded ideology about this because we're like little kids. But we would have been the fucking shitsters to be like,
totally.
I identify as a fucking ninja dinosaur T-Rex, just to like mess with the teacher.
Right. Yeah.
Like this guy, that's got to be happening in mass in these situations.
Yeah, I'd be telling my teacher to go visit a therapist. You just need a better therapist.
I don't think I would have said that when I was
problems out.
I don't think I would have known to say that at 8. I might have said that in high school.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like my dad would have told me to say shit like that.
At 8, I would have been like, listen, I identify as a Saiyan. That's right. I identify as Super Saiyan Son Goku.
My dad would have given me all kinds of crazy shit to say. Here's how you fight that.
What is it trying to ban then? Well, let's dig into that. After a few ads, we love ads just like we love you. And so to deny these ads, you're also denying our love for you. So think about that for a second while these ads play.
Now Cody doesn't even do the ads now, but don't fast forward because I want to.
No, we're good. These ads. Well, he does one of the ads, I think.
I want to see the products here.
These ads are so cringy.
The GOP sure hates queer people, so this no conservative better be interested in whatever this product is.
Hello, yes.
Nothing speaks that you're concerned about the well-being of all these trans children that are going to have their lives destroyed by having an ad break in the middle of your segment.
Right, of course. We're saving the children here.
Is me, beloved child star Katie Stoll. You know, when I was working on the hit TV series My Father is a Basket of Snakes, we had a lot of downtime thanks to the tremendous amount of on-set accidents. And if you have a lot of downtime at your job, maybe you should check out the mobile game Best Fiends. It's a casual puzzle game aimed at adults who perhaps need a breather while waiting for their shift to end, or for a team of grips to wrangle 300 loose snakes, or for just, any situation where you need to kill some time.
It's a mobile game. Do we get to see the mobile game? No,
Snakes.
These jokes are terrible, but
Adam, my dad, I used to be an actor for a show called My Dad is a Basket of Snakes.
I think that was a lie. I think that was not true.
You get it? That's such an absurd premise for a show. It's hilarious.
No, it's not hilarious.
But wait, I have to build on this hilarious premise that I worked for this show that doesn't exist because it's so goofy. That there were snakes and then they ran around set and then we had to spend all this downtime because the grips had to go grab the snakes to put them back in the baskets, Adam. It's a hilarious show. My dad, it's the best. This is so absurd. Oh my God, this is the comedy.
You're making it 10 times better than she is.
This bit is this is where comedy goes to die. I don't even understand the joke.
Who is this product for though? I'm trying to get. It's for kids,
a mobile
right?
game. I don't know.
Right.
And you're right. They don't even show what the game looks like at all.
Right.
Normally I've seen.
Well, that's why I thought
this
might be a fake commercial.
I don't think it is. Because normally when I see these YouTube videos and they do ads for, Raid Shadow Legends or some mobile game, they cut the footage of the game so you can see what it looks like.
And I think, I might play this game. It looks pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't even tell if this is a real game.
Best Fiends is free to download and offers thousands of levels for new challenges every time you play, not to mention an offline mode so you can fiend whether you're at home or stranded in the desert because a cobra bit your director and everyone left you behind while he was rushed off to the hospital. There are dozens of unique characters to collect and customize and power up, and brand new events that pop up all year round. So try it out, why don't ya? You've earned your fun time. So just go to the App Store or Google Play to download Best Fiends for free. Plus, earn even more with $5 worth of in-game rewards when you reach level 5. That's friends without the R. Best Fiends. It's like the pop.
Oh God, this is getting horrible. It seems that the game is called Best Fiends Forever, so it is a real game, and it looks pretty. I'm gonna say. I don't know.
More with this Best Fiends Forever game.
Well, it looks like. It looks like a game for a 5-year-old. I'm serious.
Is that why they didn't show it what the game looks like?
I'm serious. It looks like a game for a 5-year-old.
Best Fiends.
Should I pull up? Hopefully I got the right thing here. I'll try to pull up a screen.
You're right. This does look like a game for 5-year-olds.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. God, it got me again. Who invented the WebP file?
The WebM file? I don't know why you keep saying WebP file.
Well, that's a.
Oh no, there's a game called it's called Best Fiends. There's like a whole genre of these, or not genre. It's like a whole. That's like a brand of these like weird slug bug games.
So this is Best Fiends forever.
It's just one. I mean, it looks like just one of these, million tile matching games.
Right. Yeah. So if you're 5 years old and you have gender dysphoria, this is probably the perfect game. The perfect game for you to play.
Listen.
While your gay teacher's trying to teach you about her poly adventure over the weekend with her cuck husband.
Kids, are you tired of being in class when your poly trans non-binary teacher comes in and tries to tell you about her weekend their weekend of
weekend
of ranging from either degenerate orgy sex acts to incredibly boring watching Netflix and no one gives a fuck about their inane relationship? Well, then why don't you play Best Fiends instead of paying attention to their garbage anyway? Because one, you're not learning. You might as well be having fun playing Best Fiends tile matching game. There's little bugs in it.
Yeah, be sure to hook mom and dad's credit card up for all the in-game ads.
See, we could listen. Best Fiends, you should reach out to us. We can do much better ads. Okay? We can actually work it into the topic.
Their business model has to be for some 5-year-old to download this on their parents' phone and just spend a shitload of in-game money.
Oh, of course. That's all. Listen, Adam. That's all these business models for all these games. Okay.
It's hilarious that this video in itself is a scam, and they're pitching scam products at the same time.
Here you go. Here's another ad. This is what they should have said. This is what they should have actually said. They should have said, are you an 8-year-old trans kid in Texas who has just been taken away from your parents and put into protective custody by the Texas government?
No.
And I bet you're spending many a nights in being cold and lonely and upset and uncertain about knowing the future, whether you'll ever see your parents again. Why don't you spend your time while the courts battle it out playing Best Fiends? That's right. You might not have any friends anymore because they've all been at the school you've been taken away from, but you can make new friends with Best Fiends.
JMac for $10 says, holy crap, my wife plays this game. No way. Really? You got to give us a rundown.
There you go.
How many in-app purchases are there?
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Make the dry, dull walls of that government housing facility that you're sleeping in instead of your room seem a little bit brighter with Best Fiends.
Worried that you might never get that sex change operation that your kindergarten teacher promised you?
See, listen, Best Fiends, reach out to us. We could do much better ads than the Cody show. Okay. They're not even trying here. They're not even trying, Adam.
So
Snakes?
sad.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Popular catchphrase I always used to say, watch out! My father is a basket of snakes, so don't get too close because he's snakes!
Okay. That's the funny part of the video, man.
Hey there.
Just go with it.
Tired? Maybe you haven't been getting much sleep because your upstairs neighbor hosts improv classes at 6 in the morning. Well, then you need some coffee, my friend. You should try Trade Coffee, to be specific. Trade connects customers to the freshest coffee by partnering with the country's best independent roasters.
Yeah.
Why is he talking like that?
Conservatives drink coffee. I mean, I assume.
What he's like mocking the product. Like if I was the ad guy, I'm like, what's going on here?
Is he mocking the product?
Why is he talking like this? Hi guys, I'm selling you coffee.
Right. Yeah.
Why is he talking like that?
That's his thing.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Dick.
Their expert team taste tests thousands of brews to give you a selection from 450 types of coffees that you can match with via their coffee quiz. Doesn't matter if you're a casual drinker or some guy named Greg who insists that mornings are the best time for inspiration. They will
listen. Are you a kid who's tired of going to school to hear your dumb teacher talk about her dumb personal life and about how she's trans, gay, binary, whatever. And it bores you so much that you fall asleep and then you get in trouble in class. Well, try whatever the fuck practice is coffee. It'll keep you awake through even the most boring, dumb shit gender ideology that your teacher is trying to shove down your throat.
Do your parents tell you that coffee stunts your growth?
They're liars.
Of course.
Just like they've been lying to you about your gender. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
See? Come on. Cody, put some effort into
where's the art?
Yeah.
You will have something that you will love. In fact, Trade is so confident that they will match you with the right one that if you don't, they'll have one of their coffee experts work with you and send a brand new bag for free. Gee, if only there was...
Do you like trying new coffees? I don't like it.
I mean, I have a coffee I like. I like the Starbucks cold brew blonde roast, but I'm not like anti-trying new coffee.
Really? You and I, man, I drink the medium roast, but the same exact coffee.
I like the medium roast. I'll take it if they don't have it, but I like the blonde a little better.
Interesting. Yeah.
Cold brew's the best.
But whenever I try these fancy coffees, they all taste like shit. Like most coffee tastes bad.
You know, you're right. When you get the coffees where they like add all the extra flavors, then you get in the problems. You're like all this extra shit. And you're like, I don't want any of this extra shit in my coffee.
Coffee to me is not like beer. Like I don't want to go on a taste testing mission for coffee. Beer, I kind of like trying a bunch of different types of beer, but coffee, no thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. So this business model, I think, is fundamentally flawed. So
well. I don't know. Some people take their coffee.
Do you like? That's why I was asking if you like trying different types of coffee.
No, I mean, I don't even think about it. I just want. I mean, I'm not bored with my Starbucks blonde cold brew.
Yeah,
I taste it every morning. I go
yum yum. Yeah.
Yes, I'm not bored with it.
Delish.
Yes, I don't need to explore.
God, I want some coffee right now. That'd be so good. Cody's kind of putting me to sleep here.
There's a system for swapping upstairs neighbors. That would be great. Do you hear me? Yes, and that, you cheery insect. Anyway, right now, Trade is offering new subscribers a total of...
Okay, we can fast forward now. We know what the products are.
30 taking for the Florida.
There you go.
Did you feel our love for you in those ads? Good. That's the only reason why we played those ads. And if you recall, we were talking...
I actually felt your utter contempt for your audience and the product you were shilling.
Right, yeah.
So, no, I didn't feel your love.
Yeah.
I didn't feel it at all.
Felt more like hatred.
Dragon High Tide for $20. Let's do our ads now. Dragon High Tide for $20 says, the progressive area recommendations for Adam. Rothbard's The Progressive Era is dry, but comprehensive and thorough. Strangely, John Sample's The Fallacy of Campaign Finance Reform has an excellent early chapter on it.
What's the book?
There you go. The Progressive Era and The Fallacy of Campaign Finance Reform.
I'll check it out.
There you go. Batman's Pet Goldfish for $20 says, I love how people are saying that, quote, it was because of X and then not elaborating on how. Give some actual evidence for your position instead of saying it's all X's fault. Correlation does not equal causation.
True.
That is true. The little thingy went crazy. Derek Drummond, thank you so much, Derek, for joining. Discipline equals freedom.
It does.
Greg Albright. Oh, and he's also said Derek for $10. Thank you, Derek. Says, I can join the channel now. Does this make me S-class or A-team?
Well, A-team set it up, so you decide. Why are you laughing?
Poisoning the well.
How is that poisoning the well?
That's true. Adam did set up the channel.
Well, can you go back one and give me the author of that thing? I can't find it.
That was Derek Drummond.
Progressive Era.
Which Rothbard?
Oh, Rothbard. Murray Rothbard?
Maybe.
Okay.
Bartaz Growski for 25 plutonium says, Adam's gay Joker would be like, do you want to know how I got these shorts?
No.
I like it.
Oh,
I do like Adam as the gay Joker. This should be a new thing.
Where's this
gay
coming
Joker,
from?
What do you mean? Where's it coming from?
I don't know this meme.
You've never seen The Dark Knight?
I have seen The Dark Knight.
Okay, remember how the Joker would always, when someone asked him how he got the scars, or no, he would say, "Do you want to know how I got these scars?" And then he would tell a completely different story every time.
I don't remember that. No.
How do you not remember that? That's like a central part of his character. He would continually lie about his origin.
That movie kind of bored me.
Okay, well, the joke was that the Joker would continually lie about his origin. So I was equating that to Vosh not knowing about his gay origin. So I was saying you should be like the gay Jokers. And every time you tell the origin story, it's different.
It's a different thing. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
How I came to terms, how I discovered that I was gay.
Right. You want to know how I got these shorts?
Somehow I think that that storyline, if someone adopted that storyline, they are going to end up in the Milo Yiannopoulos situation. Like that's not going to end well for them, right?
Matt, you're probably right.
As the lies get progressively worse and worse and worse. I mean, that's basically isn't that Milo? Isn't that what happened to Milo? Basically, I feel like it is.
Yes.
Anyway, okay.
Greg Albright for $20 says, "Have $20 from a far right supporter." Well, thank you, Greg.
Really?
We'll take money from anyone. We're not picky.
After all of our terrible abortion takes on the Tuesday stream, I was like,
there you go.
It's over. Everyone hates us.
No. Everyone loves us. Everyone loves Sitch and Adam.
I heard. Did you listen to Sean, Actual Justice Warrior's video where he said he was pro-choice, and I was like, oh, okay, baller.
Oh, I didn't listen to it. No.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I've never heard him talk about it, so I'm not really surprised one way or the other. But
same reasons. I mean, you make a pretty logical government get out of my bedroom argument. So
right. Well, I thought he was pretty libertarian on most issues. So.
Yeah. Murray Rothbard looks. I mean, is this a Mises guy? I don't know.
Someone said Mises and him, so yeah, probably. Alexi Time, thank you so much, Alexi, for $20. Says TS looks like manservant Habakkuk from Kids in the Hall. Oh, I never watched Kids in the Hall, I'll be honest. Which makes me wonder how Canada went from having the greatest comedic genius to people like TS, Thought Slime, the Surfs, and Justin Trudeau. There you go.
Thought Slime is had by Canada. I guess he is Canadian. He's got universal health care. What the fuck is he complaining about?
I don't know.
He's already got free health care, and all he wants to do is get rid of capitalism. What a dork.
What a dingbat. Ice Marbles, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Matthew O'Leary, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. I don't know how far away. I think we're kind of far. I don't know how close we are to a new emoji.
I think we're close to like 1,000 channel members. I can't believe it. It's insane.
No, we're not. You're crazy.
I mean, I looked at it this morning and it seemed like
I think you added an extra 0 on that.
We were like,
we're at 104 channel members. Thank you so much, guys. 104.
It's still crazy. Thank you.
That is crazy.
So much.
That's wonderful. Yeah. We need 17 more members to get the next emoji slot.
I think we could upgrade some emojis.
We could. We can always change them out and stuff. How do you become a channel member? There should just be a button that says join on YouTube somewhere. Doesn't it just say it? Just says join. Right?
Yes.
When you're like on the video, is it on the video or do you go to the channel?
I think it's on the channel. I think it's right next to the subscribe button, right?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you don't even have to go to the channel. When you're watching the video, right next to subscribe, it should say join in blue letters. Let's pull on my screen because I have dark mode on. Because I'm not a bigot. Andrew Clark for $20. Thank you, Andrew. Says, Adam, here's some food for thought. Quote, testosterone treatment was associated with a significant reduction of depressive symptoms. Google it. So girls who trans to men will feel better even if they just have depression. That's true. And I think we've talked about this before. And that's part of the fear and part of the problem is that if people are just depressed or anxious about going through puberty and you give them testosterone, they can feel better and thus think that, that further reinforces the thought that they have gender dysphoria when it's like, no, you're just giving them testosterone.
Right.
Which makes them feel better. So
you're just clearing up their depression.
Right. J-Mac for $50. Thank you so much, Daddy. J-Mac says, as a parent, letting your kids pursue their own personal happiness can result in extremely hazardous results. Why don't lefties understand this? That is true. I think that is a problem with too many parents what's weird. Some parents are like super strict, like I'm going to schedule in every minute of my child's day. It's like they get home from school and they have karate practice. And after that, they have tutoring. And after that, they schedule every minute so they have an activity. And then some parents, I think, they're just like, you do whatever you want to do, kiddo. And they give no structure. And I don't think either of these are particularly healthy, honestly. But.
Yeah, my parents kind of hit a middle ground. Like I said, my mom liked to put me in art classes a lot, which were obviously scheduled, but I did get a lot of free time. I mean, I was basically a latchkey kid. So
I'm not saying free time is bad. I'm just saying and not even just scheduling free time, but just like the attitude. And I think my parents were actually bad at this too with me, of just this attitude of like, oh, when you go to college, do whatever you want, as opposed to like do something that will get you a job, a good job. I don't think the whole like do whatever you want attitude is a good one, especially for when you go to college. So
yeah, you gotta have.
That's my take on it.
Gotta have some plan lined up.
Matthew O'Leary for $20. Thank you, Matthew. Says playing Acquitted and listening to you guys. A perfect way to end a Sunday. Thanks for all the enlightened centrist views, and A-Team reigns supreme.
Yes. Thank you.
He's playing Acquitted. That is the Kyle Rittenhouse game. I don't know if you saw that.
Really?
That's
awesome.
It's a game. It's right up your alley. You're Kyle Rittenhouse, or I don't think they say it because I don't think they paid Kyle Rittenhouse any money. But you're like a kid that looks suspiciously like Kyle Rittenhouse, and you're killing a bunch of zombies and mutant SJWs with a series of weapons. Oh,
no way!
Type in Acquitted. It's like
look
it up.
When can we play this game? I think we should.
You can play it on a stream if you want.
I think we should.
Yep. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says tea is greater than coffee. Oh. Listen, I'm not anti-tea. I like tea. I drink tea too. But it's not better than coffee. Okay? It's not better than coffee. Okay. Listen.
Oh, go ahead. I don't want to.
Listen.
I don't want to.
That's all I was going to say.
Step on your jam.
I had no follow-up.
You going to keep going?
No.
I like chai tea a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And my morning drink is the ultimate enlightened centrist drink. It is half chai tea and half coffee. It's so good. Oh, it's the most delicious thing ever. I hop out of bed. I can't wait to get my coffee tea combination. So
okay.
Have you ever tried it? I mean,
I've had chai. I like chai tea too.
So do you like
that chai tea latte? What are you talking about? Yeah.
I leave the latte off because it sounds a little.
I see.
It sounds a little feminine. I'm not gonna lie.
Does it? Yeah. No, I mean, I drink green tea. I drink black tea. I really like.
Well, chai tea is black tea. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's different types of chai tea. But,
right, but it's mostly black tea.
Yeah. I really like the boba teas, though they always overcharge you, so it's better to just buy the bobas at an Asian market and make it yourself. Because they always stay. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's like $6 for some fucking boba tea. And you're like, this is just like 50 cents of tea with 50 cents of like tapioca balls in it. Fuck you for charging $6 for this.
That's so funny.
You know I'm right.
I know you're totally right, but yes. I mean they got a business model going there. That's pretty.
It's ridiculous. Fuck that. I said fuck that. I'm gonna just buy some boba myself. Okay.
We have a boba tea place right down the street. That's awesome. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, coffee though.
Coffee's great.
Yeah. Boba equals fish eggs? Ew, not tier.
They do look like fish eggs, but no, they're delicious.
They're just tapioca balls. Chitachi, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chitachi.
Oh, really? Nice. Welcome.
And Chatachi says she has a boba tea kit at home. There you go. Based.
What? You can make boba tea?
You just make tea and you put the balls in it.
You don't have to bake the balls up or mix
You can just
some
buy the
stuff up?
balls. No.
Oh, yeah.
I just said this. What do you? I literally just said this for like 20 seconds ago.
Oh, I
Just
thought-
buy the boba balls.
I know. I remember you saying that.
Okay.
Yeah. But a kid
Sarcastic-
somehow made me think she made them.
It's true. It's a kit. And you're like, a kit? No, I don't know. Maybe she's referring to something else. You were 105. That is right. 105. That's a special number.
Me? 105? Yeah.
Sarcastic Overlord for $20 says, identifying with dysphoria could parallel deaf people. When cochlear implants were an option to cure deafness, many older deaf people took offense to calling it a cure, since the cure works better when a child, it was seen as robbing them of their culture. True.
Yeah, I completely agree.
That is a true thing that happened. Yep, that's very true. That's a very great parallel. I think we've talked about this before too.
Fix your hearing and find a new adventure. That's what I say.
That's right. One Abaddon for $20 says, hey guys, if either you are mothers, happy Mother's Day. Adam, check out a video called How to Pick Up a Duck. It's totally wholesome, and I think you'd like it.
Oh, that sounds right up my alley.
And happy MPreg Mother's Day, Adam.
Yeah, it's great. How to
it
pick
can
up
either
a
be
duck.
boba or bubble. You can say both.
Now, this better not be a bestiality film.
It's not. I've seen the video.
Okay.
Your pal Ashley for $20. Thank you, Ashley. Says, hear me out. Boba iced coffee. Boom! $1 million idea. You know what? You're right, Ashley. That is $1 billion idea. Boba iced coffee.
I do
Sounds
like
pretty
that
delicious.
idea.
Yep. Anyway, back to the video.
Talking about the infamous Florida Don't Say Gay bill and how the GOP is claiming that the bill actually has nothing to do with an obvious attempt to limit the rights of LGBTQ students and teachers. One of the most common conservative talking points from the
How does it limit the rights of students and teachers?
Don't you know if you're a gay teacher, you have to stop being gay because you can't talk about it at school anymore?
I see.
And so since you can't actually talk about it, you're not allowed to participate in that kind of behavior anymore.
Of course. Yeah, that's what that means. You're right. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Thank you for explaining it to me. I didn't get it until just now.
They don't understand that you can participate in behavior and not talk about it. It's weird.
No,
like everyone on the left is like, if I do it, I have to tell you about it.
I had to do it. I have to tell you about it. I have to wear a sign around my chest with glowing neon letters that, tells you about every intimate detail of my fucking life. And I have to do this in the classroom instead of teaching you about multiplication tables.
Right. Exactly. Because school is how they get their therapy in. It's very sad.
You say that, but like that really comes across when I watch some of these celebs of TikTok teacher videos. It really comes across that way. It's really sad.
It is their activism. I never realized this, but teachers, it is kind of their activism.
Yeah.
They feel like I'm shaping the next generation.
Yep.
And we've been doing it all wrong. We've been teaching them to love their country.
likes of the Daily Wire is that the evil left-wing mainstream media is wildly misinterpreting the nature of the bill on purpose in order to push their insidious gender ideology.
It's interesting that this is making it into the video.
Because Cody's literally doing that in this video? Is that why?
Well, that too, but the fact that they understand that they're even talking about the bill being mischaracterized. I mean,
well, they have to.
Really? Why?
Well, because it was so the right was so lockstep saying that they was being misrepresented. It was kind of like impossible.
So ignore. Fox News came out and said it was being mischaracterized, so therefore
everyone
to respond.
was, yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just said no, it's not being mischaracterized, and Fox News is lying. But Cody is. I guess
that's what he does say.
Yeah, I guess never mind. That's coming.
That is what he said.
The Daily Wire pulls the same misdirect as DeSantis, self-righteously pointing out that nowhere in the legislation is the word gay mentioned, though the word parent is mentioned 32 times, and the word parental is mentioned 7 times, in a pretty lazy attempt to make it seem as though the bill is really about parental sovereignty. They're technically not wrong in that the...
You know,
Whoa,
I
he
haven't
said
seen
technically not wrong.
I know. I haven't seen a single person on the left who defends this bill, or I mean attacks this bill, talk about that this bill exists because of the little girl who tried to kill herself.
Of course not. Why would they do that?
I haven't seen a single person mention that.
That little girl is technically a detransitioner. Well, they socially transitioned her in school, and she tried to kill herself. And once the parents got her out of there, she seemed to be fine.
Well, we don't know what happened to her, but we hope
she was fine, Sitch.
Okay. We'll just pretend that she was fine afterwards.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know the status of the situation.
We don't know. No one knows because no one even knows. I don't think.
Google the parent's name. Here, I'll look at it.
I don't know if the parents name even released.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
It's
I'm thinking
in that
of
article.
The Texas parents' names were not released. Yeah.
Oh,
those were suing.
Those were the Florida parents.
The Florida parents' names was released. Yeah.
I bookmarked the.
Yep.
The bill focuses a lot on a parent's right to be informed about what their kid is being taught. Except, hey there, buddy! What specifically is this sovereignty about? Does the bill say that? Oh, right. It's about sexual orientation and gender identity. This isn't a bill about a parent's general right to know what their kid is being taught. In fact...
Well, actually, I'll actually him in a second. Because he does a dumb thing, and I'll let it play out.
Florida already passed a bill like that last year. That bill, dubbed the Parents' Bill of Rights, allowed parents to have the right to pull their kids out of any class they deemed inappropriate, as well as have the ability to inspect any sexual education material and have access to their kids' school records. Sure seems like that law would have covered any concerns about parental sovereignty the conservatives are claiming this new law involves, doesn't it? So why introduce a second bill specific to teaching about LGBTQ issues? And if...
Well, I'll tell you, Cody, because you're a brain-dead monkey mule and you couldn't have read a 3 to 4 page bill. He's right that, yes, the bill from last year did say that parents have a right to be informed about what their child is being taught. Okay. The parental rights and education bill is not about that. It's saying that parents have a right to know about any health or medical concerns that the school is aware of.
Right.
And that the school has to inform the parents of medical concerns, Cody. It's not about them being notified about what's being taught.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
concerns with their own kid.
Right. And of course, he can't say that because if he said that, he'd have to bring up the fact that that little girl tried to kill herself, and that's why this bill exists in the first place.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Totally goes against his narrative.
Yeah. It says
that girl was 12 years old. The girl that tried to kill herself in Florida.
Here you go. The law says, in accordance with the rights of parents enumerated in, this other statute, adopt procedures for notifying a student's parents if there's a change in the student services or monitoring. I don't know why I can't say that word right now. Related to the student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being in the school's ability to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for the student. Okay? Nothing to do, you dumb idiot, about what's being taught in class and notifying them about that. Okay? It's about notifying them about their health concerns.
Yeah,
dumbass. The only thing about classroom instruction is just that one line about they shouldn't be teaching in class. It doesn't say anything about notifying parents about that stuff.
Of course.
This is so baffling. This is such an easy thing to not fuck up. But, we're talking about Cody here, so.
Right. He just reads the teleprompter.
Right.
If that first bill allows parents to review sex ed material and pull their kids from specific classes, why then have a new bill?
See, it makes no sense when you know the context of the bill.
Yeah.
Everything he's saying is just garbage.
Because it's a different bill about different things, you dumb moron idiot.
Who cares? He doesn't care.
That gives them the rights to sue the school about one specific topic being discussed. Why can't they also sue over violent material or on religious grounds? Is it because it would be a nightmare to allow parents to sue schools for anything they teach? Not to mention that by giving one parent the ability to sue over just one topic, you're effectively blocking the sovereignty of all the other parents who want sexual orientation and gender identity explained to their kids. How is
hilarious?
Is this moron not understand how public education
I know, I was going to say
works?
Aren't you stepping on the rights of all the kids that want to pray in class when you say that we can't all bow our heads and pray to the Lord, the one and only true Savior, Jesus Christ?
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. That's true. But then also, if the parents, if they're stepping all over the rights of the parents who want their 7-year-olds to learn in class about sexual orientation, first of all, the parent can fucking teach them that themselves.
Yeah,
Secondly,
teach it at home.
Right. It's always easier to restrict topics as opposed to, making them have to be mandated. But especially something like that. But secondly, if parents really wanted that, well, congratulations, it's public education. They could fucking vote for candidates that say that that's what they'll put in the schools, you dumb idiots.
Yeah.
They're not stepping over anything. This is what the electorate decided by voting these politicians into office.
Just so stupid. Obviously, everyone has to agree on the curriculum for their kids.
Right.
And that's Cody's why, just like, no, we can't ever agree on a curriculum because some people are going to want other curriculum. It's like, oh, okay. Well, we still have to, the problem still exists.
And this was the thought process behind, let's try to depoliticize the curriculum. Let's try to remove religion and politics and all that stuff from the curriculum, make it something everyone can agree upon. It's just the facts, ma'am. That's all we want.
Yeah, no.
And that's fine.
And then gender ideology came in.
I know.
Is that allowing freedom for parents? It's almost as if, and this is a wild thought, I know, but it's almost as if this bill definitely isn't about parental sovereignty because Florida already has a bill specific to that. And
he constructs this entire argument because he's too lazy to read a single page of a bill before he goes on his show and does this rant to hundreds of thousands of people.
So, but we are talking about the Florida bill, which is the Wendell Perez is the guy that his daughter was 12-year-olds. But the bill wouldn't affect 12-year-olds, obviously, because it's probably would be
it wouldn't
overreach.
in terms of teaching gender identity, but it would in terms of that if the school starts to think that a kid should be transitioned or has mental health problems, they would have to notify the parents of any age.
Right.
So it does affect, yeah.
Right. Okay, that's in the bill.
Right.
So so the bill specifically says that they can't teach gender ideology to 3rd grade or less, and they have to notify the parents in case of any.
For any age.
Right.
For any age. Right. And this is I don't know how Cody or any of these fucking people, I don't know how they live with themselves. How could you go on a channel where you have hundreds of thousands of people potentially watching information? And I understand making mistakes. We make mistakes.
These are on purposes, though. This is
well, that's what I mean. You just read a single page of a bill to get just the basic. It's not complicated. It's very short.
This is propaganda.
I guess it's just propaganda. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
The threat of a lawsuit clearly creates a situation where just one parent can decide for all the other parents what every kid gets to learn about. But of course...
No, you fucking moron. The legislature, which people voted into power, determines what the kids learn or the criteria and standards for what the kids learn. This is so stupid.
Yeah. The elected school boards.
Yes, and then the school boards will make further decisions for more specific
based
things.
on the input of the public. Yeah, that's why these school board meetings are getting contentious because people are showing up saying, listen, I didn't vote for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
one parent is going to sue the school and determine everything. Oh my god.
As if, I mean, if that was even possible.
Of course, there's a second reason the GOP is giving for why they think this law is absolutely necessary. Are we ready for it? Oh boy, that is going to look bad out of context, and I guess in context too, but that's right. P to the E to the defiles. The conservative tradition of associating queerness and homosexuality with pedophilia has a long...
See, when he said there was another reason they're talking about it, you're waiting, you're like, oh, you know, they're worried about false positives, they're worried about the girl who tried to kill herself, right?
No, I knew he was going to jump to the pedo shit.
Pedophiles.
Well, this is, yes, the conservatives and Republicans and whatever, I mean, they did used to do, this was a tactic. I'm not sure that it was a political tactic as much as something that they actually believed, that, you know, gayness and pedophilia were associated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's the case now, and I don't know that these bills are being motivated by a belief that gayness and pedophilia go together.
So to be specific, because people probably don't know what you're talking about, in the early times,
yeah,
in the 80s and 90s,
60s, yeah,
and earlier,
50s,
right, there was this, you know, the Republicans would make this argument that, you know, we couldn't have anything related to gay people because gay people were pedophiles and they were going to rape children or something.
Sexual degenerates, yeah.
Right.
I mean, they at one time believed homosexuality was a mental illness. I mean, it was classified as a mental illness in the DSM at one time.
Well, yeah, but that's sort of, that was like, so the DSM started as just a list of, like, if I recall correctly, the DSM started after World War I, because a lot of people came back with mental illnesses from World War I.
Do you know how the first DSM was written? John Ronson lays it out.
Yeah,
in
he talks
his
about
book.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
It's the psychopath test, I think it is, and it's fucking hilarious. A bunch of psychologists and psychiatrists got together in a hotel room and just started throwing out different things that they would classify as mental illnesses.
Right. That's what I was going to say. If you look at the first DSM, the second DSM,
right,
it's just like a list of like it's like, it's very not scientific. It's just a list of things. It's like, you know, with not a lot of information.
Yeah, so they're just a bunch of fucking shrinks are sitting around just writing down the things that they've seen.
Right. So, but what I'm just getting at is, like, in the DSM 3 and 4 and 5, like the way that they were created was so much different from the first two that it's,
I'm sure they tried
like,
to clean it up.
like, it's not really fair to even really compare them, you know, at all. But.
Although, I mean, I don't know because in the book, The Psychopath Test, he follows the guy that came up with the DSM-5 or the DSM, and follows various iterations of it. And there is a lot of politics that goes into the DSM.
There is.
Yeah.
There's, because that's like a good example is in the DSM-4, it was called a gender identity disorder. And then, you know, a lot of the gender activists were complaining the whole time. That's why they changed it to gender dysphoria, because they didn't like the word disorder was in it.
Right.
And so, yeah, there is a lot of politicking that goes into the creation of DSM and all this stuff.
But there was a time. Well, I guess you object to the DSM defining homosexuality as a mental illness. I mean, that was a mistake, obviously, correct?
Yeah, but it's not. It's kind of not fair, because it's. I don't remember if they took it out in the DSM-3 or the DSM-4, but it's kind of like, you know, what it was and what it is now is so different. It's not fair to compare it, like, in terms of saying, like, well, the DSM is illegitimate now because back in the day, you know.
I'm not saying that.
Right. I understand that.
You're worried other people are going to say that?
Well, that is the common argument, like, the bread tubers make about why gender dysphoria should not be classified as a mental illness.
Well, the argument that Cody is making in the video, and the reason that I brought it up was he's saying that Republicans have never gotten past the belief that that gayness is a mental illness and linked to pedophilia.
Right, exactly.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, there seems to be a lot of gay Republicans.
So this argument, and it's interesting because this is kind of left-wing bubble argument, which maybe is true. I don't know. I didn't even conceive of this till I heard people on the left start to say it. There was this old argument that it's not really made so much anymore, which was that, yes, as you were saying, that pedophilia was intrinsically linked to gayness, and that was why we had to keep gayness away from children, because it had to do with pedophilia. And they're saying that's what, when James Lindsay and all these other people call this grooming, they're trying to bring back this old argument that gayness and pedophilia are linked together. Which
is bonkers, because that's not remotely what they're trying to do.
That's not at all how I perceived any of this, and I don't think that's what's happening.
Right. This is, whether or not Cody believes it, is a completely different story, but this is just a lie. It's a complete mischaracterization of why they're using the term groomer. I mean, they are using the term groomer because it does have an affect that is pedophilic, which makes it sound even worse. But it's for political reasons. It's because you guys have been calling them Nazis for so long. They're like, this is fucking payback.
Well, I think it's two things. I mean, I think that's an element to it, but there's another thing too that the left is kind of pretending to ignore, which is that grooming and groomer doesn't just mean pedophile. And in fact, I would argue that for most of my life, whenever I heard someone use the term grooming, it was like 90% of the times not meant in any pedophilic way.
Right, the positive version of grooming.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh, the boss is grooming you for leadership. Like, it just meant that someone was
grooming
preparing you for
promotion.
some role.
We're grooming you for college.
Right. I almost always heard it in terms of someone is preparing you for some role in life or something. Yeah. And so when James Lindsay and the other people started saying grooming, that's the way I perceived it primarily.
Right.
And it made sense to me. It's like, oh, like when he says grooming, it just means cult indoctrination. They're just preparing you to accept their religion.
They're grooming you to vote Democrat for the rest of your life. That's what they're doing.
Right. They're grooming you to vote Democrat. For even more than that. Well, James's position is that they're grooming you to become Marxist, really.
Right. They're grooming you for a political ideology. Yeah.
Right. They're grooming you for a political ideology.
Yes, it means that. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. And so I don't think, and yes, obviously it has the pedo connotations and that's to give it extra weight, but I think it's very dishonest for the left to just completely dismiss any of this.
Yeah, they don't. The interesting question for me is whether or not they're even conscious of it.
I don't think they are. I don't think they are.
They're like, oh, you just want to call them pedos.
Right.
They're calling Cody, though. I mean, I don't know if Cody's gay or not, but they're calling straight people groomers. They're not. They're not saying gay people to the groomers.
Right. Right.
They're saying that the people wanting to teach this to kids are the groomers.
Right.
And they're not grooming them for sex. They're grooming them for their
gender ideology.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's why that's why it would have been better to head off at the pass too, to not even include sexual orientation in the bill.
Yeah, I guess.
Because that's not even the issue.
Do it one at a time, right? Tackle the gender
ideology
no, but I'm just meaning
first. There's no, in my mind, okay, there's no threat of like, oh no, you're turning kids gay. Like, that's not a thing.
Not a possibility, yeah.
Like, well, even if it is, like, some kid experiments and then realizes they're not gay and then who cares? Like, their life continues. It's not a big deal.
Right.
Right. It's not like,
what if they can't get the thoughts out of their head?
Well, then maybe they are gay. They can't get the thoughts out of their head, maybe they're gay. But it's a little different than like, having to reverse, transition. It's slightly different, slightly more extreme process than just being like, I'm going to start banging people of opposite sex now.
Right. Yeah.
So
you have your Brokeback Mountain moment and then you're like, nah, that wasn't for me.
Wasn't for me. Right. Yeah, exactly.
You have that with transgender ideology. Next thing you know, you're castrated.
Yeah, it's like a little. There's a higher buy-in for the trans identity than there is for just experimenting with being gay. It's much higher buy-in.
Do you think the neo-reactionaries know that it was a common practice when there was a monarch for parents to castrate one of their sons so that they could get into politics?
No. Listen, we all know that under monarchies we had social conservatism, Adam. Okay, where everything was the nice 1950s picket fences.
I mean, is it? I know, if you're a king and you've got a harem of 50 to 100 nubile young women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're really only going to hire eunuchs, right? I mean, you don't want a bunch. You don't want a bunch of guys running around in your
That's
palace.
true. You don't want any cocks in the hen house.
I'm not making this up.
I know you're not.
This is fucking true fact.
I know.
Life in the monarchy. Can you imagine if your mom and dad came to you when you were like 12 and said, "Listen, son, we think you have a life in politics." And you're like, "Wow, yes, son, you're going to be important. You're going to work for the king. You're going to be the king's right-hand man." Really? Really? Oh, that's so cool. Just one thing. Take this pill. I
don't know if the pill. I mean, you're talking about like
no, they probably
before pills existed.
They probably knocked him out and cut their wang off.
If even here, drink a bunch of alcohol.
They wake up the next morning. Your
Jesus.
life in politics have begun.
God.
Because when they were doing that, did they even know if they were going to get into politics?
I don't know.
Imagine going through that process and not making it. Oh, you can just work down at the store.
It'll just be a unit guard, I guess.
Oh, man.
Long and robust history that we don't really need to get into right now. But needless to say, Republicans, famous for refusing to update their rhetorical strategies even a little bit, are back at it again. In this case...
He keeps throwing these things up that it's so... What is the purpose of putting these on screen if they're completely not even read? Or
I don't know.
We don't really need to get into right now. But needless to say, Republicans, famous for refusing...
Okay, famous for updating their rhetorical strategy. He has a tweet of Ben Shapiro saying, "Happy legal guardian of unspecified gender day."
Yeah, I guess he's talking about Mother's Day.
Is that Mother's Day?
I assume.
Is that from like a year ago?
Probably.
Happy legal guardian of unspecified gender day.
Right.
Why
does he hate Ben Shapiro so much?
You guys have like one joke you tell over and over again. Oh, that's the response.
That guy didn't 9-Volt chat? Didn't 9-Volt end up being like a fucking sex fest or something?
Really?
Wasn't there's some weird thing where he was like asking for feet pics from his followers?
I don't know who 9-Volt is.
He used to be, I don't know if he still is. He was like one of these Twitter reply guys.
Oh, okay. Replied. Ben Shapiro is their demon, their devil. They're
obsessed with Ben Shapiro. I don't know why.
They're making him famous. They love Ben Shapiro. Loves it. He's like, make more videos about me.
Right.
Daily Wire made $100 million last year. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great.
I know whenever he comes up, people mock some weird foot fetish thing or something.
9-Volt?
Yeah, I thought
or Ben Shapiro.
9-Volt.
I got to admit, I listen to Ben Shapiro infrequently, but Ben Shapiro's coverage is pretty good because it is pretty just fact-based. Give me the news. I want to know what's going on. And he's honest about it's easy to spot his political preferences, his opinions.
Right.
But once the abortion stuff came out, I kind of felt like, okay, we're in a whole new ballgame now. Because he just his elephant is so anti-abortion.
Someone said that foot fetish thing was like Not true. That was just a troll.
Oh,
Whatever.
really?
I'm gonna believe it's true because I think it's funny. How about that? Cody hates Ben Shapiro because he's in love with Ben's sister. I believe that. He's like, Abby, you never returned my DMs, my texts. Now I'm gonna destroy your brother.
Is it? Is it? I mean, 9-volt is obviously not his real name or her real name. This person is operating anonymously, right?
Right. Yes.
To say that some anonymous account has a foot fetish, I mean, I don't feel like, how can that even be defamation when it's not attached to anyone's real name?
There we go. J-Mac, thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for $200. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Our surrogate father says, all right, guys, going to go to dinner for Mother's Day, so I'm out. Well, that's good. Treat your mothers well today, guys. You guys better use some of these super chats to bless Mama Sitch and Mama Friended. Take care all. Will do.
Will do, definitely.
Maybe I've already done, but yes.
I'll give my mom a nice box of chocolates. No, I'm buying her a Ferrari. Anyway.
To update the rhetorical strategies even a little bit, are back at it again. It, in this case, being accusing LGBTQ people of being pedophiles who...
Okay. Accusing LGBT people of being pedophiles. And he has some Washington Post headlines here. The Washington Post says, the new Red Scare, the right leans into pedophile accusations. Okay, not true. The Week, why are Republicans so concerned about grooming? Okay, that's technically true. Because grooming, they're talking about ideological grooming. So...
who want to groom children. In defense of HB 1557, DeSantis' press secretary, Christina Pashaw, argued that the bill merely prevents kids from being exposed to...
So, Daniel LeBruce responded to your question, Adam.
Okay.
Said he vividly remembers his first time.
It seems like you would,
so
yeah.
There you go. Vosh, calling you out. Calling you out as a gay faker.
Well, it's exactly the same as heterosexuals. I mean, you remember the first your first hookup, your first,
right?
Yeah,
right.
So of course, yeah, something's going on.
All right, hit it up.
So MSNBC, there's another headline here from MSNBC. Homophobic, transphobic lies are now our basis for Florida law. Does that seem like an honest headline to you?
Oh, really? Yeah, very.
That seems honest? I don't think it's
super honest.
Nah.
I looked up this article. I already forgot what it was. Wait, what was the article? Homophobic?
Oh, you did look up the article?
Yeah, what was the name of the article?
Homophobic, transphobic lies are now the basis for Florida law. MSNBC, the paragon of intellectual honesty and journalistic integrity.
I looked up every single one of these stupid things that he puts on screen, but I just have like so many tabs open, I'll never find them again.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know.
When you wanted to do this video, I mean, we're 20 minutes in and there's so many just claims in here that are just wild. I feel like we could piece together a good video that accuses Cody of pedophilia. I feel like we could make that claim.
I don't want to make that video, man.
We just need enough. We need enough headlines and enough statistics. Actually, that's the problem with that claim, because that claim is a false statement of fact that is you can sue for defamation. Yeah.
Right.
But groomer, I mean, that's a little more. I mean, obviously, Cody is a groomer because he's grooming people to be socialists.
The article says literally nothing of value, nothing even worth reading.
Really?
Yeah, it's just so like all the same garbage we've all heard a million times.
Hilarious.
Nothing of actual value. Yeah.
That headline's a real hoot. Homophobic, transphobic lies are now the basis of Florida law. Just in case you guys wanted to know.
It's crazy too, because if this was against a private individual, not the government, that would probably be libel.
Oh, of course.
Well, I guess not. I mean, it says it's an opinion piece, so I guess maybe not. But I don't know. It seems pretty ridiculous.
Homophobic and transphobic are, I mean, that's nebulous. What is homophobia? What is transphobia? Right.
Well, he doesn't even give an argument about, well, what are these homophobic, transphobic lies that are the basis of law? He doesn't explain how, like, what is his basis for that statement?
The lies aren't even in the video, aren't in the article?
No, he just says rapid onset gender dysphoria, which really has nothing to do
with
anything.
They say that's a transphobic lie.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with this bill. Right? No one's talking about rapid onset gender dysphoria. They're talking about social contagion.
Right. That is social contagion is
not really. They're not the same thing.
Right. Well, they are saying, they do make the argument that they are the same thing.
Right. They talk about the groomer thing, and then they bring it back to the, all gays are groomers line. They bring up QAnon.
Nobody's saying all gays are groomers.
I know, but that's what they're saying that they're saying.
Right.
So.
Lies.
To sexually inappropriate content, accusing opponents of the bill of being either a groomer themselves or at the very least, someone who supports the grooming of 4 to 8-year-old children. Now, to start...
I mean, it is a bill aimed at 4 to 8-year-old children, and it's super weird when you get very upset that 8-year-olds can't learn about these things.
It is weird. It is super weird.
Content, accusing opponents of the bill of being either a groomer themselves...
Okay, do you know who Christina... Pushaw is? Who's
That's
that?
DeSantis's press secretary.
Okay. DeSantis's press secretary says in a tweet, if you're against the anti-grooming bill, you are probably a groomer, or at least you don't denounce the grooming of 4 to 8-year-old children. Silence is complicity. This is how it works, Democrats. And I didn't make the rules. Oh, look at that. Holy shit. She just fucking punched.
I know.
Just slapped old Cody in the face, and Cody's all, how dare you? How dare you?
That's what they're getting so triggered about, yeah.
Well, get ready, man. This is your new life, Cody. You're a groomer. You got to fucking get used to it. Get used to the accusation.
Listen, no. Listen, they get to call the Republicans racist, sexist, homophobes.
Right, transphobes.
Without recourse, transphobes without recourse. So, that's just the way it works. But now suddenly they're getting hit with the pedo stick.
The recourse is here.
So it's interesting because when I look at when I look at these tweets, I didn't see a lot of people even saying like pedophiles in the replies. So really? I don't know. It seemed like most people, when they hear grooming, were interpreting it more the way I was.
Right. It's the rabbit duck thing.
Right.
Cody only sees the pedo. Which you got to wonder what's on his mind, right?
What's on his mind, Cody?
He hears groomer and he hears someone says groomer and he hears pedophile.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear groomer, I think of like a person who's like brushing a dog and then styling their hair or something.
Yeah.
So I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's obviously what she's talking about, Cody. This is an anti-pet grooming bill. Come on.
Of course.
Themselves, or at the very least, someone who supports the grooming of 4 to 8-year-old children. Now, to start, I just want to point out that pedophilia and sexual abuse and harassment of kids, specifically in schools by teachers or employees, is a serious problem in this country. By one study, 1 out of 10 students will experience some form of sexual abuse before they hit 12th grade. That fucking sucks and is gross. Dare I say, it should not happen. But you might notice that the study I just cited is from 2004, and it turns out that this is because the United States has an alarming lack of information about this subject. We don't really have many statistics because no one has bothered to collect them on a federal level, and 2 reports by the Government Accountability Office found that the United States isn't doing nearly enough in terms of background checks or other measures to prevent child predators from working in our schools. So if you were, say, a politician who was very concerned about pedophilia and grooming, this is probably where you would actually start.
If DeSantis did start here, Cody would totally accuse him of going after gay people.
He would say, "This is another right-wing strategy to shake in the faith in public schools by DeSantis."
That too, yeah.
That would be the argument.
Right.
Well, and again, this is so stupid.
But
the bill has nothing.
Accusing teachers of being. How is it any different than accusing teachers of being literal pedophiles?
Right. But the bill has nothing to do with rooting out pedophilia. Nothing to do with rooting out pedophilia at all.
Right. This is a complete non sequitur.
Right. This is complete straw man, complete ridiculous accusation. But
he said, just because you used a word that sounds vaguely like pedophilia, the bill should be about pedophilia, which is just, okay. You're on a different planet, dude.
Right.
You wouldn't make a bill banning sexual orientation discussions, but rather you would be loudly talking about our failure to protect kids or even track misconduct on a federal level. But what we do know, and again, boy, it's very little.
I just want to go back and, maybe I don't.
You would be loudly talking about our failure to protect
child welfare. Federal agencies can better support state efforts to prevent and respond to sexual abuse by school personnel. No.
Protect kids or even track misconduct on a federal level. But what we do know, and again, boy, it's very little, is that a study from 1994 of 352 sexually abused kids found that the perpetrator was, at the highest, 3.1% likely to be a gay or lesbian person. 82% of the time, the abuser was a heterosexual partner of a relative of the child.
So I don't know what this study is. Hopefully Sitch has looked at it, but the study says, are children at risk for sexual abuse by homosexuals? It's funny that he cites, I think he said 3.2% more, or 3.2% likely. I'm not sure. Aren't homosexual people 5% of the population? I don't know what percentage they are of the population, but so slightly underrepresentation.
Most of the victims were young girls as well, meaning that from this, albeit limited data, if we insert the information into our Predator-Tron computerized facial creation software, your average child molester from Florida would look something like this. This is all.
And he shows a picture of, I don't know the Republican congressperson or senator, but who is that guy? Matt Gaetz. That's who it is.
All to say that there's just no evidence that the Don't Say Gay bill would do anything at all to prevent pedophilia or grooming by teachers, nor does it seem to actually be a priority of anyone supporting the bill. It doesn't use the word grooming or pedophilia in the text, nor does it line up with any statistics, and is just focused on a ban on teachers' freedom to discuss sexual orientation and gender identity. To claim that it's a ban of sexual material is a lie, because if that was the case, wouldn't the bill say it's a ban on sexual material and not sexual orientation? You can't just claim a bill does something when it is in no way actually doing that thing. That's called a lie. There's simply no logical connection to the bill and grooming. So where the hell did this even come from? Well, that would be something called libs of TikTok. Started as like the...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
What did I miss?
Uh-oh. I don't know. We might need to back it up a bit because there's a lot of stuff about the bill, and he called Matt Gaetz a pedo. It's funny that he's like, he's so insistent on don't make sure that we don't accidentally call any gay people pedos, but let me just call Matt Gaetz a pedo. Is Matt Gaetz? I mean, Matt Gaetz hasn't been convicted of pedophilia, I'm assuming.
So he was accused, he hasn't been convicted of anything, I don't think. He was accused of, and probably was, fucking prostitutes.
Right.
And there was an accusation that one of the prostitutes was 17.
Right.
Now, whether he knew about that or not, I guess is part of the question.
Right.
And also 17 is not really a pedophile, but whatever.
Yeah. It is kind of unsavory, obviously.
It is unsavory. That's the question.
Fourth attempt.
Do you want to go back? Or
we can. You probably have lots to say about it.
Is this good enough? We have to go back to Matt Gaetz.
is all to say that there's just no evidence that the Don't Say Gay bill would do anything at all to prevent pedophilia or grooming by teachers.
Because that's not
it's not
what
the
the point of the bill is.
It's not the intention. It's funny how he slid that in here. I guess because they're countering that it's an anti-grooming bill.
Just because they're saying grooming, yeah.
Right. But he doesn't understand the context of the grooming.
No.
Grooming them for gender ideology.
Right.
Which is, the bill does attack very forcefully.
Nor does it seem to actually be a priority of anyone supporting the bill. It doesn't use the word grooming or pedophilia in the text, nor does it line up with any statistics, and is just focused on a ban on teachers' freedom to discuss sexual orientation and gender identity. To claim...
Yeah, because gender identity is the grooming.
Cody?
Yeah.
Listen to me. You fat, disheveled, unshaven monkey buffoon. Okay.
This is just straight disinformation, Sitch.
Let's first of all, like, shave. You look. I don't know why this dirty hobo look is like. I like just walked out of the jungle. I bet he looks like Robin Williams when he got sucked into Jumanji. Okay.
Right. He does. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I don't know why this is the look you're going for. Okay. But secondly, ad homs aside. Okay. I literally forgot. I was so enraged that I forgot.
Well, the bill, he's basically
I got distracted by my own ad homing.
He's basically complaining that
Nor does it line up with any statistics, and is just focused on a ban on teachers' freedom to discuss sexual orientation and gender identity.
Okay.
Yes.
Cody, you stupid moron.
Don't get distracted by the beard. Don't get distracted by.
I won't get distracted by the grossness. I can smell him through the screen. Teachers who work for the state, who work in public education, do not have free speech in regards to teaching children. You moron. The government does not have free speech from itself. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yes.
Private citizens have free speech from the government.
Yeah,
and we hope to foment a culture of free speech. Foment. Sorry.
Not ferment.
A culture. We can do both. We can foment and ferment. A culture, you put it in a little vat, let it grow in the vat of the dark. A culture of free speech when it comes to private citizens interacting with other private citizens.
Right.
But the government does not have free speech from itself. Or the government, even in this case, is even worse. The government doesn't have free speech from the population. Are you an idiot? This is what came up with the Kim Davis situation. She's like, I don't care if the government says that gay marriage is legal. I have my own, free religious, free speech rights to not recognize it. And you know what happened? They said, fuck you, you don't. Not in your capacity of being a government employee and a state actor. Sign the fucking marriage certificate, you idiot, or get the fuck out. And it's the same thing for these teachers. Follow the law or get the fuck out. You don't get magical free speech to do whatever the fuck you want when you're working for the government.
Correct.
Like, this argument is so dumb. Why do they keep making it happen?
Well, they keep making it because they perceive conservatives as being interested in free speech. So they think they're dunking on conservatives by saying, look, you're being contradictory. You're being a hypocrite. You claim to care about free speech, and yet you are trying to stifle the free speech of government employees, which has nothing to do with free speech and is completely incoherent. Typical, leftist argument, completely incoherent. They also, the he also makes, aside from the free speech claim, which, you know, you've obviously dismantled as completely specious, he's also saying that the bill doesn't attack groomers in any way, shape, or form, when he just said that it prevents people from grooming children with the ideology of gender. This fucking gender critical theory ideology is what they're grooming the school children with.
He doesn't even acknowledge that definition of grooming at all.
Right.
In this video.
Which is the craziest part is that it's like the bill doesn't focus on grooming. Yes, it does. What the fuck? You just said it. You just said it focuses. You just said it focuses on grooming because it doesn't allow them to groom the children. It's
just like with the CRT bills too. You know, it's like all these bills are like, these bills are just so vague. They're going to do all this bad stuff. It doesn't say it's going to do bad stuff in the bill, but the bill is just so vague. I'm telling you, it's going to be all this bad stuff. Oh, shit. Yeah. This is how bad the bill is. Okay?
Are you being...
My phone is alerting me. It's giving me an Amber Alert. It's saying that there's a teacher right now in this county that is trying to trans a child. Yes. Jesus, DeSantis, what are you doing?
I just, if a person wants to groom a child for their gender ideology, making a bill that says they can't talk about that subject seems like a pretty good way to stop it.
It does.
It seems like a damn good way to stop it, right?
It seems like it's a pretty one-to-one thing.
Yeah. Hey, that thing, that super controversial, unscientific, unproven gender theory that you have floating around in your head, don't talk to the school kids about that, okay?
Right.
You keep that to yourself.
Right.
It's just, Cody, come on, what's going on here? This whole video is complete disinformation, misinformation. Yep. I don't know. What do you which one's worse, disinformation or misinformation?
Disinformation, obviously.
Okay. Well, Cody is the king of disinformation here.
To claim that it's a ban of sexual material is a lie, because if that was the case, wouldn't the bill say it's a ban on sexual material and not sexual orientation? You can't just claim a bill does something when it is in no way actually doing that thing.
Who's saying it's a ban on sexual material? It's just like he just made like 10 straw mans in a row and then said, "Oh, it doesn't do any of these things that the bill was not designed to do." Ha! Caught you, Republicans.
Right. That's called a lie. I don't know about sexual material.
There's simply no logical connection to the bill and grooming. So where the hell?
I mean, real slow. The connection is gender ideology is a thing children are being groomed into. Like, what's so complicated about this, Sitch? It's pretty basic.
Did this even come from? Well, that would be something.
If the Republicans came in and were grooming school children to believe that life begins at conception, Cody would lose his fucking marbles.
Right. That's a very good comparison.
He would lose his mind. They would have their own anti-grooming bill. No, don't talk about that.
What if the teachers are coming in saying, "Listen, kids, life begins the moment." Let's see, that would be actually the good Republican counter. It's like, "Oh, you want to teach sex ed to like 6-year-olds? Okay.
Yeah,
here's our
totally.
Sex ed class."
Oh, don't do it, Sitch.
Yeah. The second that sperm hits that egg, you have a human life. Boom, right there. And if anything happens to that life, that's murder.
Right. That's baby killing.
Yeah, right. There you go. There's your sex education, idiots.
Now everyone go home and ask your mom, "Hey, have you ever killed a baby?"
Well, listen, this is the perfect day. Here on Mother's Day, I want you to reach out to your mother and say, "Thank you, Mother, for not aborting me."
Yeah, exactly.
Something called Libs of TikTok. Started as like the fourth attempt to go viral by some dipshit named Chaya Rychik. The account was sick.
You like that? had to throw her name in there.
Of course.
For no reason.
Of course. Yeah.
Signal boosted by Joe Rogan before devolving into basically an anti-LGBTQ account, labeling literally any instance of gay people existing around children as grooming. This
fake news.
I'm hesitant to weigh in strongly on the Libs of TikTok thing just because I blocked Libs of TikTok like early on.
Why?
Because it's just it was not good for my stoicism. Like
it's just too much doom pilling.
It is super doom pilling.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff, and it's not fun. It's just super, I feel sorry for a lot of the people. They just seem like they have meaningless, dejected lives.
Yes, right. No, that's true. And there were videos, I think it was Libs of TikTok, maybe it was someone else that I saw that I thought were incorrectly framed or whatever. It turned out not to be true. But I've also seen a crap ton of videos from Libs of TikTok that were teachers literally saying crazy shit and trying to teach their kids crazy shit about gender, and are totally valid to point out and to criticize.
Yes. I ended up unblocking Libs of TikTok because like so many people share their videos and I was constantly clicking on the thing. Oh, you have this account blocked. And after I realized most of them, I'm just, I'm looking at them anyway. I was like, oh, this is fucking pointless.
There you go.
So yes, I see plenty of Libs of TikTok videos. And then every once in a while, one is just, it's too much for me. And I'm like, mute. I don't want to see anymore. I've taken as much as like, but that's why funny. I don't, but none of the ones that I have seen, and I haven't seen a lot, so I'm not a real good judge, have seemed like what they're claiming, that they're they're anti-LGBT or going after LGBT people. They think most of them will revolve around some school teacher basically saying, I talked to my kids today about this or that. And some of them are completely unoffensive to me as just like thinking back, South Park style. I would be the kid in this class thinking this is boring, but it's not ruining my life or anything. But to conservatives, I could see them getting upset about it. And some of them were terrible. Like, why are you talking about that?
I haven't seen almost every video from Libs of TikTok I've seen. It's like someone talking to kids about, queer ideology. I haven't seen them saying, oh, we should come out against gay marriage. Oh, we should, like, fucking Ben Shapiro has harder stances on this shit than Libs of TikTok that I've seen.
Right.
So, like, you're right. Like, the characterization of this is just so beyond the pale. Such a hyperbolic strongman, this creative Libs of TikTok.
I don't think I've ever seen a tweet from Libs of TikTok saying that we should overturn gay marriage. I mean, you see
I haven't seen anything like that. No.
Debating the neo-reactionaries, like the neo-reaction. Yeah, they don't want gay marriage. They want gay marriage overturned. Like, there are people like that out there.
Right. I mean,
I just don't think it's the Libs of TikTok account.
No, I mean, Libs of TikTok's like a fucking conservative Jewish lady.
Right.
About this. Or I don't know, maybe she's Orthodox. I don't remember, but she's like conservative Orthodox Jew.
Right.
Which I think is hilarious because it kind of shits all over a lot of the conspiracy.
Right. They all wanted it to be some other state actor.
Well, it's funny because it hurts both far left and far right narratives that it's a woman like hurts the narrative, that, like, the far left wants it to be some like white Christian fundamental basement dwelling male, and then the far right's pissed because it's like it's a Jew, so they're like, wait a minute.
Are they? I mean, I guess the anti-Jewish,
the anti-Semitic, the anti-Semitic far right. Yes.
Who was the one that doxed her and broke the story and gave her real name and stuff?
Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz. Okay.
Yes.
We saw Mike Bender did an interview with Taylor Lorenz on his channel, and I was watching it. Yeah, maybe yesterday, maybe this morning. And Taylor Lorenz is pretty hilarious in that video because she goes over and knocks on the woman's door, right? And she's saying, you know, I'm just trying to confirm the story and all this kind of stuff. So she basically justifies going over to her house, knowing that she's going to dox her in the story and whatnot. And the way that she says, it's no big deal. Reporters do this all the time. Just made me think, like, if I show up on Taylor Lorenz's porch and say, listen, I'm doing a piece on the Sitch and Adams show, and I just wanted to make sure this is the place that you lived. Listen, in the interview,
Right.
she literally mentions Gamergate, which, if I did that, it would be all about, oh, you're threatening me. This is you want to show me that you know where I live. This is a physical threat. This is a death threat. You're here on my porch.
Yep.
It's so bizarre. They have no sense of proportion. They have absolutely no sense of when we do it, it's, or what is it? Like it's basically one set of rules applies to them and a completely different set of rules applies to their ideological enemies. What is that called? What the fuck?
Hypocrisy.
It is hypocrisy. Okay, good.
In-group, out-group preferences.
It's just, it's anti-liberal because liberalism is equal protection under the law. That's one of the foundations of liberalism.
I don't think she's liberal. I think she's weirdo leftist.
Right. Can you imagine? I was like, I'm going over to this lady's house and listen, I saw your interview and I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Make sure we get them right before we publish.
Well, that's what I mean. What's so weird about the story? This is why it's
they
so
don't have
bullshit.
telephones. You can't fucking phone her up.
Well, no, she did call her, but then she hung up. So
So then she's gonna go to her house.
Yeah, she's gonna go fly out or drive. I don't know if they live in the same state, wherever, just to knock on her fucking door. And
they live in the same state, so she didn't hop on a plane or anything.
Okay. It's like totally ridiculous because and what she never addresses, what no one's ever addressed is how does knowing her identity change the story or anything about anything regarding the account? Like if it doesn't, like if she wanted to write an article complaining about libs of TikTok, or if she wanted to write an article that was actually like a real article and say like, oh, here are a bunch of tweets that I think lib of TikTok was wrong about or whatever, let me do a critique of the account. Like you don't need to, the person's name is completely irrelevant to any criticism you might have against the account. Well, completely irrelevant.
You hate it, but this is my definition of cancel culture. It's based on lies. All this is based on lies. The whole idea that it's an anti-LGBT account is a lie.
Well, but it's not a lie because it's based on their perception, because they perceive anti-LGBT as such a fucking broad label.
Yeah. Well, she does make one good argument about them being anonymous, that it could be a non-state actor, and that would be a story, obviously. But as soon as you dig in and find out that, no, it's just some conservative Jewish lady, then you've debunked, like your story evaporates. You're like, okay, this is not a non-state actor. This is someone who obviously cares about the issue and wants to remain anonymous.
If you want to look into it because you think it's some Republican operative, if you think it's Donald Trump's, second account or something.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yes.
Right. Go look into it, and then you find out that it's not, and then that's the end of the story. Yeah. Sorry, you wasted your time, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah. But no, that's not what the whole point was, to do exactly what they accuse everyone involved in Gamergate of doing.
The whole point.
Harassing people.
This is what the point was. The point was, if she had a normal job, they wanted her to get fired.
Yeah.
That was the point.
Yeah.
That was the point of trying to figure out her identity.
Right.
And they're just pissed because she doesn't have a job
And now her
she,
job is
anymore.
literally libs of TikTok because
Right,
I
that's
think
her
the
job now,
Babylon Bee hired her. She's probably making 6 figures now.
Right.
Yeah. They were all bent out of shape because I guess they did a bunch of branding stuff. Like they trademarked libs of TikTok and all this stuff. And Taylor Wenz was all bitter because TikTok wasn't protecting their brand. She's like, they need to go after her and sue her for infringement. I mean, that's a fascinating case because the brand is based on another brand. Is that a possibility? I don't know.
That's true. I don't know what the law is regarding that. That's interesting.
I mean, Lives of TikTok is as famous as TikTok now.
Right.
I think she's over 1 million followers on Twitter.
And see, that's so telling that Taylor Lorenz is crying. Oh, they should get sued by TikTok. Like
1.22 million followers.
Yep.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
And it's so stupid because like, it's not like Libs of TikTok is going in like finding people's private videos. These are videos that people of their own accord put up on TikTok.
Well, and also,
and then people just send them to Libs of TikTok.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It.
They're curating.
Right. But they're acting like that, like Libs of TikTok is like scouring people's personal computers, hacking into them to look for like private videos. Like, no, people put this shit out, like people of their own volition film themselves and put it up on the internet. Yeah, on TikTok.
It's a public forum.
Right. Or Instagram or YouTube or whatever.
Most of them are hoping to go viral.
Yeah.
And then when they go viral.
It just goes viral in the wrong bubble and then they get mad about it.
How dare you make fun of. I thought this was going to get me a lot of likes. I'm getting a lot of hates.
Right. Exactly.
How dare you? I'm on the Libs of TikTok page.
Mm-hmm.
Which obviously I've just told you about my tumultuous relationship with Libs of TikTok. But it immediately starts giving me all of these right wingers. You might, if you're here, you might like the Hodge twins.
Exactly.
You might like Lauren Boebert.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
She's like the one that was yelling in the State of the Union address, right? Lauren Boebert for Congress account. Congresswoman for Colorado 03.
Oh, she the one that called Obama a liar?
Owner of Shooter's Grill. I'm the mom who told Beto, hell no, you're not taking our guns.
No, something different.
Yeah. Is she, oh wait, is she a congresswoman?
She's a representative, yeah.
Oh, here she is. Here
Colorado.
She is with President Trump wearing her Let's Go Brandon dress.
Oh my God.
She's got a Let's Go Brandon dress like the Tax the Rich dress that
I remember seeing the picture. Yeah.
Hey, JD Vance won his senator's race.
Yeah, yep.
JD Vance.
A monarchist won his senate. Well, so there you go.
Is he a monarchist?
Well, no, he won
a secret monarchist.
We don't know.
Did you know that JD Vance supports my position on parents?
We talked about this.
Parents getting their children's votes since the children are disenfranchised.
Yep. JD Vance didn't win. He won the primary. They haven't had the election.
Oh,
yet.
he only won the primary? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think.
No, I think he won. Our next. Oh, maybe he didn't.
No,
I don't know.
The election hasn't happened yet.
It doesn't happen until.
No, I assume it doesn't happen until like normal elections happen. But
damn it.
Video of Pete Buttigieg's husband leading a pride-themed Pledge of Allegiance at an LGBTQ camp for teens.
One camp, full of pride, indivisible, with affirmation and equal rights for all.
Boy, that kid really looks like. Why they are into this? I guess I don't. Is that a? I'm a little.
Well, I want to send you. You're gonna have to do the thing that you love to do so much. I want to watch the full video because they cut out the beginning part of it.
Oh, I love doing this. What are you talking about?
Let me know, and I send it to you. Let me know if you think it changes the feeling of the video.
Put it in the watch together. What are you talking about?
It's a Twitter video.
I have to bring up the. Oh, okay.
That's what I meant.
I know. You love making my life hell.
Oh my God! It's so. He has to open up an OBS window and he has to crop the little. Oh my God! Oh, the humanity!
Read some super chats and shut the fuck up, okay?
Oh, Sitch way. We're gonna do this with like 3 videos, so just get ready. Okay, it's gonna be like a process.
Please,
Adam,
just read some super chats and
Bjorn Kazark for $20 says, surely Cody has complained about background checks before. Isn't just using this as a convenient angle of attack. To be fair, he was probably more focused on pedo priest, even though church attendance isn't government mandated. True. That's true.
Really?
I believe that.
Pedo priest?
That, yes. James, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
I changed my mind. I just brought up the Wormy cam instead. I thought it was more.
No.
I thought it was more exciting. Wormy's taking a nap right now.
No. Bring it up.
He's very tired.
The people demand to know, Adam.
Look, he won't even. He's so exhausted. He won't even wake up for petting. It's just crashed. Oh man, I think Wormy might have gotten to my weed stash or something.
You got into the catnip. Okay.
Yeah, I've been growing some real good catnip for him. All right, I got it up.
The video. You got it up, Adam?
They cut some. It's only like 26 seconds.
Yeah, the one that he played was like 10 seconds. Okay. Ready? Give me a count.
Got to turn the volume up first. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right. I pledge my heart. To the rainbow. Of the not so typical gay camp. One camp. Full of pride. Indivisible. With affirmation and equal rights for all. Watch your heads. All right. I pledge my heart.
What did we miss?
The beginning part.
I pledge my heart.
The whole thing just seems really. Do you have a problem with this? Do you not have a problem with this? I guess that's the question.
Are all these children? I mean, they seem pretty young. Are they all?
Yeah, they're all young children.
They're all young gay children. They all have gone through.
Now, I'm assuming this is not at a public facility. I assume it's some private camp.
Right.
But so, do you have a problem with this, or do you think this is overblown?
Why? I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. Okay. So it's a little weird. It's a little sus. It's a little strange to me.
Yeah.
You're pledging to like a gay flag.
Well, that is obviously that's completely weird. I'm just talking about. I don't know about the concept of. I guess I'm just the gay experience is so. It's got to be so difficult for kids because you're around a bunch of people who are going boy crazy and girl crazy, and you're having way different feelings than everybody else. So maybe this is good, but as long as it's like a no pressure situation, I don't want it to be like. I don't know. What is your?
I don't have a problem with like people going. I don't have a problem with there being like positive camps for LGBT children.
Right.
Even though there's some very young children in that audience. But I do think this whole like the pledge is what I'm assuming people are reacting to. Like you're pledging to this gender queerness. Like that's strange to me.
Right. Yeah. I guess
like why is that part of this?
Here.
Yeah.
There's there's the issue of the camp itself, and then there's the issue of praising the flag, the gay flag.
Right. I'm not necessarily. I mean, it depends what the camp is. I'm not against there being, an LGBT camp or something.
Right.
It's the prayer is very strange to me. The
pledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how kids come out to their parents. I don't know if that's like. I mean, Vosh didn't come out until he was 27, and doesn't remember his first gay experience. I'm just joking, obviously, but I'm
Let me ask you a question,
definitely
Adam.
conflicted on this.
When you went to public school, okay, did you ever like pledge allegiance to like fucking women? Did you ever be like, I pledge allegiance to bang girl?
If we had like a super cool camp counselor that came out and wanted us to pledge allegiance to banging girls, I'd do it. I'd be 100% in.
It would have been like a joke, though.
I would have been like, yes.
It would have been yes.
Yes.
There you go. Adam's in favor.
Well, let's get some girls here.
There you go. I pledge allegiance to the pump and dump.
That camp counselor.
May she lose my phone number.
That's the thing. That's the thing, because the camp counselor would definitely be classified as a pedo, because I would be like fucking 10. I would be 10, and the camp counselor would be like 20, coming out and being like, yeah, let's pledge to banging women. Oh, this is so bad. Let's
go back to the video.
Why don't it's this is why I'm conflicted, because the conservatives will look at this and be completely just, this should not be happening. This is horrendous. I guess you're having that experience about the flag and stuff, but
again, if you want to have a positive camp for gay kids to go to feel accepted, fine. The pledge is the weird part about the whole experience.
How many of these kids are trans though, and how many are gay? I don't know.
Well, and listen, it's the year 2022,
right?
Okay, I don't know where these kids live. I don't know what's just happening. I'm skeptical that these kids are from environments where their homosexuality or their transsexuality is so repressed that they need a reprieve from the repression of everyday life that they have to go to a gay camp.
Right.
Okay. This is part of the thing too. Like, I would understand more of these things in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. It just seems like the mainstream has shifted so much in favor of this stuff. Like, why do you need a safe space? Well, maybe this is my straight person privilege, but I don't know why you need these safe spaces for this stuff.
Well, straight person privilege is kind of a thing though, because so much of, growing up is getting together with your friends and like, talking about your crushes on different girls and rating different girls and talking about how awesome it would be if different girls, liked you.
Yeah, but but listen, I told you my friend, like this is just a personal story. This is a personal anecdote. Okay. A friend of mine said that at his kid's school, I think he said half the kids at the school identify as some kind of non-binary. Okay.
Right.
So I don't believe that that people that are gay or LGBT can't have the same conversations in most situations.
Well, but you wouldn't get together with your straight friend and start rating all the guys that you liked if you were
Why
a guy.
not? Are you a homophobe?
Why? I wouldn't be able to participate in that rating.
Well, that's because you're a homophobe.
Exercise. Why you wouldn't have the same I wouldn't have the same inclinations.
That's because you're a homophobe.
No, it's not. It's just I have different.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's move
motivations.
On. Next, we have a couple of these to get through.
Do we have? Okay. You sent me another one, or?
Well, we're gonna get to another one.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, that's grooming. This video of a teacher talking about coming out.
Oh, this is the one I wanted to do. This
is the one you wanted to talk about.
Send it to me now.
Yes. Okay.
Is this a teacher?
Yeah.
What's he say?
As trans to her students?
So none of the kids knew me as trans, but I wanted to talk about it. So what I did is...
It's a she, right? Am I getting that correct?
Yes.
Did I say the dreaded he?
You said the dreaded he.
Did I? Oh, it was accidental, but... This is, isn't she trying to pass as non-binary now, though? So, I can't...
We'll get into that.
I can't be blamed for this.
As soon as I came back, I joined up with the GSA, realized how many questions the kids had.
This is pretty close to the non-binary experience for me. Do you think this person is hitting non-binary pretty much?
Well, hold on. Listen to what this person says, because this is like classic. This is actually like what the people that are worried about the grooming stuff. This is like an actual example.
This one we have to talk about for a long time.
Right.
Yes, I totally agree. But I want to ask you, aesthetically, it's pretty hard to tell if this person is male or female. So I mean, that's a non-binary aesthetic, right?
I guess that's what they're going for.
If you're going for, I'm just a huge question mark.
Yes. I want to be Pat is what they're going for.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's a win. I think it's successful.
If that's what their goal is.
Well, I don't. I look at this face and I'm like, I could go either way.
Your brain's like question mark, question mark, question mark.
Right, exactly. No, I just see like the blue screen of death. I'm like,
yes. There you go.
Well, I can't. I'm trying to process. You know, the Terminator, when the Terminator screen comes up and you're like, it's like toggling back and forth between male and female.
There you go.
It's so fast.
Yes.
My processor's going to break.
Adam is really trying hard to figure out if this is John Connor or Jane Connor. His Terminator brain can't handle it. It's going back and forth.
I'm just saying, until they put the non-binary option, they must have lost a lot of Terminators over this. They really must have.
That was the trick. See, that was, you didn't have to send naked Arnold Schwarzenegger back in time to save John Connor. All you had to do was get a sex change. That's all you had to do, and the robots would have never found him.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, here we go. I'm going to pay attention to what they say. Think sometimes you just need a they pronoun, don't you?
Go. There you go.
I'm just going to pay attention to what they say.
So none of the kids knew me as trans, but I wanted to talk about it. So what I did is, as soon as I came back, I joined up with the GSA, realized how many questions the kids had, and decided the best thing to do would be to host a Q&A.
Grooming again. The account made...
Okay. So there's some information that they cut out too. So what she says in the beginning of the video is that she transitioned before ever coming to the school, which is why she said the kids didn't know.
Right.
So this is an individual who transitioned, who was passing, who no one knew she was trans, and still had felt the need and desire to, in her middle school, I believe she works in middle school, set up a meeting where kids would come and she would tell them about transitioning.
Right. All the kids just believed she was a cis female.
Right. And the parents obviously not happy about this.
Right. They're like, what the fuck?
This was not in the school curriculum. You just did this fucking on your own. What the hell are you doing? Blah, 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 blah.
Not only that, you're a role model. So if the kids look up to you, they're going to think, oh, I want to grow up and be just like you.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
And so anyway, so the thing we'll watch is not this video, but she has another video that to me is so incredibly telling about everything that I think I have a problem with this stuff.
Are we gonna watch it on
I've had
TikTok?
a lot of people asking me lately how I decided.
Let's see. We're at 26, 21. I'll see if it goes in the watch together. I assume it does not, but let's find out. No, it doesn't work in the watch together, right?
I've had a lot of people.
Oh, it does.
It's not working. It's not working for me.
Oh, it works for me.
You can see the video. Oh wait.
I can see it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Perfect. Look at this.
Okay.
Holy cow.
Press the play button.
I've had a lot of people asking me lately how I decided to make the switch
is it playing for you?
from a binary trans woman to a non.
Hello?
It's playing for me. Yeah, I paused.
Oh, okay. So wait. So we have a problem because it's not playing for me.
Right. Want me to bring up the TikTok and do 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, but I don't know how to rewind this stupid video. There's no scrubber.
There's no rewind in TikTok.
How do you rewind this dumb video? Oh, it's at the top? Wait, you can't click it.
I can rewind it in TikTok.
Can you just open the TikTok window? Is that what we were gonna do?
I was gonna do that.
Okay, just do that.
Okay.
I just hit back until we got back to some more news.
I got to hit back too then.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be better so we can actually pause. Because this is a crazy video that needs to be looked into. TikTok doesn't do rewind. On Firefox, I can scrub on Firefox. The video itself.
Oh no, it did get in the right place. Okay, I backed it up. Wormy left.
Okay, ready? Let me know.
No, I'm not ready. Jeez, stop. So bossy.
Doing him ready, Sitch.
You're worse than a middle school teacher.
Listen, Adam.
I'm not gonna listen to anything.
You gotta do your job. Okay.
All right.
In the words of Spider-Man, do your job.
This doesn't have a. It's so weird.
What?
It doesn't have a. There's no slider on the side of the screen here.
Oh, well, you should still be able to play and pause it. So
it's enough on the screen. You can see enough of it. All right, let's go. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, no volume. Hold on. Back it up. Turn the volume
on. Give me a
on.
count too.
Oh, you want to count? Real professional. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
I've had a lot of people asking me lately how I decided to make the switch from a binary trans woman to a non-binary trans girl, what that looked like, what the decision-making process was like. And it's a hard thing to talk about because I can't fully pull myself away from the invalidation of my own gender that I do to myself. I would never say these things about other people, but I am not very forgiving to myself, and so I'm going to try as much as possible to be understanding and be accepting of my gender in this video. So the first thing you need to understand is for the vast majority of people I interacted with in the first half of my transition, they didn't see me as a girl. When you don't pass, people humor your gender identity. They don't believe it. They'll be like, oh yeah, you're totally a girl, but they don't really mean that. You can tell they don't think that. You can tell in how many times they make mistakes in gendering and all that stuff. And so when I wasn't like fully meshing in all girls spaces, well, that felt understandable because I didn't pass as a girl. And so why would they treat me as one, right? Again, it's internalized transphobia, but it made sense to me. And so once...
Are we pausing? I paused. Sitch. You can't mute yourself like that.
It's paused.
Did you pause?
I paused
okay.
It. Yes. What do you want to say?
I'm losing my mind here.
You like the it's internalized transphobia that people didn't recognize me as a girl when I wasn't passing.
Right. Well,
okay,
and
that's where we're at.
Right. And she's in women's spaces and they're perceiving her as a man. And they're getting triggered about that.
Well, no, it's even worse than that. She's saying that they're doing what they should do. They're being polite and acknowledging her as a woman, but she can tell that they don't really see her as a woman.
Right.
You know, she can sense some unease or she can sense something going on here. And that's internal transphobia.
Right. Internalized transphobia.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Once I started passing, I expected things to get easier, and they did. People started treating me more like a girl, but I realized
Adam?
I hit play a long time ago.
Oh my God, you fucking piece of shit.
I wonder if I can tap back and
Forget
doesn't seem to rewind. Here, you catch up. Go ahead. I'll give you a few seconds. 3, 2... Okay, I'm going.
Wasn't fully comfortable with that.
Unfortunately,
either.
you talked over like literally the most important part of the video.
Well, I'll back it up. Here, let's back it up to. I'm at 57 right now.
Go back to like 110.
No, I'm gonna start at 57.
Okay.
And we're gonna get it all ready.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Understandable because I didn't pass as a girl. And so why would they treat me as one, right? Again, it's internalized transphobia, but it made sense to me. And so once I started passing, I expected things to get easier, and they did. People started treating me more like a girl, but I realized I wasn't fully comfortable with that either. I didn't like the fact that people would treat me entirely like a binary girl. I have distinct memories of this one class in grad school that was all women, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I just didn't like being lumped in with everyone else there. The biggest moment for this was when I was with my ex-boyfriend and two of his trans friends.
Okay. What the? This is it. This is the peak insane gender bullshit. Okay. You have an individual who claims they have gender dysphoria. They successfully transition. They accomplish what many trans women desperately want.
Right.
Okay. They successfully transition into a trans woman who passes so well that they're sitting in a class filled with cis women. And apparently, I guess no one knows that she's a trans woman, or she thinks no one knows that she's a trans woman. And that bothers her.
Right.
She's upset by it. She's like, wait a minute. I don't want to just be one of the girls. I want to be special.
I am special. God damn it.
I want to be different. No.
I'm just like everybody else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen.
This video says it all. When you sent it to me, I was like, this is insane.
This video says it all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it seems as though she doesn't really have gender dysphoria, because a lot of people would describe the experience she had as gender euphoria.
Yes.
Where she's passing in front of a bunch of her peers and nobody knows. They all recognize her as a cis woman.
This person probably doesn't fucking have gender dysphoria. Right. You're exactly right. I don't think this person has gender dysphoria. I think this person wants to be fucking special and unique and wants to replace what I said in the beginning of the stream. Okay. This person wants to replace gender identity for a fucking personality.
Right.
And they're like, I want to be special. I want to be unique. And it's just, I can't fucking believe this. Like, if I was a trans woman, I would have fucking lost my goddamn mind if I heard some idiot say this.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay, you've accomplished the thing that I want. And you're like, oh, hey, man, I don't like this. I want to be special. I want people to look at me differently. It's like, this is so more, I didn't like it when women looked at me and they didn't accept me as a woman. But now that they do, I realize I don't want that either. I want to be my own magical category of magical animal, magical being. Like,
you're so triggered.
When I heard this, it was so triggering to me. I was like, fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. This is a real problem that people have to deal with. And you're just like, I want to be different.
God. In the TikTok, it says gender is a hard thing to define. So here's me trying my best.
Right. I didn't like that people define me as a cis woman. I gotta be non-binary now.
This is defining. Well, for 99% of the population, I don't think gender is a hard thing to define, though.
No, it's not.
It's not hard at all.
No, really it's pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Most people just define it and move on to other things. Yeah.
Right.
It's like boys have the ding dong and girls have the JJ. You learn it from your folks before you're ever even in school, right? I mean, that's a conversation you have early on.
Let's see. Let's finish the rest. I don't remember if she says anything.
I'm at 139. Where are you at?
134.
Okay, we're close.
So yeah, just hit it.
And they were talking about being trans and non-binary and all this stuff, and they were excluding me from the trans discussion. These two people who I had never met before thought I was a cis woman, and so they were pushing me out from my own gender, my own.
You can't take it. You're so fucking triggered.
Oh my god. She's like, oh, I was so upset. Oh, my boyfriend. You're talking to trans people, and they're talking about trans issues. And no one thought I was trans, and I was so sad. They just thought I was a cis woman. Oh, boo.
Was she talking to her boyfriend, and her boyfriend doesn't know she's trans?
Well, she said her boyfriend's trans friends didn't know.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Right. So the boyfriend is not saying that, by the way, my girlfriend is trans.
Who the fuck knows? I don't know what the fuck's going on in this conversation.
The boyfriend, maybe. Why aren't you telling them I'm trans? Baby, I don't want them to know.
It's like, what do you mean? Like, I thought that's what you wanted. This is what they fucking want. This is what they want, is to just walk around and not be seen as trans. She has the thing that the fucking people want.
No,
I want it because I want to be part of the special club. I want fucking special.
I want to know what do you think of the dysphoria as the hashtag in this? Dysphoria is her hashtag.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, like this person does not have gender dysphoria.
Sitch is
fucking insane.
Sitch is totally on the beat. Oh, are we gonna get busted for this music? Oh man,
I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't think so. Probably
Let's
not.
hope not.
This video is insane.
I feel like we are, but who cares?
This video is insane.
If the stream goes down, you know it was the song. Ready?
Right.
I'm at 156. What are you at?
151.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Of my experiences, they were saying, oh yeah, us transes, not you. This is our experience, not yours. And that made me so uncomfortable. I had been trying for years to be seen as a cis woman, and now that it was happening, I hated it. I couldn't take it. It made me so uncomfortable that people were seeing me the way that I was trying to be seen. I started really questioning.
Pause. I mean, this isn't a trans thing. This is a human thing. This is like, when you achieve the goal. I mean, this is psychology 101. Once you achieve the goal, you're like, okay.
I take it back at him.
What?
This person's obviously a woman because that's the most female shit I've ever heard.
So you think they do have dysphoria?
I finally got what I wanted, and I realized I didn't want it anymore.
Right. That's a human thing.
I know. I'm just being
a sexist piece of shit, but it's funny. Sexist,
so we'll allow it.
But yeah, striving for something is more tangible and meaningful than actually achieving it. It's sad that we live in that's part of our reality as human beings, but it's very understandable. It's weird though if your goal is to if your goal is to be like, if you get a cancer diagnosis and your goal is to be cancer free, I think it's a much different situation. You're not sulking over achieving your goal. You're like getting back to your normal life. Right?
Yes.
This is kind of a weird situation.
It is. It's very weird. The whole thing is weird and terrible.
I'm at 218. What are you at?
I'm at 218.
Okay. Woo! Look at this.
We did
3, 2, 1, go.
Questioning whether or not I was doing things because they made me happy, or if I was doing things because they helped me pass. The way that I dress, the way that I affect my voice, the way that I refer to myself, the way that I'm comfortable now being referred to as things like guy or bro, as long as it's coming in a kind of gay way, Once I started embracing all these things about myself, I started realizing, like, yeah, maybe being binary just isn't me. It wasn't an easy change, and there are still times when I'm not sure about my
realizing
identity, but
I'm not trans.
I like the way now that when I identify myself, it makes me feel happy and free and not uncomfortable and confined. I've had a lot of people asking me lately.
Oh my God.
I feel like I've learned so much. I think Remy is my new spiritual advisor. I think yeah. Well, how do you feel about this person teaching school children?
This person should not be anywhere near children. She doesn't understand herself, let alone how to teach a fucking child anything.
Isn't this?
She wants to this fucking idiot wants to tell kids about her trans experience. Trans experience is like counter fucking most trans people's trans experience. Like, what the fuck?
It's so bizarre. There's like this real narrow set of experiences that most people are not going to have. This person has had those experiences and then has an even narrower set of experiences that virtually nobody's going to have.
I know.
But yet, here she is in a TikTok explaining this is gender. Gender is hard to define, so here's me trying my best.
This is gender. Well, what is it? I don't fucking know. I don't even know what I want. It's like, oh my God.
This isn't this. You're not defining gender. You're defining indecisiveness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. She's like, I just want to be special. Listen, I thought I had gender dysphoria, okay, but then I realized I just wanted to be unique and special, and I got mad that like some people,
They
didn't think
see
I was
me.
special. They thought I was a boring old lady. So, fuck.
I'm going back to non-binary. I wonder if I can pass as non-binary.
I believe it, Adam. Listen,
I'm gonna try.
You won't know unless you try, Adam. Okay.
Yeah, no, it
Do
sounds
it
fun
for the stream.
I did. There is. Is it Kyle Dunnigan? I never hear him say his last name. I think it's Kyle Dunnigan. Kurt Metzger hangs out on his stream. They use these face apps, and I've thought about, I got to figure out how to do the face app when I can, so I can look like a woman on command.
Yes.
And just because it'll be fun, because it'd be fucking fun as hell. It's on my list of things to do. I got to finish the comic first. The comic is taking over my life. I've had very little sleep. I'm very sleep deprived these days because I'm working on the comic incessantly. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with the comic like Remy is obsessed with passing as non-binary. Okay.
Passing as, I like that. Passing as non-binary, whatever the fuck that means.
Well, it's you got to admit, non-binary is probably the hardest to pass as.
Yeah, because it does. No, it's not. That's the easiest. No one could just do whatever the fuck you want.
You think?
Yes, you just do whatever you want.
I think Remy has kind of nailed it. I look at that face and I think, I don't know if that's a guy or a dude, a guy or a girl.
There you go.
I don't know. I can't tell.
This person's a moron.
It's definitely, I guess people are into that now. That's a win.
Listen, I won't listen. I will be accepting. Okay. I don't identify them as a man or a woman. I identify them as a dumb fuck.
You're so evil. If it's got to be tougher for gay people, because if a gay person finds another person attractive, they don't know if they're gay or not. Like, that's the first hurdle is, oh, is that person gay? And I just imagine 99.9% of the time it's, no, that person is straight. And you're just like, okay, not really an option for me. But how many people walk into a room and they think, oh, yes, I really wanted to date a non-binary person. I'm so glad there's this non-binary person here.
Right.
That I can date. Well, I guess.
But how weird is that? Who's like, okay, I want to make sure I go out and date a non-binary person.
Right.
That's got to be some virtue signaling bullshit.
You don't think it's
what do you mean? You're specifically looking for a non? I don't even know what does that even mean.
See, my dating software is severely out of date though, because nowadays all dating is done via dating apps. So the dating, you just select. You're like, what are you talking about, Adam? There's a million gay people on Tinder, on Grindr, wherever you go to meet gay people. You just there's an infinite selection of gay people. So meeting people at a party was not really. That's a thing that young people no longer do. Hey, do you meet people in public? Do you go out, like, say, go out with your friends and have drinks and think I might meet somebody?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever?
I was distracted. I opened Twitter.
Oh, are people?
Jangles
tweeting?
finally responded to me calling him out.
Oh, on DMs?
No, on a retweet.
We'll share it with the audience. What happened here? Jangles, a famous non-binary YouTuber.
Is Jangles non-binary?
I think. I don't know if he's a guy or a girl.
Oh, and look, Vadim weighed in here too.
Vadim? Really?
Yes.
Tell Vadim we're going to watch one of his videos and see if he'll come on.
So I said, Jangles apparently grew the ability to read minds. See, he gets to tell me what I really think, despite me actually saying what I think. Okay, Jangles, I'm visualizing a hand gesture in my mind. Use your psychic powers to figure out what it is.
I used my psychic powers. It was the peace sign.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what does the chat think? What use your psychic powers, chat? What hand gesture do you think I was making at Jangles when he thought he could read my mind?
Why is he throwing me and why is he tagging me in these tweets?
I don't fucking know. But then Vadim said, he right go. Thank you, Vadim.
Oh,
for that
Vadim?
wonderful input, yes.
Vadim said you were right, or
no. He said Jangles is right.
Jangles is right. What is the feud over? CRT, or is it trans stuff?
I'm saying if he responded to an earlier tweet. He did not respond to it. The feud is over me saying non-binary genders are inherently anti-liberal. Public school teachers are government employees and don't have free speech rights regarding their job. Otherwise, they could teach creationism instead of evolution. So your example falls flat. I said this to LSP Project.
How do you deal with people in public school that want to say, I'm non-binary, I'm a teacher, I'm non-binary? That's a difficult thing.
What do you mean?
Well, the whole non-binary thing is confusing to children, I think. But at the same time, I mean, you're saying non-binary genders are anti-liberal, but yes. I mean, if somebody wants to say I'm non-binary and try to appear genderless or try to appear in a way that it's you're unable to determine what biological sex they are. How can you stop somebody from doing that?
I said, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not listening to anything you're saying. I said, non-binary genders reinforce and fix into place gender stereotypes. Liberalism is about treating people as individuals, not representatives of groups, which is why neopronouns and non-binary genders came out of the anti-individual group-oriented neo-Marxism and not liberalism.
Right.
That's what triggered Jangles. Jangles said, if you truly believe this, then why are you worried? Treat them as individuals, not as representatives of neo-Marxism or whatever the fuck. You don't, though. You're worried about the societal implications of accepting different forms of gender expression, which is anti-individual. No, you dumb fucking moron, stupid fuck, dumb fuck. I don't care if guys want to dye their hair purple and grow it down to their fucking knees and wear dresses and prance through the fucking streets. I don't give a fuck. I will laugh at them and say they look like fucking imbeciles, but I don't care.
Transphobe.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. I have a problem when a guy does that and says, oh, I'm not a man. Okay, even though I have an XY chromosome and I bang women and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm part of the magical neo-pronoun Zeezer, and I don't feel like I'm a man because I'm wearing a dress which reinforces gender stereotypes that only women wear dresses, which counteracts the entire fucking message of the movement, you stupid imbecile. That's what I have a fucking problem with. And that we all have to sit around and pretend like, oh, well, because some fucking asshole takes a fashion aesthetic, we have to suddenly acknowledge them and say, oh, well, your fashion aesthetic or whatever aesthetic you live your life is valid. Fuck you. Lots of dumb idiots have lots of shitty fucking aesthetics that I can mock or whatever. I don't have to fucking justify or validate them. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. It's not a fucking magic identity that's protected. Get out of here with this nonsense. Your aesthetic is not a protected class.
Okay,
Fuck
that
you.
makes sense.
That's the problem with this dumb shit. And then we have to destroy the entire concept and reorganize the entire concepts of society and gender around this nonsense. Fuck you. Listen, that's what I said. That's why Jangles is a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what my position is. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If people want to go, if Remy wanted to dress the exact way Remy wanted to fucking dress, I don't give a fuck.
So you're saying, just let me see if I get the argument. You're saying that it's illiberal. The non-binary programs are illiberal because they use fashion to create this fictitious protected class that gets equal protection under the law and is undeserving of that
That's part
designation.
Well, that's not why it's illiberal. I think that's why it's shitty. It's illiberal because as I said a million times, as a million people commented in response to Jangles, who's pretending like he doesn't understand my argument, which is hilarious because ContraPoints literally used to have the same fucking position that I had.
Right.
She only changed it. She only changed it for a reason that has nothing to do with the conversation, principally. But which is that if you accept non-binary genders, okay, if the guy puts on a fucking dress and says, "Oh, I'm non-binary because I'm wearing a dress," what you're saying is that only women wear dresses. You're reinforcing the fucking gender stereotype. And you're saying that if someone is not a
that's why it's
ultra-feminine girl, yes, because
gender stereotypes are illiberal. They're anti-individual.
Yes, right. Because
they create a group called women that all wear dresses.
Yes, because what you're saying is if you're not an ultra-feminine woman or an ultra-masculine man, then you're not a man or you're not a woman. You're some other magical dumb fuck category.
Right.
That's the exact opposite of all the progress we've been trying to make for the last fucking 50 years. And that is why it's not liberalism. It's this neo-Marxist bullshit. Because the real quote-unquote gender abolitionism is don't treat people based on the fact that they're a man or a woman or they're black or white or whatever. You treat them as a fucking individual. That's what the goal I thought was supposed to be on the left. But then the neo-Marxists come in and say, no, fuck that. You have to treat me as part of my class because I'm going to gain power and oppression points because, I'm a oppressed black trans woman.
Well, non-binary is not a biological sex, obviously.
No, but they still want to use it as an oppressed fucking class.
Right, yeah.
And also, furthermore, the whole non-binary thing completely destroys their entire argument about gender and sex. Because how the fuck can someone not feel like they're a specific gender unless they have an intrinsic feeling of what the fuck gender is inside of them?
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading Jangles' tweet again.
Don't worry about it.
That's okay. You want to play video? I need to run to the other room for a second.
Right.
Video of a teacher.
Or you want to read a super chat? Or do you want to just stare at Jangles?
I'll address the rest of it. I can't. He's accusing me of saying something that sounds like such a fucking insane bad faith version of whatever the fuck I said.
I don't remember. Bring it up in the watch together. Oh, I guess you can't really do that. It's not really a Tuesday stream. We gotta stay on topic.
Yeah, we gotta stay on topic.
All right, we'll do it after. We'll do it after this video.
Yeah.
Well, I'm down to do it after this video.
We'll see.
Let's get Jangles has a drinking problem. I don't know if you know this, but
I didn't know that.
If you needle Jangles long enough on Twitter, he'll get totally shit-faced, and we can get him on the stream, and he'll just make a complete fool of himself.
Oh, really? Is that the goal here?
I mean, if you have a better goal, go ahead and speak up. But
okay.
Teacher talking about coming out as trans to her students?
So none of the kids knew me as trans, but I wanted to talk about it. So what I did is as soon as I came back, I joined up.
Mock the snowflake intolerant.
Is it even up? Did Adam even put it up before he left, guys? Am I just watching a video in silence? I feel okay. No, it's actually going through. Okay, good.
Left would openly call for any teacher who comes out to their students to be fired on the spot. Incidentally, the teacher referred to in that tweet I just showed said he came out to his students because a student asked him if he was gay because the student's parents said to the student that they thought he was gay because of his voice. So the teacher was like, "Yeah, I'm gay." Fired! Anyway, that tweet and many others have been deleted. I wonder why. But so what you'd imagine here is that any halfway reasonable person would realize that this simply isn't what grooming is. Nor is it anything but hateful to compare teachers simply coming out to their students or promoting pride to a camp specifically for gay kids to being a child predator. It's nonsense. The kind of decades-old gibberish the Westboro Baptist Church would scream to nobody outside of a Comic-Con. And coincidentally, the account was apparently a source of inspiration for none other than Christina Pushaw, DeSantis' press secretary we mentioned earlier, who has claimed that this account somehow has evidence that grooming is happening. You know, if you define grooming as a gay person breathing near a child and evidence.
He literally refused. This is such Bad faith. He literally refuses to even acknowledge the grooming argument that's being made at all. He's going to straw man the entire thing completely.
Why would he acknowledge the actual arguments? That's such a bad move.
True. That's true.
Oh, I can't believe Jangles is saying this. Oh my God, he's totally destroying your reputation.
You know what's funny too? Like, this is such the Jangles situation. You know, it's so funny because he and Elspie, they got so fucking triggered.
Oh yeah.
So triggered when we covered their video.
Oh, I know.
And so like, and then we talked to them, and he wanted to go through the whole like, well, you said. I'm like, listen, Jangles, we can do this where we go through the review and you say you said this, whatever, or we can just have a conversation where you can tell me what you think, and I can tell you what I think, and I think that would be a more productive conversation. And we did that, and I thought for the most part that it was a productive conversation. Obviously, we didn't agree, but I thought we both made each other understand our opinions on the matter. And so whenever that situation occurs, whenever I feel like, okay, well, this guy understands where I'm coming from, I understand where he's coming from, even if we don't agree, I walk away from that and feel like, okay, that's probably a good conversation. So I walked away from our conversation with Jangles like, okay, that was fine. I had a fine conversation. I wouldn't mind talking to Jangles again. But apparently he exists in a completely different world. Apparently he's been walked away from our conversation seething for months, just nursing these grudges against, Sitch and Adam said these horrible things about me, and I didn't like the way our conversation.
Well, I keep saying stuff, so I'm stoking the flames.
He's not listening to you.
Yeah, I'm sure people send him the stuff.
No,
we talk bad shit about him all the time.
Because in all the times you talk shit, I always try to defend him a little bit.
Where's Abdi? Listen. He's probably clipping this out right now.
No, I don't think so, because whenever you talk shit about him, I always defend him. I'm like, listen, you can disagree with Jangles, but I think he's, telling you what he honestly
but they don't clip that part out because that's not going to stoke that's not going to fan the flames of.
Yeah, but then so he'll yell at you. Why is he yelling at fucking me?
Because he just assumes you're guilty by association.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what's happening. I think he just completely perceived our conversation differently and has been nursing this grudge and been seething for months ever since.
I can't believe he put science lad in his name. He's so anti-science.
I know.
Jangles, the science lad. Okay. Yeah. Doubt. Anyway, what's going on with this video here?
Nothing. He's just something fucking. He's mad that.
Oh yeah.
He's mad that DeSantis's press secretary is talking about libs of TikTok, essentially.
The question really is, does he know? I mean, does he even know the groomer argument? He might be so stupid he doesn't know.
I think he does.
Really?
Yeah.
You think it's dishonesty? Kurt convinced me that Jank is dishonest.
Right.
I mean, I'm completely convinced Jank knows what's going on and is just lying.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt convinced me.
Yeah. He made a very convincing argument about Jank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. Cody, I don't know. Cody Shody, who knows?
It says, being mad at ghosts online. So there you have it. A single Twitter account promoting false news stories and run by a viral-hungry, hateful Trump supporter who, after being, big quotes, doxxed, claimed that her house was...
Wait, is Cody not viral hungry? I mean, he does make these videos.
Yes.
So, okay. Is that bad?
This part's funny.
Was egged by posting literally the first photo that shows up when you Google house.
How dare you? What the fuck?
Wait.
Egged and then deleting it is actually...
Okay, let's go back for a second.
Because you want to hear the whole thing. I fucked it up.
I looked into... No. I want to get the way.
Doxxed. Claimed that her house was egged by posting literally the...
Okay, I looked into this.
Okay, good.
Okay. Cody, in his infinite stupidity, posted a fake tweet. This didn't happen. This did not happen. This is fake.
Hilarious.
Okay? Now let's look at this tweet. Let's use our big brains here to look at this tweet. So first of all, it's a screenshot of the tweet.
Right.
Okay, it's not an archive link. And you say, what's the first thing that stands out to you that's weird about a screenshot of a Libs of TikTok tweet?
There's not 1 million likes?
Oh, look at that. There's no likes, no retweets, and no replies. That's a little strange, isn't it?
It is. It's very
That's
bizarre.
a little strange.
Right. That thing would have like 2 million likes.
Yes. Yes, it's a little strange. And then if you just read it, it doesn't even sound like something that lives on TikTok or like a human being would say. Breaking. The group of leftists that doxed me found my house and threw eggs, paint, and dog feces at my home. They were chanting gays rule while destroying my property. I was literally attacked by a woke mob. Why would someone do this?
That is, yeah. That's obviously some leftist trying to impersonate a conservative.
They were chanting gays rule while destroying my property.
Straight out of the Jesse Smollett playbook here. They screamed MAGA
exactly.
country.
They said, hey, Empire, and this is MAGA country.
Oh man. Who writes this shit?
I know.
But Cody is completely lying and making this shit up in his video. This is fake news.
Well, I'm assuming he doesn't. I'm assuming he's an idiot and doesn't realize this is fake. But see, that's the thing. I literally just Googled this. I said, Libs of TikTok egged house.
Right.
Because I couldn't find it. And I found people a fucking Vosh's Reddit of all places that were like, yeah, this is probably fake.
Really?
Even Vosh's fans were like, this is probably, a lot of them bought it in. A lot of them drank it in, but a lot of them were like, this is probably fake. And I looked at it a little more and I was like, yeah, there's zero evidence that this exists. Telltale signs. This is a fucking fake tweet. Like, give me a break.
I listened to this video this morning.
Yeah.
And I must admit, on this part, I thought, oh, well, that was stupid. Why'd she do that? So, I mean, I completely fell for it.
Right. No, totally fake.
I should have known.
Yep.
I mean, nobody that runs this huge account is going to be dumb enough to do something like this.
Yes, that's the thing too.
You completely throw away your credibility in one tweet.
If they want to lie about their house being egged, you're likely they're going to pick up the first image on house egged on Google Images and lie a little bit better.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just grab some eggs out of a cart and walk outside, throw them at your house, and fucking take some pictures?
Yeah, right.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is crazy. This is the thing. Because if you have a big account like Libs of TikTok, it's all, your whole reputation rests on your credibility. Why would you? I should have seen right through this. Why would you throw away your credibility in one tweet?
Well, I mean, who knows? I mean, they could just be an idiot. I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, idiots do exist, and they do.
Right.
I mean, Jangles throws away his credibility every day. So
there you go. There you go.
The first photo that shows up when you Google house egged and then deleting it is actually being used as the factual justification behind this entire bill.
Is that a picture of her in the thing?
No, it's a picture of the press secretary.
Oh,
I assume.
Anti-LGBT Twitter account, Libs of TikTok, seemingly inspired attacks from Florida governor's press secretary. Okay.
And subsequently, the completely baseless claim that it prevents grooming in any way. I can't stress this enough. None of this is about grooming. Like,
this part just is so infuriating.
Yes.
It doesn't fight grooming in any way. It doesn't fight pedophilic grooming, but it wasn't intended to fight that.
I know.
It was structured to fight political grooming. Just get it right. Come on, Cody.
It clearly is not. And yet this narrative has spun so wildly out of control that when Disney took an albeit cowardly stance against the bill, conservatives...
See, nothing's good enough for these people, okay? You have the judge in Texas who says, this executive administrative order, whatever the fuck it is, I don't think this is constitutional. Not good enough. She didn't say that, Abbott was an evil transphobic bigot. Disney comes out and says that they're going to try to, push back against the parental rights and education bill. No, not good enough. Weak. Fuck you, Disney. Like, you can do nothing. You can do nothing that will make these people satisfied.
Is that the same on both sides of the aisle, though? I feel like it kind of is. Both sides.
It's the same for extremists.
Right.
This is how you know this is how you know when someone's an extremist, is that nothing you do is good enough, because they don't really care. What they're trying to do is they're trying to like gaslight / cult indoctrinate you into just shutting the fuck up and doing whatever they say unquestioningly. And anything else is just, oh, you're an enemy. You're against me.
Oh shit.
Cody is a groomer. Cody's grooming his audience.
100% a groomer. Yeah.
Grooming his audience in this insane ideology. GOP groomer spears are sparking a new wave of anti-LGBT violence. How much do you want to believe that that's utterly bullshit? I think I didn't actually look this up. Wait a minute. Let's look this up. GOP groomer smears
are sparking a new wave.
Sparking a new wave.
Be bullshit.
Really? This groomer thing that popped up in like a month? A lot of new violence has popped up in this month. Wow. Okay.
Some of the Sitch and Adam fact checkers are hard at work at the Jangles ISP accusations against us.
Oh, really?
Right.
I don't even understand what he's fucking claiming. I have to like go listen to the thing.
I love this tweet here where he accuses you of saying something, and then the reply is, "You mean at 51 minutes where Adam said that?" I mean, funny. I was definitely. I mean, I called him a drunk in that debate. I was like, no holes barred on that debate. Yes. I mean, I was just anti-Jangles that entire debate. So, yeah, I mean, okay, guilty.
Matt's saying this is what I have a feeling I understand what he's referring to.
Right.
I have a feeling I understand what he's referring to. But we'll see.
Well, as long as you understand it.
No, because I think he's totally 100%. This is my prediction, because we'll watch this after the stream or after this video. Okay. My prediction is that Jangles is accusing me of bad faith, and his example is that he's bad faithing what I said.
Right. It's always that way. It is always that way.
Yes.
That is exactly what we're focused on now, the grooming thing. That's exactly what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Accusing the Republicans of bad faith. This bill doesn't even have anything to do with grooming. You're so bad faith. It's like,
okay.
No,
right.
You're bad faith. Okay. It has everything to do with grooming. You're fixated on the pedo version of grooming because you're a pedo and you can't stop thinking about it.
So, according to this article,
right,
which I'm very
GOP groomer smears
suspect of. So there's a trans woman who claims that she was minding her own business when random strangers pushed her into the road and started calling her a groomer.
Right.
Okay. Just random people just came up and started yelling and calling her a groomer. She didn't know.
Did they say this is MAGA country or anything?
They should have if they did. It says this person, Aurora, is one of 3 LGBT plus people who told The Independent that they had been harassed or attacked in public over the past 2 weeks by a stranger who accused them with no provocation or evidence of grooming children.
Wow.
Bum, bum, bum. So there you go. That's why the headline is the way it is.
I don't know.
I don't know anything about them. I'm very suspect that random people are just walking up to them saying, groomer, you look like a trans woman, groomer.
Yeah.
A little skeptical.
Need a little more evidence to work this out.
No, you go.
Tribalism is pro-grooming, along with anyone who speaks up against the bill. That I can't stress this enough. Doesn't in any way have anything to do with grooming. Like, I'm sure not about to defend a multinational corporation doing the bare minimum to support LGBTQ people, but it's wild that
since I love the communist, the guy who's breaking up his video for like 4 different fucking ads, is throwing shade at Disney. He's like, it's evil corporations. I don't care if they have the right politics. Fuck them.
Yeah.
You know what? I hope Cody's message is repeated loud and often so that Disney and all these other corporations understand. Stop peddling stop trying to appease these people. You can very easily appease the right wing in this country. Very easily appease the right wing in this country.
Right.
In these issues. So
just by shutting up.
Yeah, just by shutting the fuck up.
Yeah. Notice how none of them are going to weigh in on the abortion stuff. Why would you? Jeez. Oh my God.
Yeah. That's way more contentious than this stuff. So
Cody went to sleep now.
Yep.
That's great.
A multinational corporation doing the bare minimum to support LGBTQ people is enough for the anti-cancel culture GOP to go scorched fucking earth when they dare to publicly oppose them. And by scorched earth, I mean relieving a corporation of billions in financial obligations and passing it on to taxpayers. That'll show them.
What? Hold on. Is that correct?
Supposedly. That's part of why this is so stupid.
Wait.
I don't understand the full specifics of it, but apparently by changing whatever the tax status is, it removes Disney from being, it basically transfers the like $1 trillion or $1 billion of debt, and not trillion, like $1 billion of debt to the 2 counties that Disney would be in if they don't manage their own their own utilities.
So they have their own police and stuff like that.
It's more than that. They have their own. They manage their own water and roads and like a bunch of different things.
Right. They have their own municipality.
Right.
So instead of trading them tax exemption status for managing their own municipality, they will tax them and start providing those services, and those services will cost a lot of money, is what they're saying.
Well, no, it's. I don't know specifics exactly, but it's something more like Disney has currently $1 billion in debt regarding these municipalities.
Right.
And by changing the status, they would no longer have to pay them. The county would have to pay them.
Oh, okay.
The outstanding debt. So.
Gotcha.
It's gotten so bad that even other Republicans aren't safe if they even think about straying off the narrative. When Nate Hochman, a fellow for the conservative magazine National Review, pointed out on Twitter that even if teachers are indoctrinating kids with gender ideology, that's not...
He gets it! Holy shit!
Oh, well, look, there you go.
Cody totally
shows
gets
that he's fucking lying.
Yes, he totally gets it.
Right. He totally see, I told you. I think he gets it.
Broadly speaking, so the tweet, this is Nate Hochman, says, broadly speaking, left-wing teachers aren't grooming kids. Gender ideology in schools isn't the same thing as pedophilia. The mainstream of these ideas on the right is a great way to lose an otherwise very winnable culture war issue. It makes us sound like the crazy ones. Oh. So he's giving them a little bit of advice there.
Yeah, he doesn't like using the grooming label.
Right.
Which is fine if that's your opinion. Okay, do whatever you want. But this should show to Cody that he understands what's being advocated for when they talk about grooming.
Right. Yes. I just think the grooming term is unavoidable because they've been calling conservatives Nazis and homophobes for so long that they've been looking for this. This is the thing that they wanted.
I agree completely, 100%.
I mean, they have been calling them pedos forever anyway, but it just doesn't stick because it seems like grooming is more a term that is believable.
Well, because the power of the term is that there's truth to it.
Yes.
Because it has multiple meanings. So
Correct.
It has the negative pedo connotation, but also if that's not really accurate, it has the political grooming, which is what is being really talked about.
Which is accurate and
which
true.
Is accurate completely,
right. Yeah. And it smuggles the pedo allegation into your brain unawares.
Right.
Yeah. This is where, I thought we had a doctrine of mutually assured destruction in the culture war, but evidently.
Well, this is it. This is it.
The doctrine of mutually assured destruction is that you don't fire the weapons because of mutually.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, actually, no, we never.
Like
then
we're actually firing.
We never did because the left has been calling the right racist, sexist forever. Yeah. Now the right had their own time in the spotlight when it actually was fashionable to call people on the left communist. So,
right. Yeah, they did.
It goes back and forth. Right.
Well, and they did their time with the baby killers, which is back in vogue now.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
the
true.
baby killers was
baby killing's back, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we're definitely in the thick of it right now.
Yep.
I just think it's hilarious.
It is funny.
Calling Cody a groomer, I mean
Cody is a groomer.
It's yeah.
He's a total groomer.
Well, it depends. If you're talking about political grooming, yes. If you're talking about...
Actually, no, I take it back. Listen.
Yeah.
Cody needs to see a groomer.
Yeah, okay? I know.
Desperately.
He's definitely anti-grooming in the hygiene department.
Cody is definitely 100% anti-grooming. I mean, just look at him.
Yeah.
This man doesn't know grooming if it bit him in the ass.
Right. Most people shave their necks, Cody, just so you know.
Not the same thing as pedophilia. A bunch of people, including intellectual powerhouse and normal chill guy James Lindsay, immediately accused him of being a groomer. This does...
Thanks, James. Thanks, James.
James just coming out with the elbow.
I know.
James.
I know.
James.
James. Come on, James. Come on.
Is Nate left or right? I don't know.
He's right.
Okay.
Right.
So, James, why would you do that?
Yeah, listen, James is too deep.
Why would you turn the guns?
James is taking too many losses in the culture war. Okay. He's taking too many losses in the culture.
I thought Nate was right wing, basically saying, maybe we should end the cycle here. Now we have the groomer weapon. We can say, listen, if you use the Nazi weapon, we'll use the groomer weapon. No, we're just going to use the groomer weapon. I mean, don't you feel like this ceasefire could have been negotiated with this group?
No, I don't. I really don't.
It's impossible.
I don't think a ceasefire could be negotiated. But listen, I appreciate the effort or the principle behind it, and I wouldn't attack someone for having that position.
For wanting the ceasefire.
For wanting the ceasefire.
Right.
I think James needs to chill out.
Do you? I mean, I think it would be nice to have a little bit of a ceasefire.
It would be. I just don't think it's possible right now.
Right. Yeah, groomer, baby killer, Nazi, homophobe, transphobe, pedophile. Right. It's all out there. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe.
Does seem to be James's go-to response for everyone, ranging from California Representative Adam Schiff to random comedians on the internet to fucking Oreo cookies. They're just throwing...
The Oreo one's pretty funny.
We have to go back to the Oreo one. Why is he just brushing over all of this amazing comedy here?
I know.
Groomer. This does seem to be James's go-to response for everyone, ranging from California Representative Adam Schiff to random comedians on the internet to fucking Oreo.
Okay, Oreo. Okay, groomer.
Oreo Cookie says, coming out doesn't just happen once. What? Watch the new Oreo Pride film by Alice Wu and see what it means to be #lifelong ally. That seems pretty fucking pathetically lame.
Oreo. Look at Oreo.
What's it? I don't want a fucking Oreo involved in Pride. Fuck.
I wonder what Oreo is in the perfect position to have a strong opinion on critical race theory. I mean, they really are. That should be Oreo's chief topic, don't you think?
Are you saying that because it's black on the outside and white on the inside?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Is that what you mean by that?
So many people call.
Are you saying CRT is like an Oreo? It's black on the outside and white on the inside?
So many black conservatives get accused of being an Oreo that I feel like Oreo could speak out against this. Is this not a form of racism?
You're true. It is.
Yes. And done in the name of Oreo cookies just makes it like they're the perfect spokesman for that.
There you go. You're right.
Why am I being called an Oreo? Why do people hate me for being an Oreo?
There should be an Oreo cookie fund where they fund any black person that's been accused of being an Oreo.
They should.
right?
Oreos should back black conservative candidates. Oreos should be supported.
There you go, as retribution for or recompense for what they've done.
Can you imagine? That's like a branding nightmare right there. Larry Elder is backed by Oreo. Oh, that's not good.
But I just
that's not good.
Why is it so difficult? Why can't we? Can we just not? Can our corporations just be apolitical, please?
Can they?
Can they just go back to being apolitical, please, God?
Not with James Lindsay on the beat.
Please go back to being apolitical, Oreo, and all the other fucking assholes. I don't want to fucking. Just as I don't want a corporate. I don't want Oreo coming out and saying Darwin was just a theory. Okay, I don't want that, and I don't want fucking this like pride shit. I don't want any of it. Just sell me your stupid cookies, and then I'll make social decisions on my own. Okay, thank you.
I want you to check out that lifelong ally hashtag and tell me what you can do.
What it means. Watch the new. We should wait. Let me see if it's on YouTube. Let's check out this
Pride film by
this
Alice
Oreo,
Wu.
Oreo Pride. Yeah, what is this Oreo Pride video?
Oh no, it could be horrible.
Oreo cookies. They're just throwing out words here and hoping it sticks. Plan the GOP operative and religious think tank weirdo Christopher Rufo.
Okay, you want to watch this? You want to watch this video?
We can if you want. I mean, it's relevant to the.
Okay.
It's relevant to the topic, so yeah.
It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I can't wait. Does it have copyrighted music? I don't know.
According to the description, it does not.
Right. Okay.
So we'll try to pause it a lot.
Christopher Rufo even gets a little shout out here.
Yes.
All right.
Right. Wait, it's not working for me.
It's not working for me either.
I have to refresh. Sometimes when you do the back shit, it kind of fucks it up.
Oh, you did?
Okay. Is it working for you?
I hit refresh too.
All right, you press play.
我们都是一家人。你们绕过
I know you came halfway around the world.
就是想
so we can have a
给
better
我们
life.
更好的生活。
What are they speaking?
Chinese or Korean.
Okay.
I assume.
可是我是
But I am an Oreo. Oh, gay.
Oh, he's reading a letter.
He's reading a letter that he
Right.
wrote to his parents about coming out.
Right. And he's reading it in the letter's written in English, but he's translating it in his mind to Korean.
Oh, you're right. Why is that? Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know.
That's weird. Yeah.
可是
I accept you, but
我
I
爱你。
love you. Oh.
Is he the father? I mean, he looks like he's 20.
Oh, you're right. Wait, you're right. Is it supposed to be the father reading this? Like
I don't know.
Child?
Did
What's happening?
his kid came out at 7 years old.
I just love this. The note. An Oreo film.
Oreo film. Isn't the branding wrong on this? This should be Chiquita, right?
What? I don't get it.
Chiquita bananas. Usually they call Asians bananas because they're yellow on the outside and white on the inside.
I've never heard that before. You
really?
bigot? Jesus.
You haven't heard that?
No.
Oh, that's another
Wow. You racist.
terrible slur that people
Jeez. That's pretty lame
aim
too.
at,
Doesn't really have the same like oomph to it.
as Oreo.
Yeah, as Oreo.
I
Love.
爱
Love? Question mark.
我爱你。
I love you.
I think you're ready.
What's going to happen? Is he going to turn into an alien? I'm waiting for like.
No. Well, he's gonna. I don't want to watch this whole
What are
thing.
you doing?
I'm just skimming it.
Now they're eating.
Oh, wait. Do you like that?
You have to watch it. This is insane. It's like a David Lynch movie. Come on.
It is.
What's happening here? I'm ready for like a big giant slug to come out.
No, he's just going to come out to like his dad or his grandparents or something.
Oh,
do you like that? I like that in this fucking... Wait.
There's
I like that in
the
this...
product placement. I know. It's so cringy.
We have this like...
super...
Oreo cares so much about LGBT. We're going to make this very, very dramatic video about, how hard it is for someone to come out to their parents, which, listen, that can be very hard. I'm not like dismissing that. But
bitch
we're
has to grab an
like
Oreo.
Obvious Oreo product placement.
Bitch has to grab an Oreo real quick. She's like, holy cow.
Oh no.
She doesn't even dip it in the milk.
Yeah, you're right. I like that. They even have like the milk cup right next
it's
to
all
the classic
set,
milk cup. Yeah.
All right, let's see where this goes. Oh, she just downed it. Ate it all in one gulp. Look at that.
Yes.
Nina, you ready, Lamar?
And are you ready?
Oh, this must be the son coming home after the letter admitting that he's gay.
No, wait. That guy was not the son that was just standing next to her. That was a different guy.
They're reading a letter. I'm assuming the letter writer is showing up now. Right?
I don't know. It looked like it was a young male.
I know. He's 20, okay? His kid.
And now that looked like an old man. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
This is strange, yeah.
Yeah, no, there he is. There's a young kid. Who's that guy?
That was the guy reading the letter, right?
No, the kid was reading the letter, I thought.
Yeah, the young guy.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's in both languages.
Okay. I think that's Chinese. I'm not 100%.
But I am gay. She might be my mother, but you are my son.
Oh, he's coming out to the grandma. I see. And okay, well, that's nice. Father's supportive. Okay.
Right.
There you go.
Oh, so the grandma's
I'm not supportive
over.
of that hair. I don't know what the fuck's going on in that.
So the grandma's coming over, and they're all gonna.
Is it Korean?
Grandma.
Are you sure that's Korean? I thought Korean looked completely different.
The grandma's gonna come in and just be like dropping F slurs everywhere.
That's not Korean. Fuck you. Whoever said that. You're the bigot.
What?
Oh wait, maybe it is Korean. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. I'm American. I don't know. Okay, I just want to tell the grandma. I didn't need like everyone to show.
I know. Jeez.
Oh, family. Jeez. Do you like the music?
No.
Bring a hit with the
it's
music.
awful. Yeah, let's quit while we're ahead. Here,
Wait, let's just
fast
scrub
forward
to the end. Okay.
Oh wait. Okay. Coming out doesn't just happen once.
All right, just turn the volume off and we'll play it.
Okay. Good idea.
Oh, that's what they mean. Okay, because they mean you come out to your parents and then
you
come
your
out
grandparents
to
and your
extended family, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Coming out happens over and over again. Yeah.
Right.
Here we go. No music. Staring off lovingly at grandma, getting ready to go.
We don't even get to know the resolution.
Right.
There you go. Look.
Right.
Be a lifelong ally. Buy some fucking Oreos.
In collaboration with what?
I don't know. P flag?
P flag. Anyway. Yeah, so that was garbage, and you're not winning any hearts and minds. Well,
No.
I guess people who agree with you already like that shit,
Right.
but all in all, bad filmmaking. Too slow. I would have had a twist ending where grandma comes out and just like drops him from the will. And basically,
No, it turns out grandma comes in and she has like a new hot young girlfriend.
oh yeah, that's a good one.
Boom.
That's
There's
a
your
good
twist
twist.
ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I murdered your grandfather for the insurance money.
That's right. That's right. No, I married your grandfather for citizenship.
Oh, there. Oh, wow.
There you go. You're making a lot of political statements with that one.
Terrible.
Anyways, let's move on.
Can I just hit the back button?
I did.
Did it
Mine's
work?
at 2910. Is what is yours at?
I think so. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay. We gotta go a little forward, I think. Oh, no,
I gotta unmute.
This does seem to be James's go-to response for everyone, ranging from California Representative Adam Schiff to random comedians on the internet to fucking Oreo cookies. They're just throwing out words.
To be fair, even though I think that was cringy and lame, I don't think that video should be classified as like grooming or anything like that. It's just saying like, okay, you know, it's hard to come out to your family, I guess, which, okay. I mean, sure, that's fair, right? That's true. Or can be true.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there are gay people. Gay people exist in society.
No, right. But I'm saying there's a difference between like having some video where some high school kid comes out to his grandma and then like trying to teach 5-year-olds about the gender unicorn, right? Like, but to me, there's a huge difference between those two
Huge.
actions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huge difference. I think obviously there's something going on with gender dysphoria in a small percentage of the population, but then they've taken that phenomenon and turned it into an ideology that says, you know, doctors are assigning you a gender at birth that's not related to your biological sex in any way, shape, or form. I mean, this is the unscientific ideology that's being shoved down everybody's throat, and they're rebelling about. Yeah, that video had nothing to do with any of that. Ideology.
Yeah, I think James should have actually watched it before he threw out the okay groomer.
Well,
tweet.
I don't know that James is going to do that, but anyway.
Before you throw out the groomer tweet, you should watch a 2-minute video. I mean, come on.
Well, this is
not that much work.
This is part of the difficulty,
mm-hmm.
and maybe it's brilliant branding on their part by putting the LGBT stuff together, because there is this gender ideology which a lot of people object to that has nothing to do with gay rights or gay people or gay lifestyle or any of that shit.
Right.
But people do, and James is doing this, is lump those things together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Does James think like gay marriage is gender ideology? I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure he's in favor of gay marriage.
Right.
I think. But
yeah. Hey, LP is going to come on our stream on Tuesday and talk about that. He did a response to James Lindsay, who James Lindsay did a video on liberalism, and it was kind of anti-neo-reactionary. LP, I hypocrite.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. About what?
So James Lindsay did a video that was anti-neo-reactionary, saying liberalism
based.
Liberalism is the solution to our problems. And the neo-reactionaries basically say if you allow liberalism to grow, it will lead to more problems than it solves. That's their argument.
Mm-hmm.
But I hypocrite LP did a response video to that and basically has the same position as Dave the Distributist. But I think LP is more like good faith.
Not as crazy, hopefully.
Well, LP is crazy. I don't want to.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if he's is he a neo-reactionary now?
LP is.
I can't keep track of who's what.
I think LP is far more conservative than either of us.
Yes,
but
that doesn't. You can be conservative, and not be a neo-reactionary.
But I don't think. Well, I don't make that distinction. I make the distinction good faith or bad faith. And I feel like with Dave, we're just not having we're not having a good faith conversation in the sense that Dave is trying to understand our positions and react to those actual positions. I feel like he's placing positions on us that we don't hold and then reacting to those straw man positions.
Where's this
I don't feel
video?
I don't feel like LP is doing that. I mean, do you think it's different? Do you feel differently about that? Or I mean, we went on
I don't
a
know.
show
We
time.
talked to him once, and I thought it was a good conversation.
Yeah, but I've
listened
to a bunch of his debates and stuff, and he does seem to be.
I have not, so I can't comment on that. But where is this video?
I'll send it to you later. It's not a big deal
because I don't see it. It's not on his channel.
It's paywalled. Evidently, LP subscribes to his.
Oh, James, come on! You got to put that out there on your main channel. What are you doing?
Listen
what
to
are you doing? What are you doing?
James, join the channel.
There you go.
Join his Patreon. You can listen to it all you want.
Words here and hoping it sticks. Plan the GOP operative and religious think tank weirdo Christopher Rufo has flat out admitted to regarding the CRT panic, and now this. For more info on Rufo, here's our CRT.
They always use the same exact tweet.
I know.
Plan the GOP operative and religious think tank weirdo Christopher Rufo has flat out admitted.
Now, do you think he regrets doing this tweet?
He should.
This tweet, they use it for everything as like an admission that Christopher Rufo is dishonest. He says
it doesn't even say what they think it says either.
Of course. Yeah. You want to read it?
It says, we have successfully frozen their brand critical race theory into the public conversation and are steadily driving up negative perceptions. We will eventually turn it toxic as we pull out all the various cultural insanities under that brand category. The goal is to have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. We have decodified the term and will recodify it to annex the entire range of cultural constructions that are unpopular with Americans.
Right.
Right.
Sound political strategy.
Right. But you could say, and it's fair to say, like, oh, well, he's admitting that they're going to take a bunch of things that are not CRT and they're going to label it under the brand of CRT.
Right. I guess that's where it's dishonest.
Which is what they were doing, and I'm kind of fine with that. But it was really fucking stupid for him to tweet this out. It's so bafflingly weird that I don't understand why he would tweet this out. Like this is a total rookie move, Chris.
Right. Well, this was early on. This is like March 15th, 2021. It wasn't that early.
It was last year.
Yeah. Okay.
Regarding the CRT panic, and now this. For more info on Rufo, here's our CRT episode that he apparently saw and immediately went to Twitter to block me.
I think we
covered that video.
Yeah, we covered that video. We did,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good job, Rufo. Yeah, block this moron.
But anyway, again, it's just throwing stuff out and conflating a bunch of things under one fear-mongering umbrella.
This is such hypocrisy because all Cody does is fear-mongering. This whole video is fear-mongering.
The entire trans narrative is fear-mongering. It's you have to have complete gender-affirming care for trans children, otherwise they'll all kill themselves and die.
Exactly. Yeah. Fear-mongering.
Yeah, the entire thing's fear-mongering.
Or even worse, flat out admitting that they consider any mention of LGBTQ people as dangerous grooming. This would be a downright archaic view of discussing sexual orientation. At best, it's childish in that you'd be conflating the words sexuality and sexual into one concept simply because it has the word sex in it. But again, Ben Shapiro literally called Luke Skywalker an indoctrinator of sexual ideology after he simply said the word gay a bunch. It's very funny that they pretend that's not what they're concerned about while literally being...
Can you have the conversation about the two mommies and two daddies without discussing sexual orientation? I kind of feel like you can.
Right.
Like, do you really need to be I mean, when you're talking about husband and wife, are you talking about sexual orientation? I don't think you are.
I mean, I guess you kind of are intrinsically, but I don't think little kids will necessarily, like, a little kid doesn't know what the term sexual orientation means. And if you said to a little kid, some people will have a mommy and a daddy, some people have two mommies, some people have two daddies, I think they just say, okay, like they wouldn't, the brain process wouldn't go a step further for them.
Well,
probably.
Don't kids, before they understand sex, kind of conceive of mommy and daddy as like a team, like they're friends?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Like Brokeback Mountain, you just think they're buddies. They're friends. They hang out together. They like each other.
Right. They really, really optically, and I would say even ideologically, they should have not put sexual orientation in the bill. Because that's not really the issue. No one was really concerned about that. I was aware of. Concerned about the sexual orientation thing anyway.
Well, the question is, and this is more of the, there's two ways to look at it. There's two ways to see it. Can you have these conversations? And they're already saying this. They're saying, if we read a book and we talk about a husband and a wife, they're saying we're talking about sexual orientation. And I'm thinking, I mean, unless there's a sex scene, are you really? Are you talking about their sexual orientation? Or, I mean, do kids think of husband and wife as sexual orientation? I don't think that they do.
No, I don't either. And I don't think that's how the law is interpreted or will be interpreted by anyone.
Right.
They're like, oh, if you read a book and it talks about like a married couple, that's sexual orientation. I don't think that's how.
But that's the way they're defining it now. They're saying this breaks the law. If we talk about just cis heteronormative stuff, we're talking about sexual orientation.
Because it says classroom instruction on sexual orientation.
Oh, so it's got to be specifically about sexual orientation.
To me, that's very specific.
Right. Yeah. That's not just saying a husband and a wife in some fairy tale.
Being openly concerned about it, You can't claim the bill isn't telling teachers not to say gay and then claim that tweeting the word gay is grooming kids. That's like saying you're not scared of spiders and then shitting your pants while watching Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, but Ben Shapiro never said the bill doesn't say gay. It's not even what he said.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Mischaracterizing everything, Cody. Who cares? Your audience has an IQ of 5.
At the end of the day, even though it is more insidious and will probably cause violence, the term groomer is basically being used as the new woke that was the new CRT that was the new SJW. It's a broad, vague term that conservatives use when they can't just flat out say what they mean, because what they mean is widely accepted as hateful when said aloud. And they know.
It's funny. The conservatives use all these different terms, and yet for some reason, the leftists, they just get one term. Racist.
Right. Well, no, they have Nazi and homophobe and transphobe. And
yeah, but I mean, they don't have to keep changing. Just racist, Nazi, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. This is why this is just reeks of hypocrisy, because Cody does the exact same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Everything is racist, sexist. I mean, the beginning of the segment was homophobe. He's calling them homophobes.
But listen, but Cody's on the right side of history.
Right.
Okay. He knows what's true.
Do you think calling someone racist, it could inspire people to commit violence against them? I kind of think, it could.
Yeah, I do.
How about Nazi?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it could. Yeah.
Yep.
Know this. They know that anti-LGBTQ stances are dying. A 2021 PBS NewsHour poll found that when asked directly about whether or not trans...
See, this also makes zero sense, because he's saying the GOP knows that anti-LGBT positions are dying out. Mm-hmm. Then why the fuck are they catering to them? Do they not want to win elections? What's going on here?
Yep.
You kind of blew your entire argument there, Cody.
People should have access to all the things these bills are trying to take away. 2/3 of Americans were against laws that would limit transgender rights. This wasn't just liberals either, but spread out through every ideology and age group.
Okay, so this poll is there's some interesting results here.
Oh, no.
Okay. So the poll asks a bunch of questions. And it says, like, do you support or oppose legislation that would prohibit transgender student athletes from joining sports teams that match their gender identity? Okay. And the majority of people, like both Democrats and Republicans, with very, very little difference, oppose legislation, according to this poll, oppose legislation that would prohibit transgender student athletes from joining sports teams that match their gender identity.
Really?
So, well, first of all, you wonder, because it's worded very strangely. Do you support or oppose legislation that would prohibit transgender student athletes from joining sports teams that match their gender identity?
Right. So they don't necessarily know if the gender identity means their biological sex. That question sucks.
Right. And so there's another question that says, do you support or oppose legislation that would prohibit gender transition related medical care for minors? So maybe because that one has the same, very similar. It says 28% say they would support legislation that prohibit gender transition related medical care for minors. 66% said they would oppose it. And then for Democrats and Republicans, it's almost exactly the same numbers. There's like almost no difference at all, which is very strange to me. I would not have expected that.
66% would oppose transition surgery for minors.
No, they would oppose legislation that would prevent.
Okay.
So you're right. It is worded weird because when you say you oppose it, you mean you're in favor of it.
Yeah. Bad. Another poorly worded question.
Right. So maybe it's a poorly worded question. But I found another poll from Gallup.
Who writes these poll questions? How are they such morons?
This is
you're
really
going to write this question?
Poorly written. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is a NPR PBS Marist poll.
They don't realize this could be interpreted multiple ways. Like it seems like if you're a poll writer, or question writer, like you should know this shit.
So here's why this is kind of interesting to me. Okay. And here, I'll send you a picture. I don't know if you want to pull it up.
Sure.
Wait, let me, so we can compare. Let me copy this to you. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. So that's I sent you the NPR poll. But then we have a Gallup poll, which asked almost the exact same question and has almost the exact same number of people that responded to the question and was like a month later. And the answers are very different, are actually completely reversed. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So the poll is, do you support or oppose legislation that would prohibit transgender student athletes from joining sports teams that match their gender identity? Okay, so it does say transgender students. So
yes. But again, when you say oppose, that means you're in favor of them being able to join the team of their gender identity.
Right.
So it's worded unusually.
When you say you oppose. Yeah, when you say you oppose, you're actually in favor.
Right.
So this could just be, they were like,
could
yes,
be confusion,
of course I oppose.
Maybe. There's another issue too. Because when you look up the second picture I sent you.
Another one?
Yeah, I sent you the second poll to compare it to.
I know. It's great. I love it.
I can sense the sarcasm. This is from Gallup.
Right.
It's a month later. It's about the same sample size. It says, the question is, do you think transgender athletes should only be allowed to play on sports teams that match their birth gender?
Much clearer question.
Okay, much clearer. And the answer is not yes or no. The answers are play on team that matches gender identity, play on team that matches birth gender.
Right.
Okay.
Much
and if
clearer.
you see, the results are the exact opposite.
Right. Yeah. So it was a fucked up question, basically.
Well, before we jump to conclusions, because there's one extra thing here too. So it says 62% of people that respond to this poll said that trans athletes should play on their birth gender team, and only 34% said on their gender identity. And now, obviously, with the Republicans, you can see there's a difference. 86% said birth gender, and only 10% said gender identity. But even among among independents, still the majority said 63% said birth gender.
Yeah, Democrats.
And then Democrats is a slight majority in the other direction. 55% said gender identity, and 41% said birth gender, which is about the results that you would expect when you ask like a question like this, not a polling question. Okay.
Look at this. Look at the women throwing other women under the bus.
That's right. Yeah, men.
Women is 43% in favor of trans sports and 53% against trans sports.
Now that's interesting, and I wonder if the women they asked are disproportionately Democrat or not, because this would affect women's sports, not really affect men's sports at all.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting result there.
Right.
So there is one massive difference here. The first question asked about a law, and the second question just says, should they do this?
So,
so it might just be people don't want it to be legislated, but they still are in favor of, trans people playing on their birth gender sporting team.
Is there
They're just
two
against
questions?
it being a law. The PBS one, it says, is about creating legislation. And the NPR one just says, what is your opinion on X?
Right. Should this happen?
Right.
Right.
So it might just be that it's a law.
Well, I think the other poll is just fucked. I would throw that away. I would.
Maybe because of the way it's worded.
Yeah, the way it's worded is so wrong. I think probably it's the opposite numbers.
It's possible. Yeah. I don't know. So.
But anyway, so okay, Cody's full of shit. Well, this is a different. Cody is conceiving of a world where if you're against transgender sports, you're against transgender people, which it's just, no, you can be against transgender sports and love transgender people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, the poll he's citing did also ask about gender. Would you support or oppose legislation that would prohibit gender transition related medical care? So it's not just sporting stuff. Right. That's more clear. Unfortunately, the Gallup poll that I looked at, it didn't ask a question that would be comparable to that. So, but I'm curious because it's a very weirdly worded question, and I think the legislation thing puts people off. But as you said, if DeSantis and Abbott and all these people didn't think it helped them, they wouldn't be doing it. And so this kind of conspiracy theory that like this is the sort of, we've heard this a lot from the left, like, oh, the politicians, they know that everyone wants Medicare, they know that everyone wants college debt forgiveness, but they just don't do it. Like I don't buy any of these arguments. They're all very, in my opinion, very dumbed down, low resolution arguments.
Right. Well, there is the idea that they just don't do it is stupid, completely stupid. Both teams are trying to prevent the other team from scoring. They're trying to prevent them from each of their teams has a basket of policy proposals that they want to see passed. Well, those don't get passed until you get in the end zone. And you literally have the opposite team trying to prevent you from scoring because they don't want you to get any kind of electoral advantage over those scores.
That's the problem, is that passing legislation is seen as scoring goals. That's the big problem.
Right. Yes, it is.
Because then that's why there's no compromise on anything.
Yeah. And not only that, even if it was something that both teams agree on, that's kind of even worse to pass, because then all of a sudden the Republicans have passed something Democrats actually like. They're more likely to vote for Republicans. Right?
Right.
Like the perfect thing that they want to pass is something that the Democrats are going to hate and the Republicans are going to love. That's like the win scenario for them. Yeah. It's fucking sick. Politics. Fascinating.
I know.
Young people are, of course, more accepting of racial and LGBTQ minorities than their parents and grandparents, and younger generations see changes to society and family structures as positives. So instead of saying anti-trans laws, they have to go with anti-groomer in the hopes of invoking irrational fears, or, as we discussed, rational concerns dealt with irrationally.
See, this is just completely straw manning, mischaracterizing the opposition just to turn them into evil people, just to demonize them. This is just demonizing the opposition.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are people on the right that just hate trans people, but you can't cast everyone in that light. You can't put
There's
away
not enough to win an election.
No, not enough to win an election, and you can't ignore legitimate concerns. And on top of that, he's crying about the Republicans doing. That's literally what the Democrats did with the anti-CRT bills. they said, oh, we're going to recast what you're saying as we're going to call you racist, basically. We're going to redefine you being against CRT as you being a bigot.
Correct. Yeah, they're playing by the Democrat playbook. That's why I just keep saying it's mutually assured destruction here. But okay, it's fun to laugh at.
Honestly, I'm surprised they don't do this more often. I mean, they absolutely do, but not nearly as much as they could. You want to limit healthcare rights? Call it health grooming instead. Why should the government pay to have some anatomy-obsessed stranger look inside of our bodies? I'm now against that. All pediatricians are pedophiles now. Both words start the same, don't they?
See, I mean, make this same argument with racist. Go on, Cody. I dare you. Do it. I mean, healthcare, they have turned into, look, the pandemic, they started turning everything into racism, right? How the vaccine was doled out, racism.
Right. Racism.
Yeah. Yes, this is your playbook, Cody. You have many videos on this topic.
However, unlike most of those previous words we mentioned, groomer and pedophile are actual terms that mean something, especially to victims of sexual abuse. It is profoundly ironic that by co-opting those phrases, the people pretending to care about sexual abuse are actually making it harder for victims.
They don't listen. Cody, we're not having a conversation about sexual abuse. You fucking
I know.
Why? We're having a conversation about gender identity in public schools, not sexual abuse in public schools.
Here's the problem. Just don't call it grooming. Call it systemic grooming.
Okay.
There you go. There you go, right?
Solves everything.
It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like systemic racism.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Listen, Christopher Rufo, James Lindsay, there's your gift. There's your gift to you. Don't call it grooming. Call it systemic grooming.
Yeah. We're not focused on individual acts of grooming. We're saying that when this happens in school, systemically, we've got a grooming problem.
Right.
After all, the same way terms like woke have lost all meaning, so too will these very real concepts. If you call any old person that refuses to use your experimental submarine a pedophile, then you make it so people will automatically tune out actual credible accusations of pedophilia.
This is so insane to me.
Isn't the irony here so deep?
I know it is. Haven't we been saying this about Nazi forever?
Yes, Nazi, calling people Nazi and racist. You've cried wolf on these terms so long,
right? That
everyone's blind,
right?
To actually, the real racist.
As soon as you start talking about someone who's an actual Nazi, they're like, "Oh, yeah, sure."
Right.
It's like, no, really, he's into eugenics.
Sure he is. Sure.
But again, and I really can't stress this enough, they don't actually care about pedophilia or groomers. If they did, they would perhaps be more concerned about the shocking pattern of Republican lawmakers getting in trouble for just that.
Listen, oh my God. This is so bad faith.
Your favorite thing in the world.
This is so bad faith. Yeah.
Yep.
What aboutism? Yep. What about these Republican lawmakers who are all pedos?
And look, they got to go back to Roy Moore and Dennis Hastert.
Dennis Hastert, I know. That guy was Speaker of the House. What a
I know.
Ugh. Is Alex Jones right about the pedos? I kind of feel like he might be.
I don't think he's right.
For those of you who don't know, Alex Jones says that political parties recruit people that are pedophiles so they will have something over on them and they can control them. Like Dennis Hastert, they can say, do as we want. Otherwise, we know you're a pedo and we're going to out you.
They,
the shadowy Republican.
The shadowy secret cabal.
Well, Dennis Hastert was Republican, I believe, right?
Yes, he was.
Oh, yeah.
And he was
he's going
fucking horrifying fuckface.
But it is logical that if you want to control a congressperson and you've found a pedo.
No, it's fucking stupid.
You don't think? I mean, logically it works. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're telling me it doesn't work logically. You're telling me, because this is the problem. This is the problem with all these top-down conspiracy shit. This is how any of this works. This stuff is bottom up. You have some person that gets involved in politics, and they move up the ranks, because people vote for them. And they're persuasive and they're charismatic. And they gain power. They claw their way up the hierarchy to gain power.
Right.
Okay. They were, Dennis Hastert was not just walking down the street and the shadowy cabal like drove their white van and they picked him up and hogtied him. They're like, okay, are you a pedo? And he says, yes. I don't know if I don't remember if it's a pedo or sexual abuse. I don't remember the exact claim against him. So I don't want to say, but they say, oh, we're going to now put you and make you Speaker of the House because you have this dark secret on you that we can leverage over you. Like,
but they
which could easily fucking blow up in their face, because if this comes out, then it's going to completely destroy the party. So this is a terrible fucking.
They did do something similar to this, minus the hog tying with AOC.
Yeah, but first of all, AOC is literally the only example, the only exception to this, which proves the rule.
And we don't know if they didn't do the hog tying. So,
they didn't look for someone that was like a sex pervert. Okay, they're like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where they fucked up, because they can't control AOC. Like right now, Jank, didn't the Young Turks, the Justice Democrats and the Young Turks dig AOC up like they
right? But even then, that disproves the whole thing, because it wasn't a shadowy government.
Listen, right now, Jank is going, I told you we should get a pedo. If we had pedophilia on AOC, we could control her right now.
Listen, that the whole thing with AOC, it wasn't some shadowy magic cabal that controls the Democratic Party. It was the fucking Justice Dems that controlled jack shit. Okay?
No, they did, but because they didn't have the pedophilia on their candidates.
No, but I understand that. But what I'm okay.
Remember they wanted to do force the vote. They got all upset about force the vote, and AOC and those people, they were like, we got you elected and you won't even do this one thing for us. Right. Well, if they could go up and say, listen, we know you're a pedo and we're going to out you with the pedo picks if you don't force the vote, they've got much more leverage.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is the plan that someone is making this plan from the beginning, saying, I want to find a charismatic politician that can climb the hierarchy of politics, who just also I somehow know is a pedophile on top of that.
Right. Can you imagine the interview with AOC? What is her name? Yeah, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
That's why I'm saying this is ridiculous.
The interview, they're like, we really like your politics. We really like your style. You're very good speaker. We just have to ask you one question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a pedophile?
Here's what actually happens. Okay. What actually happens is that people who climb, there's going to be some percentage of people that are weirdo pedophiles, or more likely just sex pests, which is in most of these cases are just not pedos, but people being sex pests. And you have people who climb the hierarchy, who have a very aggressive personalities. And once they get power, they're going to use that power to get the fucked up weird shit that they want.
The sex pesty stuff, yeah.
Whether it's sex pesty or pedo stuff. Okay, that's the reality of how this goes. They're not chosen because they're a sex pest. They're not chosen because they're a pedophile.
Right, but if somebody along the way has an opportunity to
blackmail them, sure, but that's a completely different. Yeah, but that's a very different thing than saying there's some plan to find people that
seeking
match this stuff. Yes, and that's the difference.
Going to the sex registry and then, well, I guess by then it's too late. You want someone who you can control, but people are unaware of their past indiscretions. I don't know. Anyway, this is Alex Jones's theory. It's not mine.
Yeah.
But you seem to.
I think it's really stupid.
You make a compelling argument that it's untrue.
Well, it's so ripe to self-destruct. It would be such a horrible risk to take. Oh, I'm going to pick someone who's a known pedophile.
Well, they're not known. Like, you're the only one that knows. But
the person who picks them knows that.
Right.
They're saying, I'm going to pick someone who's a pedophile to put them in the highest place of governance.
So if that comes out,
but if that comes out,
Dennis Hastert was Speaker of the House. That's third in line to the president. He's a giant fucking pedophile. Mm-hmm. Like, I think he was like a gym teacher or something. It was like, I thought that was
not
pretty.
Was that Hastert? I don't want to throw the incorrect accusations at Hastert because I don't remember who did what.
Yeah, who knows? You're right. Anyway, let us continue.
Yeah. Including our good buddy Matt Gaetz being involved in a fucking sex trafficking scandal, and the last GOP president of the United States openly creeping on teenage beauty queens. Also, the longest serving.
Maybe.
What? Oh, you're throwing Trump under the bus?
Well, he did say it on the Howard Stern show.
Right, that he'd walk in while they were. But were they underage girls? I mean, it's a beauty pageant.
It was Miss Teen USA.
It was? Oh, Trump.
Right. So, I mean, was he joking? We hope. I hope he was joking. But
Dennis Hastert, ex-speaker who admitted sex abuse, leaves prison. Oh, they threw his ass in prison. Fucking not long enough. I don't want to hear he's leaving prison.
Speaker of the House, former GOP representative and convicted pedophile, Dennis Hastert. I'm not using the term pedophile or groomer loosely, like conservatives are doing. These are literal cases of GOP figures getting in trouble for...
Loosely. Like it means something completely
you're right.
different.
Hastert was the wrestling coach, pedo guy. Okay. That was Hastert, yeah.
I think I listened to part of his trial, and it was just fucking grueling. Like,
yeah, no, he was like a despicable monster. Yeah.
To kids, oh, so fucking infuriating.
Yep. How did
Literal
he get out of
acts.
prison?
What's that?
How did he get out of prison?
How did he not get killed in prison? That's what I'm wondering.
Against minors. Oh, also, you know who else the GOP loves who famously sexually abused children? Cops. It's actually a big...
This is so whataboutism.
You ready for the ultimate whataboutism?
Predators behind the badge confronting police sexual misconduct.
Mm-hmm. What about the police?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The giant difference here is what the police are doing is fucking illegal. Okay. Like, it is against the law. We have laws on the books. They know they're not supposed to be doing it. If they're caught doing it, they're going to be prosecuted. The thing about this untested gender ideology that's being snuck into public schools without anybody's consent is not illegal until we make laws making it illegal, which is what people are doing. So that's just a fucking giant difference here.
Right. Well, it's interesting because basically he's gonna rapid fire like 4 different studies.
Yeah.
Which he's gonna sort of talk about out of context to make them seem worse. I mean, they're bad, but he's gonna make them seem significantly worse than they are.
Right.
And they're all from they just took this post from this website.
Right.
And they just basically copy paste the article in video format. So
what did you read the article? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I read Let me just read a few sentences out loud. A 2003 national study by the Police Professionalism Initiative written by Professor Samuel Walker at the University of Nebraska at Omaha found that 40% of reported cases of police sexual misconduct involved teens, often young women involved in youth engagement and job shadowing programs. Let's see.
Oh, shit. The thing is, found that 40% of reported cases, so if they had 5 cases... It would be it'd be like 2 of them were teens.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. Well, I'm glad you caught that because he's using this to say, oh, if they really care about sex abuse and pedophiles, which again is not the point of any of these bills. This is a total straw man. But he says, oh, if they really care about that, they would care about the police. So it makes you think, oh, 40%. Oh my God, this is happening rampantly in the police. Oh my God. So when you actually click the report, it says there were 123 cases.
Nailed it.
Which is bad. Like, don't get me wrong, but like it's not. He's making it sound like there's just this widespread systemic.
Look at that national study. 123 cases.
Oh, and
330 million Americans.
And it also further detracts from his point because the 123 cases, these are all cases that like the person got caught doing it.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, they were caught. Yes.
Yeah. Still, this is, oh my.
I know.
There's more than 123 of these groomer teachers on the loose in public schools across the United States.
Course.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
There's got to be thousands of them. At
There's
least.
more than 123 pedophile teachers.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
in the country. I know. Yeah.
Exactly.
And it was 72 of the cases they said, involved underage girls.
Right. So, yeah. 72. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucked up, definitely, but still.
Nebraska at Omaha found that 40% of reported cases of police sexual misconduct involved teens, often young women involved in youth engagement and job shadowing programs. Let's see, any more sentences to read. Ah, yes, okay. A 2010 study by the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank that tracks police wrongdoing, found that sexual misconduct by law enforcement generates more citizen complaints than any other factor except for excessive force. Surely I have more sentences. Oh, okay, yes.
So, okay.
What did that have to do with anything?
Well, sexual assault claim. It's like almost the same thing as a pedophile, Adam. If you just sneak it in there,
What was the claim again?
We'll go back.
Libertarian think tank tracks police wrongdoing found that sexual misconduct by law enforcement generates more citizen complaints than any other factor except for excessive force.
Right.
So excessive force gets more reports. They don't say the discrepancy. Like excessive force could be 1,000 and the next one could be 5. So there's that.
Yes. Right.
And sexual misconduct, this could be like cops asking for someone's phone number.
Well, there's a key word there that's doing a lot of lifting. Okay. Complaints.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a complaint. As soon as the cop says, "I thought she liked me. I asked her for a number," it's like, oh, now there's a complaint down at the station.
Or, we've seen the video. I've seen multiple of it. Now, I don't want to say this is the majority. I don't fucking know. But I've seen videos where, the cop has the body camera on, and the woman's like, "Oh, you sexually assaulted me."
Oh, I've seen. I've seen tons of those.
He's like across the room for her, right? And so that's what I'm just saying.
Why are you arresting me? You tried to fuck me.
Like, you can look at complaints and then use that to further investigate to see, what is real.
Right.
But just complaints on their own doesn't mean anything, really.
I just saw one of these recently, and I can't remember what it was. It was this woman who had a DUI. Did you see that?
Not recently, no.
Right. This woman was drunk as hell. I think it might have been on the Police Activity YouTube channel. This woman is drunk as hell, and they're giving her a sobriety test, and they bring her in. She fails the sobriety test spectacularly. They bring her in, and they give her another sobriety test at the station to see how much she's sobered up, and she fails that, and they're like, "We're arresting you." And she starts going off about how, "You all tried to fuck me. You all tried to gangbang." It's just insane.
Like, what?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
She goes crazy with the whole sexual assault allegations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not pretty. But it's like as soon as... Yeah, complaints is that's the term you're looking at there.
Right.
Yeah. They arrested me for drunk driving. And now I'm filing a sexual complaint against them.
Police wrongdoing found that sexual misconduct by law enforcement generates more citizen complaints than any other factor except for excessive force. Surely I have more sentences. Oh, okay, yes, here we go. A database compiled by the Buffalo News reports that from 2005 to 2015, a law enforcement official was caught in a case of sexual abuse or misconduct at least every 5 days. There's still a lot of...
Oh.
Every 5 days?
Yeah, so that's actually, you hear that and go, it's actually not that much.
Right. Yeah. 365 days in a year.
Yeah. So the number is over a 10-year period.
Right.
Buffalo News collected.
It's like 300.
No. Well, no. It was 10 years.
Right.
They collected 700 credible cases, or what they say are credible cases, over 10 years. In many of the cases, the person was. In most of the cases, the person was at least fired, and in many of the cases that they have on their list, the person was convicted of a crime.
Right. So they serve jail time or a fine or something.
Right. Or we're just fired.
Right. Like I said at the beginning of this segment, it's a giant difference. This is illegal. We have law enforcement focused on catching this stuff. This is complete non sequitur to the conversation about should we be protecting this gender ideology, this untested gender ideology being taught to grade school kids.
And also,
fuck you.
He's missing the main point here, which is that in these studies, these are all cops that were charged or caught with a crime.
Yeah.
So that's like, he's trying to say like, there's this big problem of sexual assault in policing, but you're like, yeah, but if they're all like this, if they're all being caught, which first of all, doesn't seem like, according to these numbers that he's providing, it doesn't seem like it's this massive, nationwide problem. And secondly, these are all people that were caught and charged and convicted. So is it a problem? Like, like the system is working.
Yeah. Wrong on both fronts.
Yeah.
It's illegal and people are getting caught. So, yeah, whatever. Like, what are they going to do? Write like a law? Catch more of them that don't.
No, we're going to pass a law that says cops are not allowed to do illegal things, and they're just going to stop it at them.
Right.
They're just going to stop it.
Yeah. Okay, good.
By the Buffalo News reports that from 2005 to 2015, a law enforcement official was caught in a case of sexual abuse or misconduct at least every 5 days. There are still a lot of states where cops can rape detainees, say it was consensual, which is literally impossible because they're detained, and get away with it.
What the fuck? There are states where your cop can be your rapist.
So what he's saying is that's a very hyperbolic way of saying it. They're saying that in some states, they don't have explicit laws that say police cannot have sex with detainees.
Right.
Which I'm assuming that's because no one thought to make that a law, not because they're like, they want the police to have sex with detainees. So.
Oh, can you imagine?
And I would be pretty surprised if there was a bunch of cases of officers having sex with fucking detainees. That the judge is like, yeah, that's fine.
Fact check. Sex between police officers and their detainees isn't illegal in many states. So that's what they're bitching about.
That's what the claim is. Yeah.
I got to tell you, that crazy lady that started making all the accusations, the drunk lady, it didn't look like anyone wanted to have sex with her. It looked like they were like...
They're kind of put off.
Yeah, they were like... Get away from me, you dumb bitch.
Well, and here's let me see, because I'm looking at the article. The article is it's not saying like that this happens. They're just saying that this is just this weird loophole in the law.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay.
Oh, no. So there was one case in 2017 in New York.
Right. Oh, it's got to be New York. Some prostitute is like, how about, I'll give you a freebie.
Listen, I'm not gonna throw the prostitute label. Jeez. Okay.
Well, that could have been the literal situation though.
So it says
maybe it was a prostitute that was arrested.
I don't know. It says 2 detectives were accused in 2017 of raping a teenage girl they took into custody for marijuana possession.
Oh, okay. Well,
she was 18 at the time. The victim was driving. They were pulled over for marijuana and Klonopin pills. Oh, okay.
Right. So she's trying to fuck her way out of the ticket.
Here you go. After they detained her. Okay, the woman had sexual intercourse with one of the police officers, performed a sex act on the other police officer, and they released her. So they literally abuse their authority to say, fuck us and we'll let you go.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Right. That is the thing that I would suspect happens.
Yeah, but they went to jail for this.
Right.
Oh no,
yeah.
they didn't go to jail. They were sentenced to 5 years probation
for
pleading guilty to official misconduct and receiving a bribe. Okay, so that's fair. That should be rape.
It is a bribe.
That should be rape. I'm 100% on board with classifying that as rape. That should be more than just probation. So,
I mean, rape, if it's consensual though?
It's not consensual. What do you mean?
She's offering it as a bribe.
No. Well, wait a minute. It doesn't say whether she offered it or whether they said, if you fuck us, we'll let you go.
Right.
In either situation, I think it should still be rape.
Right. Yeah.
The officer says, no, what the fuck? Of course not.
I mean, if she throws herself at them and is like,
who cares?
Please have sex with me and let me go.
Who cares?
Okay. Yeah. I guess it would be non-consensual because she's basically saying, I consent as long as you let me go.
Now, I don't know if there was like video evidence where the cops are just like standing there and she's the one that initiates all of it. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that shouldn't be rape, but it should it should be, something.
I think in the video that I was talking about with the crazy lady, she was definitely throwing like the flirty vibe out there, trying to sex her way out of the the drunken stuff. So
yes,
there were definitely no takers. They were like, no, get away from me.
Okay, I'll soften my stance. I think if there's evidence that she was the one that initiated, I don't think maybe it shouldn't be rape, but it should be a crime, obviously.
Right.
Obviously, that should be a fucking crime.
Yeah.
So.
And follow up on that 2003 study that found 40% of reported cases of sexual misconduct by cops to involve teens. Here's a separate study from 2014 that found reported cases of sexual misconduct involving teens to be 43.1%. So I guess cops can improve.
Boy, this is such blatant lies.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's 3% higher because there was like 2 more people.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I have that study open.
Not only that, they say teens, and you don't know if they're 18 or 19, because technically 18 and 19 are teens. So,
let's see.
If they are 18 and 19, that is not pedophilia. That is not.
No.
Yeah.
Data. Let's see. Primary news information source was Google News search engines using 48 automated Google alerts. Data analyzed 548 arrest cases in the years between 2005 and 2007. So again, these are officers that were arrested for crimes.
Right.
Okay.
Look at the name of that first report. Read that name. Police
sex abuse of teenage girls driving while female. Yeah, I saw that. Well, that's because that was the first one I talked about, the 72 cases. It was like with the one we just talked about, where the police pull someone over and they try to abuse them to get out of the ticket or whatever.
Really?
Or jail time. Yeah.
So basically, the cops are just hitting up whatever hot females they can to see if they can.
That's. I'm assuming generally they did something wrong, but that's the claim.
Right, but they're probably only pulling over the hot ones. They're probably saying.
That I don't. I don't think you could tell. I don't know. It's hot. Like when someone drives by in a car, it's kind of hard to have like telescopic vision to look inside and see.
I mean, you can tell if someone's hot in a car. What
really?
Just
the silhouette of their head in the shadow. Okay.
How far away are we talking? I mean, this is ridiculous. You never look in the car next to you when you're driving and think, "Oh, well, there's a hot one."
Okay, so police generally don't drive next to you, look at you, and then pull you over. I don't know if you've ever been pulled over by the cops before.
It depends upon where you're at.
Usually, like, you drive past a cop that you didn't see and you were speeding, and then they come up from behind you, and then they're not looking at you,
I mean, if the scenario is cops are looking for hot girls to pull over to potentially get some sort of sexual favor out of letting them out
but they're
of
not
ticket.
They couldn't.
The cop is obviously going to drive around the block. They're going to drive past the car, look, oh yeah, that's a hot one. Here, let me drive around the block and see if their license and registration are up to date.
Okay. I don't think that's what happens, but I think these are crimes of opportunity.
Right.
But I think they just pull people over and then they're like,
and they just so happen to be hot.
Yes.
Right,
Or hot
okay.
enough to merit some kind of sexual favor. So that would be my guess.
Where do we get? I want a YouTube channel that just has the body cam footage on all of these stops.
Oh my God! Don't even.
How can they not? How can they not?
Please
They
don't
can't do this. They have body cams now. They
Well,
can't.
a lot of the no, but you see, like that's why the date was 2004. Like a lot of these
Okay,
are older.
before
situations.
body cams.
Right.
This is a problem that's been literally solved by the body cam.
Well, I'm sure they could turn off their body cam, which is an issue.
Right.
In some of these things. Now, maybe you should say they shouldn't be able to turn off their body cam, which that would definitely clamp down on a lot of behavior.
Right. They pull up and it's a hot girl. All of a sudden the body cam goes down.
Oh, it just fell off. My body cam just magically fell off, and then I didn't notice for 20 minutes, and then I just reattached it.
This is so bad.
Yep.
Caffeinated Tweaker in the chat says it's called porn.
Yeah, it's called porn, Adam. You can look it up.
No, you guys and your degenerate pornography. I'm not gonna look that up.
Adam is like, why isn't there a YouTube channel of like porn? Only it's like gross porn because it's like not actors. It's really a police officer abusing their power and authority over an individual. Like, so they're fucking raping them. Why can I watch real rape videos, guys?
Okay, maybe I misthought.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that you characterize it like that, I think it would be very wrong to do that and to upload it to YouTube.
Okay. I'm glad we could come to this.
I mean,
or not come to this. If you
let's say,
yes.
Maybe we can come to some kind of compromise here.
But let's not come to anything. How about that?
Do you not think that girls flirt with officers to try to get out of tickets?
I'm sure. I've talked to girls who have done this.
Right. Okay.
Now, none of them have said they ever like had sex with them or anything.
Right. Yeah. But they might, be flirty.
Sure.
So if there was enough body cam footage of girls trying to get out of tickets, and you started a YouTube channel called "Girls Trying to Get Out of Tickets."
Now that is a brilliant idea.
Well, something has come out of this then. Right.
Well, hopefully there's no come, but yes, that's a brilliant.
So we should
YouTube channel.
We could try this with the Libs of TikTok type situation, and we're just curators and try to get the cops to send us the. I guess we'll call
them ticket thoughts.
Ticket thoughts. Listen.
Yes.
My man. My man.
Or the Thought Patrol, okay?
The Thought Patrol. It's even better.
The Thought Patrol, yes.
Holy shit.
The Thought Patrol.
Now, are we going to have to grease some senator palms to get is this legal? Can we, if I'm a police officer, if I'm a police officer and I take body cam footage of a ticket stop, how does that body cam footage get released?
I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I would guess that the police officer or the state is not allowed to just publicly release all the body cam footage.
I'm telling you, we're going to have to grease some palms.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I think the only reason we see the ones that we see is because some kind of case came out of it.
Well, this would be the case of the Thought Patrol.
But I mean, like some actual legal case came out of it, and that's why we can see it. Because you're right, I'm sure this happens a lot, but there's no one tries to sue anyone, and so we'd never see the video.
Right. We need a friend who's a super Chad cop who gets this kind of all the time and can slip us the videos on the down low, because it'd be like the Superstar. It'd be like everyone wants to know who this Chad cop is. We'll just call him Officer Chad.
No,
we'll never reveal his name.
What was that stupid? Remember, there was like that one person in New York that was like dating and ghosting all those women.
I don't remember.
And they all freaked out about it.
Oh, I do remember this. What
was that guy's name?
I don't remember, but
they were all like, "Oh my god, there was that one guy."
What do you think, Officer Chad?
There you go, the Thought Patrol.
This is brilliant. Yeah, I'm gonna look into this.
You look into.
I have a couple friends in law enforcement.
West Elm Caleb, thank you, Landendorf.
I am going to This could be my next big project after the comic book. I'm telling you.
CT says you can go to the police station and request your body cam footage. Yeah, not so sure about other people's. I'm assuming you can't. I'm assuming you can. People say donut operator already does that. Well, listen, this will be a very highly specific niche channel, and it'll be called the Thought Patrol, and it'll be better.
Okay? Right. I mean, I watch Donut's videos from time to time, and I've never seen him. This isn't like a consistent theme.
No, it's not. No.
I mean, I might have saw that crazy lady on Donut's channel.
Right.
FOIA, yeah, that's right. Freedom of Information Act. We slide right in there and we say people need to know. People need to know what these women are doing.
I don't think you can FOIA just random body cam footage.
What if the women are married and they're totally like their husbands are just? We could be homewreckers.
Oh my God, we could be.
And what if they actually offer sexual favors to Officer Chad?
I know.
And all that's caught on tape. They're going to be less likely to release the tape. I think the woman
Donut gets it from. It's called Code Blue Cam. Code Blue Cam literally is just FOIA requests them. So there you go. Maybe you can just FOIA request them. I don't know. I would be pretty shocked if you can just get any random body cam, but maybe you could.
We need.
You have to check it out, Adam. Check out Code Blue Cam.
We need a man on the inside. We do. We need an officer.
We don't need
Chad
a man
on our
on
team.
We don't need a man on the inside.
We do.
You're thinking about this all wrong.
Listen, there are cops who eat a lot of donuts and don't get a lot of flirtation to get out of tickets. There's got to be some kind of chemistry.
I'm going to start perusing local police stations all across the country. So he sees a guy he thinks is hot, and then he's going to try to FOIA request that guy's traffic.
I would like Officer Chad's body cam footage going back to 2004.
I just like the idea of Adam looking through a bunch of police records to try to find the hottest male cops. I like that more.
That's not gonna happen. Why you
That's
gotta
how you're
ruin
gonna have to make
everything?
these determinations, Adam.
Look, this is a brilliant side quest, and you gotta completely ruin it.
I'm not ruining it. I'm making it better.
No,
I'm saying that you're gonna have to get in touch with your.
No,
you're gonna have to bury your latent homophobia in order to make this project work, Adam.
What are you homophobia? I hang out with friends that are hot that get lots of ladies.
No, but I'm saying you're gonna have to start judging a bunch of men. You're gonna have to start looking at all these men and start judging them based on their sexual appearance.
It's not a gay thing, okay? Listen.
I know it's not, but you would feel uncomfortable doing it. So,
all right, let's move on now that you
stacking damage for $20
it.
Says don't tell anyone, but under some definitions, yours truly stacking damage falls under the trans label, and this girl is throwing my literal dreams in the trash.
Really? Oh, see, that's
I told you. P.S. Spent 5 minutes removing the C word from this chat. The C word.
Is that I can't say the C word.
The CUNT word?
Because that word gets stuff demonetized.
That's true.
We get demonetized all the time on my Adam Friended secret channel when I move the videos, and when I request to be monetized, they say nah, too much potty language.
Isn't calling a trans woman the C word like a good thing?
I don't know.
We're affirming their transgender identity.
Well, that's a reach. That's a total
Is
reach.
it?
Yeah.
I think there should be nothing. I think calling trans women the C word should be seen as a compliment. Okay, that's my new stance.
Calling a trans woman anything is gonna get you in big trouble. So.
Okay. If
you call them trans space woman, I think you get in trouble now. So
there you go. See you next Tuesday. Thank you, Alexander.
Anyway.
Dax was staring up for $20 says, hey guys, I had a conversation with my mom, who's also a pediatrician, about the percentage of people who are LGBTQ. I told her it's apparently 15%, and she said it's closer to 1%. Why do you think it's grown so much? S-class is best class.
Is that why it's grown so much?
That is why.
S-class is best class?
Well, the problem is it's so big. I mean, I thought like I thought was a gay percentage is like somewhere between like 2 and 3%, right?
I thought it was 5%.
Or was it 5? How many gay people?
How many homosexual people? Don't say gay.
U.S. What are the percentage? LGBT.
It's like 3 to
2021 says, according to Gallup, but this includes all LGBT. It says all LGBT is risen to 5.6%. But that's everything. I'm sure a lot of that's boring white people who are.
Well, now that it's LD, they threw in the Q. It's like 50%. It's all Democrats.
So according to this organization, which will come up later in the video, because I wanted to read the report for something that they did and they didn't put it online, which is very suspect. They say 3.5% of adults in the U.S. identify as gay, lesbian, or bisexual. 0.3 identifies transgender. And there you go. Wait a minute.
Wait, give me those numbers again. I was distracted.
How the fuck does this make any sense? It says 1.7% of adults identify as gay or lesbian. Only 1.7.
1.7.
Yeah.
Of adults.
Yes.
So it's all kids.
And it says 1.8% of adults identify as bisexual, which is much higher than I would have suspected.
Right.
But then this is why I don't understand. It says 11% of adults report same-sex attraction. How the fuck do those two numbers make any sense?
11% report same-sex attraction.
How do we go from 1.7 to 11%?
Well, and what are you talking when you say same-sex attraction? Does that mean you want to have sex with them, or does it just mean you find them attractive?
That's a good question.
Right.
I have to go and look into what the actual questions were. But
all these polls. I mean, it is fascinating, but it's more like Trivial Pursuit.
Right.
Great job to the boys in blue. Also,
I changed Cody's picture to the crazy SJW lady in the car.
Oh, nice.
Do you guys care? Or?
No, I did get rid of the picture. Zifu for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you, Zifu. Says, Adam, you're thinking of this lady. Google code blue cam drunk woman causes car accident, then loads on the criminal charges.
That's it. Is it donut? Is that a donut video?
Let me see. No, it's code blue cam.
We should watch that on.
Okay, we can. It's like 30 minutes long.
We can watch it on Tuesday.
You have to find out where the good parts are.
Right.
Duper da for $20. Thank you, Duper. Because I can't talk for 100% of body cams, but I most record the whole time they're on, but only record audio. Oh, but most record the whole time they're on, but only record audio when the cop activates that function. So the cop would have to turn the camera off completely, which is suspicious, of course. Oh, there we go.
Really? Oh. Because you get the sex sounds on there.
15% of the victims were under 14. 8% were under 12.
How are we joking at a time like this?
I don't know. It's just weird that we're not seeing any "Don't say you're a cop" bills. Curious
Those
what that's
cops were
about.
arrested, you fuck.
Yeah, it's just stupid. Cody's very low IQ here.
Yes.
None of this is subjective. These are just facts. You can agree with certain conservative policies or stances.
It's fact that the Libs of TikTok tweeted out about their house getting egged. That's a fact. Are you sure about that, Cody?
Mm-hmm.
Are you positive that's a fact? I don't know. These don't seem like facts to me.
But you can't deny that they have absolutely no fucking right to police teachers or LGBTQ people for the purposes of stopping grooming when there's zero evidence to back them up. It's just cold, hard hate mongering.
Listen.
Yeah.
Adam.
What?
You're not allowed to pass a law about one aspect of society unless every other aspect of society has all the problems fixed within it.
Wow.
I don't know if you knew this. This is the standard now.
This hold on here. Isn't this the argument that they're always accusing the conservatives of making? I feel like it is.
No. Listen. You can't pass any laws governing any behavior for any teachers as long as they're police officers or other people doing bad things. Can't do it.
They're literally making the Jordan Peterson argument. You got to get your house in order before you can criticize the world. That's literally the argument.
Well, no, it's this is like you can't clean your room until you've cleaned your bathroom first.
Okay.
That's the argument they're making. It's a very stupid argument.
I feel like we kind of have. We made laws against doing that stuff.
Right. Yep.
And if you really need it spelled out, look no further than the now failed Tennessee proposal that attempted to create an alternate pathway to legal marriage that would not be available to same-sex couples. First of all, petty, spiteful bill, which did crash and burn, but not before people pointed out that they had included absolutely no age limit to who could get hitched, opening the door to literal child marriages.
This is so dumb. Well, first of all, Tennessee's fucking shitty for trying to do this weirdo super marriage that doesn't apply to gays, whatever the fuck this was anyway.
Is that what they were doing? Is this is like a marriage bill saying that if you're straight, you can get this special type of, this is like the gold star marriage or something.
It was something really stupid, right? But it was very obvious. Yeah. But it was very obvious. And he even admits this. Cody even admits this. So I don't even know why he brings it up. This was not done intentionally. It was an oversight. The guy wasn't like, oh, I'm really in favor of child marriages. I'm going to sneak it into the law here.
What happened?
Because they changed it.
I mean, I'm just picturing, you get your marriage license, and if you're straight, they pull out the gold stars, and they're like, oh, yes, and this is a gold star marriage. Here, let me place one right here on your marriage certificate. Thank you for being heterosexual.
I should look it up because I don't remember what the exact purpose of the law is. And I shouldn't really trust Cody's interpretation of it.
Yeah.
Tennessee bill to exclude same-sex couples from proposed legal marriage contract.
Right.
Huh. The bill will create an alternate pathway to marriage, allowing opposite-sex couples to file marriage contracts based on common law principles that have not yet been legally recognized in Tennessee. Contracts will not be available to same-sex couples. Oh.
So they're basically setting up civil unions for gay people.
No. They're basically saying
they just said it's not open to straight people.
No. What they're saying is they wanted to create or broaden common law marriage, I guess, but it would only apply to straight couples.
Right. Okay.
But okay.
Anyway, who cares? Let's move on.
Right.
They went on to amend the bill to fix that, but this so perfect.
Yes. Why did you bring it up? Oh my God.
Did this pass or something?
I don't know.
I mean, this is just like Republicans did this crazy thing, and I don't know. Okay, whatever. It's Tennessee.
Perfectly points out how little the GOP actually cares about pedophilia or grooming, and in fact just wants to take away the rights of gay people. In writing this bill, they were either so focused on taking away these rights or just didn't care that they were ready to accept child brides so long as those child marriages weren't same-sex.
Nobody was ready to accept child brides.
Right.
It was just an oversight.
Just an oversight. Yeah. You said they changed
Stop
it.
your fucking lying. Stop your lying.
Right. Now this law could be dumb. I don't know. I have to actually read it, but this doesn't help your argument.
Nobody marched out and said, listen, we know you really want to make gay marriage illegal, but we're going to force you on the child bride thing. You got to leave it.
Yeah. I think Republicans in Tennessee are like, listen, we'll trade you.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
We'll trade you gay marriage for child marriage.
Yeah. What do you say? And they were like, sure, okay. But that's exactly the way Cody described it. He's like, they're willing to accept child brides just to get rid of gay marriage. Oh, okay. Nice try, Cody.
Point is, this is all the exact opposite of everything they claim to care about, and should be rejected and mocked by anyone who isn't actively trying to attack the LGBTQ community, right? Like, you don't even have to...
Yeah, I love the way they set that up. It's like, if you're not mocking the GOP for these legitimate concerns, you're actively hating on LGBT people. It's fucking so insidious.
Yeah.
It's so insidious.
have to be an advocate. If you think that everyone should have equal rights and that pedophilia is bad, you have no good reason to be supporting the majority of the Republican Party. You should also be absolutely...
Yeah, if you're against pedophilia, you shouldn't be supporting Republicans who literally want to castrate and kill pedophiles.
No, listen. He's doing the classic elementary school defense. Okay? Right. He's like, I am rubber, you are glue. Everything you say bounces off me, sticks to you. Nanny. Boo,
listen. If you are against pedophilia, the Republicans want to make pedophilia a capital offense. The Democrats want to make pedophilia a sexual orientation. Okay? It's a giant difference.
Wait a minute. Let's not say the Democrats.
There is a giant fucking difference between...
Let's not say the Democrats want to make pedophilia a sexual orientation, because that's fucking not true. Okay.
There's two... Well...
That's not even That's not true at all. There's some fucking weirdos online, the map community.
Right.
Those are not Democratic politicians.
Well, you know they are Democrats, but it is... Okay. That is a bit of an overreach, but
just a bit, just a tiny bit.
But I feel Cody has it coming for his massive hyperbole. So,
but Cody isn't. First of all, Cody hates the Democrats. We've covered videos where he's like one of these. He was like a Bernie or bus train. Yeah,
right. Okay. But he's basically saying if you hate pedophiles,
yes,
you should vote for the people who.
He's just saying no. He's just saying, oh, the Republicans say that you're a groomer. Well, no. They're the groomers.
Okay,
that's all he's doing.
In awe that we're still dealing with this stuff today, because it is 2022. So how the are we still having this conversation? Didn't we federally legalize gay marriage 7 years ago, to which the world did not end? So
see, and then he says that, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Why, dear sexy Christ who fucks frogs, are the GOP still trying to limit the rights of LGBTQ people? We're going to talk about just that in detail after a few ads, because ads are just they're so great.
Trying to and it even for me say.
So glad we stopped everything to tell you about a lentil delivery service that sends you farm fresh lentils straight to your door. Hold on, start a business.
I don't even think that was the ad.
Okay. First of all, who says we're skipping the ad?
Was the ad really? Was the ad really farm fresh lentils? I don't think it was.
No, it was not.
Hold on. Damn it.
Let's see what this ad is before we skip it. Okay. Secondly, this is such bullshit because Cody's like, I thought we already solved these issues. You can't say that gay issues and trans issues and non-binary issues are all the same issues. That's what they try to do. They try to lump everything together. They're like, if you're not straight, then you're all a giant group and you all agree on the exact same things. It's ridiculous.
Well, this is the thing that, the neo-reactionary community says this all the time. They're like, it all started with gay marriage. Now we got non-binary woke shit going. Like they're making the argument that everything did fall apart.
Right. And it's interesting because the leftists try to also conflate all the things together too.
Right.
So they do it for like one side conflates it all to try to sneak it in, and then the other side conflates it all to try to get it all out at the same time.
Yeah,
to kind of sneak it all out. Like it's like they're both trying to sneak shit in and out at the same. It's like no. Let's just be honest here, okay? Things are different. Things can be parsed out.
Cody came out and made the declaration that we approved gay marriage and the world didn't fall apart.
Yes,
but
right. So everything should be tied together, right?
Right.
We should just do whatever we want now.
Anyway.
You're right. No, it's really dangerous for him to conceptualize it that way because he's basically feeding into their argument.
Yes, in a big way.
But the end of this, as I said, as we said in the beginning, at the end of this, Cody fucking takes the mentions Mulbug position at the end of this video.
It's insane, yeah. It's great. We're getting into crazy town right now.
Yeah. I love it when I'm really worked up about something important and have to stop everything to tell you about a fucking smart hairbrush or whatever.
Okay. First of all, Cody, fuck you. You don't get to just call out the thing that's happening and thus that makes it okay. That's not how any of this works. You don't get to say, oh, I know it's totally bizarre and hypocritical for me to be like caring about real political issues, but then to interrupt them for an ad. But I talked about that, so that makes it okay for me to do that. That's not how this works.
Right.
You're still doing the thing. You drawing attention to you doing the thing doesn't make it any better.
Right.
It actually makes it worse.
Can you imagine if they stopped your church congregation for an ad? Just say your preacher like throws an occasional ad.
And then on the third day,
Yeah, exactly.
on the third day,
Yeah.
Jesus did not rise from the grave. He did not move the rock because he was too busy playing Raid Shadow Legends. That's right. Jesus got 5 free level up bars and 1,000 gold bars for Raid Shadow Legends. He told the Lord, he said, wait, Lord, I've got to finish leveling this character.
I have to go to church just to see how many kids are playing on their smartphones
All of them?
during church.
All of them is the answer to that.
My church experience as a kid was just complete torture.
You're just like, you have your head down. I'm like, I'm praying. And then it's like, beep, 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 beep.
Oh, I had trouble keeping my head up in church. My head, I'd nod out all the time in church.
Listen,
yeah.
I mean, that was my temple experience. Okay.
Oh, you had to go to church too?
I went to temple.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? A guy stands in front of the congregation and just talks a bunch of nonsense forever.
Yeah, it's just kind of boring. Well, it's called lamp shading. Yes, that is what it's called. Lamp shading is when you just call attention to something and you think that kind of like makes it okay or diverts attention from it.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. Lamp shading.
And this is on the ads thing?
Yeah, him just calling attention to
Right.
how ridiculous the ads are.
Right. Yeah.
I only know it's called lamp shading from, well, besides the person in chat saying it, from Preston Jacob videos. Talks about that in Game of Thrones back in the day. Wait, stop.
Babble.com.
See the ad. See if it's
I don't
worth
think this
watching.
is I don't think this is lentils though.
It's not lentils.
Stop.
You know, for years now, I've been trying to patent a universal translator that works by eating an entire Spanish language dictionary, but it turns out that my beloved invention might completely go to waste, and that's because I just heard about Babbel, a learning app that makes picking up a new language far easier than slowly consuming.
So it's some lame learning app, okay? Can we skip it, please? Come on,
You
we're
don't want
getting
to
it-
see if
No,
there's
we're-
any comedy about. We got to see if there's
No,
any comedy
we're
about
good.
like her father being snakes in
No.
the desert.
The
Or do you
comedy
think-
right here is a screen grab. Look,
Listen. You don't think they spent all of their comedic writing on the snakes in the desert bit? There's got to be some comedic energy left
nothing.
for the babble.
no.
For the
hold
babble.
on, hold on. Now I'm just syncing up here, right? Babbel. This is a language learning app, right?
Right. Yes.
Now look where we come back in. Here.
Start a business.
Life.
Okay, we're back. So glad we stopped everything to tell you about a lentil delivery service that sends you farm fresh lentils straight to your door. Hold on.
Is that like a joke, or do they not?
That's okay.
Start a business. Mail.
They throw this.
That's the joke, Adam. That's the joke.
The joke
It's
is
the ha-ha
they
funny joke.
don't even
Yes.
know what advertiser they threw in.
That's a funny joke. Yeah. It's hilarious.
Why are people advertising on this show again?
That's a good question.
I mean, Raycon's got a good deal. At least, I mean, Cody looked like he was going to suck off the Raycons during that.
This is
one.
why I say fuck you to every fucking asshole who tries to claim that the culture is right wing. All these, like, Cody is a crazy far leftist activist. Okay. And even crazier than Cody is that other guy, No Thought, Second Thought. And he gets fucking sponsors too. All these crazy fucking leftist pieces of shit
right
get normal sponsors.
Because they want young, dumb people to buy their products.
No,
and
but the
establish
problem is that
patterns
all this
of behavior that last their
all
entire
this
life.
leftist neo-Marxist subversion shit is all being snuck under the guise of like liberal civil rights. And so the
True.
companies have no fucking clue what's happening.
Right.
They're
They
like,
just-
oh, he gets in favor of LGBT issues and he doesn't like racism. Okay, that's advertiser friendly. Like they just have no clue what's actually happening.
Right. They just like looking at Cody's channel metrics, and they're like, "Oh, look, all these people are under 12."
No, I don't. I doubt it, because if there was a right wing, if there was a whatever the right wing equivalent of Cody existed with the same metrics, I don't think they could get like a lot of sponsors.
Okay.
They would get the right wing sponsors like gold and emergency rations and
all. Notice how they're all based on fear.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Buy a gun holster.
Right. And all the liberal sponsors are based on learn a new language, because obviously you'll be traveling all over the world.
We can make the joke. Learn a new language when, their English is no longer the primary language.
In your home country. Be able to speak to your immigrant neighbors who hate your guts.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's your right wing version of
Be
that.
able to speak to your immigrant neighbors who have no respect for reproductive rights.
They should. Yeah, there you go. No, see, they should have been like, are you tired of accidentally getting canceled because you used someone's wrong pronouns on Twitter? For accidentally saying a wrong thing that you didn't even know was offensive? We'll get Babbel. We have a new special feature on woke language to keep you up to date, to make sure you never get in trouble for saying the wrong thing.
Do you question whether or not you should put a space in trans woman or print it as all one word? Babbel will help you.
There you go. See, they could totally write a whole
Don't
thing
get canceled.
Order, send farm fresh lentils straight to your door. Perfect. Oh, it's going to be so good. Okay, so we were just finished pointing out that nothing in the recent GOP push against LGBTQ people has any logical standing. Next, we have to ask...
They just proved. This is...
By strawmanning everything.
That's such a lie. Yes. Look, in this video, we just proved that everything they said is lies and bullshit.
Yes.
Now moving on.
Why is this happening now? What is the Republicans' end game? What can we do about it? Can we do anything about it? And why, sweet horse god, why is it always DeSantis and Abbott? Why these two sopping dildos? Except sopping dildos implies they did a good job, so that's too polite. They're more like dusty attic dildos from the 40s that your grandmother tried once but got electrocuted by. You know, the one you found as a kid and used as a lightsaber until your mother intervened? Not pulling from real life or anything, just an imaginative tale about how whenever I watch Star Wars, I think about how sex is evil. I'm fine. It was fine. But that...
Cody found his mother's vibrator. That's got to be uncomfortable.
Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh, here it is.
Did you find... What are you looking for? Cody's mom's vibrator?
There we go. I got it.
Mother intervened. Not pulling from real life or anything. Just attic dildos from the 40s that your grandmother tried once but got electrocuted by. You know, the one you found as a kid and used as a lightsaber until your mother intervened.
What are you looking for?
Not pulling from real life or anything. Just an imaginative tale about how whenever I watch Star Wars, I think about how sex is evil. I'm fine. It was fine. But that last question, why these two bad dildos, is very easy to answer and begins to explain why these laws seem so broken. Simply put, thanks to Trump, bigotry is pretty popular right now. It's as big as the hit film Jupiter Ascending. We've talked before at length about how the nascent proto-fascism...
See, this is where the woke cult comes into play. Because this is the thing that they want to believe so badly. Bigotry is just everywhere. You are the only one that is not a bigot.
He's about to say that. He's about to call Trump a proto-fascist.
Oh, yeah.
That was the Trump presidency. Bigotry is pretty popular right now. It's as big as the hit film Jupiter Ascending. We've talked before at length about how the nascent proto-fascism that was the Trump presidency drew a line in the sand for the conservative movement, and how many Republicans, DeSantis in particular, have realized that the old traditional conservative way of doing things won't cut it anymore. Someone needs to step up and be the new Trump. And since Trump is figuratively and literally melting at the moment, DeSantis is currently in the lead for that position.
First of all, I don't know why he's calling him DeSantis. It's like a joke.
DeSantis.
DeSantis is his name.
I haven't heard him say nuclear yet, so
that's true. Okay. Secondly, there's three things. Secondly, obviously it's ridiculous to be like, he's basically saying, oh, the reason the Republicans are pushing all this legislation isn't because they actually care about grooming or children. It's because they're all fascists.
Yeah, okay. It's ridiculous.
Right. But then the third part of this argument, it's self-defeating because he just said this isn't like old conservatives who are pushing for old conservative ideas. This is new Trump fascism, which would imply that he's saying that old conservatives, who he called racists, homophobic people for the last 30 years, were different than the fascist conservatives he's calling racist, homophobic, blah, blah, blah now.
Right.
But their whole argument is that no, that they are the same.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Similarly, Abbott has been struggling with his popularity among this base of the GOP. And so there's just no easier way to gain points than by beating the dead horse of woke politics. They certainly aren't the only people doing this, but rather the most vocally desperate at the moment. You could argue that this explains why these laws seem so hastily written and legally incoherent, in that the people making them don't actually care what the law says. But it's...
I know, it's horrible.
The laws aren't incoherent. First of all, this is idiotic because for the CRT ones, they're all just based off of the Christopher Rufo think tank,
right?
Whatever it is,
legislation.
Template. Yeah, there's like a little template for all this stuff. And none of this stuff is none of this is vague or hastily worded or anything. It's all pretty clear.
Right.
It's not that simple. As we mentioned, the Don't Say Gay bill appears to have different wording in its preamble than the actual law, and is extremely vague about the actual age groups affected. This makes it so that, depending on the courtroom and lawyers involved, you could actually get different interpretations of the bill. And this...
You mean like every law that's ever existed in the history of the fucking world?
Yeah.
People can't even agree on, like, people can't agree on what the fucking Second Amendment means based on whether it uses commas or semicolons. Like, the fuck?
Remember when we read the law in the Kyle Rittenhouse case about whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse could carry a long barrel rifle?
Yes, it was very like everyone's like, wait a minute, what are you? Yeah, it's pretty confusing, right? But we got to the bottom of it.
Cody,
the answer was yes.
Yes, we were correct. Our interpretation was right.
Yes.
There's this whole field called law.
There's a whole profession. I don't know if you know what it is. It's called
a
judge.
Yeah. It's called the judicial system.
Yeah, this whole thing called the judicial system, which its entire existence is to figure out and interpret the laws.
Exactly.
And resolve these disputes based upon these interpretations.
They're called law makers. They make the law. The judiciary interprets the law.
Cody's over here like, if the world was perfect, we wouldn't need a judicial system.
This is basic. Yeah. Can you imagine?
This is actually the same for a lot of these half-assed laws being introduced.
So I read this article and he'll explain it. I don't understand it. I just read it and it was just like gobbledygook to me.
How extreme? Well, if it's Slate is the worst. How extreme anti-trans laws will backfire for conservatives.
Right.
I'm not sure about that, but the elections are looming here.
Well, I thought, you read the headline, I thought it was going to be about how like, oh, the polls were against them, but that's not at all what the article was about.
Let's see.
Nothing to do with that. So.
They're often incredibly inconsistent, and that's possibly because conservatives don't even really understand transness well enough to effectively legislate against it. Why?
Now, he won't provide any examples of what he's talking about at
all.
Of course not. But, you know, it's fine.
Why would you do that? Evidence? Right. Come on.
Why, for example, is it legal for doctors to treat kids with human growth hormone to alter their bodies, but a crime for doctors to treat trans kids with estrogen or testosterone? How do these laws...
So he brings up a hypothetical example, which every law that I've seen that talks about anything like this, they always very clearly make a distinction between it being for, you know, like a gender affirming transgender
or
therapy,
precocious puberty,
or for something else. Yeah.
Right.
Even the Texas one made a distinction between those two things.
Right.
So
that's why he's not. There were health.
Right.
I didn't know there were health problems related to that.
That's why he's not going to bring up any examples about
this.
Because he doesn't have any examples.
Laws affect intersex people or people with hormone imbalances. Are puberty blockers still allowed to treat non-trans children for things like precocious puberty? Yes. Where do we draw any of these seemingly arbitrary lines?
It's not arbitrary.
Well, it's pretty clear.
I know. I fucking hate it when people say arbitrary when it's totally not arbitrary. But anyway.
How is giving someone puberty blockers for precocious puberty, but giving them puberty blockers so you can give them cross-sex hormones? How is that an arbitrary difference?
Yeah, both of those are at cross purposes and very distinct.
Those are very
purposes.
different things.
Yeah.
It's not arbitrary at all.
Well, and the course of action is not even arbitrary. It's like you're trying to accomplish a certain fucking goal.
Right.
Dumb.
Lawmakers don't understand the actual science. There are likely other extremely old factors at play.
Actual science. What science, dude? What science?
Writing for Slate, law professor Courtney Cahill draws parallels between the current-day attempt to define gender along biological lines and the Jim Crow-era practice of doing the exact same thing, but with race. Cahill looks at Bill HB 935, a piece of anti-trans legislation out of Florida that, while it eventually died in 2021, would have made it a crime for healthcare providers to surgically change the sex of minors. Cahill points out that by defining sex as the biological state of being female or male based on sex organs, chromosomes, and endogenous hormone profiles, and then implicitly defining breasts as a female sex organ by listing a mastectomy as a prohibited act when performed on a minor, HB 935 would have legally made having breasts an essential part of the biological state of being female. Except it wouldn't, obviously.
Why would that backfire on conservatives?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they want?
I'm not...
Like, I don't understand. That's why I read this article. I'm like, what? I don't understand.
How would that backfire?
Yeah, how's that backfire on conservatives?
They want, well, yeah, it's not. They want they want women to be clearly defined. Yeah.
Yes, by sexual characteristics.
Yeah, like breasts.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it doesn't backfire. It's exactly what they want. Well, I mean, and you could make an argument it's what a lot of people want. I think the woman thing is where they completely jumped the shark.
Right.
As Cahill says, a cisgender Floridian woman would still be a woman even were she to not have breasts, and gaining breasts through hormones or surgery isn't enough for a trans woman to be legally considered a woman.
What? That's a little different. Okay.
I don't know. It's just like this is such a weird esoteric argument that it's so nonsensical to me that I don't even know why he's wasting his time talking about it.
But I mean, you don't need to get breasts to be defined as a trans woman.
No.
You don't need to do anything. Cody could define himself as a trans woman without even shaving. So I don't understand how.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
What's the argument he's making here? He seems to be saying that breasts are not enough to be defined for a trans woman to be defined as a woman. And I'm like, okay.
He's trying. No, so the argument he's trying to make is that he's trying to say Republicans so don't understand trans issues that they're going to end up making laws that counter even their own goals. And this is the example he's bringing up, but the example he's bringing up is so muddled and unclear that I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how this is an example. Yeah.
That requires a legal sex change, which requires a note from your healthcare provider. It's the kind of pulling out the rug trick you can play on conservatives over and over again without them even ever coming up with a satisfactory response. Oh, womanhood is defined by being able to give birth? Are infertile cis women no longer women? Of course not. Oh, womanhood is defined by having a certain amount of testosterone in your blood. What about cis athletes with...
Women, being a woman is defined as a certain amount of testosterone in your
He's
blood?
doing the dumb... This is like the dumb fuck bread tube talking point. They go, oh, you think there's a difference between men and women, Adam? Well, smart guy, define for me what it means for someone to be a woman.
Right. Yeah.
And then you're like, well, it's a person with XX chromosomes and boobs and vagina. Well, does that mean if a woman has XX chromosomes but gets a double mastectomy because she has breast cancer, does she no longer be a woman? That's what you say, according to your definition, Adam.
Right. Yeah. Your definition is incoherent, Adam. Therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo procto, ad hominem, I win. You have contradicted yourself.
Yes.
Good sir. Clear the field.
It's so dumb. It's like, okay, if I can levy the same argument against you to show that doors don't exist, then obviously your argument's fucking stupid, because we all know that doors exist, and we all know what a door is. We all know what a table is.
We cannot clearly define what a woman is.
Right. Because that's what these
Therefore,
categories...
women do not exist.
Categories don't work this way. Okay. Unless you're like fucking studying chemicals on the periodic table. They're not going to fit in some like exact, like, oh, every category fits in this exact thing down to like the fucking electrons and the outer valence of the electron shelf or whatever the fuck it is.
Strategically, though, I find this to be a complete miscalculation on the left's part.
It's just stupid because everyone intrinsically knows it's a dumb fuck.
I know it's hugely
Brett
dumb.
Weinstein is very
sophistry.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yes, he's like, this is all just sophistry. It's 100% sophistry. Okay,
right? Because
that's not how categories work. Categories work where people come up with generalized criteria for categories and things. Some, they fit some elements of the criteria and some they don't.
Right.
They don't magically have to fit everything, and nothing fits everything.
But
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So no, that's what I mean. Unlike, I disagree with Sargon. I don't believe there's a magic etherical universe of perfect forms that we all draw our information from.
Right.
Okay? I don't think there's a perfect door that we all have in our minds that we draw from, and then we just have some level of doorness until something ceases to be a door. That's not how people come up with categories. Okay. Or if they do, it's just like conceptual. It's not like real. So that's the way categories work. I'm sorry. Yeah. This is such a dumb fuck argument.
The thing about calling it sophistry, though, is it totally puts them in the position of arguing on the side that everyone knows is just like guilty as sin. They know that their arguments are just total BS. And while you can put together BS arguments like he's doing right here, oh, what about, if you cut off both breasts, isn't it still a woman? You just look like a dumb fuck. And that's why I think it's a losing strategy.
Yes.
To just be on that side. Yeah.
Yep.
But he's going to do it right here. He's going to continue with his dumb arguments, his dumb sophistry. We can't even define a woman. And they're writing bills about this stuff. Look, your Supreme Court justice doesn't even know what a woman is.
Mm-hmm.
You've got no room to speak on this.
Naturally high T counts. Are they no longer women? Still no? Gee, sure seems like this biological system is just an ad hoc way to exclude trans people.
Oh, look at that. And it's just conservatives created the entire gender binary. Just for thousands of years in all animal species across the planet, just so they could discriminate against trans women in sports.
I don't know if you knew that. Yeah. Darwin, in the theory of biology itself, from the beginning of time, since binary sex and gender developed in the first, single cell protozoic or whatever the fuck organism that created binary sex, that's when they conspired against trans.
This argument is unassailable. This argument is
millions and millions and millions of years ago. The conspiring started. Yes.
That's a lot of bigotry, though. You have to have a lot of hatred in your heart to start this kind of mission. I mean, it makes me think, maybe we were put here by aliens that are just bigoted aliens. Who started all this ahead of time.
Cahill ties us back to Jim Crow and to similar attempts from the era to...
I can't... All this
channel...
Like
this going to Jim Crow, yeah.
I know. All this channel is pilfering from the stupidest fucking Slate and Huffington Post articles and just copying whatever they say, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that's literally exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yep. This is what Vosh wanted to do about the trans stuff. He kept linking it back to race.
Yes.
Let's talk about racial categories. It's like, aren't we? I thought, wait a second. I thought we were talking about gender ideology. When did race come in here? Why are we talking about race?
to define race via various biological truths, which of course didn't work even a little bit because, as Cahill says, in practice, race regulation showed that legal race wasn't based on biological truths and wasn't absolute. The legal definition of race varied between states. Someone could be colored in Louisiana and white somewhere else. The legal definition of race also varied within states. The same person could be both colored and white depending on the official charged with making that assessment. Jim Crow eventually fell apart under the weight of all of its inconsistencies, and so too, Cahill.
Jim Crow fell apart under the weight of its inconsistencies.
I think Jim Crow fell apart because people said this is immoral.
Yeah, this is totally fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he's.
Right.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Didn't black people get the right to vote? And didn't they like say, fuck you, I'm not going to vote for this nonsense?
Yeah, right. Exactly. It had nothing to do with the weight of its inconsistencies.
Jim Crow laws made a concerted effort to make sure that blacks couldn't vote.
Right.
And once they overcame that hurdle, all of a sudden politicians started catering to them. It wasn't anything about their fucking inconsistencies. It was about them becoming politically motivated and voting.
Says the first. Well, this person says the first example of sex. I don't know if there's two sexes, but the first example of sex was single-celled protozosts 2 billion years ago.
Right.
Okay. So there you go. It's a long arc of nature conspiring against trans people. 2 billion years.
I mean, sexual reproduction is you don't get evolution going without sexual reproduction.
Well, no, you can through asexual reproduction. Because there's still.
But how do you get variation though?
There's still random mutation.
Right, it's just slower.
Well, obviously, the fact that most things reproduce via sexual reproduction means that it's better,
right,
for the organisms. Well, it's more beneficial for
more
the
variation.
Organism's survival. Yeah, because you get more variation. Yeah.
Reproduction, variation, selection is the algorithm of evolution.
Right.
Yeah.
And since I believe the overwhelming majority of animals not only reproduce, and plants, not only plants, I think most plants are hermaphroditic, but they don't reproduce with themselves generally. But most animals are not. The overwhelming majority of animals are not hermaphroditic. So obviously that shows that there's some benefit for having, offloading this male-female dichotomy.
Well, lots of more variation, I think, is better, obviously, right?
Yes.
To face the challenges of the environment. This is like in investing, it's called diversification, right?
Right.
You have your investments in different vehicles. Yeah.
Says, will states' power to legally define sex as a binary between male and female. It's only a matter of time before all of the glaring problems with these bills finally start to cause problems for the conservatives passing them. And thanks to how loosely worded a lot of these laws are, they could easily be used for any purpose, because it's not just how they define sex, but any attempt to turn subjective moral stances into absolutes. In Arizona, for example, they're pushing through a law aimed at limiting sexual content in school library books. It would give parents the right to demand a book get pulled lest the librarian be fired and barred from working in a public school. The original law specifically targeted books that promote the study of sex, sexual preferences, sexual activity, sexual perversion, sex-based classifications, sexual identity, or gender identity. But after scrutiny, a lot of that was eliminated, leaving...
I'm saying ban all those books.
What? He's about to pretend like that, like these very clear classifications are vague. Right. And you're gonna just your eyes are gonna roll out of your head.
None of those were vague. I'm on board. Ban them all.
Right.
I mean, obviously not for adults here. We're having a conversation about
just for school library.
Yeah, exactly.
Which this is such performative virtue signaling garbage. Okay.
Right.
We're talking about school libraries.
Right. Yeah.
How many students take books out of school libraries in the year 2022?
Yeah.
There's I bet there's 10 books nationwide were checked out of school libraries.
Yeah, if you're a school child and you're looking for sexual content, you're not going to the fucking school.
No, you're not going to the fucking library. You're whipping out your phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
The official wording of the law to be, quote, no public school district, public charter school, or public school library shall maintain in its inventory or promote books that make as their primary subject the study of sex, sexual lifestyles, or sexual activity, or books that are of a controversial nature that a reasonable parent or legal guardian would want to know of or approve of prior to their child being exposed to it. And
very clear.
Yes.
That's much better than the other thing we read that we couldn't understand. That's great. As a parent, yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
I want to be able to shake the book at the...
No, Adam, that's fake. You see, when the law clearly says primary subject, the study of sex, I'm going to pretend like I'm a brain-dead mewling idiot, which isn't hard because my name's Cody Johnston and I am a brain-dead mewling idiot, and I don't know what that means.
I guess. That's a tough sell, though. I feel like it's pretty explicit.
Like... what does that even mean?
What?
The study, I don't know. What is the study of sex mean? I don't know.
What?
This is so confusing to me. The study of sex, sexual lifestyles, or sexual activity. I can't for the life of me. That's all just gibberish. It's all just like I'm reading a foreign language.
He doesn't know about like the PP and the vajayjay type. Like,
listen, Cody, I don't know if your parents or your school ever told you about this. But when a man loves a woman,
right?
Okay, he makes her dress up like a nurse, and he dresses up like a police officer. Okay, and he says, "Excuse me, ma'am, did you know how fast you were going?" She says, "Officer, isn't there anything I can do to get out of this ticket?"
Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's
and
the
that's
kind
how
of book
you were born, Cody.
That's the kind of book that would be banned.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
In your school, okay?
There you go.
If any kids are watching the Thought Police YouTube channel, this will not be allowed. This is an adults only channel, okay?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
We not want school kids learning about how women negotiate getting out of their tickets.
No.
What books have a primary subject being sexual lifestyles? Does study of sex mean no sex education books?
Yes.
And how do you define what a reasonable...
See, sex education is separate from other criteria. They act like sex education is in every fucking class.
I know. I had, like, in 5th grade, we had, like, 2 weeks of sex ed.
Right,
And then in middle school, I think... it was really weird. I think in 6th grade we had a couple sex ed classes, and then in 7th grade we had the same exact sex ed classes in the same exact auditorium, and it was boring because it was like, okay, we're gonna know this shit,
right?
And that was it. Okay, they act like this is like 0.00.1% of fucking my school was on sex education, and they're acting like, no, just kids need to be learning about sex education every second of every day. It's overwhelming. This is so important to children.
Yeah.
It's not that important. They figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. In the world of 2022, where kids are probably watching porn at the youngest fucking ages imaginable, you're like, what will these children do if they can't read books of sex in their school libraries? Oh, what are we going to do?
Yeah, the kids being exposed to pornography is kind of jarring. But I watched a talk. I sent it to you. I don't know if you watched it or not, with a sex researcher who was saying all the research that they've done shows that kids can't really be exposed to pornography because it's just meaningless to them until they reach sexual maturity and seek it out. And then you really can't stop them.
Right.
Like they're going to seek out pornography.
Yes.
And there's no brakes that you can put on. Basically. So, but it doesn't affect their sexuality whatsoever. I mean,
I just the fucking pearl, they're complaining about the Republicans pearl clutching. They're pearl clutching over this. Oh my God, we can't have sex books in the fucking library while kids are walking around with the infinite knowledge of the internet in their fucking pocket. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah, the thing.
Fuck you.
I don't like the super young kids, and we're talking about young kids when we're talking about kindergarten through 3rd grade. I don't want some person walking in and and telling them, listen, this is the way the world is. The doctor just basically guesses what your gender is. Like,
right.
That's
Let's cause more dysphoria.
That's fucked up. That's totally fucked up. That's like gaslighting them.
It is.
That's
it's not like it is gaslighting them.
Epic proportions of gaslighting.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't want some religious teacher to come into a class and say, you know, I believe that if Jesus is not your Lord and Savior, you're going to burn in hell for the rest of your life. So
listen,
go home,
little Timmy.
Go home and tell
Have you been baptized?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you had your communion? Because otherwise you're going to go to hell.
Yeah, your parents are going to burn, and it's going to be hellfire, lake of fire, you know, human suffering and torture for all eternity. You're going to be stripped away from your parents. Your parents are going to burn. You're going to burn. Like, that's fucking, like, what the fuck? Save it for let the parents, if the parents want to, you know, teach these teachings to their children, I feel like they have every right to. But, I mean, bring it into the classroom. I feel like we have to have some level of all things that we all agree on. And the gender stuff is just, nobody agrees on this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not set in stone. That this whole idea is just that doctors, you know, randomly pick what gender you are. They assign it to you at birth. It's just, I mean, that's a religion. That's a cult.
Yep.
Yeah. But Cody here is all in favor of that. And writing any clear articulation of law that says, hey, this is what we don't want you to do. Cody's just like, it's so ambiguous here.
Confusing. I don't understand.
What are we talking
What
about?
is the study of sex? That could be anything.
Right. Yeah. It's
I don't know what that is. That like a romance novel? What is the study of sex? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Parent is and what they'd want to know about these books. It's very clear they were trying to ban books that feature LGBTQ stories, but this new law can be so loosely interpreted.
It doesn't say LG. It says sex, lifestyles, and sexual activity. That's everything.
Right.
That's everything, Cody. You were the one that was just complaining 5 minutes ago, or 5 minutes in the video, like an hour ago for us, where he was like, "Oh my god, it's just targeted LGBT. It doesn't even talk about sex." And then when it talks specifically about sex, he's like, "Oh, this could be just targeting the LGBT community." Oh.
I mean, if there's a married couple that is into cucking, that would not be, I mean, that's not LGBT, and that would not be allowed in the life.
Don't let that, don't put that in the schools.
Exactly. If there's, you know, if you're selling stories about, you know, women and their OnlyFans account, I mean, that's not LGBT, and that would be something you wouldn't really want.
Listen, I take it back. They should put it should be required.
All that stuff should be in there.
Schools. Okay, should be the book Iceberg Slim.
What is that?
The pimp, the famous pimp book.
Oh yeah.
About him being a pimp.
Right. That's another one that I was thinking. Like, if you're a pimp and you've got like 6 or 7 hoes working for you.
There you go. Maybe that should be required reading for all.
Right.
I wonder how the leftists would feel about that.
Right. Harem of hoes, right there. Oh, you're looking for a harem of hoes, little Timmy?
Right.
Oh, that's right down here. Let me show you. Let me show you how the Dewey Decimal System works here.
So that you could oppose pretty much any book with a romantic storyline. Or rather, it doesn't ban any book if you're targeting books that are primarily about sexual activity. Like, wouldn't that just ban erotic novels, something that isn't in a school to begin with? At least not the cool ones, of course. It comes down to this, I think. Let's say you have a story about a person asleep who needs to be kissed by a prince in order to break a spell and wake up. If that person is a woman, then that kiss is not sexual. However, if the person is a man and the prince kisses that man, then it is instantly sexual to these people. The existence of gay people.
He did these people.
Let's say that I create a completely fake situation in my mind and then pretend like it really happened.
Right.
And then I can call Republicans homophobes based on my fantasy.
Yeah, based on my hypothetical story. Do you think Sleeping Beauty would have the cultural impact that it has if it was about 2 gay men? I don't know.
But I also don't think that under that law, neither Sleeping Beauty nor the gay version of Sleeping Beauty would constitute sexual activity.
Right. Yeah.
And it's preposterous that this is what's crazy. He just makes this assertion. He's not saying like this happened. He's just saying, oh, just hypothetically, I just made up a situation. This proves Republicans are homophobes. Like,
I mean, I feel like Cody's kind of the homophobe here because he made Mr. Sleeping Beauty turn his head. What's going on here?
There you go. You're right.
Sleeping Beauty got full lip.
Yeah,
Cody.
What's going on there? Why are you such a homophobe?
Right.
Why they're not full frontal mouth to mouth kissing?
Right. Was this
being such a bigot?
Was Mr. Sleeping Beauty bit by a snake on the cheek or something? He's got to suck the poison out.
Cody, what the fuck? Your show gets hundreds of thousands of views. You can't get someone that could Photoshop the picture a little bit better? Like,
yeah.
Come on. So lazy. Look at the shitty job. Look at that shitty Photoshop job. Oh my God. I'm offended.
Yeah. Should have been tongue kissing.
There you go.
Automatically makes them think about sexual activity. That's what happens in their little brains, and it's one reason why it's impossible to talk to them about this.
Oh, look.
Others
he can look. He's like Jangles. He can read minds.
Right. It's impossible.
He can just come up with imaginary hypotheticals and then read the minds of hypothetical people reacting to his imaginary hypothetical.
I love how it's impossible to talk to them about this. Mostly because they would just call out your bullshit lies. I mean, that makes it a lot harder to talk to them.
It's so funny because I was talking to my dad the other day, who's like, my dad's very normie, very left-wing normie, inside the left-wing bubble. And I read, I'm trying to remember. I read I started reading him the list of non-binary genders because he's like, what is that? He didn't even understand the concept of non-binary genders. I had to explain to him the concept. And he's like, how can there be more than two genders? And I was like reading to him the name and description, all this stuff. And he's like,
how sweet. He doesn't even know.
Yeah. And he's like, wait, they're complaining that you can't teach that in school. And I'm like, yes. He's like, no, fuck those people. That shouldn't be taught.
Really? Holy shit.
Yes. My left-wing normie dad was like, of course this shouldn't be taught in school. He's like, no, this is like, what the hell? You teach basic sex education at the proper age, which everyone was fucking fine with, and then that's it. Why does this need to be taught in school?
This needs to be taught in school because there are people who this is a new aesthetic for them. They want to live their lives as non-binary people.
But see, this is why this is such a losing issue for the Democrats. If you find like a million normie Democrat, boomers, you start talking to them about this shit, they don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And when you explain it to them, they're like, oh, I don't know that, parents want to teach their kids that, fine, but that shouldn't be in fucking public school.
Yeah, they're immediately against it.
Right.
And Cody just ignores all of this by turning it into Republicans hate gay people. Well, the reason he does that is because that message sinks into the normie dads of the world. They're like, oh yeah, Republicans hate gay people. I'm voting Democrat.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because my dad, if he was like listening to this, he wouldn't understand any of what is being discussed and be like, yes, Republicans hate gay people. That's all he would get away from it. Yep. No, you're completely right.
And it's sad.
But listen, what the left should just do what the right did. Okay. If the right said, if people on the right wanted their kid to, learn about Jesus in school, okay, they had to go find a private school. They taught about Jesus in private school. Go be my guest, right? If the left wants kids, the left is so just like rock hard obsessed with kids learning about gender identity when they're 5. Go find a fucking private school and do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
And teach them,
Yeah, go teach them your weirdo cult gender shit in your private school.
Go teach them your child abuse.
Yeah, there you go. Go teach them your child abuse.
It kind of is child abuse, though.
A little bit, yeah.
I do feel like gaslighting children about just, can you imagine if your parents came out and told you, listen, we need you to pick your sex. Like, you just be like, what? What do you mean?
Your gender, Adam. Your gender. How do you strum it?
Well, I mean, isn't it the same thing?
I mean, according to Vosh in his conversation with Deborah So, it's the same thing.
Look, if they're asking you, are you going to pick male or female? That's basically what they're asking you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, you can say man or woman, or you can say male or female.
Right.
I mean, people have transgender people transition. They have sex change operations, right?
Yes.
That's the whole point of it. I mean, Buck
Yep.
Angel was saying this is why he calls himself a transsexual, but I guess that term is out of fashion.
Well, the whole I mean, calling it gender in the first place doesn't really make sense anyway.
Right.
Because
Of
then
course it doesn't.
you get into that sticky situation of what I've said for years, which is how the fuck can gender identity be something you're born with, but gender is a arbitrary social construct? That doesn't make any sense. That's like literally not possible.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously it's the opposite. Or no, it's developed. Well, if you're calling gender culture, then obviously it's all learned behavior.
Sure. But then they vacillate. Because if gender is all culture, then that would mean that either when you're transitioning, it has nothing to do with gender, it has to do with sex, or people shouldn't be transitioning. They should just be cultured out of it.
Yeah, it's all just crazy. That's why it's a cult.
Yep.
And you can't teach cults. Just let's make a no cult rule. Let's just make a no religion rule.
Yes, that's what we tried to do. We said no religion in school, and we kicked the right out. And now the left is like, oh, the right's gone. Let's put our religion in
But
school.
nobody anticipated.
No religion.
Nobody anticipated secular religions, though.
Mm-hmm.
As long as God isn't anywhere in the equation, as long as they're using a thing called science and calling it, like using the God figure as science, then somehow they think it makes the ability to put it in public schools just fine.
Yeah, especially when it's fake science on top of it too.
Well,
it is faith-based science.
It is supernatural, I would say.
Yes.
Like the idea that the whole gender identity idea, I think, is supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Liars, but whatever. This is all not to mention that legislating what someone is allowed to learn about or do with their own bodies flies directly in the face of the small government anti-cancel culture narrative Republicans have been attempting to weave for the past many decades. But of course that's...
See, I hate the hypocrisy argument that it's like, this is just against your values. You've completely mischaracterized their argument. Their argument is...
And the values.
Yeah. Is... ideologically consistent, is logically consistent.
You could only say it was inconsistent with, I mean, this was the argument Nick was making on stream, which I don't even agree with. But this was Nick's argument, is that you can do whatever you want once you're 18, but before 18,
yes,
you shouldn't be allowed to do this. And I don't want this stuff being taught in public schools. So it's not inconsistent. But.
Yeah, totally consistent.
It's not a new contradiction. The hypocrisy is almost not even worth mentioning. Republicans have always wanted to have their cake and not sell it to a gay couple too. They want Uncle Sam to f*** off and leave everyone alone until it comes to all the things they absolutely want the federal government to dictate, like reproductive rights and marriage equality and, sexy, erotic books about...
How is the gay cake thing? That's not hypocritical. That's saying... It would be hypocritical to say the other thing. It'd be hypocritical to say the government's forcing them to make the cake for the gay wedding.
Right. Yeah, no.
How is that hypocritical?
It's not.
Cody.
Yeah.
Cody.
They're saying the government should let them tell whoever they want to fuck off and not make the cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's completely lost his examples. He's just saying things.
Vas deferens and all the goop that lives inside of us. Of course, by hiding behind pedophilia, they can at least try and mask this by wrapping their dry little hate turd in a tortilla of think of the children. And again, this is not a new strategy by any means. In the 1970s and 1980s, right-wing religious figures depicted gay men as depraved predators who groomed or recruited children, and similar rhetoric appeared again in the mid-2000s as Democrats and Republicans alike fought against legalizing gay marriage, something that a lot of politicians and pundits are definitely still against, but have to pretend like they aren't.
See, I gotta think that the Republicans started it, because that really was, then the gloves came off with the Nazi racist shit. This is like a back and forth thing. They went to the pedo, baby killer hyperbole, and then we went to the Nazi racist hyperbole.
Well, I don't think it's like causation, because, in the 60s and 70s, people were calling each other fascists.
Right.
So it's not like there's it's more of a pendulum effect. It seems like whoever has the social power calls each other, the either racist or fascist or pedo or whatever.
Until
Like,
they
just keeps going
lose
back and
until they lose the social power. That's interesting.
right, and then they lose the social power, and then the term doesn't, loses its power as well.
Right. So the power's just there because they have the social power.
Right.
Like the racism stick only works when they're in power.
Of course.
And as soon as they're out of power.
Well, it's funny because I talked about this in my videos a million years ago. The reason the racism stick even has power was because originally calling someone racist was calling someone a Nazi.
Right.
It was calling some, because that's how they conceptualized the term racist much before they thought about it in terms of like slaves and black and white people. It was more like, oh, Hitler's a racist.
Right.
So.
Huh. I don't know if the groomer stick is going to work. I think it might, though.
I think the groomer stick will work.
Right.
I think that's why they're kind of freaking out about it.
Right. Because that groomer stick's going to be... The racist stick was very effective.
Yeah. The racist stick was effective.
If the groomer stick is near as effective as a racist stick.
Yeah.
Oh, they're fucked.
Well, I don't know, is that because now we have all the Roe v. Wade stuff, and that's completely taken over the discourse. So
that's true. You're right. Yeah. They
not gonna talk about groomers,
They only got to yield the groomer stick one time. And then the baby killer stick. And then the baby killer stick came out.
That's right. They said, oh, we can go back to our old classic, the baby killer stick.
I know. The thing is, though, man, that one video we're going to watch on Tuesday of the woman trying to defend women's reproductive rights and at the same time cling to the term pregnant person is just makes me think they're fighting with one hand tied behind their back now.
We'll see. That'll be interesting. Yeah, we'll see if that sticks or not.
I don't think it'll work. I think it's going to hurt them.
I think they'll drop it pretty quickly too.
The pregnant person thing?
Yeah, because they're just going to focus. I think they're going to be so crazed about Roe v. Wade,
right,
that they're going to drop that whole stuff and they're going to go back. Well, actually, that'll be very interesting. We'll see. Will they just say, because I mean, we've been seeing it already so far. We've like right when Roe v. Wade came out, it was just they want to control women's bodies. They want to control women's bodies. Want to control women's bodies. They never said they want to control pregnant people's bodies.
Right.
They gain. I mean, a lot of it is very cynical because they feel like they gain political leverage by framing it like they want to harm the women's. Right. Saying pregnant persons doesn't really have that same emotional oomph to it.
It doesn't have any emotional oomph.
No.
Yeah. No, but we didn't evolve to protect pregnant people.
Right. Well, it sounds like something you'd hear in a corporate boardroom, like a focus testing group.
Yeah.
Like...
Men don't go to war to protect pregnant people. Come on. Get the fuck out of here.
Despite how they tiptoe around it, people like Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott and most of the GOP would happily move us back to a time where LGBTQ people had zero rights. It's why, when asked point blank, they often give answers like this.
Okay, this is a very interesting clip that we're about to watch. He just primed us to say that this is DeSantis.
Right. Taking us back to the Stone Age.
Take us back to the Stone Age and talk about how much he really wants us to hate gay people. Okay, that's how he's framing this.
I'm ready.
You let me know how it comes across.
I mean, I've never heard DeSantis say anything vaguely homophobic in my life, right? But this might be the clip.
I don't want any discrimination in Florida. I want people to be able to, live their life, whether you're gay, but also whether you're religious. And I think you should be able to do that. And I don't want them discriminated against as well. So, we're going to have, we got a big, diverse state, and that's just the way it is.
Oh, yeah. Do I?
Okay. Yeah. No.
Is there anything wrong with what he's saying?
like I said before the clip, I've never heard DeSantis say anything vaguely homophobic or still. What was wrong with that?
I don't know.
I
don't know, Adam.
They see.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I don't know. Like he plays this clip. He's like, "This is a very telling. This is the mask clip moment for DeSantis."
Right.
You're like, what am I looking at here?
This is what you're missing. They perceive any talk of religious people as protecting anti-gay people.
I see.
So he sees that as, him saying
he's not allowed to say both. He just has to say one or the
well,
other.
I mean, if you said, I don't, I'm all for, I want to protect everyone. I want to protect gay people and I want to protect anti-gay people. Then all of a sudden you're like having a completely different conversation.
Are
right?
you telling me that Ron DeSantis just fined people on both sides, the gays?
He did not, because religious people doesn't have that same connotation.
Yes, but you're right. That's how they're interpreting.
That's how, yes, that is exactly how they're interpreting it. We're going back to those bad old days of religion as child abuse, which is so ironic.
Well, I like the idea that, I mean, it's so funny. The leftists fit the classical fascist definition here of weak, strong, that the enemy is simultaneously weak and strong, because they're like, DeSantis and all these Republicans, they're so evil. They're so powerful. They're going to take away all your gay rights. However, they're so weak that they can't actually say they're going to do any of these things. They have to shroud it in like 10 layers of irony and dog whistles.
Right.
Like, oh, well, then I guess we don't live in a society where people would put up with that, huh? If they had to put it through 10 layers of irony and dog whistles.
All his ad hominems are about how stupid they are too. So I mean, they sound like the Keystone Cops, inept as he would portray them.
They're simultaneously stupid and yet also the mastermind scheming to trick people into being anti-gay or whatever.
How are these dumb people going to pull any of this stuff off? I have no idea. I'm
so stupid.
Not even really worried about this stuff.
Oh my God.
I think gay people should have rights and be protected. I mean, I think all things should be protected. All words are good, really. And letters that are in the words, like, did you think about religious people? That's also a word. So to directly answer your question, I think religious people deserve rights. Meanwhile, his actual actions.
Now he's talking like he didn't say anything.
I know.
Religious people don't deserve rights? I feel like they do.
Mystery guest 01. Ooh, mystery guest. For $20. Thank you, mystery guest. Says, I'm listening to Ricada on Mr. Girl's debate with Destiny. Respect to Destiny for being the one crazy guy on the panel. Sitch. I don't know if I like that. Sitch. How would I say that? What's your opinion of Mr. Girl? His way of processing information reminds me of you guys. You guys are the best. Well, first of all, thank you.
Yeah,
we are the best.
Thank you.
So I thought the debate
can only be one best,
and it's me.
No, it's us, but
it's us. Oh, okay, that's what I said. But then you had to go and fight us at him.
Well, I mean, it's saying that Mr. Girl is up there in league.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I understand.
But it's okay. Continue. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
So that debate was interesting. I felt like they did need someone who was like well, maybe not. I don't know. On one hand, you kind of want like someone who has like a very far left position to like ferment debate, but that didn't really happen. Destiny, I guess, was the furthest left on the panel for most of it in terms of the trans issue stuff. And I think overall, when it came to the law stuff, I think Ricada 100% spot on, completely correct, won that part of the conversation. I think for some of the non-law stuff, I think Destiny was actually at a much more well thought out position, even if I disagreed with it than Ricada had. Ricada sort of like recovered at the end by basically saying, I don't care what you do after you're 18, to kind of circumvent a lot of the conversation.
I mean,
which is fine.
Ricada and Lauren Southern both zeroed in on the fact that a lot of desistance happens during puberty.
Yes. Yeah.
And that you can't, I mean, you're at cross purposes if you're trying to delay puberty when that's the source
right.
of the
Yes, I think they're
desistance.
completely correct on that element of the conversation. And it's interesting because even Buck Angel, I think, was basically like, who is a trans man, was basically like, yeah, don't give kids puberty blockers at all.
Right.
Period. So Buck Angel was on that board. So I'm on board with that. But I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. I feel like that conversation was sort of dominated by Destiny and everyone but Mr. Girl. I don't remember what Mr. Girl said that
Wasn't
much
Dick
in that
Masterson
conversation.
on there too? And Dick Masterson took over as moderator.
He was the moderator, yeah.
But it seemed weird because Dick came in and was saying, Mr. Girl, this is your stream. You're supposed to be the moderator.
Oh.
And then the next thing you know, Dick was
then.
just kind of took over for him.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Dick did a great job moderating. So
well, I mean, it's not like they were really.
It's
not like it was heated. They didn't need. It's not like they needed.
Who was the person that dropped out though? Like, I think.
Well, Lauren came in for a little bit and then left.
Brianna Wu. Yeah.
Yes,
so
Brianna
there's
Wu,
your
yes.
super far left perspective.
Yes,
that would have been.
right.
I mean, that's what we're looking for. But Brianna, and Nick Rekieta said on his stream that the only reason he agreed was because Brianna Wu was gonna be there, but then she dropped out. Right.
Which I don't know why Nick wants to talk to Brianna Wu, but I don't know why anyone wants to talk to Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu's like
she's
fucking
insane.
moron, but yeah, she's insane and she's popular.
That's
for
good content.
Complaining about. It's so funny because like, you know, she became popular in Gamergate for complaining that she was being harassed, and a lot of her harassment people were like she accidentally. There was some incident that someone took this was like people archived this and took a screenshot. She accidentally tweeted hate at herself. I think it was on Twitter, but she forgot to change into like one of her alternative accounts. So it's just her tweeting at herself something hateful. And people were like, what are you doing?
What? Really? They caught her that red-handed?
Yes.
Really?
So
manufacturing her own hate bomb.
It was, was it a forum? Yeah, it might have been a forum and not a tweet. It was something. And I was like, oh my God.
I mean,
I can't imagine her having any like salient or intelligent conversation about trans issues. But
I don't get a lot of hate online. I think I would get more hate, I guess, if the show was bigger. I don't know.
Nick's purpose was to go there and make fun of them. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yes.
You're saying, look at you misgendering. How dare you?
Nick is fun. Yeah.
Oh, it was on Steam. She forgot to log out of her developer account. That's right. She had some like really shitty game that was like horrifying and awful that she tried to make. It's hilarious. Someone said Mr. Grohl's argument, oh, that's right, was transgenderism is popular because of pro-felicity. Well, there you go. Making your argument, Adam.
He didn't say pro-felicity. What are you talking about?
No, but you're right. He didn't say pro-felicity. I'm not sure if he's familiar with it, but he did make that exact argument. So I remember listening to that and being like, oh, it's making a pro-felicity argument.
But he doesn't know he's making the pro-felicity argument.
Oh, he might not, yeah. So there you go.
I don't think he knows pro-felicity because he's so fucking bad at it.
Nobody knows. There's like 10 people that know pro-felicity, Adam, and you're one of them.
Okay? If he knew about it, he would be better at it. But he's not. Yeah, so he's not really.
I see.
He doesn't get it. Kind of a square.
I think Mr. Gold's an interesting guy. I agree with some of his takes. I disagree with a lot of his other takes. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think of him as processing information the same way that I do or Adam does, but
right.
I'm glad you like us.
Do you think he's all elephant?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. Do you?
Well, I think he's more. I think he is doing a lot of rationalizing his own biases. Every time I listen to him, everything tends to devolve into a story about him and his life. Which, yes, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
but the stories that he's pulling out, I don't find particularly insightful about whatever he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Mystery guest 01 for $200. Thank you so much. Says, I'm mostly effing with you with my comments, Sitch. You were awesome, and I'm trying to learn from you. But I think I'm going to be single if I yell, S-class is the best class. In hearing range of my lady one more time. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll yell it for you. Okay, you don't gotta yell it.
That's
I appreciate
pretty
it.
hilarious.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's very
thank you
generous
for
of
the
you.
thanks for the $200. That's awesome. Yeah.
No, what I was gonna say is, I wonder because I remember listening to. Now I don't have a huge sample size, so maybe this is unfair of me to say this. So I say this with some trepidation. But I remember listening to some of his early videos before he kind of blew up on the Destiny pedo arc.
I love that. It's so YouTube that we call everything.
I know an
a
arc,
character arc.
Yes,
It's
and
very Hollywood. That's what I like about it, to be
Right.
honest with you.
And I remember thinking that he, and I don't know if it's now, again, this is not streams, so maybe this is video essayists versus stream. He seemed like in his video essays, even if I disagree with him, he kind of had a much more thoughtful approach to information and to saying things. And it seems like on streams now, and I wonder, this is your pro-felicity argument, I feel like he's sort of intentionally framing things in very incendiary ways.
He's totally
to sort
doing
of
that.
get emotional rise out of people and to sort of like clickbait.
Build his brand.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So
I think it's a completely failing strategy, though. And the more extreme he gets, the tougher it is going to be to maintain this path, this strategy. And it's also, I mean, this strategy ends up burning out.
Right.
I think Destiny's kind of brilliant for milking it for all it's worth. But I mean, a lot of people say there's like, they find a lot of meaningful stuff out of what he's saying. But I mean, I listened to a video today. He's going at it with Brittany Simon.
Brittany Venti?
No, Brittany Simon.
Oh, he did. He just talked to Brittany Venti too.
Okay.
Who's Brittany Simon?
What? Brittany Venti.
Oh, that's
Venti.
Yeah.
She was just calling him Mr. Pedo and like just
yeah.
So did she what happened there?
I wasn't.
Did she like beat the shit out of him?
Show.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested.
Right.
Because she basically just probably called him a pedo and told him to delete his account and all this shit.
Well, I mean, yeah, she was calling Destiny a pedo, so of course she's gonna call him.
Brittany Simon is responding to a Mr. Girl video where Mr. Girl is talking about how he beats his girlfriend. Okay. Now, seriously, I don't know if I believe a word Max says. I find it difficult to believe the stuff he's saying. I just, without any corroborating evidence it seems like a bunch of bullshit to me.
He said he beats his girl. This is news to me. I missed this video.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, what is the? I mean, and that video that she's responding to, he's basically, it's almost like a Coach Red Pill video. Like, this is me talking to giving life advice to young men.
Right.
About how, occasionally when you beat your woman, this is not necessarily your fault, right?
I mean, I guess that's better advice than the advice of going to a foreign country that's being invaded by a foreign power and shitting on your host nation and sucking the dick of the invading country.
But these were,
I guess that's better advice.
Did you ever watch Coach Red Pill videos?
Yes,
and
I did.
Coach Red Pill comments on our videos from time to time, so I know he watches us. But yes. Coach Red Pill's videos, I would be like, this is just insane. Like, this is terrible advice. This is not advice. This is advice that I would give to people I hate. I would not give this advice to my friend.
Right.
So, but I mean, obviously it was very popular, people, Coach Red Pill is wildly successful, much more successful than us. I don't know that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think you're wrong because I mean, Mr. Go's blowing up right now. He's talking to everyone.
Do you think?
Obviously the strategy's working for him.
Yeah, but does this end with, because ultimately I feel like this is the same kind of path that Vosh took, I'm going to basically clout chase off of everyone. And, that's going to blow up my brand. Ultimately.
But it did work for Vosh. What do you mean?
Yeah, but it did work for Vosh because Vosh provides a service that Mr. Girl does not provide.
I mean, I think Mr. Girl provides the service of being like entertaining and interesting. This is a different service.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out.
So Vosh provides a service of dunking on conservatives, beating up on conservatives, which is what people listen to Vosh for.
The Vosh fans are not going to be Mr. Girl fans.
Mr. Girl services. I want everyone to get along, and we should empathize with detestable people. Like I'm willing to take it as far as like empathizing with a guy who beats his girlfriend.
Right.
Yeah. So, but what is the valuable service there?
I don't know. Whatever.
Is that is it? Look, when you see a car accident, is that car accident providing a valuable service and that you get to looky-loo?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't see how you can, like, after a while.
I predict he'll be around for a while.
After a while, when you're driving down this, after your 5th night driving past a car accident, you're like, why aren't these people going? Like, just fucking, I've seen it already.
Right. It's a different car accident, and you're going there to watch a car accident, so it's a little different.
I want to hear Brittany Murphy completely just call him a pedo for how long is the video? Or Brittany?
I didn't finish it.
So it's not even.
I got kind of bored, but.
Oh my God, Sitch.
But I've never been. I'm not the.
Brittany Venti is calling Mr. Girl a pedo. And you got
I didn't even
bored.
Get to that part I didn't get to that part of the conversation. That happens later.
You literally have made my fucking argument.
Okay.
He's gonna be around forever, but I got bored.
There you go. Mystery guest 01 for another $20. Thank you so much, mystery guest. Says this was actually for previously. Says Sitch is the best itch. Can we make Sitch a thing or no? Well, you can make it a thing, mystery guest. For $200, you can make it a thing. I'm not gonna make it a thing, but you're welcome. It can be your thing, mystery guest. Okay, it can be your special thing.
Right.
I'll abide by it. Stug for 2 months. Thank you so much for being a free will seeker, Stug, for 2 months. Says considering they're already been injecting CRT praxis into mathematics using prison stats or whatever, they'll find a way to put gender into math too. There you go. That's true. That's true. Mystery guest 01 for another $10. Thank you so much. Mystery guest. The mystery guest says you guys are taking Cody far too seriously. This show is targeted for 10 to 12-year-olds. That's why his jokes are so corny and his logic so simplistic. This is not designed for grown-ups. I'd be curious to watch or to be able to see what Cody's stats are. I think I completely disagree. I would be shocked if his stats were for 10 to 12-year-olds. I think he draws from like the 16 to 25 red tube demographic or whatever that age range is.
Yeah.
So
I would tend to agree, but I mean, it's interesting that you're putting him in the groomer category.
Well, I mean, there you go. Maybe it's just the groomers. Someone sent me a picture of I don't know if I should bring it up. I guess I could bring it up. Because Jeff's got involved on the Twitter fight. Jeff Holiday got involved in the Twitter fight for no reason.
Were you saying Jeff? We should talk to Jeff sooner or later. Is that the Jeff you were?
If yeah, I mean maybe it'd be interesting.
DMs? Okay.
To air whatever the fuck he has a chip on his shoulder about us that I don't even know from whence it started or came from. It just came out of like the ether.
I have no idea. Yeah.
He keeps thinking that like. He keeps accusing us of like simping for Sargon, even though every conversation that we have with Sargon, we disagree with basically on the stream. Sargon only comes on to argue with us, basically. So I don't know if that's the basis of why he doesn't like us. I don't know what the problem. I don't know what he's calling for. But anyway,
Sargon likes arguing with us because 99% of the people Sargon has
Call him
an
a Nazi,
opportunity to argue in bad
very bad
faith.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
That's
is
true.
frustrating. I don't want to have a conversation with anyone who's arguing with me in bad faith. It's a waste of time. It's fucking
Right.
sad.
But anyway, I only brought it up because someone sent me a picture. I don't remember who it was. They're like, oh, maybe this is why Jeff doesn't like you. And it's like he bought a he bought a t-shirt, a Cody Johnson t-shirt.
Really? Hilarious.
So he's some big Cody Johnson fan. So
Hilarious.
Maybe
Hilarious.
Maybe that's the problem. Sound like they were attacking his boy Cody.
Where's this Brittany Venti video at?
I don't know. Just type in Brittany Venti. Mr.
I did.
Girl,
I can't find it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
She does have a video from a year ago calling out Max's
It's
Cuties
literally
video.
Oh no, this is Brittany Simon. I don't know where it is.
Look
I was watching it.
Look at you.
I don't know what happened to it. Oh well, maybe it's gone forever.
Really?
Who the fuck knows?
Mr. Girl deleted it in shame. Look at that.
I don't know what happened. I'm sure someone can find it for you.
I don't know. How come he was talking about his channel being deleted, but his channel is still here? What's he talking about?
Well, it says Mr. Girl returns, so I'm assuming it's the second channel.
Yeah, but there's also Mr. Girl.
Oh, I don't know then.
Oh wait, maybe it is. Maybe it is Mr. Girl returns.
Anyways, let's go back to the video.
No.
Let's finish this up.
No.
We got 10 minutes left.
Let's keep talking.
Such as leaving LGBTQ people off of anti-discrimination laws, speak much louder than fumbled words. But they can't just say it anymore. Just like when Ben Shapiro has to claim he's not against gay marriage, but the government getting involved in all marriage.
I think the government ought to be completely out of the business of marriage. I think the government sucks at everything, is my short message for today. The government is terrible at everything. If the government's goal was to forward traditional marriage, it utterly failed, obviously, as proved.
But you don't mind it being out of the business of traditional marriage at all?
No,
right?
I think the government should be out of all marriage.
Ah, yeah.
Now, I hate to give Cody any credence for anything. So I won't. Fuck you, Cody.
Yeah.
That's a pretty piss shit argument from Ben Shapiro.
It's completely motivated reasoning, but anyway.
The government should be out of marriage. It's like, oh, well, I mean, there's like certain tax benefits or certain laws that apply to married couples. Like if, the spouse dies, even if they don't have a will, generally it goes to the other spouse. You talk about custody for children. There's lots of like legal ramifications that are tied into marriage and that should 100% be tied into marriage. So you can't just say, oh no, there should be no laws governing marriage whatsoever. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Ben Shapiro believes people respond to incentives. Do you want the government to incentivize people to get married by providing tax incentives? No, I don't want that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that's a pretty piss poor answer from Ben.
Yeah.
And it does feel, as you said, it does feel like entirely motivated reasoning.
It is completely. So he can be against gay marriage. Ben Shapiro is definitely avidly against. This is why they focus on Ben Shapiro so much, because Ben Shapiro is apologetically anti-gay marriage or unapologetically anti-gay marriage. Yeah. So that's why they love it. They're like, we want this guy to represent. They're trying to do the same thing with Ben Shapiro that Christopher Rufo was talking about in the tweet. Like we want, when people think of conservative, we want them to think of anti-gay marriage Ben Shapiro.
When people think of conservatives, I want them to think of conservative Jew Ben Shapiro.
Right.
Okay. I'm not anti-Semitic, I swear, but I want everyone to think of the bad guy as this conservative Jew.
Oh, that's just
not anti-Semitic though. I swear.
That's like icing on the cake for them. The anti-Semitic left.
It seems a little sus, Cody. I don't know. You got you and Hassan calling him Ben Shabibo.
Oh, I know.
Weird words. That's a little sussy-wussy, I gotta say. I don't know, guys.
Yes, all marriage matters or something. Ben is totally cool with gay people, except coincidentally whenever the government gets involved with granting them equal rights, and also when someone tweets the word gay, apparently. And I guess what I'm getting at here is that Ben is totally cool with gay people, except coincidentally.
What?
Okay, Ben Shapiro says, anyone who says the left has not radicalized over the course of the last 20 years is insane. That's true. In 2008, Barack Obama defended traditional marriage. The 2008 DNC platform said, taking police off the street is neither tough nor smart. We reject this disastrous approach. Oh, and I'm assuming he's responding to the Elon Musk. Elon Musk tweeted out the picture of like the left moving far left and all that other stuff. Okay, I agree with that tweet. That's a fair tweet. It's a true tweet. Cody responded to this saying, the implication of Musk's meme that he made himself. Okay, first of all, if it's the same meme, unless it's a different meme, Elon Musk didn't make that meme, Cody. I don't know if you're aware of this. It's a famous meme. It's a pretty standard meme of the left running away from the center. Elon Musk didn't make that meme.
But didn't the guy who made the meme, I think he was at the Better Discourses thing.
What's his name made the meme? I follow him on Twitter.
Yeah.
His name. Is that Colin something?
Yeah, Colin. He was selling it as an NFT. I don't know if he made a bunch of money off it or whatever, but yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
He's like jumping on he's like, oh shit, my meme went viral. Holy shit. I'm selling this as an NFT.
There you go.
Can own that meme right now, Sitch. What are you doing?
Yeah. Right.
Buy it up.
Mm-hmm. But the implication must mean that he made himself isn't just that the window has shifted, but that it's bad that the window has shifted in that way. Tweets like this just indicate they still don't want gay people to get married. Well,
was that a super chat? I should have interrupted the super chat.
No. This is what Cody says.
Okay.
But see, that's the issue, is that he's adding a bunch. You're right. He's trying to paint Ben Shapiro as like everyone that's against wokeness just doesn't want gays to get married. Like,
yeah. No. Yeah. Right. That's what they're trying to do with us, and we're totally for gay marriage. So.
But that's very interesting, because Cody over here is the the radical leftist, because he's not even denying the meme. He's saying yes, it has shifted far to the left, but that's a good thing. That's what he's saying. That's his response to the meme. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't see how you can't distinguish between gay marriage and walking into a classroom of just children and telling them that your gender's up for grabs.
Right.
Whenever the government gets involved with granting them equal rights, and also when someone tweets the word gay, apparently. And I guess what I'm getting at here is that Courtney Cahill's assessment that these laws are similar to Jim Crow laws is pretty apt. I mean, obviously there are many historical differences, and I'm not going to compare them one to one, but the Jim Crow era began roughly 10 years after slavery was abolished, and the laws were...
He's like, I'm not going to compare the one to one, and then he just fucking does.
Enacted mainly in southern states. In retrospect, they really seem like a last-ditch attempt to maintain the power dynamics of slavery, labeling non-white individuals as second class and proclaiming honky superiority. I can't stress enough that racial segregation and history can't really be compared to LGBTQ rights, but you can't help but see the similarity.
Wow, look at that. They're just similar, even though they're not the same.
The GOP lost when it came to same-sex marriage. They lost like losers. Only 4 Republicans voted in favor of it, and 3 of them were immediately voted out for doing so. And now, almost 10 years later, this same party is clearly trying to find ways for individual states to pass laws that bring them back to an era where LGBTQ people didn't have so many pesky rights. They don't care if the laws make sense or can be easily defeated in courts. What matters is that they keep that ball in the air for as long as possible. Delay this obvious progress in the hopes that they can keep their own superiority intact. They're just prolonging their existence at the expense of others, like vampire.
He's not even saying anything. This is the thing.
They want to keep the ball in the air to keep their own superiority intact. What does that mean?
It's complete and utter bullshit. When the Republican Party, cue the ring in the chat. When the Republican Party adopted the Southern strategy, it was based on the fact that there was a large populations of actual racists in the South. The strategy was to get those actual racists to vote for them. Okay.
Right.
What is the strategy here? Where are the actual homophobes that they're going to cobble together into a winning coalition of an electorate?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Where are they? Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't think there's enough homophobes out there to engage in the homophobia strategy. The Republican Party's not going, listen, we're going to embrace the homophobe strategy. All of this overturning Roe versus Wade was not done by lawmakers. Lawmakers are like, I'm sure they're thinking, what the fuck? Like if you actually get rid of abortion as an issue for the Republican side, that actually hurts me, because we have all these single issue voters that show up based on me telling them someday we're going to overturn Roe versus Wade. As soon as we do that, what's the point of them showing up? Yeah. It's a completely different thing, though. The judicial system stepped up and said, listen. Yeah. Does that make sense? Do you get what I'm saying?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me.
So I don't understand. Cody is just fucking talking out his ass here. Explain it to me in political terms. What is the electoral strategy here? Who are they trying to persuade to vote for them? Who is this electorate that is so homophobic that they're going to reward the GOP for this strategy?
Well, I mean, and he even put up, he even referenced the poll where he said, the majority, 66%
he admitted it.
Of even Republicans are against, legislating this stuff. It's like, okay, well then why are they doing it?
Yeah, he admitted it.
I don't understand.
He admitted it.
Right. It's not a sensible argument, not a coherent argument.
Right. They're doing it for their own sadistic internal homophobic needs that are going to get them kicked out of office immediately.
Do you think politicians care about that?
Not
only naive soul.
Not only that, he literally talks against his own argument when he points out that the 4 representatives that voted against gay marriage got kicked out of office
he said
their
in
first
favor
opportunity.
Of, didn't he? Or was that against? I thought he said those were in favor of. Which I didn't understand, because I thought gay marriage was a court case. I don't think they passed legislation.
Oh, you're right.
Possible. Delay this obvious Ilum Abrasix, because ultimately these conservatives just don't like gay people and just belonging
did you go back and then forward again?
to an era. He voted out for doing so.
Okay, right.
And now I can't stress enough that racial segregation and history can't really be compared to LGBTQ rights, but you can't help but see the similarity. The GOP lost when it came to same-sex marriage. They lost like losers. Only 4 Republicans voted in favor of it, and
costly to all Republicans who voted for gay marriage.
Yeah, but see, that still goes against his argument, because his argument was that people are, even Republicans are in favor of this stuff, but that's why the Republican politicians have to couch it in hidden language. But this would show that Republican voters aren't in favor if they voted them out, right?
Totally.
Or at least they weren't then, unless he's saying that the needle has shifted so drastically on public opinion about this.
Right. Yeah. If this is true, there is enough homophobes to do the homophobic strategy.
Yeah, but I think this was from a long time ago.
When was
what is the New York Times costly toll for Republicans who voted for gay marriage?
Yeah, got to get to the bottom of this.
Who voted for gay marriage? This is from 2012.
2012. Okay, so only.
This is from 2012.
10 years ago?
Yeah, from 10 years ago. 4 Republican state senators, one by one agreed to break with their party and cast a political risk of vote to legalize same-sex marriage last year. This was in New York. This wasn't nationwide. This was in New York.
Okay. So this is not senators. This is state senators.
That's why I said it said state senators. That's why I went, oh,
Yeah.
okay. So we had 10 years ago in the state of New York. Okay. Take that as you will, I guess.
I'm wondering if that's even related, because it's like, I guess Republican voters in New York are against gay marriage.
They were anti-gay marriage, I guess, in 20. Well, I don't know if it said they voted out because of that, but
I mean,
causation correlation they're making.
In 2012, Obama was against gay marriage, wasn't he?
Well, 2008, he was. I don't know what he was in 2012.
Okay.
What happens? And see, remember when I told you people are assigned opinions, and you're like, I don't want to believe that.
When did Obama assign the people the opinion that gay marriage was okay?
Yeah, because it probably was around 2011, 2012.
Well, Biden fucked up. Remember, Biden came out ahead of Obama and totally stole his thunder.
You're right. I forgot about that. How dare he?
I know. When did Obama? Oh, you're looking it up now.
Come out in favor of gay marriage.
I'll just let you look it up.
See Obama's 20-year evolution, LGBT rights. Oh, there you go. Give me the timeline. 1996, Obama supports domestic partnership and same-sex marriage, at least according to paper trail. Oh, maybe he was lying. Maybe he was always in favor of gay marriage.
Damn, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama. 1998, Obama says he's undecided about same-sex marriage. 2004, Obama says he supports civil unions and civil rights, but insists that marriage is not a basic civil right in an interview. 2004, he opposes the Federal Defense of Marriage Act. Isn't that crazy? See, remember that this is how you know this is why this is so fucking stupid. In 2004, under Bush, they literally wanted to pass a law,
constitutional amendment,
or was it an amendment?
Yeah,
it was an amendment, right?
Like going for the gusto. We're gonna have a constitutional amendment,
which is even
saying
dumber,
that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Right. Because the original Defense of Marriage Act was from Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton in 1996 prevented same-sex couples marriages recognized by their home states to receive a bunch of benefits. But you're right. Yeah, they had some like amendment they wanted to pass.
Don't ask, don't tell, but with marriage.
Right. It was much stricter than that. 2006, Obama questions his opposition to same-sex marriage.
Right.
Okay, so in 2006, he's signaling.
Well, 2012, it might have been because it's his second term, right? He got reelected.
2006. It's 2006.
Yeah, but he got reelected in 2012, right?
Yeah. 2007, Democratic primary, Obama reaffirmed support for, quote, strong civil unions that offer the same rights, or all the rights. 2008, as a presidential candidate, Obama pledges to repeal the original Defense of Marriage Act Clinton put in place, which I think he did, and don't ask, don't tell. Okay. So he's definitely signaling that he's in. So maybe I'm not being fair. He's definitely been signaling for a long time that he was kind of hiding his power level in the gay marriage question. So
he was always in favor of gay marriage. Let's
but he pretended like he. But he kind of pretended like he wasn't.
Right, because he wanted to court homophobic voters.
There you go. Okay.
The question is what's his level of homophobia, right?
Yeah, you're right. May 2012, after Vice President Joe Biden announces his support for same-sex marriage, Obama, I like how this is worded, Obama is forced to move up a planned announcement on his change in his position in an interview with ABC's Robin Roberts.
Remember that news story that was going around about how Obama snubbed Biden as president? Biden was like grabbing him on the shoulder, trying to say hi to Obama, and Obama was like, fuck you.
No, I don't. When did this happen?
This happened recently.
I missed it.
There was some dinner event or something like that. And
was it at the press corps?
No, it wasn't the press corps. It was some other dinner. But Biden was trying to basically talk to Obama, and he gave the cold shoulder and kept talking to the people he was talking to. It's a completely cringy clip because Biden has his hand on his shoulder like, bro, how's it going? And Obama's just like, yeah, I'm talking, old man.
I like the New York Post headline talking about it. Barack Obama's humiliation of feeble old Joe Biden.
See, that's a good headline. That's a great headline.
There you go.
So, but think about it. This is Obama. His payback's a bitch, motherfucker. You want to steal my thunder on gay marriage? Here you go. This is what you're. This is talk to the back. Yeah.
Oh, this was a different. I think this was a different. Oh wait, no, this was the same thing.
I'm sure it is. It was making the rounds. It was pretty funny.
It was because it said during his speech, Obama called him Vice President Biden, and then said it was a joke.
Right.
Which is pretty. New York Post is ridiculous. Listen to the way this is written. Invited back to the White House for the first time in 5 years, Obama began his speech Tuesday touting the 12th anniversary of his Affordable Care Act by referring to the president as, quote, Vice President Joe Biden. He quickly followed up with the, quote, that was a joke, but the point was understood by everyone, that Joe is the beta in their relationship, even if he is the most powerful man on the planet.
Obama made that joke?
That he called him Vice President Biden as a joke, yeah.
Right.
He didn't call him a beta.
Oh, okay.
The New York Post calls him a beta.
Okay. I thought for a minute there. I was half paying attention. I thought for a minute there.
I know.
Obama called him the beta in the
No, he didn't call him a beta. That's like insane. What the fuck?
That would be awesome, though.
Right.
That'd be totally based. What are you talking about?
Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Oh wow.
Then they do like a full. This article is ridiculous. They do like a full on like body language interpretation. Kamala Harris senses Obama's presence and whips around with a joyous expression. They meet each other's gaze for an instant. The smile vanishes from Biden's face as Harrison turns away. He spots Obama and a frown furrows his brow. Obama, by way of greeting Harrison, tosses his head like a horse, and she responds by hunching her shoulders like an excited child. As a frowning Biden moves closer, she pirouettes to face him, looking faintly amused, her lips pursed in a sort of private, uh-oh, LOL. This is the most goofy fucking article I've ever
That's amazing.
This is so stupid.
That was great copy.
This is so stupid.
I don't know. It sounds, I mean, I'm reliving the clip in my head as you're saying it.
Okay. I don't even understand. I can't even picture what she's trying to say.
This is accurate. That's
Biden's
exactly
face
what
grows
happened.
Thunderous. He opens his mouth in a snarl, looking straight at the side of Obama's head. It says something like, quote, it's not my, and then stops himself.
Right.
I don't know what that means. Obama ignores him and reaches into the little group of admirers before him, shaking hands and creasing his face into a handsome smile. At this stage, Harris has turned away from Biden and positioned herself between the two men, mirroring Obama's charm pantomime. Biden grimaces, then he fixes his eyes on Obama. He reaches around Harris to touch Obama's arm and attract his attention. Obama, smiling animatedly, ignores him.
Yeah.
Out of arms.
Of course. Disses him. Totally disses him.
Biden scowls over his shoulder. Obama's escape is foiled by a short blonde woman who lunges in to shake his hand. Biden looks stricken, staring at this woman who has eyes only for Obama and Harris at his side.
Right.
Okay. I feel like we have to find a clip now.
That woman basically looks over and is like, who's that guy? Oh, he's the president. Biden is like, oh yeah.
I feel like if I see this clip, I'm not going to it's not going to look like anything in what I just read.
Bring it up.
Let's see.
Toss it in.
Obama, Biden.
I mean,
Biden appears lost.
You pretty much narrated it perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you watch Jack Murphy's comeback video with Benjamin Boyce? Friend of the show, Benjamin Boyce interviewed Jack Murphy. Did you see that?
I saw that he did. I didn't.
You didn't watch it?
I didn't watch the video. I don't really care about Jack Murphy at all.
I did not. A bunch of people responded to it. So, I mean, I watched some of Ricada responding to it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone seems to be Everyone seems to be responding to Voice's Jack Murphy interview.
Right.
Anyway, bring up the thing.
Okay. You want to see the video?
Yeah. I want to relive. I loved it.
We'll watch it. We're at 49:10. Okay. Looking exasperated.
Is this music going to get us? I guess there's a bunch of background noise, so it doesn't matter.
I think we'll be okay. We'll just talk about it. Even though a White House guest swore around Barack. Let's just look at that. That's sad. No one wants to talk to Biden.
Look, he's fucking delirious. He's complete. This is so embarrassing.
It's not delirious. He's just sad. He's
you
like,
walk into a party and you know everyone, but they don't want to talk. None of them want to talk to you.
I know.
Here he goes.
Obama can be seen sitting next to Kamala Harris, greeting guests. Biden lingers in the back with no one seeming to pay him.
That's not happening here. I kind of feel like it is.
No, that's how it's being framed.
Look at this.
That's what it appears to be happening.
Look at these. Look at that guy. Power players here.
Look at that guy in the middle of them in the background. What is that?
Right.
What's that face he's making?
Standing at attention.
He's like, yeah, he's making a weird
ass
face. This is
so embarrassing.
He's like, this is so cringy.
Right.
Yeah, but he doesn't see. He doesn't understand what's happening.
I hope he's basically thinking, I hope Biden doesn't call me son again. He looks so confused. Sitch, you gotta admit he does look confused.
He does look confused. Well, he looks upset that Obama's ignoring him more than he looks confused.
Right.
Yes.
He looks upset that Obama is basically the star of the room and he's fucking president.
Yes.
And nobody cares.
That's true. That's how it reads. So yeah, I guess that is it is accurate. That is an accurate thing to say. The description that I read was like insanely over the top.
Right, but it is accurate.
Right. But that is accurate. Biden grabs Obama's shoulder, but doesn't receive a response.
It's such a bad look.
Look, there's a woman praying to Obama in the background. Do you see that?
Where? Oh, you're right.
The woman that's got her hands up. She's like, praise Obama.
I think is she not taking a selfie?
No, she's praying to Obama. Shut up.
Okay. He gives him the tap, the double tap.
Yeah.
It's just like zombie.
He looks frustrated. He looks frustrated.
Always double tap.
Yep.
But it doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
It's like Biden is a zombie.
Like, listen to me. I'm the president now. Listen to me. Stop shaking that idiot's hand.
Look at Kamala Harris is there, just like, you're totally dissing my boss.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best clip ever, Sitch.
It's pretty good.
I want to play it again.
It was Obama's first return to the White House in office.
He says, I gotta get. What the?
Is this the same clip repeated, or is this?
I think it is
afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm curious. Did he turn? Did Obama ever acknowledge?
No,
Biden or just wander?
I don't think he ever acknowledges it.
Oh, they don't show you. Wait, I want to see the resolution.
I know. Now
Where's the resolution?
Now Sitch is gonna go on a giant quest to find the entire thing.
I just want to see how it ended.
It looks like he says, "I gotta get to bed." Is that what he says? I gotta get to bed.
Uh-huh. Is that what he said? Let's see. Obama, Biden, snub, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Did Barack Obama just blank Joe Biden? What does blank mean? Is that the new kid term?
You know why they cut it off? Because Obama turned to Biden and like gave him the backhand move. He's like, bitch, lay a hand on me.
Well, actually,
Biden gave him the back.
This is interesting. Okay, I found a little bit longer clip from a different angle. He kind of doesn't. He kind of acknowledges him, but doesn't. Wow, that's interesting. Wait, let's go. Go here. Okay, here it is.
I think the one I had did have the resolution.
Okay, see. confusion or concentration.
Okay, this is a different angle.
See, because look, he looks, but he didn't really turn to Biden. He turned to this other lady. And then he turns away again. So I don't know. Unless, wait a minute.
Did Barack Obama just blank Joe Biden? What's the blank stand for? Is that
I don't
like
know. Wait. Let's go back to the first video for a second. Did you press back?
I can here.
Yeah, go back to the first video.
Okay.
You have it?
Delirious Joe Biden wandering around.
Wait a minute. I'm wondering, is Biden trying to get Obama's attention on behalf of that lady? Because maybe that's what's going on. He's like, come take a picture with this young girl. I promise. She's like, Mr. Biden, can you get me a picture with Barack Obama? And I was like, sure, miss. If you let me smell your hair.
I mean,
he's
that
like,
could be
come
happening.
on, Barry, take a selfie with this girl so I can smell her hair.
This is the saddest thing ever.
I think that's what's happening. That's my new headcanon of the situation.
I think he's saying he's got to get to bed.
And Obama is like, oh, I'm tired of you making me take selfies with people in order to smell their hair, Biden. I've done this a million times.
You think he did that during the presidency? I don't know.
Oh, of course, just constantly. He's like, you want a selfie with the president? Well, just let me sniff your hair and all will be yours.
I wish I knew what he said there. I gotta get to bed. I gotta get to bed.
Let's continue.
Back to the video.
Yeah. Let's go back again.
We
were at 49-10 or something.
Okay, good.
This same party is clearly trying to find ways for individual states to pass laws that bring them back to an era where LGBTQ people didn't have so many pesky rights. They don't care if the laws make sense or can be easily defeated in courts. What matters is that they keep that ball in the air for as long as possible, delay this obvious progress in the hopes that they can keep their own superiority intact. They're just...
Okay, so he's basically saying they just need to delay by ignoring the gay rights progress, hopefully to maintain their cultural superiority.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think they lost that.
I think they lost the plot.
The whole cultural superiority is gone.
Right.
I mean, you've got openly gay robots in Star Wars. Well, wait a second. They always had openly gay robots in Star Wars.
There you go.
I mean, what's going on here?
You fool.
Yeah. Okay.
Prolonging their existence at the expense of others, like vampires, or more commonly known, Balaam Abrasax from the hit film Jupiter Ascending.
Oh my God, stop.
And just like Jim Crow laws and the runtime of Cloud Atlas, this could last way longer than it has any right to. Because ultimately, these conservatives...
Did he just throw a trans filmmaker under the bus by having a long run time?
I know. How dare you, Cody?
That is homophobic or transphobic right there.
Terrible.
He's basically a TERF now.
It's just don't like gay people. But no, they can't say that. That's why these laws are so weird and vague and nonsensical, because they're all trying to find loopholes around blatantly stating their prejudice. And for that reason, and just like Jim Crow laws, these anti-LGBTQ laws will ultimately fall apart. I mentioned this run of laws aimed at allowing medical professionals to deny care based on their conscience. As one South Carolina bill states, no medical practitioner, healthcare institution, or healthcare payer should be compelled to participate in or pay for any medical procedure or prescribe or pay for any medication to which the practitioner or entity objects on the basis of conscience, whether such conscience is informed by religious, moral, ethical, or philosophical beliefs or principles.
You know what's the funniest thing? I really hope this blows up. I don't know if it will. So someone found out that Elon Musk pays, since they're located in Texas, his company, the Tesla company, pays for employees out of state expenses to get abortions out of state because you can't get one in Texas.
Right. Yeah.
I fucking pray this will be like the best. That will be the best universe ever. Like the left is losing their mind because Elon Musk buys Twitter, and then all the right pro-life people lose their mind because he's paying for his employees to get out of state abortions.
He's flying them out of state to get their abortions. Yeah.
I'm like, yes, Elon Musk, the perfect centrist, comes in.
Yeah.
And just makes everyone angry. Oh, I'd be so happy.
That bill also protects those practitioners.
Also, I don't have a problem with that. Anything that he just read.
That is, isn't that in the healthcare law? Didn't they make them put that provision in the Obamacare?
They did. Yeah.
I feel like that provision was straight out of Obamacare, so I don't know what he's complaining about.
Yep.
From legal repercussions for discrimination.
Like it there either,
and while this is clearly aimed at trans people, they aren't allowed to just flat out say that. And so because of the extremely vague wording, it could be used to...
It's not aimed at fucking trans people. It's aimed at religious institutions that don't want to pay for contraception.
Yeah, and Plan B and...
It's fucking bullshit. Like,
all that stuff, yeah.
Well, that's clearly aimed at trans people. No, it's not clearly aimed at anyone.
Well, and what is the argument here? Because he keeps saying, like, these opinions are not popular. Well, if they're not popular, then why do you care if the law was passed?
Yeah, it doesn't
No one
matter.
will use it then, right?
Right. Exactly.
To discriminate against literally anyone based on philosophical beliefs. By that definition, a vegetarian doctor could legally choose to not treat you because you're wearing a leather jacket. Hell, they could not treat you for liking the band Stained, which frankly...
This is so childish. Like, if something like that were to occur, they would change the law.
Yeah, of course they would. And
Should come with a penalty.
All of this gender ideology that they want to force into public schools is based on their philosophical belief. It's the same exact thing.
Right. That's exactly true.
Yeah. Fuck you.
But not from doctors. It is hard to fully appreciate the fact that, when you get down to it, this proposed law is basically saying to doctors, do no harm unless they bother you. It is so broadly defined so as to be both ineffective and legally explosive, and if enforced, could gunk up the system so bad that it ultimately gets thrown out, along with all the other laws trying to do this. Of course, I do want to be very clear here. These laws are bad, cruel, harmful laws that in the immediate short term will absolutely have a negative impact on the LGBTQ people, primarily children being affected by them. Trans people in the US already face incredibly high barriers of entry to the basic possibility of participating in public life. They're banned from equal education, targeted by state departments, prevented from receiving life-saving medical...
Yeah.
I look through all these.
Already face incredibly high barriers of entry to the basic possibility of participating in public life. They're banned from equal education.
Okay, this is very disingenuous. When he says banned from equal education, what he means is they're talking about like the transgender sports bans, which I wouldn't classify sports as education, but I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned, kind of think of writing arithmetic as education, but he makes it sound like they're saying trans kids can't be in class with non-trans.
They can't have an education.
Right.
Yeah.
Targeted by state departments.
So that was the Texas one. That was the only one I think that he has validity on, but he goes by it so quickly I couldn't even pause it. This one was interesting.
Prevented from receiving life-saving medical care.
Nearly half of trans people have been mistreated by medical providers, report finds. Let me see. I gotta find this.
And you looked this one up?
I did look this one up.
This was a smoking gun? This is the one that got him?
It's first of all, it's... Oh, no, that was a different one. So this one's kind of interesting. Because it says nearly half of transgender adults report having negative or discriminatory experiences with a healthcare provider. And then they further break it down to like transgender people of color. And it says the biggest one was doctor intentionally misgendered me or used wrong name.
Wow. That sucks.
Right. I think it's a slightly different category than doctor refused to give health care related to gender transition, which, wait, Doctor refused the second highest. So it's at 32%. So the doctor intentionally misgendered or used the wrong name. Obviously, this is, their self-report. Doctor refused to give health care related to gender transition. How is that discriminatory?
I don't know. I don't know what they were asking for.
Yeah, what are they asking for? I mean, if the doctor says, "Well, I don't think you have gender dysphoria," isn't that
maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's stacks of complaints of kids wanting to transition, and the doctor saying,
"Yeah,
no, this is."
So that was weird. So that was 25%.
This is Kentucky. We don't have a affirmative model. Go home.
And then the other ones were weird. It was like 20% said doctor was physically rough or abusive when treating.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
File a complaint with the medical board. Jeez.
What the fuck was that even mean? Doctor used harsh or 19% said doctor used harsh or abusive language when treating. Okay. And 18% said doctor refused to see patient.
Right.
So, but the kind of interesting thing too about this was
that's a microaggression now if you just refuse to see patient.
Well, there's a problem here. Where is the
what if the doctor says I don't handle trans cases? Or is the doctor allowed to say I don't see trans patients?
Yeah, I guess they're not allowed to say that.
They can't say that?
I guess not, according to this. What is okay, here's part of the problem with this survey too. So the picture from the article that Cody probably drew this from, it says this chart was from an online survey of 1,528 LGBTQ plus identifying individuals.
1,500, 1,500.
Yeah, that's a good sample size.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, well, for like LGBT issues, where you don't have so many people, it's a decent sample size. So, but that makes you think. You say, 20% of the 1,500 people said that the doctor was physically rough or abusive with them. But that's not what it actually says, because that specific question was only about transgender respondents. It wasn't about all LGBT respondents.
The trans people are like 15 people.
Yeah, so out of the 1,500 people,
right,
only 8% were transgender.
8%. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so that's let's say 28 times 0.08. That's so it's 120. No, that's too much. Is it 122%? 122 people. Is that 8%?
That could be. I mean, you got the
122 people, right? Yeah, so it's 122 people. Which the problem is, not only is that a very small sample size, but the problem is when you have small sample sizes of populations responding to polls, and the poll is specifically about discrimination experiences about LGBTQ people, there's a phenomenon where people that are affected by whatever the poll are always far more likely to respond to the poll. There was a famous study, I forget the name of it. I remember we talked about this in psych class. There's a famous study where somebody mailed out, they said, I mailed out 1 million questionnaires about whether whether husbands and wives are cheating on each other. And I got back the results, and like a whopping, 50% of husbands and wives cheat on each other. And everyone's like, oh, that's crazy. 50% of husbands and wives cheating. That's insane. And then when you looked into it, it was like, oh, well, actually, out of the million surveys they sent out, they only got like a 10%, like a 5%, the 10% respondents rate. And the study was specific, and the poll was specifically about infidelity.
Right.
And so people that were.
What happened to you?
What?
Oh, I think the internet dropped out for a second. Go ahead.
Oh, did you? Okay. Where did you lose me?
I didn't hear the respondents. The only people that respond are people who are
people that respond to polls are generally like whatever the poll's about, the people are more likely to respond to it. And that's why you want to make sure you get as like a giant or as much as a population.
Did the cheaters? Why did anyone respond to the cheater thing? Was that actually a poll, or are you just making that up for an example?
No, it was real. It was a survey that someone mailed out.
Right.
But people who had actually cheated on their spouses, because the poll was about cheating, were more likely to respond to the survey, as opposed to the average person.
Right.
Who just throws it in the garbage can. And that's the problem. That's the problem with not only having. That's why you want to have large polls, but that's also the problem with having these like large.
Yeah, you got to have a.
Not just large, but like these polls that like
sample.
Right, but like these polls that people just choose to respond to or not, because they're going to choose to respond. So you have like an LGBT person, or especially a trans person, who sees a poll that says discrimination experiences among LGBT people,
They're like,
and they're more likely.
Yeah, I've had people discriminate against me. I need to get in on this poll.
Right. So I have a little bit of problem with the poll, but
sounds like BS.
Care, harass in bathrooms no matter which one they use. The list goes on. We didn't even mention all of the recent attempts to ban trans athletes, which could fill an entirely separate episode. Not only are these things bad on their own, but they have the added effect of preventing trans people from entering the formal labor market, let alone acquiring the huge expense of medical transition, assuming they survive that long, considering how often they get f***ing murdered or take their own lives.
So I was very curious about this number. This for the first article. It says transgender people over 4 times more likely than cisgender people to be victims of violent crimes. I was very confused by this, because in the past, I know I've looked up one of these statistics and actually found that in reality, white transgender individuals are less likely to be killed than cis white people.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
or murdered,
we're safe.
Specifically. Yes.
We're safe, Sitch. Thank goodness.
And the way that these statistics were generally conceptualized, or not conceptualized, but what kind of came to be, was because black people on average are more likely statistically to be murdered than white people. And so by adding the population of trans black individuals with trans white individuals, the trans black individuals like boosted the numbers up.
Right.
To make it, to like kind of throw off the thing. Because I'm trying to remember if on that study, if the trans black individuals were more likely than cis black individuals to be murdered or not. They might have been, I don't remember. But it was like a very specific thing to like the black community. It wasn't, like as I said, trans white people were less likely to be killed than cis white people.
Sounds racist.
It could be. It could definitely be an issue. Well, no, but it could be an issue of like, transphobia in the black community or something. But of course, you're
not allowed to talk about that.
You're not allowed to talk about that. Yeah. So did anyone else hear screaming in the background? Was there screaming?
From me?
I don't know. Yeah, there's no screaming on my end.
I didn't scream, no.
Okay. So I go to this study. Transgender people are 4 times more likely than cisgender people to be victims of violent criminals.
UCLA?
And it goes to a UCLA thing. This is super duper super sus. Okay. And the reason I find it super duper sus is because normally, and I've actually found this for other UCLA studies, normally you click on the study and it brings you to like a PDF and it shows you the information.
Yeah,
right?
you read the study. I've read tons
of
the studies, yeah.
Right. If you go to this study, it gives you some highlights, some 1-sentence highlights, and it says, please contact our communication office to request a copy of this study.
Right. Uh-oh.
You can't find the study online. You have to literally email them and they have to give you the study.
Right.
Okay. I'm always sus whenever that occurs, especially also because this on UCLA, they have other studies up there that are about transgender issues.
Of course. Directly. Yeah. Tons of them, I'm sure.
I don't know. I find that a little sus whenever they require you to email them to get the study.
This seems like bullshit. Yeah. Seems like they're peddling fake news.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm assuming they probably do the same thing where they combine black and white individuals and it throws off the average, and they don't want you to know that that's what they're doing.
Right. So they make the study hard to get a hold of.
Right. Well, there's another, because the study, this is very bizarre too. It said that, okay, if you were to guess out of trans women or trans men, who's more likely to be the victim of violent crime? Who do you think the study would say?
Trans women.
The study says trans men.
Really?
Which is why I was like, oh, I want to look at these numbers, but I can't. Or I could, but I have to email them so, to get the study. And they have to actually agree to give it to me. So the whole thing's weird. The whole thing doesn't get the smell test here.
The current legislative pushes aim to permanently confine queer people, especially trans people, to the informal economy, and in some states actively criminalize their existence. Fire the teacher for saying he's gay? They want people to be afraid to exist, is what they want. If the push succeeds, if these bills pass in any way...
You can't talk about gender identity to 8-year-olds. That means we don't want you to exist at all.
It's so disgusting. I mean, it's so terrible. They basically, if you present any argument against them, they turn you, they demonize you. Demonizing is all they have.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, listen, they don't want you to talk about Jesus, Christianity to 8-year-old kids in public school. That means they don't want Christians to exist at all.
I know, it's the same thing. That's a crazy argument.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
Is that an argument Christians would make? Maybe.
I hope not. I'm sure someone's made it sometime. Yeah.
Is this the war on Christmas? Maybe.
This is the war on Christmas.
They don't want Christmas to, but they really don't want Christmas to exist.
There you go. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says, Adam, I think you discount that Mr. Girl is being honest. That is the thing people who watch him appreciate. He seems to be an honest actor and makes both negative and positive claims about himself in a forthright manner.
Well, Mr. Ubercross, first of all, I thank you for the $20. I don't.
I thought you were going to say nothing.
No, I don't. That's okay. I mean,
okay.
If your elephant is saying he's telling the truth. My elephant is saying he's lying like a rug. My elephant is saying you can't trust a word he says.
Right.
My elephant is saying vulnerable narcissist, starved for attention. So, I mean, maybe I'm going off my elephant here. I'm just going off my gut intuition. If you have evidence for these wild claims, I mean, if you've met the girlfriend that he punched in the face that he was talking about, I mean, okay.
Huck Finn, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Thank you, Huck Finn. Says, I love you both, but A-Team reigns supreme.
Why is that? Why are you so demoralized by that, Sitch?
What's the problem?
It's just so
it's part of the joke.
Yeah, sure.
Part of the charm of the teams.
I know, but you feel. I mean, it feels like it hurts your feelings. A-Team. Thank you for the A-Team reigns supreme. Okay.
Blow your little harmonica.
That's great.
Joey Not Nice for $20. Thanks so much, Joey. Says, sup, boys. Sup, Joey.
Was my gut wrong about Jangles? Remind me. I'm trying to remember.
You seem to be correct.
Right. I think I was correct.
I think you're correct.
Widespread way, the state will have effectively declared itself cisgender and heterosexual for the first time, in the same way that under Jim Crow it declared itself white. These laws frame themselves as making moral arguments about the validity of trans existence, and they are doing that, but they're not only doing that.
So what laws? How are they framing themselves as making statements about the validity of trans people? This is so bonkers. Cody,
because you can't talk about it to children, so that's what that means.
I just wish. What does he accept the fact that children are gullible and easily gaslit?
does it see? I mean, the left made this argument that not everything should be in public school.
Yes.
And now it's like we're going back. Like, if not every part of my life and my personality and my identity, I can teach an 8-year-old, well, then you're just a bigot.
It's so weird.
It's so stupid.
Listen, do you think what was a woman's name who didn't want to give the gay marriage certificates out?
Kim Davis.
Kim Davis, okay. Kim Davis is like, I have a new goal. I'm going to be a public school teacher. I mean, how would you like Kim Davis going into a classroom and saying, gay marriage is against God? Oh, God is this man who created the universe and knows everything and everything. Like, you'd be very upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you saying that kids wouldn't, I mean, if Kim Davis went into the classroom and laid her narrative down, kids wouldn't buy into it and go home and tell their parents, oh, yeah, gay people are going to burn in hell. Like, they would. They would. Kids will believe anything that you tell them.
I know.
It's so bizarre that they don't understand the concept of that. Or they're just, I mean, I guess they're just saying, this is truth. The difference is Kim Davis is not telling the truth. We are. It's sad.
Gender-affirming care, for example, is not only moralized as self-mutilation and or child abuse, it's also framed as prohibitively expensive and as a luxury. A cosmetic procedure in the same category as lip fillers, or an expensive dye job, or getting metal teeth so you can bite open beer cans. It's not...
Is it not an expensive procedure? Is that incorrect?
But this is why Cody is a fucking dumb fuck. And I've literally made this argument where I said, you understand, Cody and other leftists, if you say that gender dysphoria is not a mental illness, all treatment regarding it suddenly becomes cosmetic surgery.
Right.
And not going to be covered by healthcare at all.
Not going to be covered by healthcare, but probably will end up being cheaper in the long run.
I don't know if no, why would it be cheaper?
Well, that's just why dentistry is so much cheaper, because most of it's not.
Is dentistry cheap? Dentistry's not cheap. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's cheaper than fucking showing up at the hospital and getting some sort of.
Well, I mean, anything's cheaper than showing up at the hospital.
Right. I mean, the dentistry, I think, is cheaper than other medical stuff.
Like, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not a coincidence that the defunding of reproductive health, the banning of abortion, and the goal of banning contraception are all tied up in the political and legal strategy of anti-trans policies. By relegating all trans-adjacent healthcare...
See, and just defining these policies as anti-trans is a complete fake out. Yeah.
To the private sector, and then relegating trans people to lower, second-class citizens, the state can effectively prohibit transness altogether without having to put it into law. And that is a scary, terrible thing.
And a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
However, the light at the end of this very long, dark tunnel is this. History will look back on this treatment of trans people in the same way we look back on the Jim Crow era today, with disgust, shame, and the lingering feeling that if you'd paid slightly better attention during 11th grade history, you might be able to know what's going on more often.
Or history could look back at this the same way they looked back at Prohibition, a time when things got completely out of control and the left did a bunch of shit that ended up being terrible for society that we had to eventually repeal.
Well, I think it's more like, I think a better comparison is, I think in 10 years, this will be looked at the same way electroshock and lobotomies were looked at, where they said, this is a procedure that has a narrow population that it should be done on, and that's helpful for it, but they just gave the shit out like cancer.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yeah. We lobotomized 50,000 people. Turns out it should have been about 8. It's like, okay,
maybe I don't know. Maybe electroshock's a better comparison. I don't know if there's ever a reason to lobotomize people.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe we'll stick with electroshock.
Yeah, I just the whole idea. This is the most triggering part here. That conservatives always wrong, progressives always right. It completely is not the case.
The conservatives are fighting a losing battle, and it's the exact same losing battle they've been fighting every 30 years for the past 150 years. This is possibly the fatal flaw with conservatism as an ideology altogether. Despite what the hit film Cloud Atlas might tell you, time moves forward whether we like it or not, and we move right along with it, whether you like it or not. Progressivism, making progress, feels intuitive and natural because we really have no other option other than to move with the current. And to try to do anything else means not only standing still, but pushing back against the flow and attempting to...
What is the current? It just makes no sense. Like, there needs to be some level of change and progress in society because the environment changes.
Right.
And that's why humans evolved, in my opinion, to have sort of this left-wing, right-wing dichotomy, this progress versus traditions idea, because you need kind of both of these things that make society, healthy and survive, essentially. But that's nothing to do with like the social issues that he's fucking talking about. He's acting like there's an inevitable current that's going to make like transness a thing. Like, why would you say that? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, and it doesn't. I mean, there have been huge epidemics of social contagions, even as far as like suicide goes. So there's a lot of ways that you can look at this. So prohibition in the United States, I just looked it up, is from 1920 to 1933. And he said for the last 150 years, conservatives have lost everything. But prohibition that's 100 years ago.
Well, and also, just beyond prohibition. There was left-wing and right-wing, but there was left-wing eugenics programs in America.
Really?
Yeah, that was part of the progressive stuff. Was like the eugenics stuff. But this is the survivor's bias bullshit. Because the civil rights movement is a perfect example of this. He's going to be like, "Oh, the civil rights movement. That's proof. That shows that the left-wing progress." It's like, well, it shows that there was moderate progress where people said not be racist. But the far left, they totally fucking lost the civil rights movement. They were the black nationalists who wanted to overthrow everything and replace it with communism.
Right. Yeah. So the moderates only took the progress.
Right. So it's just like this is the problem. The whole framing of this whole thing. It's all just survivor's bias. It's all it is. It's all survivor's bias.
It says prohibition in the United States was a nationwide constitutional ban on the production, importation, transportation, and sale of alcoholic beverages from 1920 to 1933. Prohibitionists first attempted to end the trade in alcohol during the 19th century. So they were on this wagon for a long time, this trying to fix it.
To reverse the tide, because that's where the conservative side of things takes us in the end. Do you think seriously that people like James Lindsay and Ben Shapiro and Ronald DeSantis want to stop at just these anti-trans laws? Or perhaps will they keep pushing us?
Do you like that he conflates these three individuals who I would wager all have three very different views on how things should be?
Yeah, Lindsay's been lumped in there.
It's funny because Lindsay's like pro-choice.
Yeah, I believe.
He was going on a whole rant about how this like the right fixating on abortion is idiotic.
Yeah, big mistake.
An issue that I'm sure Ben Shapiro was very pro-life, very happy about. But now, they all get lumped in together because Cody's a moron.
Cody doesn't know shit.
Backward little by little. But again, people like them have been fighting the same fight over and over again with different goalposts because they keep losing. Before this, they lost the fight for gay marriage. And before that, they lost the civil rights movement. And before that, they lost to the suffragist movement. And before that, they lost the fucking Civil War. It's all the same fight, and we're already seeing...
There you go. Listen, guys, I can choose I can like cherry pick all the times in history where we look back and we say things were bad. And people want to change them. So that means that whenever someone wants to change anything, it's automatically good. That's a logical dumb fuck argument that I just made right now.
Completely, survivor's bias, completely bogus. My side bias. Yeah, we always win, you always lose.
Well, and it's very stupid to conceptualize like change as a uni
Always
party.
good, yeah.
Yeah, that change is either always good or that it's always a unit, like a single party choosing to change anything. And this is what we talked about with distributors. Like, okay, well, let's ignore the 80s. Let's ignore that for 40 years we had left-wing economic policy in this country. We had Keynesian economics for 40 years. Even the Republicans said we're all Keynesians now. And then what happened? They changed. And now we have neoliberal right-wing economic policies, and we've had it for longer, for 50 years. So like this whole concept is so moronic.
Yeah, you have to change. I mean, yeah.
There's always going to be change because of technology.
Right, but that change is
but that doesn't
always
mean
good.
Right, but it doesn't, and it also doesn't mean that the change is always going to be fit along some very clean left-right-wing divide.
Right.
It doesn't mean anything like that. That's why this whole conceptualization is so dumb.
Well, I do think, though, the people who have the left-wing moral intuitions are always the ones that are pushing for change, and the people who have the
of course
right-wing conservative moral intuitions are pushing to keep the status quo. I do think that's like a real thing.
Yeah.
This is a disagreement whenever I bring up prohibition. People want to argue that prohibition was a conservative movement because they're conceptualizing the it being led by a religious inclination, and religion is conservative. But
yeah, right now, right.
So does that mean freeing the slaves was a conservative movement because it was driven by a religious inclination? The Underground Railroads, I mean, all of that was religiously based. The argument for that slaves were just human beings was religiously motivated. Yeah.
It's almost like it doesn't fit neatly along some dumb.
So was that a conservative movement? I don't think that the progressives would say, oh yeah, that was conservative. No, they would say that was a progressive movement. We freed the slaves. Oh my God, we're the best. Pat me on the back.
Right.
Yeah. All this is just my side bias.
Yep.
I think all change though is pushed for by. I think just you can define it as progressive.
Well, I guess the question is when does something constitute change? Because like with Roe v. Wade, we had 50 years of Roe v. Wade being law, and now it's presumably going to be changed. Does that mean it's the progressives pushing for it to be changed? Because it's change.
Well, would you define that as? I mean, they would definitely define it as moral progress. I mean, I saw conservatives posting abortion as barbaric, which barbaric is barbarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be?
I'm just saying that this whole concept of like trying to attribute change to a unipolar political movement is stupid. That's not how any of this works.
But change is always, whatever change you're pushing for, I think the people pushing for it always perceive it as progress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be pushing for it.
I understand that, but like in the 80s, when they were pushing for right-wing neoliberal economic policies, they were thinking it was progress. They weren't thinking they were left-wing progressives for pushing for it.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the neo-reactionaries are definitely right-wingers, and they're pushing for radical change.
Yeah, exactly.
That they would conceptualize as progress, but they would just shrill at you calling them progressive because they hate progressives. Okay, maybe you're correct.
Yep.
With the Don't Say Gay bill and the recent resurgence of conflating queerness and pedophilia, that if they win the fight against trans people, they'll immediately push back towards their next battleground. And so on until every minority group has been stripped of their rights and America is great again.
All this is just fake news to drive you to the polls.
Yeah, he said Republicans want to strip away all the rights of minorities.
Right.
That's the goal here. That's the end game goal.
To make America great again. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's just complete fear mongering. Wasn't he against fear mongering in this video?
He was.
Yeah.
But he can't make up his mind. Is this something that all Republicans want, or is this something the select few Republican politicians secretly want, so they have to lie about it?
Yeah.
He keeps kind of vacillating between those two
There's
positions.
no coherency here.
Yeah.
It's like an incredibly high-stakes game of Team Fortress 2, except instead of fighting for glowing checkpoints, you're fighting for the basic human rights of marginalized people.
Yeah. Don't you feel safe? Aren't you going to sleep well tonight knowing that your rights are on the line and then possibly on the line in the next election?
Hold on.
And it's like an incredibly high-stakes game of Team Fortress 2, except instead of fighting for glowing checkpoints, you're fighting for the basic human rights of marginalized people.
There you go. There's your Final Fantasy reference.
That was fucking hilarious. What was that?
What? Why does he? This is so.
That was insane.
What is this fucking? What? Why does he just? What is happening here? This is peak Family Guy random reference. Let me talk about a game from like 2008. And just reference it for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who wrote that into the script?
I don't know.
It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I heard that. I was like, what?
References are cool.
Let me reference a game from like a million years ago.
I know. It's just talk about.
I mean, I played the shit out of TF2. Don't get me wrong. It's a good game, but like, I don't get it.
Maybe they're regressives. Maybe they're the real conservatives. They want to
Okay.
take us back to an era when TF2 was the bomb.
A simpler time.
Right.
Right.
I don't know.
Before Overwatch, where TF2 was the king.
Yeah. Let's go back to Atari.
Don't know, haven't played it. The point I'm trying to make here is that if the last century of American history can serve as any kind of precedent, the conservatives will lose this fight eventually. That said, how fast they lose depends on us and how hard we fight against them and point out what obviously lying liars they are.
It's so funny because this is such a dumb fuck argument. Because this is the argument that the right likes to straw man the left with the map argument. You could just make this argument about like abolishing the age of consent. Like, well, it's progress to abolish the age of consent. And we know that, progress always wins. You're just conservatives. Like you could just fit all these idiotic arguments into that framework.
Yeah. Of course.
Cody. What a dumb fuck.
Yeah. Child brides. That's progress.
That's progress.
And of course, saying we'll win eventually doesn't do shit for the kids who are right this moment being targeted by laws either currently or about to be on the books. So, on the screen, there should be a bunch of different links to organizations dedicated to helping trans and LGBTQ youth, and all those links will be somewhere in the description as well. So you can click on them and then be taken to their website and then give them money in the form of a donation. In fact, right this second, the Wachowski sisters are running an auction where all of the proceeds go to the Defend Trans Youth Fund. That auction is for various props for their beloved films such as Cloud Atlas and Jupiter Ascending.
I didn't watch this part. I guess that's where I was randomly quoting or referencing this Cloud Atlas. Okay.
I don't know if 80% of kids desist after puberty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you pay for someone's transition?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good bet, does it?
No.
Seems like you might feel very bad about that later on.
Yeah.
There was some comic book. He might have been the artist for Batman, who I think paid for someone's transition, paid for some trans kid to transition or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah. I mean, I guess hopefully if you know the person. But...
Right. Yeah. And they're
as opposed to just like giving it to a random charity or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Keep going. What's going on? Press a button.
which are really popular and cool films. Don't believe me? How many times have you heard those films brought up in just the last hour? Everyone's talking about them. And so right this second, you can get the actual ears worn by Kane Wise, the half-dog man, and also...
So this is like fake news, like an entirely generated fake news program that just lies to you for an hour.
Yes.
And tells you exactly what you want to hear.
For ads.
Yeah. Could you make a version of this same sort of fake propaganda that was like, I guess this is what Pizzagate was. They're all just fucking pedophile. They want to groom your kids and have sex with them.
Yeah.
This is Pizzagate, but they made Pizzagate illegal. Like
Transgate.
Well, they made Pizzagate so you couldn't talk about it on YouTube or make videos about it on. Yeah.
This is left-wing Pizzagate. Transgate, yes.
It is left-wing Pizzagate, but it's endorsed and has ads and shit. Like YouTube loves this.
Yep.
Yet there's no bias.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. You get to just lie indiscriminately about your political opponents, and if they lie about you, oh no, that's banned. Banhammer. You can't just lie about people. Come on, we have standards here.
Well, it's so funny that like, and this came out with the Disney thing. They like to pretend this game that they don't have, the capture of all the corporations. And yet it's like the corporations allow this shit to go on. They allow them to peddle this shit and then sponsor it with ads. So it's just so ridiculous.
The day of reckoning. Well, I mean, maybe that day of reckoning comes. It depends upon really how bad the false positives are.
It's going to be bad.
Right.
It's gonna be very bad. Though, I don't know. I'm curious. We'll see, because I'm curious how the Roe v. Wade thing will play out. I'm curious if that will make wokeness worse, have no effect, or make it better. Because I think all these completely counter things could happen depending on how it plays out.
Yeah. I'm
more inclined to think it will make wokeness worse, but we could be positive. We can hope, right?
I mean, how do you define worse and better?
Well, like wokeness becomes worse, like more pervasive. And then better would be wokeness becomes less pervasive.
I mean, how can it be more pervasive, though? I feel like we're at a 10 already, a 10 out of 10. I feel like wokeness is as pervasive as it can be. I thought it was so pervasive that people were sick of it. The backlash was coming. I mean, I feel like we were at the backlash.
Right. I guess you're right. Maybe not worse, but like will prevent it from reaching the breaking point, I guess would be the better way of putting it. That's my fear, is that Roe v. Wade will prevent positive change, what I would consider positive change in wokeness. Because what I would like to happen would be for the Democrats to run on wokeness. I talked about this, for Democrats to run on wokeness and to lose and to get blown away on wokeness. And then they can't run on wokeness anymore because the Republicans will keep winning on anti-culture war stuff. But with the Roe v. Wade thing, it's going to just completely cloud the issue. Completely, because it's going to be so much of the midterms is going to be Roe v. Wade. It's not going to have anything to do with culture war issues. It's going to be old culture war. It won't be new culture war.
I understand
anymore. So Adam doesn't care.
No, I'm bringing up that clip because where does this fit?
I thought we weren't watching this till Tuesday.
Oh, we can. It fits the question on where does this fit into wokeness. Is this wokeness getting better or worse? Because I feel like
it's too early to see.
Right.
Now, the way wokeness could get better, that's the way it could get worse, is or not worse, but just maintain, is that if the Democrats win or lose, even if the Democrats still lose, it won't be perceived as them losing on wokeness necessarily. Now, the way it could get better is if the Democrats lose and they get all these calls from their constituents and they say, listen, I'm pro-choice, but I couldn't vote for you because of the gender shit in school and because of CRT in school. That would be interesting if something like that were to occur. Because I think that would be an interesting breaking point. I'm kind of skeptical that something like that would occur, but that would be a potential positive outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how the Roe v. Wade stuff is going to break.
Right.
I know people in my age group are really, well, maybe I'm just speaking my gut, but I'm not ready. I don't want to have a big battle over Roe versus Wade.
Right.
However, whatever happens, happens. So I'm ambivalent about it, but.
Well, I mean, because I really don't care about the Roe v. Wade stuff. I just care about its effect on wokeness, really.
Right. Yes.
That's really what I care about.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad about false positives on kids and shit like that. God, that's so fucking horrendous. I can't imagine.
Okay, play the clip.
Can you imagine though if you're like a kid and your parents are totally into this stuff and you end up going down the road and end up in a body that you're never able to achieve orgasm in your entire life? It's going to be
terrible.
Pretty long life if you can never achieve any kind of sexual satisfaction. And these are supposed to be the sex positive people. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Should I play it or no? You want to save it for Tuesday?
How long is it?
I mean, it was just a little bit.
Just play it. Because maybe on Tuesday we'll watch whatever the clip Jangles is fucking whining about.
Oh, yeah. We're going to
do
play
that on Tuesday instead.
Maybe I'll back this up just a little more here. Because... Okay.
And for the government to play or any sort of role in figuring out where a line is, when it's acceptable to determine when and if a woman can have abortion. This is healthcare. This is a conversation that should be happening.
Okay, so she says when a woman can have an abortion. We all heard that, right?
Right.
Between the pregnant person and their doctor.
Oh, she said pregnant person,
the
though.
woman.
And I'm sorry?
I said the woman and her doctor.
Okay, as we know, there are people who can be pregnant who do not identify as women. So no, I wouldn't just limit it to women. I would say anybody who can become pregnant should be able to make that decision with their doctor. There's just no point at which we need to have.
Oh shit! I paused it too. Take a look at the look on the presenter's face because it's so fucking priceless.
I would say anybody who can become pregnant should be able to make that decision.
I think they're going to drop the pregnant person pretty quickly.
She does this sigh thing.
Yeah, I know.
And then she does this like pinched lip, like, motherfucker. I'm not certain if she said woman to call out the pregnant person thing, because she says woman, and I did it pretty close to when the pregnant person thing comes out, but she's talking about women and abortion. She says women 2 or 3 times, so she's definitely on the woman train,
right? And
then switches gears, and I don't know if the presenter called her out because she just switched gears, or if she was saying, hey, there's that woke stuff.
I would assume, now I don't know who the presenter is. I would assume it's not like she's trying to push back on wokeness. I would assume they're trying to frame this as like a woman's issue.
Right.
And so she just wants to extenuate, this is a woman's issue. Right?
Rising is a little anti-woke though. So it could be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. She gets totally
with their doctor. There's just no point at which we need to have government intervention, and it just and frankly, it ties the hands of people who are trying to serve both. Right? People want everybody involved in here to be healthy and to have healthy, and to have healthy lives and be able to survive something like this. It's just unacceptable that we would want to put restrictions in place that could possibly lead to a pregnant person dying.
The argument.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
You don't want a pregnant person dying.
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 knock-knocks. Says, did you try putting the DOI of the sus study into Science Hub to see if they have a copy? It should be there if it's peer-reviewed. Well, it's not a study. It's a poll.
Wow.
Or maybe it is a study. I don't know. What is the... I don't even know if there's a number that it gave me. Wait, let me see. Well, it's a survey, so it's not a study. It's the Gender Identity Disparities and Criminal Victimization Survey, 2017 to 2018, from UCLA, Williams.
Nice. I got it totally frozen on that. Welp. Fuck you.
They have a National Library of Medicine page. They have it's the National Criminal Victimization Survey.
So you think there are anti-woke liberals who would love to join the fight on the abortion, but are going to resist because of
no, that's not
wokeness?
No. I'm saying there could be there could be moderates. This is, remember with like the defund the police stuff?
Right, yeah.
There's a lot of people who said, listen, I would vote Democrat, but all this defund the police shit is like crazy.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get similar phone calls that are like, listen, I would vote for Democrat, but all this gender and CTRT stuff in schools is fucking crazy.
I think they were getting those calls, but
Right,
now
but
they're
if they
gonna...
get that even with Roe v. Wade. That would be interesting.
Yeah. It's like,
right.
We have this giant issue. You know, we're gonna.
Yeah.
They're fundraising on this. Like as soon as the thing dropped, I got like 6 or 7 emails from Democrats that were like,
the next day,
yes.
I was getting so many spam calls for like,
so
spam
got...
texts for like donate to blah, 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 blah. You know, all the bullshit.
This is it. The sky has fallen. It's over. Roe v. Wade is dead.
Yes.
Send money to Nancy Pelosi right now. Yes, we need to fight this thing. We need boots on the ground.
Right.
They captured our flag. Send money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not leaning in that way. I think it's more likely going to be that this will completely cloud the issue, 100%, and there won't be any directional progress on wokeness that might have occurred by the Democrats getting blown out by the midterms this year. So that's what I think is more likely to happen.
This clip, I think the reason why this clip made an impression on me was because I thought, okay, wokeness is immediately going to be dropped. They're going to be like, okay, no more fucking around. We have a real fight on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
But this clip made me think, I mean, she literally is talking about women's rights through half of it and then does this thing to talk about pregnant person and, you know, not say woman, and then gets mad at her when she says woman, even though she's been saying woman through the whole interview.
Right. But it's interesting because she only said that once it was drawn to her attention. She's like, oh shit, that's right. I'm supposed to be saying person. Because she said woman the whole time until the end.
Right.
So like she was operating on her like old programming of just saying women's rights, women's.
Yeah, exactly.
And they want to say, you know, this is a woman, because that was the messaging for this whole time for the last 50 years. It's been like, you know, women, you know, these evil men want to take away the rights of women's bodies.
Right.
So they're not going to give up that messaging because it was too effective, and they're it's too programmed into the narrative and the rhetoric.
But if they snap in line and start saying pregnant person,
that would be very interesting.
I know. That's why I think, I mean, it's just, I don't see him winning.
Yeah.
Trying to carry the dead body of wokeness with them as they're like marching into battle. It's
right. Yeah. It's like, instead of riding their horses, they're carrying the horse.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. But
Here's your political
I guess
cartoon.
I
They're riding the
maybe-
horses, and it says "protect women's rights," and then the carrying the horses is like "protect the rights of birthing people."
Right. The look on this
Not gonna
woman's
work.
the look on the presenter's face says it all. That look says you just lost me. Like I
Yeah.
was with you. I was totally with you until you made this crazy turn, and
Right.
now you're not fighting for my rights anymore. You're fighting for trans men's rights.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Anyways.
All right. Is that it? Do we have all? Are we all
That's it.
caught up?
We're
Oh,
all caught up.
Fascinating. We always end and everything's always caught up. You
Yeah.
keep catching us
I've been
up.
trying to do better.
Is that better? I'm not sure it is.
Yes.
I guess it is if we just end the
Yes.
show if we're already done.
Yep.
I don't know.
We'll watch the Jangles clip on Tuesday. Whatever the fuck he's whining about.
I mean, I feel like we could go a little longer.
You want to
really-
watch it now?
I mean,
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too.
Mm.
Although I have been snacking.
I see. Oh my god.
But you don't snack on stream? All right.
No.
We'll call it quits. We'll touch base
not a
with
pussy,
Jangles. We'll touch base with Jangles.
Mhm.
That little piece of shit. That little dishonest, disingenuous piece of shit.
There you go.
We'll touch.
I'm not. Yeah, I agree. Agree with it all.
Look, I've totally won him over. Where's the thing?
You've won me over. Yes.
Where's the? This has to. We have to use this as a background from now on. What a fool
No.
I was! What a fool!
You can't, Adam. You cannot use
I
my
can.
sassy,
I can do whatever I
passive
want.
aggressive, toxic femininity against me. Okay.
Have you seen this meme? Have you seen this meme that's been going around? This Jangles
What
meme?
meme? Which Jangles?
It's Jangles as Dr. Manhattan.
Oh, I didn't see. You have a source for that?
Yes.
I made it up.
I made it up. Look at that. I mean, that's pretty much Jangles' MO, right?
There you go.
Just making shit
There you
up
go.
on the fly.
There you go.
All right, come on. We're trying to wrap. My friend is super hungry, guys. We got to wrap this show up, okay? I would stick around. You know, I could probably stick around for a couple more hours, but Sitch, he's super hungry, so we got to get out of
Okay.
here.
Okay. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for making it to the end with us on a journey of just terrible Cody Johnston garbage. And hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Mother's Day and Monday, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.